For every fan, get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Yeah, there's the juice. There's Ben with the musical juice. Football Friday, man. Football Friday, a huge weekend of football. Big weekend tomorrow, a bunch of college conference championship games, but you know what we're talking about. Broncos, Texans, noon, Sunday, NRG Stadium. Two teams battling it out for a playoff spot. These are the two teams that are on the outside looking in right now, the 8 and 9 seeds in the AFC. One of just two games on the entire slate for the rest of the weekend that has two teams above 500 playing each other. That's crazy. Now you know why this game is going to half the country. Population-wise, half the country. Surface area-wise, 98.2%.
I was going to say, yeah, geographically, a lot more than that.
All the big states are getting other than California. It's huge. This is a massive game on Sunday as we welcome you in on a Football Friday here. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. That other voice you hear is Sean Bajani. If you've been listening this week, you know Seth's been playing hurt. He tried to play through it yesterday. So today, Seth is making sure he's ready for the game on Sunday. You know, he's
smart.
Ready for the game on Sunday, ready for the follow-up to what hopefully is a huge win. And this is a massive one. Appreciate you coming in today, Sean. I'm excited to talk about this game and other games with you today.
Football Friday, man. You kidding me?
Football Friday is great. Yeah, the winner of this game will be 7-5, and I would imagine wake up on Monday morning inside the velvet rope of the playoffs. The loser of this game will be 6-6, have very little margin for error, and have a head-to-head loss against against the other team. Mm-hmm. In all likelihood, a team that you could wind up in a tie with or in that whole swamp of playoff teams with. This is a massive game on Sunday.
100%. I mean, they have the two teams haven't even played each other, but if you look at the playoff standings and the tiebreakers, the Texans currently hold the tiebreaker over the Denver Broncos because of I think divisional or conference record, right? That's going to go to hell if you lose against the Broncos in many more ways than just one, as you mentioned, and This is the biggest game of the season, and it's the second straight week we've said that about the Texans because maybe it's just the pulse I have on it, but this feels like a make-or-break game. Whoever loses this game on Sunday, it feels like it's just not getting to the postseason.
Unless you run the table. I think 11 like you say, no, that's what I'm saying. Like it's right. Like that's what you if they lose this game on Sunday, the Texans, we're coming in on Monday, and that's what we're talking. We're looking at these 5 games going, you might have to run the table in the AFC with this. 11-6, you and I went through these numbers the other day. 11-6, since they expanded to 7 teams in the playoffs, has guaranteed you a playoff. So every 11-6 team has made the playoffs since they expanded to 7 teams. All but one team that's finished 10-7 have made the playoffs. So in the big picture, we're just backing up and looking at this, and I said this to you the other day. I'm looking at this right now as a 6-game season, and it's a 6-game season where they've got to go 4-2. They must go at least 4-2, and some of these games they're playing over the next month and a half have varying degrees of importance compared to the others because of things like head-to-head, divisional record, things like that. Because they lost the biggest game of the season last week, this one became the biggest game of the season, and because the Broncos are also, at least in terms of their winning streak, red hot right now. The way they've been winning these games is not indicative of a dominant 5-game winning streak, but they're playing winning football right now.
It's not. They are. And look, Russell Wilson in 2 of the last 3 games has led fourth-quarter game-winning touchdown drives. He's playing maybe the cleanest football. In fact, he is playing the cleanest football out of anybody in the league. Best touchdown-to-interception ratio for a quarterback. I did a deep dive on the numbers looking into this game. I'll have a story posted later on SportsRadio610.com. And one of the things, Frank Ross talked about him a little bit yesterday in his availability, but Marvin Mims, who's their return specialist, kick return, punt return guy, the numbers are pretty staggering when you look especially what he's done over the course of the last 5 games, the field position in which the Broncos have been starting with.
Yes.
Almost at their 40-yard line over the course of the 5-game win streak, and Marvin Mims has every bit to do with that. Doesn't matter what quarterback you got, dude. If you're giving them that short of field to work with, now they're not putting up a ton of points, but they're doing a great job working with a short field, and that put together with maybe one of the most physical defenses, especially over the last month and a half in the Broncos, it's been a recipe for success.
Yeah, it's been a recipe for wins for sure. If we're kind of power ranking the way you go about winning 5 games in a row, they're doing it. They're doing it in one of the least intimidating ways, which is invisible yards in the return game and winning turnover battles. Like that. But it's working. So if you're the Texans, if you're C.J. Stroud, you got to do what you did last week and protect the football. I honestly feel like as bad as the run defense is for the Broncos, they played better defense overall. They're still not a good run defense.
Yeah.
So in terms of the Texans' rushing attack, this hopefully looks a lot more like the Tampa Bay and the Arizona game, if I've got those right, or Cincinnati. The 2 games where Devin Singletary had it was Cincinnati and Arizona, right. Because against Tampa Bay, they just threw for all their yards, all 8 jillion yards. So this needs to look, I think, more like Cincinnati and Arizona on the ground. It doesn't need to. I mean, they can win this game in multiple ways, but if it does look like that and they protect the football, there's no way the Texans are losing this football game. You've got C.J. Stroud. I know Russell Wilson's better than were last year. I know he's playing a better brand of Russell Wilson football.
Much better, yeah.
Much better than last year. C.J. Stroud just got named AFC Offensive Player of the Month.
Yeah.
And NFL Offensive Rookie of the Month on the same day. Like, you've got the quarterback advantage in this game.
You do, but I think it's an interesting question, and we'll have Lisa Ann on to talk fantasy football later on in the show. I think it's a good question for her. I'm going to ask her because a guy that's got that hardware, 24 hours ago, and C.J. Stroud went 3-1 this past month, put up all kinds of amazing numbers. You read all the numbers yesterday as part of the release, if you don't know. He's thrown for more yards as a rookie through his first 11 games. I mean, the numbers are staggering, but this is probably the best secondary that he'll have faced, at least inside of the last month. Easy, right?
Well, Patrick Surtain and Justin Simmons are 2 big pieces. Yeah, for sure. Well, and they've been forcing turnovers. So yeah, they're playing very well.
They've been forcing turnovers, and it's not like CJ's a fumble machine. But don't just look at the interceptions. For Stroud. Heck, he threw 4 of them this last month, and he went 3-1.
Right.
They found ways to overcome that, but he's put the ball on the ground, and especially given the fact that this offensive line is going to be the 6th different starting combination that we've seen this year, and we saw how much he ran for his life this past weekend against the Jags. I do worry about that a little bit.
Yeah, so if you missed it yesterday, C.J. Stroud named AFC Offensive Player of the Month and NFL Offensive Rookie of the Month. Only 5 other players have done this in the history of the sport. They are Barry Sanders, 1989, Edgerrin James, 1999, Mike Anderson, 2000. Who's Mike Anderson? He was one of several different running backs that Mike Shanahan just plugged in after Terrell Davis, after his career basically ended with a knee injury. Quentin Griffin, no problem. Olandis Gary, sure. Mike Anderson, knock yourself out. Kareem Hunt in 2017 for the Kansas City Chiefs, and Deshaun Watson in 2017. So it happened twice in the 2017 season that a rookie won Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month on the offensive side of the football.
Does he have a third? Does he have a third?
C.J. Stroud?
Coming? Yeah.
Oh, if he does, this team's in the postseason.
Right?
Right? Like it's an interesting question because there's really been no offensive rookies that are even challenging him right now. Like if he just goes out, the only thing that might keep him from winning Offensive Rookie of the Month for December as well is that he set the bar so high for himself at this point. Like if he's merely average in the month of December and the Texans say go 2-2, or I think they have 5 games in December, so they go 2-3 or something like that, then they'll find a reason to give it to somebody else. He's been incredible. He's having the best rookie season of any quarterback I've ever seen.
That, or because I have to believe that Tank Dell was probably in the discussion for this voting process before it was announced yesterday.
Yep.
He might keep him from winning a third too, because if CJ's going well, they might go ahead and say, like we were talking about the Houston Sports Awards yesterday, hey, spread the love a little bit, considering the Stroud might win 2 awards that night in January. They might give it to Dell larger than why.
11 games in, we're hypothesizing people are tired of voting for C.J. Stroud for things. He's the second Texan to win 2 NFL Rookie of the Month awards. Brian Cushing in 2009. People forget how dominant Brian Cushing was as a rookie back in 2009. He was incredible. He's the 11th Texan to win an AFC Player of the Month award in the history of the team. J.J. Watt won 6. Next closest, Arian Foster, Andre Johnson, Deshaun Watson all won 2. The 7 one-timers. If you could get this trivia question right,
dude, you got me.
You're a diehard Texan fan. CJ, obviously. Jaime Fairbairn won Special Teams Player of the Month back in 2018. Quentin Demps in 2016 won a Player of the Month award. Whitney Merciless in 2015. Connor Barwin in 2011. And then, Seth, if you're watching on YouTube or listening right now, you remember Marcus Coleman in 2003 and Chad Stanley. When you're an expansion team, you have to have a punter that's capable of winning Player of the Month.
Chad Stanley.
Man.
I was like, who the hell is Stanley? I saw this on your list. I was like, who the hell is Stanley? I would have gotten 6 of these 7, and I was stumped.
Yeah. So good job, C.J. Stroud. As far as the injury report goes, let's start with the good. Tank Dell, Jimmy Ward, both back at practice on Thursday. Dell limited. Jimmy Ward full back at practice. So he's going to play on Sunday. So that's really, really good to see. I think that's huge. They've been so disorganized on the back end since he went out with the hamstring injury.
Today's a big day. Yeah, I need to see, Dell be a full participant in today's practice before I feel really good about that, because we've seen it before. Thursday's a day where they just give it a go. That's usually the heaviest practice day for them, and it was inside on turf yesterday. Yeah. I want to see how this goes on Friday.
We'll see when the report comes out. Sometimes when guys are limited, they're in the limited group, but they won't have any injury designation, which means they're going to play. If Dell has the questionable designation next to him, that'll make me nervous. If he's just limited and there's no designation there, then he's going to play. He was just limited at practice, that's all.
Yeah, I think there's probably going to be a designation there, though.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too, and that'll make me nervous. I'm with you on this.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of innate in us because of everything that we've gone through this season, in particular, Sean, with the soft tissue issues. Yeah.
Dalton Schultz probably not going to play if I had to guess.
Don't have a good vibe about that one.
He missed the end of the game. He was out. If you're wondering why there was so much Brevin Jordan at the end of the Jacksonville game this past weekend, Dalton Schultz had a hamstring injury. It's kept him out of both practices this week so far. And it's hamstrings, man. You're a veteran guy missing 2 practices with hammies. So this is a big one for Brevin Jordan, man. Big opportunity. And the guys on In the Loop had Brevin Jordan today at 11 o'clock. So you want to be listening to that. So Brevin Jordan getting his opportunity here to get presumably a majority of the tight end snaps on Sunday. So be listening for that today. So we're off and running. Football Friday, huge game this Sunday. The Denver Broncos and the Houston Texans. Where does it stack up on the slate this Sunday? And we had Zach Bye on yesterday, the afternoon host on 104.3 The Fan in Denver. Sean Payton was a candidate here in Houston at one point. They interviewed Sean Payton, the Texans did. He laid out what life in Denver is like with Sean Payton as the head coach. Can we imagine a team where life is like it is the way that Zach laid this out yesterday? If you missed it in the 9 o'clock hour, you will not want to miss it in the 6 o'clock hour today. By the way, Rolling Stones tickets, last chance, 7 o'clock today. In the 7 o'clock segment, be listening. Last chance to win a pair of Rolling Stone tickets before they go on sale 10 o'clock this morning, NRG Stadium, April the 28th. So we'll get to Zach Bye. We'll get to the slate of Week 13 games as well. Thursday Night Football last night. We'll touch on that. That is all next.
Hey, it's that time of the year when everybody's in a giving mood, especially Bayway Chevrolet. Trice Ham, the general manager, is especially excited to give you a free 4-inch lift on a brand new Silverado. If you come in and buy a Silverado, this is the same special they were running last month, and it was so popular that Trice said, well, let's just run it back. You come in, get a brand new Silverado, they're going to give you a free 4-inch lift with 33-inch tires. Simple as that. Plus, you're going to get an incredible deal because they have the Bayway guarantee. You bring in any written offer on any Chevy vehicle, not just the Silverados, but Malibus, Tahoes, whatever, and Bayway's going to beat that offer. If they can't beat the offer, Trice is going to give you $1,000 cash. It's as simple as that. So bring in that written offer, including if it's emailed to you from another Houston area dealership on any brand new Chevy vehicle. Bayway Chevrolet will beat that offer. If you're getting a Silverado, come on in and get the free 4-inch lift. It's Bayway Chevrolet. Check it out online at baywaychevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The AFC Offensive Player of the Month is C.J. Stroud. What a way to cap off an amazing November for the Texans rookie. The most passing yards in the league and the most TD passes in the conference. Now, another piece of hardware to add to the trophy case. Congrats, C.J.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. Georgia takes on Alabama for the SEC Championship game on Saturday, and there's only one way to bet this game. It's overtime, baby. The Crimson Tide are 7-0-1 to the over in their last 8 games, while the Bulldogs have gone over the total in 6 of their last 9. Nice. With the over set at 54.5 and 2 defenses that can be got, I'm betting the over, and so should you. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books and bet smarter with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-335-1274 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-335-1274. That's 800-335-1274. What do you have to lose? Call 800-335-1274. Again, 800.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast and Sean Bajani. It is Payne and Pendergast here on a Football Friday. So the Week 13 slate, I think the Texans and the Broncos are the second best game. Second weekend. Last night was a good game. Last night was the only other game besides the Texans, Broncos, and the 49ers and the Eagles that involved two teams that are over 500.
Yeah.
The Seahawks, who are reeling a little bit right now.
3 straight losses now.
Yeah, and the Dallas Cowboys, who are putting together a pretty good stretch of football. Dak has put himself firmly in the MVP race right now. I think I saw the odds this morning, and Jalen Hurts is the favorite, understandably so, and especially with he kind of had his Heisman moment, his MVP moment last week against the Bills with the run in overtime there to win the game. Dak was third on the board, I think I saw. I think it went Hurts, Mahomes, Dak, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, it's kind of flipped, at least from the top two. You remember the conversation last year. Jalen Hurts was kind of leading, the way, but Patrick Mahomes was putting up Patrick Mahomes numbers. Yeah. And if Jalen Hurts hadn't gotten hurt, what was it? He missed like one game within the last final month of the season, right?
Yeah, the last part of that, he missed 1 or 2 games.
It felt like that could have been his year. Mm-hmm. And right now, with the way that he's playing and they're winning, now his stats, even compared to Dak's right now, aren't as good. They're good, but they're not that good.
Right.
Right. It feels like it's just he's the emotional favorite, but also because his team is winning, you could make a really strong argument that while he's not the best statistically because he's really good, he's probably going to do this thing if he finishes the season healthy, dude.
Next week, not to get ahead of ourselves, it's Week 13, Texans-Broncos, noon Sunday here on Sports Radio 610. Eagles-Cowboys next week.
Yeah.
That's the Eagles-Cowboys. I think it's Monday Night Ball. I can't remember which.
They got flexed. Didn't they flex that?
They flexed Week 15. They flexed. I've got that here. The game they flexed is a Week 15. They flexed Kansas City and New England out of Monday night.
Right.
But that's next week is Week 14. I'm looking up the tweet right now. It's Week 15. It was an Eagles game they flexed. Eagles-Seahawks.
That's why, because I knew it was the Eagles involved in that. That's why I thought it was that.
Eagles-Seahawks. And next week is Sunday Night Football against the Cowboys. So there you go. Boy. Last night's game was fun. It was back and forth. A lot of penalties. I don't know if there's actual poor football being played these days or if they're just getting super, super punitive with the penalties. Lamont texts in, "Good morning, gentlemen. The ref just threw a flag on me for walking to my truck." Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough watch sometimes with all these flags. And I think we're hypersensitive to it based on kind of how some of the things went with the Texans-Jags game this past Sunday, where there's some real phantom calls made against the Houston Texans. So big one on Sunday. Huge one on Sunday for the Texans. Mm-hmm. A lot of teams the Texans are chasing are playing on Sunday. The teams that have a bye this weekend that are not playing are that the Texans would care about. The Ravens, I guess, but the division right now, the division leaders they're out of sight, out of mind for me. My whole world is about the Steelers, the Browns, the Broncos, the Colts, the Bills. Like that's our world. You live in a neighborhood, and sometimes this neighbor's got a nice car. Oh, they just put in a. You're trying to keep up with the Joneses.
Sure.
At least I am. I'm very materialistic that way. So when I lived in a neighborhood, I'd look around and go, they get nice stuff over there. I got to keep up with them. And there were certain ones you knew you weren't going to keep up with. I'm like, oh, Hal just bought a Bentley over here. Like I'm never going to get one of those. Yeah. But I sure think I could get that car that guy has right there. The Ravens, the Dolphins. On the Jags, honestly, at this point, 2 games up, and I think they've got all the tiebreakers right now over the Texans. And who am I missing? The Chiefs. Like those are the houses in the neighborhood where, I saw Bob's Home Theater. I'm never going to have 7 TVs on the wall. They're
yeah.
But I think
we just named a lot of teams there. The Bentleys are the Ravens and the Chiefs.
But I'm talking about the 4 division leaders. Oh now. The 4 division leaders. I can only focus on so much. And I agree with you. The Chiefs and the Ravens are a cut above the Jags and the Dolphins, but I'm talking about compared to the Texans. And you're 6-5 right now.
Yeah.
You can't be focused on a couple 8-3 teams. I just don't have the bandwidth to focus on those teams. I do, however, have the bandwidth to focus on the Pittsburgh Steelers, who the Texans beat earlier this year, and who I think the Texans are a better football team than, and who I think Kenny Pickett and this whole Tomlining thing that they're doing will unravel at some point. But the Steelers, who the Steelers play this weekend? Or Steelers have the Cardinals this weekend. All right, so that's tough. They're going to probably beat the Arizona Cardinals at home this weekend.
God, I hope not, though.
No, it'd be awesome if Kyler pulled a rabbit out of his hat.
Yeah.
That would be great.
I mean, I'm thinking, trying to be as football-centric as I can. The Texans really tough a couple of weeks ago.
And I know they're 2-10, but it's not a normal 2-10 because they got Kyler back. I get that. I totally. Anytime it's a West Coast team playing at noon in Pittsburgh, it's 9 o'clock, their body clock time. That's never a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm focused on the Steelers. I'm focused on the Browns, who are underdogs this week against the Rams. I think the Browns could bottom out here with all this, their quarterback situation's really, really bad.
Is it P.J. Walker this week?
Well, Joe Flacco's been moved up to QB2. They think it might be Joe Flacco this week.
Oh, wow.
DTR's in the concussion protocol.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
No,
I mean, hell,
either.
if Josh Dobbs preseason can go literally, from one team to the other inside of a week and start.
Yeah. Flacco's been in the building. He's been in the building for 2-3 weeks now.
Yeah.
I mean, ever since Deshaun went out.
Yeah.
He's pretty much been in the building. So I'm focused on the Steelers. They play the Cardinals. I'm focused on the Browns. They play the Rams. The NFC West is our friend this weekend. I am focused on the Colts. We are fans of the Titans this weekend. Go Mike Vrabel. Go Will Levis.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. They're at home. I think the Titans could win that game. That's a coin flipper game. That's like a pick'em game. I think Colts are favored by 1 maybe in that game. So I'm focused on the Colts, obviously focused on the Broncos, especially this weekend. The Texans play them. And then the Bills are on a bye this weekend.
Yeah.
So those are the big ones if you're a Texan fan. If you're going to be scoreboard watching during the Texans game on Sunday, you're going to be looking to Nashville for that Colts-Titans game. You're going to be looking to Pittsburgh for that Cardinals-Steelers game. You're going to be in the late window, you're going to be headed to the bar while listening to the post-game show on Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app in your ear and going and watching the Rams Cleveland Browns. That's what's on my plate right now. We're in that 6-team swamp right now of 7 and 6 win teams.
You gave us a hell of a window, or menu rather.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's exciting, man. The fact that we've got to scoreboard watch this time of year, not for draft order,
right,
but for a playoff seed.
Beautiful,
right? It is absolutely beautiful. But I totally agree with you. It's not. One, it's just factually correct, just because of what you'd mentioned earlier, that this is one of only 2 games featuring teams above 500. The Texans and Broncos this weekend, but because it's literally for, I think, one of these 2 teams' season. Whoever wins this game has a really good chance to go to the postseason, but I think whoever loses it has no chance because the odds just continue to stack. And I know things can happen. You just gave us the great menu of all the other teams and games that have great implications, on particularly the Texans. But let's be honest, seeds 5, 6, 7, and even the 8 and 9 looking from the outside in now, it's going to affect all of them to some various degrees. I just think because of the Texans, the way they lost, not the way they lost, but the fact they lost to the Jags when they had an opportunity to take first place within their division, control that destiny, it would almost be a death blow if the Texans lost this Sunday.
Yeah, I think it's a bigger game for the Broncos. Nothing's equal in this world. And so is it a big I think it's a bigger game for the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
And here's why. The Texans after this game have a remarkably easy schedule.
They do. 2
Will Levis games, a Tim Boyle game, a Joe Flacco game, and then the Indianapolis game, which I think that Week 18 game against Indy is going to be the biggest game. That's going to be the next biggest game of I think that game is going to mean something for one, if not both of those teams.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be an especially big game for the Texans because they lost to the Colts the first time around. But the next 4 weeks after this, the Broncos have 2 Charger games, and I know the Chargers are 4-7, but I think we can all agree they're a poorly coached team with a ton of talent and a really good quarterback, and those are divisional games. To me, the Chargers and the Broncos, I think the Chargers are probably a better football team than the Denver Broncos are. But the Denver Broncos are finding a way to win games, and the Chargers are finding a way to lose games. So, and they play a Detroit game at Detroit, which is by far the hardest. If you take the Texans schedule after this game and the Broncos schedule after this game, that's by far the hardest game that either of those 2 teams have. A game at Detroit following a game at the Chargers. So I think this game is more important for the Broncos for that reason. Plus, the Texans have a game against Cleveland, so you have an opportunity to get a head-to-head against one of those teams.
Right.
They have a game against the Colts, so you have another head-to-head opportunity both in the division and in the wild card race. You already have wins this year. You have a win this year over Pittsburgh, who's one of those teams that I just talked about.
Yes.
So I think it's a bigger game for – I don't know if that means anything to the want-to of the two teams in this game, but I think it's a bigger game for the Broncos on Sunday than it is the Texans. It's huge for both teams.
It's a great point you make. I'm looking at Sharp Football Analysis right now and how they've got their strength of schedule formatted, and they've got the Broncos pretty much middle of the pack, tied with the Lions as having the 17th hardest schedule remaining. Texans have the 5th easiest.
Yeah.
And depending on what site platform you go to for this information, the Texans are anywhere from 9th to 5th on most of these.
On schedule strength.
Yeah. But I think it's bigger for the Texans. And I know they're technically ahead of the Broncos going into Sunday, but because of what you'd said, they have that head-to-head against the Browns, but the head-to-head remaining against the Colts is less important just because it is division, and that's seemingly locked up right now unless the Jags fall off. If you could flip that Jags and Colts game, if you had the Jags the last week of the season, holy smokes.
That'd be crazy.
That would be ginormous.
Yep.
But because the Texans only have one more head-to-head against a team that's either directly in front of or behind them, that's why I think this is a bigger game for the Texans, because if they lose, to me, their playoff hopes are all but mathematically dashed.
All right, we'll talk about this a whole lot more as we roll on. Zach Bye was on with us yesterday. He's the afternoon host on 104.3 The Fan in Denver. What is life like with Sean Payton as a head coach? This was almost our life. Sean Payton interviewed with the Houston Texans back during the coaching search that thankfully landed on DeMeco Ryans. Here's what life is like in Denver with Sean Payton as the head coach.
Guys, this was crazy. When Sean Payton took over, Denver media was calling it like the Gestapo. All the access to the organization got shut off. We were kicked out of training. Okay, so we were watching it where the fans were after 30 years of broadcasting live from training camp. All right, no one was allowed in the facility. All right, he did not do any interviews with local media, only national. Guys, he didn't even make free agents or the rookie class available to do interviews to the local media. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. It was bizarre. The social media team, half of them weren't working because he wanted no noise, and then he created the most noise possible, was in national headlines, had to come out and apologize to Nathaniel Hackett, apologize to Robert Saleh, and it was like, dude, what is it? Who is this guy? This guy is a total hypocrite. So that was just like 6 weeks ago.
I'm definitely curious to get your take on this, Sean, because you're in the building over there a lot. You're at all the press conferences, so you're over there. These are all things that bleed into stuff that all of us do here at Sports Radio 610, and I think by proxy bleed into how fans are able to consume their football team. And if you think about this season and listening to our station and just following coverage from the team itself, he talked about the social media team for the Broncos. The Texans social media team has been amazing this year with some of the content they put out.
They've been kicking ass.
They've been incredible. The coverage during training camp, where we're literally sitting at the 50-yard line doing our shows while practice is going on. You talked about not getting to talk to rookies or free agents. It's the second day of practice, and they're bringing Will Anderson over to talk to Landry and John. There may be some fans out there like, that feels like more of a media gripe than a fan gripe. Just know that you're not getting.
It's all correlated
with a head coach that has, with a head coach like Sean Payton, that puts all these draconian rules in place on how the team gets covered.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Texans have done a really fantastic job since the early portion of training camp. You mentioned Will Anderson. Look, he's a star coming out of college.
Correct.
There's no doubt about that. And the Texans made draft night one of the most excitable in recent memory, maybe ever, by doing what they did to move up for Anderson. But if you remember, I know you do, it took them a while for them to make C.J. Stroud available to the media during training camp.
It did.
And there were media members here grumbling about that. And it took, I think, a little bit of griping to maybe, pull the arm, tug the coattails of the Texans saying, hey, give us this guy. And really ever since then, and I thought it was a huge first media showing aside from that first press conference that C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson had with DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio. Stroud, his first availability at the podium during training camp, he knocked it out of the park, man.
Yeah.
And I think that was huge because that opened the doors So I think it quelled a lot of, the disturbance that was, bubbling at that time amongst the media. The Texans and the media have been tremendous. I can't imagine having to deal with Sean Payton as, what did he say, like a dictator?
Gestapo.
A Gestapo.
Gestapo, yeah.
It would just be a complete culture shock to the way that I think D'Amico and the Texans have treated the media and the fans to that regard this season.
Guys, there's CJ's doing podcast. I saw Will was on somebody's podcast. Bobby Slowick's doing Adam Schefter's podcast.
Yeah.
That ain't happening if Sean Payton.
No,
Slowick obviously wouldn't be here, but whoever the OC is, I guess it's Joe Lombardi in Denver. He's not doing the Adam Schefter pod. Part of the reason Slowick gets to do it, though, is because he's actually interesting. Unlike a lot of these offensive coordinators, Slowick's actually a good interview. All right. We got headlines we got to get to. Injury report for the Texans. CJ stacking hardware. Thursday night football. The flexing of a Monday night football game. Honestly, the way this season's going, I didn't see this one coming. So we've got that to get to as well. Von Miller news, a lot to get to, man, and we'll do it in headlines next.
Let we go. Join It's Attackus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to it. Hey, quick reminder segment. We're giving away Rolling Stones tickets. Our DJ in there, Ben, has a Rolling Stones song that he's going to play in the 7 o'clock segment. We'll let you know what it is at the top of the hour. Do you have it picked out, Ben? You don't have to say what it is, but do you have the song picked out yet?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that figured. Ben,
damn it, I was going to make a request.
Ben has stuff done the night before, man.
Yeah.
I go into the rundown right before I go to bed every night just to make sure we got everything sewn up and all the live reads are in there and all the promote. Like, Ben is on point, man.
Yeah, man.
He's on his game. See, Seth, if you're listening, I do say nice things about Ben from time to time. All right, let's get to headlines. Texans, Tank Dell, Jimmy Ward practicing yesterday. These are two big developments, and I would throw Noah Brown practicing from jump at the start of the week.
Oh, huge.
As a third thing here, that C.J. Stroud, who will, it looks like, not have his full complement of weapons because Dalton Schultz has been out with a hamstring injury, but for the first time since week 1, assuming that Tank Dell plays, and we'll see what his designation is on the injury report today. He was limited at practice yesterday. We'll see if he gets a questionable designation with this calf injury. But first time since week 1, if I'm not mistaken, Sean Bajani, that CJ will have his full complement of wide receivers.
Yeah.
Which is good. And I think getting Noah Brown back is huge for some of those scramble plays that you had last week.
The fact that, Dalton Schultz, at least right now, appears, to not, like he's not going to be available for Sunday. Yeah. I feel way better about that situation because Noah Brown's back and because of what you'd said about them having their full of wide receivers. But kind of conversely, this is going to be the first time all season, to hell with since week 1, this is the first time all season that the Texans are going to have their full arsenal of defensive backs. They're starting secondary together with Petrie, with Nelson, with Jimmy Ward.
You're right.
Right?
Because Ward missed, the first 2 games of the year? I think
he missed the first 2 games, played.
Well, and Petrie got knocked out.
Petrie had the concussion.
Not the concussion. The bruised lung.
The bruised lung, yes.
So this will be the first time. Yeah, this will be the first time that Stingley, Nelson, Petrie, and Ward have played together. Boy, you're right about that. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely huge. And I know we're talking about the offensive side of the ball, but I immediately go to defense because I think it's equally as important. The Texans are getting Denzel Perryman back this week from a 2-game suspension. Yeah. In terms of the physicality and trying to match that from the Broncos' perspective, I think it's huge. That's why this game, to me, not just because of the records, not because they're both trying to, get into the postseason, but something's got to give with these two teams here, and that's what makes this a really, really great game for a lot of reasons.
Sheldon Rankins missed practice yesterday, too. That would be a big one on the defensive side. Yeah, if Sheldon Rankins doesn't play, because this is a Denver team that they like to pound the football. They like to Javonte Williams. They like to run those running backs and grind it out. And Sheldon Rankins has been a productive player for you over the last several weeks.
I think that one is probably the biggest absence, like the biggest.
Bigger than Schultz?
That's way bigger than Schultz because you're getting Noah Brown back, in my opinion, and we've already seen Bobby Slowick work through absences offensively.
Yep.
I mean, as you mentioned, look, at some point along the season, they did it without Woods. They had to do it without Collins. They had to do it without Dell, who was out with a concussion a few weeks ago. They figured out ways. And hell, sometimes Dalton Schultz isn't even a part of the game plan, it appears, right? But Sheldon Rankins...
Last week appeared to be one of those games.
Right. Well, look at the first couple of games of the season. Where's this dude? Where's the security blanket?
Yep.
Hell, it was Nico Collins. But Rankins is huge.
Yeah.
2 things. What Matt Burke said yesterday about Rankins, in that the Broncos, they're going to try to really screw with the ends offensively in terms of alignment and stuff like that. I know he's an interior lineman, but it's because of what Malik Collins said last week to us, and that, dude, he picks up things like that that are tells during the game that you don't even think about. Like, I was getting, pushed around, and he said, dude, fix your feet, faster takeoff. And sure enough, Rankins, it was the game that he had 3 sacks.
Yeah.
He benefited from it, but it was because of the job that Collins was doing next to him.
Yeah.
Being able to take guys over and things like that. It's those little intricacies during the game that I think make it so important for the Texans, especially interior-wise, to have success.
That's good. That's good. I like that. That's solid. I mean, I don't like that it's happening, but I like the take. CJ Stroud stacking hardware, AFC Offensive Player of the Month, NFL Offensive Rookie of the Month, named both of those yesterday. One of just 6 players to do that in the history of the sport, to get Player of the Month in his conference offensively and Rookie of the Month offensively for the entire league. So congrats to C.J. Stroud, and hopefully that can in the month of December. Let's start on December 3rd, CJ, against the Denver Broncos. Thursday Night Football last night, the Dallas Cowboys trailing 35-27 in the fourth quarter. They come back and win 41-35 over the Seattle Seahawks last night. The Seahawks fall to 6-6 on the season. The 49ers are starting to run away with the NFC West race. Meanwhile, the Cowboys just trying to keep pace with the Philadelphia Eagles. Dak Prescott getting a lot of MVP buzz as of this morning. It feels like this season more than any other, there's hyper reaction to things that happened the day before when it comes to awards and narratives and things like that. And Dak was great last night. Dak was great, and he was great in the fourth quarter. That's been kind of a criticism of Dak, is he puts up good numbers, but in some of the big moments he's shrunk. He's got a huge moment coming up next Sunday against the Eagles, but he was great last night.
I think regardless, I think we know what most people's opinion is of Geno Smith to this point, but the fact that dude came out last night and had a really good game, threw 3 touchdown passes, over 300 yards,
playing hurt,
the 1 pick, played hurt, and they were going tit for tat. Now, granted, the Seahawks offensively, I don't know what the hell they were doing. They led in the fourth quarter with under 9 minutes to go. Dak threw that go-ahead touchdown pass inside the 5-minute mark, I believe. But offensively, Seattle completely abandoned the game plan. It should be every game. Where's DK Metcalf?
Yeah.
Where's this cat? I don't think they threw his way once the final 2 or 3 possessions of the game. It was crazy.
He had 6 catches for 134 yards in this game. He was invisible for the last 8 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
It was wild.
Felt very Tank Dell-ish.
Like last week. Yeah, a little bit.
Got those vibes.
A little bit. How about this? You brought this up earlier, Sean. The NFL flexing the schedule, our first ever Monday Night Football flex. That's been a new wrinkle that's been added to the schedule this year.
Necessary.
If you had told me a month ago that the NFL would be flexing the Kansas City Chiefs off of a primetime game?
Yeah, I know.
What are you talking about? We all got to get our fair share of old Tay-Tay.
Yeah.
You're flexing Tay-Tay off of primetime? And you know who I blame? Bill Belichick.
Yeah,
because the Chiefs the Chiefs are playing the Patriots. If Bill Belichick had the Patriots playing merely mediocre instead of bottom of the barrel awful, then you Swifties out there would be getting your nationally televised, however many games it's been with the Chiefs of Taylor. Presumably Taylor's going to be at this game. I think her South American tour is over. I know I get my daily newsletters from People Magazine and TMZ, and all I'm reading about is how she plans on spending all sorts of time in Kansas City with Travis Kelce this holiday
I don't know.
season.
Something tells me that Mike North maybe he's the VP of NFL broadcasting, might have had to place a call to Swift's people saying, all right, are you planning to be at this game or not? Because
I would.
We're about to flex this thing.
I totally would.
Right?
It's good for business.
If you thought, you knew Monday Night Football flex was a possibility, but this season with the Taylor Swift thing, there would not be even on the table if she was going to be there, right? No matter how bad the Patriots suck.
It got replaced with Eagles Seahawks. If it was East Cowboys, I could see that. And no disrespect to the Seahawks, but by week 15, they might be 6-8.
That game looks a hell of a lot better if the Seahawks win last night.
Right. And they had to make the decision by yesterday. So there's that. But yeah, man, isn't that funny? Like, great. Mike, have you figured out what you're doing with that Week 15 Monday night game yet? I'm waiting to hear back from Taylor Swift's people before we make this decision.
Are you going to get to this? Because we were just talking about the Texans' social media, right?
What the graphic from last night?
Yes.
Let's hit that real quick.
Okay.
So they're advertising the Thursday night football game, I believe, for next week. So they do that on Amazon. They put the graphic up for next week's game. And typically usually it's the 2 quarterbacks of the next week. Mm-hmm. Worst case, it's like a quarterback and the marquee player. Like, for example, Pittsburgh's playing next week. Makes way more sense to put TJ Watt, his face or body in that graphic than it does Kenny Pickett, right? Yeah. That's a more attractive graphic. It's New England and Pittsburgh next week. The graphics, and you almost have to go find it. I'll retweet this so you can look at it if you're on Twitter. It's TJ Watt on the Steelers half of the graphic, and it's Bill Belichick on the Patriots half of the graphic. Like, they just threw their arms up. They're like, okay.
All you need to say. It's all you need to know.
Bailey Zappi, Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah.
And you go through that exercise and you're like, this is an awful roster.
Yeah.
This is I know it's a bad football team, but this is not one of those 2-9 teams and you're like, well, the quarterback sucks and that's why they're 2-9.
When you go through the roster, you understand why they did what they did.
They suck. Bill Bell is the graphic. I don't know, just put Robert Kraft and get it over with. At least we know he's going to be there next year.
Right?
Anybody else you put there, there's a chance they're not there next year.
I guess he is getting up there. I don't know where
Kraft?
he is on your celebrity death.
No, that's true. That'd be awkward if you put Kraft up there and then it's RIP on like Wednesday of next week. That's a morbid thought, Johnny. I didn't know you had this side to you.
I'm here for that.
Okay, there you go. We got to get into the Von Miller story too. That's a weird story. Von Miller arrested for domestic assault charges from his pregnant girlfriend, who's now recanting her story and saying, hey, y'all are making too much of this. There was a 911 call where you were describing what happened. There's a police report. What are we talking about here?
The police report made this crazier, talking about there being bruising on her abdomen.
Clumps of hair.
If she's pregnant, bruising on her abdomen, I was like, oh, boy.
Yeah. So now she's kind of backing off of that. All right, C.J. Stroud is one of the best quarterbacks in football, and he's having the best rookie season that we've seen in a long, long time. We now have two teams that are doing something that I think by the time this season is over, there's at least 6 teams that are going to be doing what they're doing, trying to clout chase with C.J. Stroud. We will tell you what it is and who this nefarious team is next.
It's Texans Game Week. And C.J. Stroud and Company. Taka's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we know C.J. Stroud's going to win Rookie of the Year. He's MVP of the league. He just took home 2 pieces of hardware yesterday, significant ones. AFC Offensive Player of the Month, NFL Offensive Rookie of the Month. And now you go back and look, and I saw a redraft of the 2023 draft, and obviously CJ is the runaway number 1 overall pick. He went number 2 in the regular draft, so all he had to do was be better than Bryce Young, and he was going to be the number 1 pick in any redraft. But now we're seeing with Frank Reich getting fired, like we're seeing CJ Stroud, cost people their jobs. Like CJ, I don't think it's a reach to say CJ Stroud's performance this year directly impacted how Carolina viewed Frank Reich. And who knows, maybe Frank Reich wanted C.J. Stroud. And maybe, Mike Florio seems to think that it was David Tepper, the owner in Carolina, that forced Bryce Young on Frank Reich and maybe on Josh McCown too. Who knows? But we're starting to see this thing now where C.J. Stroud has been so good that NFL teams are starting to NFL teams or GMs, ousted GMs, we'll get to in a second, are starting to sprinkle conjecture out there. They're like, well, CJ was the guy we wanted. We tried to trade up and get CJ Stroud. We would have taken CJ Stroud. David Tepper did it kind of earlier this week in his press conference. David Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers, kind of did this in his press conference following the termination of Frank Reich earlier this week, where he laid out the trade scenarios that the Panthers were involved in with the Houston Texans prior to the draft, in the month leading up to the draft, where the Texans were going to move up to 2, and the Panthers were going to then move up from 9 to 2 with the Chicago Bears. And this is what David Tepper had to say about that.
It's been reported, and we talked about it. Originally, we were going to go with the number 2 pick, and we thought we would get CJ because we thought the Texans were going to pick Bryce. And listen, we preferred Bryce. He was our number 1 pick. We had a lot of conviction. In answer to your questions, it's just not the way the process was done. The process was done the way the process was done. And again, even though if there was a process with 5 people in the room and the way the votes came in, Frank was the first choice, I always could veto that choice.
So that was David Tepper. So just, kind of sprinkling C.J. Stroud's name in there to kind of probably soften some of the criticism they're getting right now. Like, hey, man, like we were cool with C.J. Stroud also. Like we were unanimous on Bryce, because he still has to be unanimous, air quotes, on Bryce, because Bryce is in the building. So he still has to say nice things about Bryce. But like mentioning by name, we were going to take CJ at 2, basically implying like, hey, man, we weren't this far off on our evaluation. We were totally cool with both guys.
Yeah. I think hammering home the point, too, without even having to name names, we knew we needed a quarterback. Everybody knows we needed a quarterback. We were going to get, if not the best one, then the one that ended up going number 2 overall in CJ.
Yeah. Like our evaluation was pretty on point. We just wound up with the wrong guy. The next team that's doing this, and I think my prediction is we're going to see at least a few other teams, especially teams that have some sort of termination out in Carolina. So now they're talking more openly now about how they wound up with Bryce Young.
That's going to be interesting to see
if Frank Reich does an interview.
Yeah, when and if and how he spills the beans.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Or if he's the one doing it, or if he's doing it like Dave Ziegler, the former GM of the Raiders, seems to be doing. This is the other team that's kind of dropping C.J. Stroud's name in, like, hey, man, like we thought he was going to be really good too. We're not as stupid as we look. Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels were fired in Las Vegas earlier this season. Ziegler, the former GM, Josh McDaniels, obviously the former head coach, both former co-workers with the Patriots as well. And there's a long article on SI.com and like the Raiders corner of SI.com that lists 10 things that Dave Ziegler could have done to prevent the implosion with the Raiders. You know, him and Josh both getting fired. It is an article that is incredibly skewed towards Dave Ziegler. It reads like an article that Dave Ziegler called up this writer and basically said, hey, can I list 10 things for you here that I wanted that Josh vetoed? Even to the extent where Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels are friends, obviously, but they have it seems, divergent views on how this team should have been built, the Raiders. And everything about Josh in this article is prefaced with, he really did learn some things in Denver, and he's a much better person, but here's all the stupid decisions that he made me do. Here's why. Okay, so I say all this to say here's where this factors into C.J. Stroud. That the Raiders, there was contention between Dave Ziegler as to what direction to go with the quarterback position in Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. Josh McDaniels was all in on Jimmy Garoppolo. Dave Ziegler did not want Jimmy Garoppolo at all because of the injury history of Jimmy Garoppolo. Here's what the article says. Ziegler loved then assistant GM Champ Kelly's evaluation. He loved his assistant GM Champ Kelly, an excellent evaluator of talent. More important to Ziegler was that Kelly wasn't a yes man. He was a true team player with a strong voice, and Ziegler respected him. Entering the draft, McDaniels already had overruled Ziegler at the quarterback position. Ziegler had no faith that Garoppolo could stay healthy and felt he wasn't the quarterback to take into the future. Evaluating all the quarterbacks, Ziegler loved C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. Quote, Dave felt Stroud was a generational talent, and Kelly loved him too. Ziegler, had done his research, a source said. He knew the cost to move up to number 1 and even number 2. He felt the cost was cheap, and he was willing to do almost anything that didn't include Max Crosby in the deal. He and Josh agreed that the price of number 1 was too high, but Z wanted to move up to number 2 and grab Stroud. He could have made the deal. He also knew Stroud would allow McDaniels to show the fans and the owner that an identity would be established. So, again, Dave Ziegler, this is I think we're going to see more of this before the season ends with the year C.J. Stroud is having.
Probably right.
Of all these teams that could have used a quarterback, maybe if Indianapolis starts to plummet here at the last minute, maybe we hear some rumblings that so-and-so wanted Stroud.
Yeah.
And they could have moved up to get Stroud 4 and took Anthony Richardson, that kind of thing.
We're going to get nuggets. There's no doubt about it.
Stroud is having such a good year that now Carolina and now Las Vegas, people from inside the building there, in the case of Carolina, the owner blatantly doing it. In the case of Vegas, Dave Ziegler doing it through a writer here for SI.com, are basically trying to say, hey, we like Stroud too. We just didn't wind up with him, but I just want you to know, we thought this was what we were getting. We thought this is what he was going to be too. We thought he was going to be this.
There was two things that that kind of struck me in reading the quote that you just did. Mm-hmm. One, it kind of didn't make any sense to me. Talking about Ziegler knowing that the cost to move up to number 1 and number 2, he knew what that was. He thought it was cheap. In the very next sentence of this article, he and Josh agreed that the price of number 1 was too high. It's cheap, but then you're saying it's too high. Yeah. Like you and I were talking during the break about Ziegler, this being very slanted towards him, and he's probably had a lot to do with why that's the case. Yeah. And he and McDaniels are friendly, so he doesn't want to totally destroy him, so he's going to soften the blow a little bit. It kind of does it literally within the same breath right there. But knowing that they were trying, or they would consider taking Bryce or Stroud, whoever was in number 2, thought about this. Like, what if that Texans, Panthers, and Bears deal went down, right? That 3-team deal. What if it went down? Would that have opened the door for the Raiders to make a deal to number 2?
Oh, yeah.
And would they have done it if it was, quote-unquote, as cheap as he thought it was, Ziegler?
Yeah, well, to answer your first question, the door definitely would have been open because the Bears ended up trading. Ryan Poles said that's exactly what he wanted to do, was trade down from 1 to 2 and then ultimately 2 to 9 with the Panthers. The Raiders were sitting at 7. Mm-hmm. So if Poles is smart, he would have gotten both teams on the phone and tried to, separately, obviously, but would have, tried to eBay his way to an even bigger package.
The only reason why I'm asking is because once you make a deal, like if the Panthers, Bears, and Texans would have made a 3-team deal, they would have been happy with that, presumably, right? They all get what they want at that time. They have an idea who they're going to take.
Yeah.
A 4th team comes swooping in, if the Raiders, and they're like, hey, we're going to offer you this. Yeah. I mean, you thought that deal with the Bears and Panthers was kind of crazy. What would it have looked like for the Raiders, who thought at the time, Ziegler, it was a cheap deal?
Yeah.
Because you're seemingly satisfied.
Yeah.
It's solidified.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing, and then all of a sudden a wrench is thrown into it.
Yeah, it felt like it was more, with the Raiders, it felt like it was more about just McDaniels wanting Garoppolo, and he didn't want a rookie quarterback than anything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they
hell-bent on making that dude the dude.
Even a sentence in there that says that, the deal could have been made. But that's crazy. So I think look, the reason I'm telling you this is just another way of saying C.J. Stroud's incredible. Like, he's so good that you've got teams out there that are saying, well, we could have had him, we would have had him, we wanted to get him. He's that good. Payne and Pendergast on a Football Friday. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. we went through kind of the playoff picture in the 6 o'clock hour and what the Texans are up against this weekend. There's a huge game for the Texans this weekend, obviously. This is almost like, you know what this is almost like a play-in game in the NCAA tournament. You know what I mean? Like, this is one of those games that they play in Dayton on Tuesday, where it's, like teams 67 and 68 playing each other a little bit. There's a lot more football to be played this year, but the winner of this game probably wakes up on Monday morning in the postseason, probably. I think one of the Colts, the Browns, and the Steelers, if not more, are going to lose this weekend. I don't think that highly of those teams. Like, I think this is a playoff. I think this is a playoff picture that is ripe in the AFC to get super jumbled here in the next few weeks. Because think about it, Sean. 5, 6, and 7 right now are quarterbacked by Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco probably, and Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, it's not great.
8, 9, and 10 are quarterbacked by C.J. Stroud, Russell Wilson, and Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I just feel like, and, we can dig into the schedules and things like that. Man, Buffalo plays a brutal schedule. The Texans and the Broncos play fairly easy schedules. Actually, if you look at the Colts, have a fairly easy schedule the rest of the way as well. You can dig into the schedules, but if we just take a step back and look at the 6 quarterbacks of these 6 teams, the 6 teams that I feel are this, it is a 6-team race for 3 spots. And it's crazy that the 3 that have the spots right now are Pickett, Flacco, Minshew, and the 3 that are on the outside looking in are Stroud, Wilson, and Josh Allen. I just think those 3 quarterbacks are too good.
It is nuts
to be left out.
And once upon a time ago, before Burrow was hurt, he would have been the 4th.
He would have been down there as well. Yeah.
We talked about it a little bit earlier. I mean, this game is huge for both the Broncos and the Texans for a multitude of reasons. And I'm kind of coming around to something you said a few segments ago. This is maybe a bigger game for the Broncos. Well, the teams ahead of them outside of the Texans directly this Sunday, they don't play anybody on their future schedule that they can
control.
Yeah. There's no head-to-head against anybody that's directly ahead of them. So, for that reason, it is a bigger game in that regard for the Broncos than the Texans. But in the same breath, because, look, we're here. We're watching every single game, and the Texans do still have the capability to some degree. If you do lose, though, against the Broncos, it's lesser. You have that slight ability to control your own destiny because you still have a game against the Browns. You still have a game against the Indianapolis Colts.
Yep.
But who knows what those 2 games look like at the conclusion of this weekend.
Yeah.
You want those teams to lose,
yeah.
But if you lose, then it doesn't really do you much good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think just to take a step back from this whole thing, just to simplify it, it would feel so... You'd be feeling so comfortable on Monday, so much more comfortable on Monday at 7-5 than you would 6-6.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just like 6-6. Like your margin for error is really, really slim. Your margin for error is really, really slim, and you're talking about a team in the Texans that plays close games. Like, and I don't think they play close games because they're necessarily playing down to the level of their opponent or talent-wise they're just even with all these teams. I think they've made some silly mistakes in a lot of these games that just keep games close. Cincinnati and Arizona games in particular. Those were 2 games that the Texans won, and they lost the turnover battle in both of those games. The Cincinnati game was the big one because Cincinnati still had Joe Burrow on their team. They themselves were riding a winning streak coming into that game. They'd won 4 in a row. The game was in Cincinnati. If you watch that game, the Texans were play-to-play the better team. If you just judged... Forget about the scoreboard for a second. You're judging it like a prize fight, and you're looking at each play of the game, and you're judging they won that play, they lost that play. If there's 140 snaps in a game, I feel like the Texans won like 100 of those snaps in that game. You know what I mean? Like they moved the ball up and down the field, but CJ fumbled the snap inside the 5-yard line.
Right.
They had a weird fumble call on a throw that he had, and he throws a damn near pick 6 at the end of the game when they're trying to run out the clock.
Yeah.
If he doesn't throw that pick 6, if they convert that 3rd down, they win the game 27-17 probably.
But from a defensive perspective, that was another one of those games in which they gave up explosive plays.
Yeah.
And
wasn't perfect.
Matt Burke said it yesterday, from a defense perspective, from what he's seen from the Texans, and he was speaking in generalities. You give up explosive plays on particular drives. If you do that, typically the other team's getting points.
Yeah.
It's very rare that that's not the case. Well, that was certainly the case against the Bengals. Every time that they'd had a huge play, the Texans gave up points. But the beautiful thing was, and it was maybe the birth of Clutch Stroud, is that he was so damn good, you were able to overcome that. And that in and of itself is just what would continue to give Texan fans hope. If you do lose, they're not going to mathematically eliminated from your playoff hopes, but it's kind of the dynamic, enhances. Not only now are you having to rely on C.J. Stroud to lead you back in close games, but you're going to have him lead you back in a season in which is slowly but surely spiraling downward.
All right, Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Ben, what's the song? Oh, yeah. There you go. There you go. Last chance, people. Last chance to win Rolling Stones tickets before they go on sale today at 10 a.m. They go on sale today at 10 a.m. April 28th next year, Rolling Stones coming to NRG Stadium. Let's give the tickets to caller number 5 right now, 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. You can be there for the Stones. We don't know when the next tour is going to be after this one. Not sure if you've noticed. They're all 114 years old. But they can still get after it up on stage. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 is on their way to the concert. All right, up next, Aaron Rodgers. Practice window opened earlier this week. Is the window now closed early on here? We will talk about that. And get out and vote. Get out and vote. I will tell you what I mean by that next. But first, Men's T Clinic. Get out to Men's T Clinic and get your testosterone levels checked. Guys, if you're getting older and you're feeling your age, it happens. Even if you're young and you're feeling older than you should, because it happens to guys in their 20s. Testosterone level starts diminishing, going wrong, whatever. They've got a whole menu of male wellness treatments at Men's T Clinic that are going to get you feeling good again, get your quality of life back. I go every Friday. I'll be there in 3 hours at the Men's T Clinic over at Durham and I-10, getting my testosterone boost like I've done every Friday since January of 2020. One of the best decisions I've ever made was to start going to the Men's T Clinic. And you should as well. Set that initial consultation, get more informed on what's going on with you physiologically, and then they've got the solution right there for you. They give you the blueprint right there on your initial consultation to get your quality of life back. menstclinic.com. It's menstclinic.com.
C.J. Stroud is the AFC Offensive Player of the Month. How's he finding so much success so quickly?
Taking steps and strides every week has definitely been a goal of mine, and I feel like I've done a decent job of that. And just controlled aggression has been the 2 words I use. Is just being aggressive when it's there, but being smart and controlling that whenever it's not.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity, and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster on campus or live online. Qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career, accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Hey, Texans Nation, this NFL season, Crown Royal is celebrating the generous hosts that make game day. Fans that open up their doors and celebrate game day around coffee tables of queso and kitchen islands of dip. So, raise a glass for the host of every watch party and kick off with Crown, because Crown Royal believes if you live generously, life will treat you royal. Visit kickoffwithcrown.com to find out how Crown is living generously all season long. And please drink responsibly.
Hey, this is Travis Kelce, NFL tight end and proud member of the Lowe's home team. Lowe's knows when you've got the best price, you've already won. That's why we offer the lowest price guarantee. If you find a better price online or in-store, we'll match it. Now you can score on the top brands from the Lowe's home team picks, like Scotts, LG, and DeWalt. So take on your projects with confidence. Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retail partner of the NFL.
Price match applies to same item, current price of qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
The Rolling Stones, live. Stones Tour 24, Hackney Diamonds. Sponsored by AARP. April 28th, NRG Stadium. The Rolling Stones, the greatest rock and roll band in the world.
Tickets on sale Friday, December 1st at 10 a.m. at RollingStones.com. Your chance to see the Stones.
Zadok Jewelers has 7 on-site full-time master watchmakers. They take their watches very seriously. They have Zadok watch specialists that will help you learn about the latest in timepieces, and they love talking watches. So head on into Zadok and tell them Seth Payne sent you.
The holidays are just around the corner, y'all. Shopping, giving, festive parties, and unfortunately, people who choose to drink and then drive. It's not a fun topic. It's ugly, but it's serious. In our communities today, it's still a major problem. One person's poor decision to drink and drive can change someone else's life forever. It's not fair, and if a drunk driver should hit you, be sure and protect yourself. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222 to fight for your rights. Mokaram Law has over 20 years' experience navigating the legal process to get you the justice and compensation that you deserve. Call Mokaram Law for a free, no-obligation consultation at 281-222-2222. You pay nothing unless they win your case. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Law.
Mokaram Law. Principal office in Houston, Texas.
John Lopez here. Join us this Saturday, noon to 2 p.m. at La Michoacana, your favorite Hispanic meat market, 3700 Barker Cypress Road. Come by and enjoy the best cuts of meat in town. Visit LaMichoacanaMeatMarket.com for more details and directions.
A holiday message from Jackson Hewitt.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to get money the same day.
Starting December 11th, walk into a Jackson Hewitt for an early loan on your tax refund, and you could walk out with up to $1,000.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun.
Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, congrats to Paul. Paul in Houston. He's the winner of the last set of Rolling Stones tickets. Good job, Paul. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you listening. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. That's when you get your ticket. If you missed out on any of our ticket giveaways this week, 10 a.m. today, tickets go on sale. Should be a hell of a show. April 28th, NRG Stadium. Be there. Quick text message here. You can text us 713-572-4037. It looks like Justin Herbert had way better numbers at this point his rookie season. How come he didn't get so much MVP consideration? All right, two things. He didn't have way better numbers than C.J. Stroud. They had very similar numbers. Justin Herbert in 2020 and Andrew Luck in 2012 are the two names that seemingly always come up anytime a C.J. Stroud accomplishment gets mentioned these days. Those were statistically two really good rookie years. The reason that Justin Herbert didn't get much MVP consideration, he was 2-9 in his first 11 starts. They weren't winning games. You got to win games. CJ's winning games. And CJ's winning games. And the team is winning games, and CJ is the reason they're winning these games.
Bam. Yeah. That's it. That's exactly what I was going to say. Don't just look at the yards, the completion percentage, the touchdown to interception ratio, all that stuff.
Look at fourth quarters.
Look at fourth quarters. Look at your team's success. And as you said, the reason behind team success. And when you have your head coach and your offensive coordinator saying pretty much exactly the same thing. D'Amico said it last week. Mm-hmm. CJ's the reason why we've had as much success as we've had. He's been a big part of that. And End of story. I don't want to hear comparisons about Stroud, to Herbert and, this, that guy or the other thing. This may be something that we're seeing. I think it's probably the first time that I'd seen it for a rookie to do this, have this kind of positive effect in the statistical, but most important, the win and loss column in my coherent adult football lifetime.
Luck brought the Colts. Luck got the Colts to the playoffs, I think, in his rookie year, and they were coming back from being 2-14 the year before, the Payton neck surgery year.
Yeah,
so that's
okay.
So Luck, that's 11 years ago. It doesn't happen very often.
You could probably count easily on two other fingers. The amount of times that's happened. Over the last 15, 20 years.
Yeah, the ones that come to mind for me that are doing stuff similar to what CJ's doing.
Like true rookie years.
Yeah. Like Luck for sure in 2012. They were picking first the year before. A little, that one was a little like the Texans, though, in 2013, where like they were 2-14, but man, they got a lot of good players and they had a lot of injury issues. Like the Colts had a decent roster, but they lost Peyton Manning. So they go 2-14. So he comes back, and you still have Reggie Wayne on the roster, and you still got Dwight Freeney on the roster, and guys like that. The only other ones that come to mind for me, like rookie wise, that came in. I know Ben Roethlisberger had a really good. The Steelers were really good his rookie year. They went 15-1, but he was not Big Ben at that point. Like they.
Geez, I don't remember that. Yeah,
2004 they went 15-1. Ben Roethlisberger's rookie year, but. Ben was not like the catalyst for that. Like that was a really strong defense, and they had Jerome Bettis and things like that. Russell Wilson was really good as a rookie. I remember that. Dan Marino back in the day was an incredible rookie quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. Yeah, but that was a good Dolphins team. They made the Super Bowl the year before with David Woodley as their quarterback.
Boy, Roethlisberger in 2004, he got Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Okay, well, I guess maybe he was a little bit more involved than I'm giving him credit for.
He only threw for 2,600 yards.
See?
17-11 touchdown to interception ratio.
Yep.
That's when, you're talking about performance versus like team. Your loss column was a 15-1 football team, but
and it's
13-0 as a starter.
Yeah. And it's rookie of the year, not MVP or anything like that. So, it's not like, he's competing with rookie Phillip Rivers and rookie Eli Manning and guys like that. Aaron Rodgers yesterday did a sit-down interview with beat reporters. He did not practice on Thursday. So the practice window is open for Aaron Rodgers. Did not practice on Thursday. The Texans are going to have a say into whether or not Aaron Rodgers comes back to play football. Here are some of the things that Aaron Rodgers said in his sit-down with the local media, the beat reporters yesterday. He said he's not close to being ready to play, but he didn't rule out playing before Christmas Eve against Washington. Let me repeat that. Said he's not anywhere close to being ready, but he might play in 3 weeks. His plan is to push it next week in practice to see where he's at. Quote, anything is possible. At the same time, Rodgers said, quote, I don't think it would make sense to play if the Jets are eliminated. So connecting the dots, this is Rich Cimini, who is one of the Jets beat reporters. If the Jets win the next two and he feels up to it, December 17th against Miami could be possible. The Jets are 4-7 right now. Yep. They're on the outside looking in. They're not even in that group of 6 teams that you and I were outlining before that are really the true wild card contenders. They're 15th. Now you win a couple games, you're 6-7. The right teams lose in front of you, and then it's like, okay, well, if we can get this thing to 10-7, chances are we're going to make the postseason. Yeah. The Texans will have a say in whether or not Aaron Rodgers comes back, because I think it does come down to these next 2 games. Like if the best they 9, it would be malpractice for Aaron Rodgers to come back.
It would be a minor miracle if the Jets were playing meaningful football games in the next 3 weeks.
Tim Boyle.
For Rodgers to be ready.
Boyle.
There's no way. I actually looked at this. The Jets are out of it. I said it earlier this week. They're out. They're 4-7. They're 15th in the playoff standings. Yeah. It's not going to happen. The Chargers were the first team ever to start 4-7 and make the playoffs, and they did that back in 95. And that, of course, was under a 16-game schedule.
Yep.
The Jags did it the very next year, starting 4-7. Chargers did it again at 4-8 in 2008. The Jets have done it before, starting 4-6. Packers were 4-6. The 2020 Eagles made the postseason after a 3-7 start. I stopped there. It's just not going to happen. And less because of history says it's not going to happen, but more because of the teams that are in front of the Jets right now. You're 15th.
If they were in the NFC, I'd give them a better chance. Because the NFC, we had a texter point this out. The NFC's super top heavy right now.
Yeah.
You've got the teams that are leading their divisions. Well, 3 of them. The NFC South is just trash. That's awful. So just write off that. One team out of that division is going to have to make it because the rules say they do.
Mm-hmm.
And so then you've got the Eagles, the Lions, and the 49ers, who are Niners and Eagles, especially 2 of the best, probably 4 teams in football.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions can look like one of the best teams in football, and then they can lose 38-6 the next week. So I don't know what to make of them. Their defense has been awful, but they're a good football team. The Cowboys are a good football team, and then after that, it ain't great. But yeah, in the AFC, you're kind of. And
I mean, it's so mucked up. You're right. I mean, I guess anything could happen, but let's be real. Are you a greater believer in, the Packers, the Seahawks, the Vikings, all of these teams? Like if you're looking in the NFC versus, the Giants or the Bucks, those teams that are on the outside looking in. Like, okay, yeah, it's super weak, and if you plugged them into that situation, yeah, you could convince yourself with Aaron Rodgers waiting in the wings, maybe you felt pretty good about it, but because it's the AFC and it's so up in flux right now over the course of the next couple of weeks, what we're talking about with the Texans and the Broncos, there's no way they have a chance in hell right now of doing this. Not only are you would make history. You'd literally make history. You'd be like the 10th team ever to do this after a 4-7 start, and it's how you started. It's not just been all on the quarterback, man. The offense, period, stinks.
It's been bad.
I don't know that Aaron Rodgers makes these guys, these nondescript skill players look much better than Zach Wilson.
We don't have anything to even go off. It's not like he played 2 games and we can be like, oh yeah, that's how they looked in those 2 games. He played 4 snaps.
That's the thing.
Played 4 snaps.
Like less than 2 minutes. Whatever it was.
Did you get out and vote yet?
I have not. No.
You've not gotten out and voted?
Early vote is just starting. Just started like a couple days ago, right?
I'm not talking about the mayoral election.
Oh.
Talking about the Pro Bowl, man.
No.
Did you get out and vote?
No. When did that start?
I saw the ballot drop yesterday on NFL.com.
Nice.
Okay. I got out and voted. I went party lines. I went all Houston Texans.
Of course.
I voted along party lines. Andrew, congratulations. You got to vote at fullback. Devin Singletary got to vote at running back. Tank Dell and Nico Collins, if I have anything to say, they're going to make the Pro Bowl. CJ might deserve to make the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, he does.
It's going to be tough in the AFC, though, man. Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Tua, Trevor Lawrence. 3 make it, if I'm not mistaken, out of the AFC.
Yeah.
I think CJ is one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the AFC.
He could be. It wouldn't be a bad argument to make.
I'd go Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, even though Mahomes isn't having a typical Mahomes year.
His team's winning.
Yeah, and he's been fine. He's been fine. I'd go Mahomes based on lifetime achievement. I'd go Lamar Jackson because he might be the MVP of the league. If they did MVPs for each conference, he might be like the AFC MVP. You know what I mean?
He's got comeback player of the year locked up, right?
Lamar, well, it depends if they give it to Damar Hamlin for still existing. Damar, they've been doing that all.
Yeah, I know. Nothing against him, but I mean, let's be real. In terms of like performance.
No, dude, I
right?
totally agree with you. And I sound like a jerk because the guy was literally dead on the field. But this whole thing about
you
how
sound like a jerk, or I sound like a jerk.
No,
I'm like, forget about that. Look at his performance.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. We both say we sound like a 2-headed jerk. But like this whole he's inactive for a lot of games, and I still look at the comeback player of the year odds, and like Damar Hamlin's on there. I'm like, he barely plays.
Yeah.
I'm
just not in that boat, but
like
Stroud, you make a legitimate case for Stroud. I mean, we're 2 weeks removed from really talking about him as MVP candidate, maybe the MVP favorite, right?
The guys we need to start campaigns for the Pro Bowl, because CJ's going to get his fair share of votes.
Yeah.
I would say there's 3 that I would like to start a campaign for to get them in. Tank Dell, Blake Cashman, and Steven Nelson. Of those 3, I think Cashman probably deserves to go the most of the 3. I mean, it's wide receiver is always pretty stacked, especially in the AFC. But Tank Dell, man, when Tank Dell's on the field, he is a super, super impact player.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised you said out of the 3, Cashman deserves to go more. I probably would have said Dell. And because offense, it's so difficult, I would have said Nelson before I even got to Blake Cashman. Not saying that he's not deserving, but Steven Nelson's had a terrific season. Obviously, Cashman has too, but is it a Pro Bowl season? It's been the best year of his career, the most linebacker he's ever played. He's led the team in tackles a couple of times.
He won a Player of the Week award earlier.
Player of the Week. Through the first month, maybe 5-6 games it was, he seemed to be just Johnny on the spot. The right place, right time, forcing fumbles, recovering fumbles, interceptions, doing the things that he was doing in the preseason. And in camp, it was like, wow, who's this cat? I could get behind all three of those.
Yeah. All right. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. All right, let's face it. All these games that we've been circling as the biggest game of the year, if you can't work up a sufficient amount of hatred for the Denver Broncos for this game on Sunday, then I just need to remind you of at least one thing here. We will do that. We'll do some top of the hour next.
The Ram pickup has been named Motor Trend Truck of the Year 3 times, and there's no better place to get a Ram pickup than at Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena. Especially right now, if you're looking for a 3,500, Jen McCumber, the general manager, is offering up to $20,000 off a Ram 3,500. $20,000 off. Jen does not mess around with these deals. Also, they have the Bayway guarantee, where if you bring in any written offer on any Ram pickup from any other dealership,
looking for.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, Football Friday. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. We'll do 5 Reasons I Hate You at 8:23 for Denver. This will be fun. I've never gotten to do this with you before.
I'm looking forward to it
5
myself.
Reasons I Hate You. We help you work up significant vitriol. Like any good segment, like any good feature film, we do trailers, and I guess this will be sort of the trailer for 5 Reasons I Hate You. 40 minutes, 35 minutes from now, we'll do headlines at the top of the hour.
Seems like low-hanging fruit today.
Denver is it was the easiest team so far this year to put together 5 Reasons I Hate You for. It was the easiest one. Head coach and quarterback at the top of the list. We'll talk about the head coach in a second, because there's an angle on this game between these two head coaches that I don't know if it's gotten a ton of attention yet this week. But just, if you're not feeling it yet on this game, I don't know what to tell you. Check your pulse. Get to the Men's T Clinic. Get your testosterone level checked, whatever the case may be. Because Russell Wilson is the quarterback of this football team, and Russell Wilson is one of the corniest, most hateable quarterbacks, completely lacking in self-awareness. We had Zach Bye on yesterday, the afternoon host for 104.3 The Fan. He told numerous anecdotes, brief anecdotes about just what a disaster Russ was last year, not just on the field, but in his complete shell that he lives in, where he just has no of societal rules of humility or recognizing poor performance by yourself. He put out a highlight video of himself the day after a 5-12 season had ended on Instagram.
Mr. Unlimited.
Well, it's funny you should say that. This didn't happen when he was with Denver. This happened when he was with Seattle. But if you just want some audio stuff to get you guys worked up and go, you know what? I think I would like Will Anderson to rip this guy's head off of his torso. I think you're right, Sean. This was Russell Wilson a couple years ago when he was the quarterback of the Seahawks, just strolling around in his living room, doing the whole selfie iPhone thing, creating nicknames for himself.
Hey guys, Russell here. Yes, the typical boring, yes, Russell, the robot Russell, the one you guys love to know. Real exciting. Yeah, I'm real exciting. But anyways, everybody has to have an alter ego, right? And I've been thinking about what my alter ego would be, and I think I have an alter ego. His name's Mr. Unlimited. You gotta be unlimited. You gotta have a thought process of being unlimited. So when people ask you, what you're thinking about or what you want to do in life or where you want to go, you gotta be unlimited. Tell them, I'm unlimited. You know what I mean? So when they ask you certain questions like,
who brings you motivation, Russell?
Mr. Unlimited.
Who's your role model, Russell?
Unlimited.
Who's your go-to person for advice, Russell?
They think Pete Carroll, they think this person, think that person. Love you, Pete, but it's Mr. Unlimited. Tell them.
Go die, everybody.
Yeah. I mean, he's the worst. Yeah. He's dialed it back this year, mostly because Peyton just basically muzzled him, I think. I think Peyton did gave him a lobotomy. Like,
does he do that
cuckoo's nest?
Does he do that Bronco rally cry at the end of every press conference?
I don't know, like where he goes, "Let's ride."
Yeah,
he used to do "Go Hawks" at the end of all his Seahawks press conferences. Yeah. I don't know. I've not
just rolled off the tongue much better than Seattle.
There's certain other quarterbacks I'll go watch their press conferences every week just to, Schadenfreude reasons and things like that. I can't watch Russ. I just can't watch Russ. He's awful. He's so awful. And Sierra, you're part of the problem. I'm assuming Sierra's the voice in the background going,
oh, yeah.
Who's your go-to, Russell? They just feed off of each other in the corniest possible way. They're awful. So that's a trailer for what you're going to hear at 8:23 on the show today. There's several reasons to hate the Broncos, and we will give you 5 good ones in just a little while. I wonder how much juice Sean Payton has for this game. And obviously a lot. The Broncos are 6-5. They're on a 5-game winning streak. He's the coach of the team. Of course he has juice for this game. But the Broncos wanted DeMeco Ryans. The Broncos wanted DeMeco Ryans. We asked Zach about that yesterday, and he said that first choice for them was Harbaugh, actually. It was Jim Harbaugh for the Broncos. But he firmly believed that DeMeco Ryans was the second choice. And multiple places reported this to the extent that it got asked about in Sean Payton's introductory press conference, the report that the Broncos circled back to DeMeco Ryans at the 11th hour to try to get him to come to Denver.
right.
And I've heard multiple people tell that story. I believe that to be true. The owner of the Broncos, the Walmart family owns them, but Greg Penner is sort of the face of that ownership group. He refuted the report when he was asked about it at that news conference to introduce Peyton. He was saying all the right things. No, Peyton was our guy, and before we made the trade with New Orleans to get him here for the 5 or 6 days, we were solely focused on Sean Payton. I don't believe that. I believe they wanted DeMeco Ryans. I think Peyton probably knows what the truth is with all that.
Sure.
So as we look at these two coaches, I don't know that. I think DeMeco Ryans operates at maximum juice all the time. Like, I don't think DeMeco needs contrived reasons to get up for any opponent. I think you play middle linebacker at the level he played at in the NFL. It doesn't matter. DeMeco is at a 10 for every game. I wonder if there's part of Sean Payton who I don't think is at a 10 for every game. I think he was at like a 3 earlier this year, and now he's probably operating closer to a 10. I wonder if there's part of Sean Payton. I don't know if he has a team that's capable of doing it, honestly, because they just play all these close games and they're not an explosive offensive team.
Right.
But I wonder if there's a part of Sean Payton that has a little extra wanting to stick it to the Texans and DeMeco Ryans in this game.
Oh, I don't think there's a doubt about that.
Based on them circling back to DeMeco while they were in the mix with Sean Payton.
Sure. It has to be a part of it.
Got to be, right?
Sean Payton might have had a little bit to do with the Broncos circling back to DeMeco, if in fact that's true, because you remember we were all talking about it. For those that wanted Sean Payton here, I was pro Payton, but that he wanted full control, right? You knew he was going to cost you a whole bunch of money, in the draft picks, the whole thing, but he also wanted full control. Well, that's not the case in Denver, right? Like, they have a general manager in place. What's his name? Last
Payton.
name?
Yeah, it's George Payton.
I didn't know if it was Payton or Patton.
Pronounces it Payton, yeah.
So George Payton.
Spells different.
I wonder if that was like a consideration that Payton ended up making, in the 12th hour, so to speak. Like, when he knew that they were going back after DeMeco, if he'd said, all right, look, I don't need full control, but I do want a lot of say. If that was maybe a linchpin in a deal.
Well, and I think, too, if you're Sean Payton, look, he's operated enough as a head coach in the NFL and been behind the scenes enough to know that even if he said, yeah, that's fine, I can have a GM, George Payton. Sean Payton is a savvy, cagey enough guy and been doing this long enough to know I can get him out of here within a year. You know what I mean? Like, I'll agree to it now. But come 2024, I can get that guy out of here.
Well, and then,
that guy's the one who gave Russell Wilson $250 million. George Payton. You know what I mean? Like, George Payton is already paddling upstream as the general manager of that football team.
But, it's not getting any easier when Russell Wilson is doing what he's doing in a Sean Payton.
But if they're winning, then who cares who's the GM and who's the head coach?
Fair.
Fair. If Sean Payton still wants all the power and they're winning football games, then he's just a jerk. Then he's just
and it maybe confirms what people already thought about Sean Payton. I almost feel like, you and a lot of other people had a much better pulse on Sean Payton and the character that he'd been in New Orleans than I did. I'd seemingly forgotten, but I'm assuming the guy hadn't changed that much. I don't find it palatable, like, listening to and watching, seeing what we've seen through the first 12 weeks from Sean Payton that we have. I don't know how I would have found that palatable here if he would have been with the Houston Texans. No.
Well, let's lay that out. So Zach Bye, who we mentioned, afternoon host 104.3 The Fan, he was on with me and Seth yesterday. And we know what life's been like here since DeMeco got here. Been a pretty open media policy. Access to players has been very, very good, I would say. You brought up the one notable exception would be it took probably a little longer for them to get CJ to the podium than the media would have liked. I think given how everything's happened since then, that's probably a minor thing in retrospect.
Definitely.
Guys are doing podcasts. Guys are doing interviews around the league. And I think it helps that you draft and bring guys into the organization that are responsible with that sort of leeway too. These are very mature rookies that you've got. These are free agents that you brought in that are good culture guys. They're not me guys. So I think that matters. So if you're somebody who's been consuming this team through the spectrum and the prism of what we've done here at Sports Radio 610, the Texans social media team, which has been incredible this year, the content that they put out on a daily basis, here is what life would have been like had the Texans hired Sean Payton.
Guys, this was crazy. When Sean Payton took over, Denver media was calling it like the Gestapo. All the access to the got shut off. We were kicked out of training camp. Okay, so we were watching it where the fans were after 30 years of broadcasting live from training camp. All right, no one was allowed in the facility. All right, he did not do any interviews with local media, only national. Guys, he didn't even make free agents or the rookie class available to do interviews to the local media. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. It was bizarre. The social media team, half of them weren't working because he wanted no noise, and then he created the most noise possible, was in national headlines, had to come out and apologize to Nathaniel Hackett, apologize to Robert Saleh, and it was like, dude, what is it? Who is this guy? This guy is a total hypocrite. So that was just like 6 weeks ago.
Actually, let me backtrack on something I said 5 minutes ago. I may have been overrating the caginess, the savoir-faire of Sean Payton. He's actually been pretty sloppy over the last year or so in terms of kind of manipulating the system and the narratives and things like that. Colin Cowherd was very clearly his mouthpiece on a bunch of things. That was not, he didn't do a good job of hiding that at all. And yeah, like the one big interview he does, in the process of snubbing all of the local media, which it helps to have on your side, even if you're Sean Payton, he does an interview where he just trashes Nathaniel Hackett. That was a bad take by me 5 minutes ago. I'm going to penalize myself.
I had forgotten about it, to be honest with you, about him smashing their previous coach. But it's I was thinking about it as I'm listening to this.
Real quick, the problem was he was accurate in his take about Nathaniel Hackett. Nathaniel Hackett was an idiot, but he shouldn't be saying it as the head coach who replaced him.
Because nobody else does. Right. They know better, right? And you would think the one guy that should know better would be him.
Yep.
Right? But I was laughing internally listening to Zach Bye break that whole thing down because he sounds like a fairly young guy, though, but also a guy that had been, with covering the Broncos for quite a while. I thought about John McClain's gripe during the Texans training camp when he's saying, the Texans can't provide us air-conditioned tents. And then Texans PR takes a picture literally like 10 seconds later of an air-conditioned tent.
Dude, Peyton might have killed McClain.
So I do kind of question maybe Zach Bye and his criticism of how Peyton's handled the media in training camp particularly a little bit, just because I know how certain media types can be that have been there, done that before.
Peyton might have killed, and I don't mean Peyton would have walked over and killed McClain with his bare hands. I'm talking Peyton's policies might have ended John McClain. Especially the whole only doing stuff with the national media.
Yeah. Oh, easy.
It's not easy to get under John's skin. Like John's a lot of leeway with John McClain in terms of like getting him super riled up.
If McClain was still full-time with the Chronicle, it definitely would have been on.
God. McClain might have killed Peyton, actually. Or at least hired somebody to do it.
Thinking about that.
Yep.
That would have been a savvy move by John. He wouldn't have done that himself. He would have hired somebody for sure.
Peyton with a little extra juice for D'Amico Ryans. Something to watch, man. If they get a chance, I hope this isn't the case, but if the Broncos, if they're winning by double digits and they get a chance to tack on another touchdown just to send a little message to D'Amico, I think there's almost a 0% chance that happens because if the Broncos are going to win this game, they're going to need the Texans to make, I think, a lot of mistakes. The Broncos have relied heavily on turnovers to cobble together this 5-game winning streak. They've won some close games. They've forced 15 turnovers in the last 4 games. And as sloppy as CJ was with the ball during that 2-game stretch against Cincinnati and Arizona, I thought at the time, and I think it now, especially after committing 0 turnovers last week against the team who at that time had led the league in takeaways. Now it's Denver, but last week it was Jacksonville going into that game. CJ was flawless in terms of protecting the football in that game.
Yeah.
I feel really good about this football game on Sunday.
Yeah. It makes me nervous just because this is probably the best secondary that CJ had gone up against. You could argue all season long, but certainly inside of the last month, right? And because of the turnover issues, we've heard it. It's not like it's become a regular thing, but keep in mind CJ is a rookie. There are things that he's seeing every week that he hasn't seen yet. You talk about him, always putting it in the bank. He's made a few deposits over the course of the last month, things that he's learned from and how to take care of the ball, whether it be fumble, whether it be interceptions, certain decisions. So for that reason, Patrick Surtain, number 1, makes me very nervous about this game in that regard.
Text message, if Aaron Rodgers takes another snap this season, I think he might be a strong consideration for comeback. Okay, we need to stop it with these comeback players that come back and play one snap.
Yeah.
Or like if DeMar Hamlin just merely suits up for a game and is on the active roster, he's the comeback player of the year. Like, no, they have to play. They actually have to play and play at a high level. I know I sound like a jerk. I'm talking about a guy who died on the field, and I'm talking about somebody who would be making an historic comeback from an Achilles tear.
You do not sound
You have to come back and play at a high level to win the comeback player of the year.
Yeah.
I don't sound like a jerk to you because you share my view on this.
I mean, I said Lamar Jackson right now.
That's a good one.
That's my guy. That's my favorite.
He got knocked out last year. It impacted the Ravens negatively. They got knocked out of the playoffs because Snoop Huntley is their quarterback, and now he comes back, gets the big contract, and he's playing at an MVP level with the new OC. That's a comeback player of the year.
Yes.
And by the way, we can't have these comeback players of the year that are coming back from sucking either. All right? Like everybody last year, Geno Smith should be the comeback player of the year. Why? Because he was ass for 10 years? You got to come back from some sort of adversity that's not self-inflicted. And come back all the way, like play at a high level.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Because if you didn't qualify that statement, then
I admit DeMar Hamlin came back from adversity.
But they need to find another way to recognize that, to honor that life accomplishment.
There you go.
I'll
let you work on that one.
Well, I mean, I'll submit something to the NFL people.
There you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. We got to do the top 8 at 8, and we got to do it quickly. Let's get to it.
One.
Texans. All right, let's boil it down for it. Good news. Tank Dell practicing. He's Mr. Limited at practice yesterday. Jimmy Ward practicing full go. He was full participation. Dalton Schultz still out with a hamstring injury, so that's tough. Big Brevin Jordan game. By the way, you can hear Brevin Jordan. He's going to be on a conversation with the guys on In the Loop today at 11 a.m., I believe. So Brevin Jordan on with the fellas, with John and Landry. The biggest one to me, like Tank Dell is huge. Like he's a game changer for this offense. Getting Jimmy Ward back on the back end of this defense, which has looked so disorganized at times over the last few weeks, is massive. And as you pointed out earlier, this is the first time this season that the Texans will have their full complement of all 4 of their starting defensive backs that they had penciled in at the beginning of the year playing together. Stingley and Nelson on the outside. And Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie at the safety spots.
Real quick, just getting Jimmy Ward back, as you'd mentioned, I mean, it is huge, not just because it puts that starting group that you had penciled in preseason together on the field for the first time. But I did a deep dive. You can check it out on SportsRadio610.com, a look inside the numbers ahead of this Broncos and Texans game. And looking at the 3 games recently that Ward missed because of injury, the Texans allowed 23 plays that went for more than 15 yards, both in the air and on the ground.
Yeah.
The 3 previous games that Jimmy Ward played, they only allowed 11 that went for more than 15 yards.
Yeah.
And not all of those were through the air. We know the explosives have been an issue, certainly over the course of the last 3 games for the Texans. You know the impact that it has, pack that Jimmy Ward has, period, on that defense. D'Amico talked about it last week. Matt Burke, I think, mentioned it yesterday. His tackling, big playability. They've missed him on the field, and they'll have him back Sunday.
Big time. I think you look at the 4 explosive against the Jags. These are guys who are just running free in the secondary. You know, you're talking about plays of 15 yards or more. There's probably a bunch of them. The guys break a couple tackles around the line of scrimmage and go get 15 yards. These are, untouched last week. Like guys on the complete opposite side of the field from where the play is going. So Jimmy Ward back is huge.
2.
Real quick here, CJ Stroud stacking up more hardware. He's going to need more shelf space in his house by the end of the year. AFC Offensive Player of the Month, NFL Offensive Rookie of the Month. CJ Stroud given both of those honors yesterday for the month of November. He becomes just the second Houston Texan to win 2 Rookie of the Month awards, the first and only one prior to this being Brian Cushing back in 2009. He becomes only the 6th player in NFL history to win both of those honors, Conference Player of the Month and Offensive Player of the Month and NFL Offensive Rookie of the Month in the same month. Names like Barry Sanders, Deshaun Watson back in 2017.
Incredible, nearly 69% completion percentage. Mind you, he did it while throwing the most interceptions in a chunk that he'd had all season. 4 of his 5 interceptions came this last month, but he won the Texans football games 3-1 during that stretch with a quarterback with a passer rating of 109.9 in that stretch. Is really great.
He's incredible. He really is incredible, and congratulations to him on those 2 awards. Football last night. This is one of the better games you're probably going to see this weekend, I guess. Certainly one of the better games you're going to see and one of the better matchups on paper that we're going to get. Not a great weekend of games. Texans-Broncos probably one of the best. But Dallas and Seattle last night. Seattle reeling a little bit right now, certainly reeling after losing 41-35 last night. They've now lost 3 in a row, and they're on the wild card bubble right now. They were leading the division a few weeks ago, Seattle was. Yeah. But this was a game. It was kind of back and forth. Seattle had a 35-27 lead in the fourth quarter, and Dak Prescott able to lead the Cowboys all the way back. Nearly 300 yards passing, clean turnover sheet for Dak. Geno Smith was really good in this game as well, but as you pointed out earlier, Sean, the difference in this game was that DK Metcalf was a huge part of building that lead for Seattle. 3 touchdown catches, 134 yards receiving. He was invisible in the last couple series for Seattle, so credit probably both things here that I'm about to say. Credit Dan Quinn, who's done a really nice job with that Dallas defense this year. And I guess similarly for Geno Smith, who had a great game, you got to find DK Metcalf at some point.
Yeah, they didn't find him. But, we were just talking about explosive plays. He had that big one last night that went for 73, 74 yards, whatever it was, and they did not look his way once in the last 2 drives for the Seahawks. I mean, that just can't happen.
Malpractice, man.
I think it was Pete Carroll after the game last night was talking about how they'd shot themselves in the foot penalty-wise. Hell, you shot yourself in the foot from play calling as well. I mean, you blew a fourth-quarter lead. You were up, 28-20 in the third quarter. You were up by 7 fourth quarter inside 9 minutes, and Dak Prescott scores the go-ahead touchdown with 4.5 minutes left. That's it. You still had opportunities, and whether it be penalties or just silly play calling, not going to your best player in DK was just ridiculous.
Well, and on the last play of the game, Micah Parsons went completely unblocked. But you got a 4th and have to have it. I think it was a 4th and 3. So it wasn't even a 4th and long. It was like a 4th and 3 or a 4th and 4.
Unfortunately, that's all too familiar.
Micah Parsons just comes in untouched to pressure Geno Smith. Didn't get a sack, but essentially ended the game with a pressure on Geno Smith.
Did you get Josh Allen, Laramie Tunsil vibes on that one?
Yeah, well, he was untouched. I don't even know that Seattle was paying attention to him. That's how bad it was.
4.
We have our first Monday Night Football flex game in the history of this new policy the NFL has. As part of their scheduling, we know that flexing games into Sunday night has been a thing for a long, long time. They've added Thursday night, the ability to move games to Thursday night if they need favorable matchups there. This is the first time we've seen a game get flexed from Sunday into Monday. And what's interesting about this is it's the Eagles and the aforementioned Seahawks getting flexed onto Monday, swapping out the Kansas City Chiefs, the New England Patriots, and I guess possibly Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
We're getting Tay-Tay flexed off of Monday Night Football into a Sunday afternoon slot here.
She's already missed one game that was nationally televised.
Are his numbers still really good, Travis Kelce, when she's there versus when she's not there?
I haven't looked. I don't know.
His numbers for a while were amazing when she was at the games.
I actually think that a 5-catch, 50-yard game here recently, I think, and that's very not typical of him.
No. Yeah, most guys would kill for that, but he's
not for Kelce though.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to bet that because Taylor Swift was probably not going to be at this game, that was the linchpin in being able to.
You
flex.
think the NFL scheduling people check with Taylor Swift first? On
sure.
Stuff like this?
How could they not? Look how big of a part that she's been from a national perspective on primetime games to this point for them. I think if she's there, they probably don't do this because let me ask you the question. What's bigger? What's more important? Any game that Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs are involved in directly, not to mention just Taylor Swift?
Forget about Taylor Swift for a second here. It's the Eagles and the Seahawks. It's not the Eagles and the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I think there's a big part of America, I know I'm part of America that would feel this way, that would love to just sit for 3 hours and watch Bill Belichick get his ass kicked.
Sure.
I'd rather watch Bill Belichick lose 50-6 than watch a barn burner between the Eagles and the Seahawks.
But is Jalen Hurts the darling of,
He's a darling. Yeah.
But because he was so close to being the MVP last year before getting hurt in direct competition with Patrick Mahomes again this season because of the lifetime achievement kind of thing with Patrick Mahomes, do you think because he is healthy and is playing so well, the Eagles are freaking 10-1 that, you know what? This is his year. We're going to put him on that national stage.
I think they just put on what they think is going to get more eyeballs, and I think they think it's just New England's so bad people aren't going to want to watch that game.
Yeah,
and I just don't think that's the case. I think there's a big part of the NFL watching community that has, at some 20 years, their team's gotten stomped by Bill Belichick. And I'm here to watch. There's a reason everybody showed up in the town square to watch William Wallace get vegetables thrown at him and his guts ripped out.
Yeah.
Because they all hated William Wallace. Well, no, they didn't hate William Wallace. They were forced to hate William Wallace by the king.
Yeah.
But, people show up for stuff like this.
Sure.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's going to be the better game.
Yeah.
Eagles and Seahawks.
Oh, yeah. No, Seahawks and Eagles will be a closer game. Von Miller, probably need more than the minute or two that we've got on this story, but Von Miller turned himself in yesterday on domestic assault charges of his pregnant girlfriend. The arrest warrant came out early in the day. The police report is pretty graphic on this thing. The 911 call does seem to indicate, I listened to part of it this morning, a woman who's really rattled by being abused physically, and now she's recanting her story and basically saying everybody's making too big a deal out of this whole thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Von Miller, who's not playing right now, he's injured, but he's a member of the Buffalo Bills. We'll see where this goes. I would imagine the league is now launching its own investigation, as they do with all these things, because it's a pretty serious accusation.
It'd be one thing if it was the report that had cited this, maybe from her commentary, but it's the report citing the police report in which she obviously gave that was most concerning to me when it said there was observed bruising around the abdomen.
Yeah.
If she's pregnant and that's the case, and then obviously the details about her being, not choked, but Miller's hands being around her neck, not causing her to not be able to breathe, but pain, that was crazy. This is not going away just because she's retracting the allegation.
No, retracting it may prevent something happening in the court of law. But again, the NFL is going to do its own investigation, and that's not the court of law. That's the court of Roger Goodell.
6.
All right, a few quick ones here, and then we'll get to Mac's picks here in a minute. Ohio State, Michigan predictably pulled a monster number a few weeks ago. People like two things. Bill Belichick getting his ass kicked, although not enough to keep that game on Monday night, and some drama in college football. They love drama. And drama was the word of the day with Ohio State, Michigan. Not just the game itself, 2 versus 3, both undefeated. Winner is in pole position to get into the college football playoff, but obviously the Jim Harbaugh saga and him not being on the sidelines for Michigan in that game. Jim Harbaugh, by not being on the sidelines, drew a monster number. Biggest college football audience, Sean, since 2011 to watch a game. This is always the biggest. This is always the highest rated game of the year, Ohio State, Michigan. 19 million viewers.
Yeah,
last Saturday.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
I mean, so if Harbaugh is the coach, does it still make that draw? I think it does because of the college football playoff implications this year.
Yeah, I think
it had more to do with that than the Harbaugh drama, to be honest.
I think the bump was from I think the core audience is there, because it's up 11% from last year.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the 95% of the people are there for the 2 versus 3. I do think the bump was because of all the, just all the sign stealing drama swirling around Michigan.
The extra buzz around that program.
Because these are always two of the best teams. I do think that's the reason for the extra uptick.
I mean, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it. Maybe we will later, but just the potential chaos that could ensue this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
That game was in direct correlation to what could still happen this weekend. So, I mean, I don't know. I find it hard to believe that, you're watching a game for somebody that's not going to be there.
People are crazy. People.
7.
Hey, speaking of which, according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, she reported on Fox, Jim Harbaugh is the apple of at least 2 NFL teams' eyes come coaching carousel time. One of them is predictable. Carolina has a coaching opening now. They've got a young quarterback. Watching Jim Harbaugh operate with David Tepper would be fascinating, but Carolina is a team that she says is interested in Jim Harbaugh. The other one, Chicago, if they were to move on from Matt Eberflus. Boy, you got to feel good if you're Matt Eberflus. Already reports out there as to who your replacement is going to be in Chicago. I don't think Eberflus is going to make it through this year.
2 very different situations.
Yeah, well, Carolina, you've got the quarterback, but he needs to get fixed.
Right.
Chicago, you likely will have the pick to go get the quarterback. Which would you take of those 2 jobs?
I'm trying to talk myself through it. I mean, Harbaugh being in the college game and going directly to the NFL, to Chicago, if that was the case, he'd have as good a pulse as anybody else understanding those particular players at that level. And it all comes down to whether or not he believes Bryce Young is legitimate or not.
Yes.
And just talking about if it's between those 2 teams, Carolina and in Chicago, I don't know at the crux of this if I really believe the seriousness of this report. We're talking Eagler, the former general manager of the Raiders, kind of maybe creating a story with SI.
You think Harbaugh's people are maybe floating something to Rossini here?
I mean, I've read that this is not. It wouldn't be atypical of Harbaugh to do this type of thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's in the mix for these jobs every year.
Right.
He interviewed with the Vikings last year. And I think eventually he wants to get back to the NFL, especially if he keeps getting pinched for stuff in college and suspended and whatnot. I think he wants to get back to the NFL. Last one here real quick. The XFL and USFL merger was approved, or it's in the process of getting approved. It appears as though Houston will have a team in this 8-team, whatever this is going to be called, whatever this new league is going to be called, and it'll be the Houston Gamblers. They retained 4 of the USFL teams and 4 of the XFL teams, so it looks like Houston's going to have a team in this new merged spring league.
One of the best sports names in the city's history, in my opinion. I love the Gamblers.
I feel like they should make me the mascot.
Yes.
Honestly, yes.
Yes.
Just me, just walking around with Monopoly money, making it rain on kids on the sideline right there with fake dollars.
Hey, you need the dollar gun,
Yeah. It's a pretty good idea. That's not a bad side hustle.
I can see it.
To ironically pay for my gambling habit. Absolutely. All right. That was your 8 at 8. The 8 stories get you going on a Friday here, a football Friday. We're going to do 5 Reasons I Hate You, Denver edition. Easiest one to come up with reasons yet. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, it is time. We do it at 8:15.
It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this. Denver is coming to town on Sunday. I feel like the city is pretty amped up for this game. I feel like people, if you've been listening to the station all week, you know the stakes. 2 6-5 teams. Winner is probably waking up on Monday morning inside the playoff velvet rope. The loser is probably just having to have tunnel vision on every game the rest of the way and not worry about the scoreboard. You just got to focus and eat what's on your plate and just win games and hope that everything else takes care of itself.
Well, both of these teams are already both on the outside looking in.
Correct.
It's just going to be a lot more difficult to get in. That's like getting up really close to the line and the bouncer saying, you know what? We've got a no flip-flop policy. Take your ass back home.
Hope that Russell Wilson is wearing flip-flops at Sunday's game. All right, so 5 reasons I hate you. We do this before every game on a Friday at this time. This was a fairly easy one to put together. And let's start with Sean Payton. Sean Payton, the head coach of the Denver Broncos, who interviewed over Zoom with the Houston Texans. The Texans, it would appear, quickly moved on. Somebody moved on, either Payton or the Texans, because the Texans turned their attention to DeMeco Ryans, who wound up being a much better choice than Sean Payton would have been, I think. But what was infuriating about Sean Payton, if you recall, was that he was doing all of his talking through Colin Cowherd. And Colin Cowherd was not doing a very good job of hiding the fact that he was carrying water for Sean Payton, basically because Colin Cowherd would just sit there and go, so when I was out drinking with Sean Payton for 4 hours last night, he was telling me such and such. Mm-hmm. And the part that got infuriating and annoying was when Cowherd did try to kind of very thinly veil what team he was talking about. We knew he was talking about the Houston Texans. For example, this Cowherd cut here where he talks about how coaches can sense dysfunction even on Zoom calls.
There's a lot of bad owners out there that sometimes they inherited money from a family. A lot of times they don't even like the sport. Somebody dies in the family, they're left with it. But the gap, I can tell you this, the gap, listening to stories between the haves and the have-nots in this league is not just quarterbacks or coaches. It is ownership. Even on Zoom calls, you can spot the dysfunction. Zoom calls, not even being in the room, you can see why certain teams lose and why certain teams win.
Yeah. Oh, gee, I wonder who you're talking about, Colin. Yeah. I wonder, like your best buddy, Sean Payton. We know he had a Zoom call with the Texans like 5 days before you gave that opinion. I wonder who you're talking about.
I remember listening to that audio at nauseum whenever that happened at first. I think you know the answer, though, who moved on from who.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, the Texans found a better candidate than Sean Payton. So, look, the Texans did enough for a couple of years to set themselves up to not have the benefit of the doubt. I get that. But they've clearly made a great choice at head coach. Mm-hmm. Their general manager has clearly made a great choice at quarterback in other areas of this football team. And this is a team that's on the rise. So, yeah, Sean Payton using Colin Cowherd as his little minion to get his opinions out there and just doing a drive-by on the Texans, like totally unnecessary drive-by on the Houston Texans. That's reason number 5. Reason number 4. Remember 2016 when Brock Osweiler was the quarterback of that team and the Texans gave him 4 years, $72 million, $37 million guaranteed? Yeah, I can recite the contract chapter and verse. Those are the exact numbers. We never would have had Brock Osweiler in our lives had he not thrived as a Denver Bronco. Am I blaming the Broncos for giving Brock Osweiler the ecosystem to look like a competent quarterback? And by proxy, am I pointing the finger at Gary Kubiak a little bit in 2015? I am, and I love Gary Kubiak. But I hate that the Broncos made Brock Osweiler look competent enough to where the Texans got duped into signing him. Remember this? He thanked the Broncos at his introductory press conference.
I want to thank the Bolin family. I want to thank John Elway. I want to thank Coach John Fox, because without them, my NFL journey wouldn't have started. And so thank you for bringing me into the National Football League and giving me an opportunity in Denver.
I see why you went where you went with that choice of audio, but you very easily could have played like all the 10 or 12 different times that Brock Osweiler told stories about his interceptions.
Yeah. we got Brock hotkeys for days if we wanted to go find him and unearth him. Yeah, every
I'm in the wrong business.
Yeah, that turns out you were right about that. You were in the wrong business.
There's no one who's going to study that tape harder.
He still might be in the wrong business.
He might be. I don't think he's bad as a commentator.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because
It's
know
Brock?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. There's been so many games he's done where I'm like, who is this? Like, he's not bad. Who is this? And every time it's Brock Osweiler. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. He does commentary.
Yeah.
I take it all back.
I have
sucks.
a negative bias.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Why, Brock? Why?
So does Andre. Yep. Fellow commentator on ESPN.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. So, number 4, the Broncos spawned Brock Osweiler, National Football League quarterback. I like that cut we just played of him had him saying National Football League. The only person I know who calls it by its complete name. If he were doing a Texans game, he wouldn't call him C.J. Stroud. He'd be like Coleridge, Bennett, Stroud
Yes.
IV or whatever his name is. Yeah.
I would have flipped Osweiler at 4 with your next one, though.
Yeah, some of it's just a lead-in sort of thing. But like this is, he mentions John Elway, Brock Osweiler, thanking him. Number 3, John Elway can go screw himself. He disrespected a Houston legend at his introductory press conference.
We got our guy. We got the guy that was our target. I'd like to introduce you to the new starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos, Case Keenum. I'm sorry.
We got our guy.
Come on.
We got our guy.
Case Keenum.
And I can't remember what his name is.
You know the worst part about that? If you're Keenum, who went up there moments later and talked about John Elway being his, favorite player, his hero, having posters of Elway on his wall as a kid.
Case Keenum.
Even went through describing the poster to have your hero mispronounce your name. That had to be a little bit of a gut punch to Case Keenum.
Yeah,
I might ask Case about that today.
Yes. The Case Keenum moment. Because Case was sitting like at the end of the table there. They had like a big dais up there. They had like they had like a bunch of chairs. And Case probably had like 6 seconds to process that as he was walking up to the stage. Like, okay, I just got this big contract. I'm the starting quarterback for this football team. Like, in some ways, this is like the culmination of a dream for Case Keenum. Forget about Elway being involved. Like, Case Keenum is, and I know he was the starter the year before in Minnesota, but he wasn't supposed to be. There was an injury.
Yeah.
I think it was Sam Bradford might have gotten injured. So Case takes over. You get the Minneapolis Mirror. But now he is being feted as the starting quarterback for a blue blood team. I mean, the Broncos at the time they were a couple years removed from that Super Bowl, but they were still thought of as a blue blood sort of franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Elway,
Case
Keenum, man. That's number 3.
Ouch.
Number 2. It's not a football reason necessarily, and I feel bad doing this because the man is no longer with us, but I was doing some research about the Broncos on their website yesterday, and the longtime franchises, if you go to their website, will have a section of traditions on there. Apparently, and every franchise has their fans that are sort of the iconic fans. The Jets had that iconic fan back. I forget what he was called, Fireman Joe or something like that.
Yeah,
everybody's got their iconic fans.
I remember this guy.
I think our iconic fan is our guy,
Ultimate Warrior.
Steve, Ultimate fan.
Yeah,
he got named Fan of the Year for the Texans.
Call him Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah, well, he's painted up like the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah.
He's got a championship belt. His getup is amazing. His gimmick is cool, and he's a great dude, too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Barrel Man was a great dude, but the Broncos gimmick fan, their most iconic fan, and I will grant him he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame in the fan wing. He was a shirtless dude with like a hobo barrel and suspenders with an orange cowboy hat and boots. What are we doing?
Oh,
you basically got a homeless guy as your traditional fan, a barrel with suspenders. We got the Ultimate Warrior, man.
Yeah.
Steve's got the skin-tight Texans jersey on. Gets on TV at least 2 or 3 times a game. Has the long hair and bandana.
Oh, the Texans definitely win the battle for most iconic fan.
If Barrel Man were still with us, Steve would murder him with his bare... He probably wouldn't because Steve's too nice, but his gimmick would murder him with his bare hands.
Yeah, this was iconic, though.
Barrel Man?
Yeah, I just...
Okay, now you're one of the 5 reasons I hate
it was original. It was original.
He's a homeless guy, basically. He's got a barrel. He's a homeless guy in the 1800s. Barrel with suspenders. All right, last one. Number 1, Russell Wilson. I mean, the amount of audio we could do a whole segment hating on Russell Wilson. I don't want to do that. It doesn't put me in a great headspace. But Mr. Unlimited is at quarterback for the opposing team.
Hey guys, Russell here. Yes, the typical boring, yes, Russell, the robot Russell, the one you guys love to know. Real exciting. I'm real exciting. But anyways, everybody has to have an alter ego, right? And I've been thinking about what my alter ego would be, and I think I have an alter ego. His name's Mr. Unlimited. You got to be unlimited. You got to have a thought process of being unlimited. So when people ask you, what you're thinking about or what you want to do in life or where you want to go, you got to be unlimited. Tell them I'm unlimited.
Okay, I can't, Ben. I can't. Stop. I know there's like 20 more. I know we chose
played this already.
We played it already. I know, Ben. I know I chose this cut. This is not Ben's fault. This is my fault for sending Ben a reel from YouTube and saying, just pull the whole thing.
You had an unlimited amount of audio to choose from.
Yeah, I did. And it turns out I need a limited amount. The worst part of that cut.
Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, that part right there. Like he's pulling a lawnmower 3 times. Like he's
Mr.
Like he's revving up an engine of some sort. Play it, Ben. Hit that
Mr. Unlimited.
God, you're the worst. Oh. I hope he gets pulverized on Sunday. Oh, the worst.
You were talking about Payton.
Yeah.
If he has a chance to pile it on Sunday,
Sean
which
Payton,
I don't think he will.
Yeah.
But conversely, if Will Anderson is able to just stick his hat right through the chest of Russell Wilson.
Like through it, all the way through.
Like in the first quarter.
Yes.
And knock him out of the game.
Oh.
Mr. Unlimited.
Well, that would be great because it would give him. I'll admit, Russ is playing good football this year. Not great football, but decent football.
And I'm not hoping for, serious injury. But, cause for concern. We got to get him out.
Questionable for the rest of the game. And then he comes back and plays next week. Something like that.
Yeah.
Text message, Barrel Guy was actually really cool, pretty iconic nationwide. That's fine. That's your opinion. He's number 2 on the 5 reasons I hate the Broncos today. Tomorrow I might like Barrel Guy, but today that's the gimmick. Ultimate Warrior Texan fan is jacked. That's a text. It's true, man. He is. When they went and surprised him, I think it was Cecil Shorts and Travis Johnson went to wherever he worked, Steve, and surprised him that he'd been named Fan of the Year.
Yeah.
Seth tweeted, he's like, dude, Ultimate Warrior guy looks more jacked like at work than he does dressed as the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Was he like a welder? Is he like a welder or like a tow truck driver?
He's in T-shirt and jeans. I don't know what he does.
Personal trainer, maybe?
The only job I know that he has is being the Ultimate Warrior on Sundays. That's the one that I care about.
Most important.
Absolutely. All right. We are going to talk to Lisa Ann, a little fantasy football in the next segment. So get your fantasy football stardom and sit 'em questions ready. We're in week 13 now, so you guys are probably on a playoff push in your fantasy leagues. We will get Lisa Ann's takes on the fantasy football scene, and we do it next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
shop.
It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is a Football Friday. Seth out today, getting that voice well for Sunday. Texans Countdown, 9 a.m., right outside Bud Light Plaza. Seth and I have you there, 9 a.m., getting you ready for Texans-Broncos on Sunday afternoon, noon kick. One of the better games of the weekend on the schedule, and you can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne, joined right now on the hotline by our fantasy football expert. It is Week 13, so we are down to the playoff crunch for a lot of you in fantasy football, so why not give you the best advice? Start texting in 713-572-4610 for your lineup questions. Lisa Ann joining us right now. Lisa, happy holidays. How are you?
Well, happy holidays when the Dallas Cowboys have a great Thursday night showing. How could we not be happy, us Cowboys fans over here?
I was seeing if I even needed to set you up for that. I was going to congratulate him last night, but I'm like, I bet Lisa's going to go right there with her Dallas Cowboy pride.
How could I not? Because there were those moments that I was like, this could play out very poorly. You know, I look at the Dallas Cowboys' upcoming schedule, and there are some concerns. So to me, last night's game was a very important game to win. Don't know if we can beat San Francisco, and I don't know if we can beat Philadelphia. So getting this game just was a get right, felt good, and love what Dak's doing. I mean, really showing us what he's got.
Lisa, who's the most surprising, like, must-start, no-brainer quarterback that you're in like 12 leagues? Like who? Because we know people that either drafted Mahomes high or spent a bunch of money on him in an auction. You do that, you start Mahomes because he's your guy or whatever. Or maybe not this year. He's been kind of up and down this year. Like who is the most surprising quarterback that you have across your leagues? Where like I can't believe I'm just no-brainer penciling this guy in every week.
I mean, it has to be C.J. Stroud, who I really didn't have the confidence to play till Week 3, who I absolutely drafted as a backup quarterback to Deshaun Watson. And if you look at the timing of that for me, I was very lucky. I put him in kind of a nail-biter of, is he going to be this consistent? But that was when Deshaun was first dealing with the shoulder injury, so I didn't trust. So C.J. Stroud, I think, is a huge, huge get. For any of us who picked him up, he probably wasn't your first quarterback. But, it's been strange because you say about, Patrick Mahomes, I only reached for him in one league. Mm-hmm. And my backup quarterback in that league is Dak Prescott. And I've been faced with this. I know that Patrick Mahomes is the better quarterback, but I know that, Dak Prescott has more options. And I think it's the lack of weapons. Travis Kelce can only do so much. And not having a wide receiver that doesn't move in and out every season is finally starting to slow down Patrick Mahomes. Without Tyreek Hill, he was fine last season. But now we're seeing a difference this year. So it's been tough for me to make that decision every week. And, the big weeks for Dak, I've played Patrick Mahomes, and now I regret it.
Lisa and our guest on the Sports Radio 610 hotline. Lisa, you just kind of blew me back when you said C.J. Stroud. Like, who are you starting this weekend? I was just going to ask you that, and it was going to be a weird question for me given the fact that he just took home a couple of pieces of hardware yesterday for Player of the Month awards. But I was going to ask you about Denver's game particularly because I think this is maybe the best secondary that C.J. Stroud has faced inside of the last month, maybe month and a half. So you'd still start C.J. against this Broncos defense this weekend?
Well, I'm talking about up until Week 13. I'm still evaluating what my major decisions are going to be. But in that league, I do have to. In one league, I have to start CJ because losing Deshaun Watson for the entire season and not having any better options on the wire, I'm just going to rock with it. But this is going to be a challenge because CJ is not just facing that secondary. They're facing your team, the Houston Texans, are facing the Broncos when they are really on an upswing. The last 5 games they've won. This is something we didn't know was going to happen, and I think it's an unexpected, the unknown, what could happen here. But I see that I'm going to play him, and in the other 2 leagues where I have him, I'll probably play him in 1 or 2 of those as well, even though he's going up against Denver.
Lisa Ann joining us, some fantasy football advice here in Week 13, as a bunch of you probably heading to the postseason. Lisa, it looks like are we getting Justin Jefferson back this week? And if so, kind of what's the ripple effect there? Knowing Josh Dobbs is their quarterback, and I would imagine some Jordan Addison owners are probably a little upset that maybe some of those targets are going to get taken away.
I know it is a concern, but at the same time, we haven't seen Dobbs and Jefferson really working together. So I think, you have to be a bit apprehensive of what his comfort level is. Also, we always feel apprehensive when a player is coming back, but you've been waiting to play Justin Jefferson this whole time. I kind of feel like you have to step back. Remember draft night and how excited you were to get Justin Jefferson and put him back in your lineup.
Lisa, we're getting a lot of these on the text, and I'm curious too because, look, Dameon Pierce just returned from a 4-week absence with an ankle injury last weekend. What do people do with Dameon Pierce this weekend against the Broncos' run defense? Do you start him or sit him, given the fact that Singletary seems to be the guy right now after a couple of monster games recently?
Yeah, I think you're going to, this depends. We've got 6 teams on bye, which is going to make a lot of us have to make decisions we don't want to make, right? If you have both, I have Singletary backing up Pierce, so I'm in that situation where I'm going to have to make a decision. I'm probably going to go with Singletary. Only smart to just work Dameon Pierce back in moderately, especially up against this tough defense. So I wouldn't have that high of expectations. But again, 6 teams on bye, you might be a Saquon Barkley manager, and you're going to have to play Dameon Pierce. So these are the moments where we kind of just hope for the best.
Yeah, no, that's it is. It's kind of it's tough. Lisa Ann joining us here in Week 13. These buys, these 6 teams on bye in Week 13, and then you got 2 more next week in Week 14. Lisa, it feels like the NFL is intentionally jerking with all of us fantasy football owners right now.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely not the way we were used to. We had a week with no bye weeks, and it was almost complicated. I was like, I have too many good decisions to make. I'm probably going to blow these lineups because I have too many studs that are all available right now. I had this mapped out when I used my draft. Who was going to help me out during which weeks, right?
Yeah, no, totally. Hey, is it, as a Bijan Robinson owner, he had a great game last week, but there was that period of time where Arthur Smith was being really weird about Bijan Robinson. I mean, are we safe now? Like, is it okay? Like, even if we're deep at running back, like, it's okay for Bijan to be one of my top 2 guys now that I put in the lineup?
Yeah, I think he is, but I think this is going to be a tough matchup. The Jets defense is really all that team has got. You know what I mean? Like, poor Jets and the quarterback carousel that they have to go through season after season, right? I bet they truly regret letting go of Mike White, who hasn't gotten any opportunity yet in Miami, but could be doing things there in New York for the Jets. Again, you're probably going to play Bijan because of bye. It's not going to feel great because the Jets defense is good.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Lisa, let's get to these lineup questions. Before we get to them, 1793 on the text page. Lisa had me start C.J. Stroud over Mahomes recently. It was the right decision. All right, see? So, Lisa, there's some props for you. That we preface.
I really appreciate it when people acknowledge when I help them. I've been doing lives on Sunday mornings, and you worry more about the advice you give to other people than your own lineups. Because your own lineups, you only have to feel the pain. And people do seem to want to remind you when you give bad advice. So I thank this text person for mentioning that.
Absolutely. I mentioned that because you're about to make a lot of decisions for people here. So Lisa she makes good decisions. All right. A lot of quarterback questions, Lisa, here. Sam Howell, who I believe is going against Miami, and Kyler Murray, who is in Pittsburgh. Who do you start out of those 2?
I'm going to start Sam Howell because the matchup. I don't want to start Kyler Murray against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, not in Pittsburgh for sure. Puka Nacua or Chris Olave this weekend?
Ooh, man, that is a great one. Cleveland's defense is so good that I would have to say Chris Olave.
Yeah, Saints. Who do the Saints have? Saints have the Lions. Oh, yeah, for sure. Against that Lions defense has been sketchy lately. Colts defense. Okay, a defense question, Lisa. Colts defense against the Titans, Buccaneers defense against the Panthers, or the Jags defense against Jake Browning and the Bengals on Monday night?
And I gotta go against the Panthers.
Yes.
I gotta go again. I gotta take the Bucs defense there.
All right. This is actually a Texan fan who has Dalton Schultz as their tight end. He's got a hamstring injury, so it looks like he may not go. Available options: Higbee with the Rams, Hudson with the Bengals, Everett with the Chargers, or just take Schultz's backup, Brevin Jordan, with the Texans.
Wait, Chargers was who?
Everett.
Oh, I don't like Everett for the Chargers. I'm going to go Higbee.
Okay, Higbee with the Rams. And last one, Lisa, back to the quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud against the Broncos this weekend, or Brock Purdy against the Eagles?
Ooh, man, I'm putting C.J. Stroud against the Denver Broncos way before I'm putting Brock Purdy in front of the Philadelphia Eagles, who are just a buzzsaw.
Yeah. Last time we saw Brock play the Eagles, they ripped his arm off of his torso. Yeah,
I know. He's got to be feeling that. Don't worry. When he wakes up that morning, goes up his bowl of cereal, he's going to have some serious PTSD about this matchup.
There you go. There it is. Lisa Ann going into the weekend in a good mood because her Cowboys won last night, and now it's off to Week 13 fantasy football. Lisa, you're the best. We appreciate it. Enjoy the games. We'll talk next week.
Have a great weekend, everybody. Enjoy the games. Thanks for having me, as always.
Always. At The Real Lisa Ann on Twitter is where you can find her. Lisa Ann joining us for her Friday visit with us here.
She's on it, man. She's so good.
Dude, she's she watches this stuff, man. She's crazy with the prep and the studying for sure. All right, J.J. Watt broke some news yesterday. J.J. Watt channeled some Adam Schefter. Is this news that J.J. Watt yesterday something that the Texans should be paying very close attention to and maybe even making a move on this? We will get to that as we head into the 9 o'clock hour next.
I have learned over the years that if you want to get the perfect gift, you got to simplify your strategy because otherwise you get overwhelmed. That's why Zadok Jewelers makes it simple, makes it easy. They have so much knowledge, so much expertise, and they just flat out care about their customers.
Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
J.J. Watt, newsbreaker. He was a newsbreaker yesterday. Tweeted out about his former teammate, Zach Ertz. J.J. did. And informed us that Zach Ertz had requested his release from the Arizona Cardinals. Wants to go play for a playoff contender. Older player now, Zach Ertz. He's in his early 30s.
33, I think, right?
33 years old. He's been really banged up the last couple years.
Yeah.
He's had some pretty serious injuries. But J.J. Watt broke the news and confirmed, sources confirmed to ESPN, I'm looking at the ESPN article right now, that Arizona and Ertz were mutually parting to give him a chance to finish the season elsewhere. Now, Arizona is 2-10, so sometimes you go request a release from a team, and if they're 4-7 or 5-6, you go, okay, this time of year, you go, okay, I want to get up and out of here. I don't think we're really going anywhere. There's the chance you could get picked up by a team that's worse than you, because this time of year, even veterans have to go through waivers. They've got to give all 31 other teams a chance to pick those players up. The Texans picked up Derek Barnett off of waivers last week. Shaquille Griffin, who was waived by the Texans earlier this week, literally picked up by the first possible team that could get him. The waiver pickup order, as we know all too well here from the last couple of years, goes in the order of what the draft would be. So Carolina is at the top of that draft order. They picked up Shaquille Griffin off of waivers from the Texans yesterday.
Not surprised by that at all, man.
No, he's played some good football for the Texans. I was much more surprised by the fact that the Texans cut him in the first place. Separate topic, but that just seemed weird. Like, I wonder if something was going on.
There's got to be something else that was going on.
Right.
I mean, he was necessary and impactful stepping in for Derek Stingley during his injury absence, which lasted 6-7 weeks.
Yeah.
He was huge, man. D'Amico Ryans talked about it repeatedly. Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, how valuable of a guy he was in the tackling game, one of their most physical and fundamentally sound players. And then all of a sudden, because you're as healthy as you'd been, you don't need him anymore. Like, they're banking on Derek Stingley to stay completely healthy the rest of the way. And they must really like Kadar Holman.
And Kadar Holman is your third corner. On the outside, you have Des King, and Des King can play some outside. I mean, he's a slot corner.
He had to a lot last year.
Yeah,
and did okay.
and he did okay. Back to Zach Ertz. According to J.J. Watt's post on Twitter, Ertz, a 3-time Pro Bowl selection, and he did win a Super Bowl with the Eagles a few years ago, plans to sign with a contender and make a run at his second Super Bowl ring. He'll have to pass through waivers before becoming an unrestricted free agent. I Googled right before this segment. I've not seen anything that indicates Zach Ertz getting picked up by anybody. Part of me says, like, okay, well, you'd like to sign with a contender. You've got to let the other 31 teams take a crack at you first. It's nice that you want to do that. And I feel like sometimes guys put that out there to kind of throw teams off of picking them up on waivers.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, this guy, we pick him up, he's not going to want to be here.
Sure, and why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's the first go-to move.
Yeah. No, that's Ertz exercising whatever minimal leverage you have in this situation. You have very little leverage this time of year if you're a player because, again, you've got to go through waivers. You're not just a free agent as soon as they cut you like you would be at other points on the calendar. The question is, with Dalton Schultz hurt, and you and I were kind of going through the tight end position for the Texans right now.
Yeah.
And you look at it, you're like, okay, they are really, with Tegan Catoriano on injured reserve, Dalton Schultz now has a hamstring injury that I'm going to guess is going to keep him out this weekend just because it's kept him out of practice for 2 days. We'll see. Maybe he practices today. And it's fine. We'll see. But even independent of Dalton Schultz, like, your backup options are Brevin Jordan, whose career has never gotten out of first gear with the Texans. Talented football player, but limited in terms of using him in the blocking game and the run game. And I think he's a talented pass catcher, but hasn't been able to put it all together. And he himself has dealt with injuries. And then Eric Saubert, who is your other tight end, who you picked up off the street like a month ago when Catoriano went down with the injury.
They've got Dalton Keene on the practice squad, too.
So, again, like, your options are all these street guys or unfulfilled draft picks from previous years. And some of it may depend on how serious Dalton Schultz's injury is. I think the Texans are absolutely a team that should be discussing Zach Ertz right now.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And, it comes down to, maybe one of those wait and see kind of things. How much of the season is Zach Ertz willing to kind of mortgage to make sure that he gets in the best possible situation? Sort of like Aaron Rodgers is kind of waiting and seeing what his team's going to do this weekend in the next couple weeks before he maybe makes his decision. And, the clock is literally ticking for him as his 21-day practice windows started. But if you're Zach Ertz, what if the Texans win this weekend? And they look like a team that, is obviously could potentially be in desperate need of a tight end going forward, especially if Brevin Jordan doesn't answer the bell this week. And typically before, he hasn't when he's gotten a real opportunity to play. I think John Crumpler, I just glanced at Twitter real quick. The last 3 times that Brevin Jordan's had a real opportunity to play significant amount of snaps for the Texans, I think more than 60%, numbers aren't pretty. Now, C.J. Stroud is C.J. Stroud. Let's see what he looks like. But the Texans have found ways to operate and be just as effective without Dalton Schultz as a key part of their game plan before. So we'll wait and see. But Zach Ertz could very well be a possibility here down the road, in my opinion.
I guess the question is, there's a difference between picking him up on waivers and then letting him pass through waivers, hoping that nobody picks him up. And then you can sign him for the veteran minimum. You can sign him. Like if you pick him up on waivers, you're picking up the remainder of his $8.75 million salary this year.
Right. That was the thing with Shaq Leonard, right? He was owed $6.1 million if a team had picked him up.
Correct.
He cleared, and so then, you're going to get him a little bit on the cheap.
Because the Colts have to pay him that money.
Yeah.
So that's, so there is some of that going on because the Texans, like most teams this time of year, very limited on cap space, just a few million bucks. Last I looked, Texans cap on Twitter posts that like weekly, like the salary cap update for the Texans. Mm-hmm. They got a few million bucks of dry powder to be able to do little things, at this time of year. This, relatively speaking, would actually be, somewhat of a major thing compared to the amount of cap space that they have because you're picking up a third of about a $9 million salary. You're picking up about $2.5–3 million worth of salary if you pick him up on waivers. If you let him pass through, then it's a much cheaper alternative. So
if the Texans
real quick, I could see where there'd be 2 separate conversations of picking him up on waivers or letting him pass through and then try to get him. The problem is once he passes through waivers, he's a free agent. He can go wherever he wants.
Sure.
Picking him up on waivers means he's yours. You have him. He's on your team.
Exactly. That would be huge.
But you got to pay the price to do that.
Yeah, and is it worth it? I don't know. We were talking weeks ago, if the Texans, when they were going to line issues, and they kind of still are, but, all right, should the Texans be in the market for somebody else? Maybe another receiver. We've had various conversations in recent weeks because of the Texans, taking severe hits at key positions. It's been all over the place. But if the Texans picked up Zach Ertz, would that be the biggest in-season acquisition for this organization since Demaryius Thomas was picked up?
Because
I don't remember the Texans making many deals over the years for key players, and Demaryius Thomas, that was a big name at the time.
Yeah. No, that was, and
it didn't work out.
No, because he got hurt.
They were making a legitimate playoff push to be a noisemaker in the postseason that year. Didn't work out for him nor the Texans, obviously, but
in season for sure.
Yeah,
like in season,
he was a top 5 tight end last year.
Was he really?
He was a top 5 tight end
until he got hurt. He got hurt in week 10. He tore his ACL and MCL in week 10. He's only played 7 games this year. I don't put too much stock in his numbers for those 7 games. 27 catches, 187 yards, and a touchdown. I mean, those are
because was throwing him the ball.
By Ertz's standards, those are pretty meager numbers. But he's on. It's a bad football team in Arizona. I'm assuming if he's healthy or relatively healthy, that in this offense with this quarterback, if he's given some opportunities, I'm not saying he's going to be peak Zach Ertz again. At his peak, Zach Ertz was one of the 2 or 3 best tight ends in football.
Yeah,
those days are gone. If he's that, then you should be climbing over yourself to pick him up.
I mean, his numbers have been declining in recent years, but I mean, through 10 games last year, he caught 406 yards, 4 touchdowns, average. Like during that stretch, yes, he was a legit top 5 tight end.
Dalton Schultz is hurt, and your tight ends are Eric Saubert and Brevin Jordan, or Sober, however he pronounces his name. You should definitely be thinking about Zach Ertz, even banged up 33-year-old Zach Ertz. Absolutely. If you're thinking about making a push into the postseason. Mm-hmm. So we'll see what happens. I guess we'll probably get news today or tomorrow on if he I think, the whole clearing waivers thing is a
that was my question
24-hour process.
I don't know when that window starts.
I don't either.
How fast that can happen, but Yes, we should learn something by the end of the day today, if I'm guessing.
So as far as big stories for this Broncos game, and by the way, in about a half hour, we're going to be talking to Chad Brown, former 15-year NFL linebacker who makes his home in Denver, covers the Broncos for Channel 9 in Denver. He was a 3-time Pro Bowler, and people remember Chad Brown. He was a really, really good linebacker in the NFL for a number of years. We'll get his thoughts on this game in about 30 minutes from now in the final segment of the show. This will be the 6th different combination along the offensive line that the Texans have started, with Titus Howard going out with the knee injury. Presumably it's going to be Juice Scruggs stepping in and playing left guard like he did last week. I was going through yesterday, John Bajani in for Seth Payne today, and just going through the litany of injuries that this team suffered along the offensive line that has caused all this. Preseason, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. Preseason, you had Titus Howard with the hand, Scott Quessenberry ACL, Kenyon Green, whatever his shoulder or arm injury, whatever that was, and Juice Scruggs. 2 of those were season-ending, Quessenberry and Kenyon Green. 2 of your starters from last year at left guard and center season. And granted, neither of them played all that well, but they were your starters from last year. And at least one of them, Kenyon Green, you were planning on starting this year. Scruggs, you planned on, they were all Howard and Scruggs, obviously, you planned on starting here heading into the season, and they got injured. Yeah. Laramie Tunsil gets the knee injury in week 1, misses a couple weeks, which causes all kinds of shuffling along the offensive line. Josh Jones gets a hand injury, so that causes shuffling. Kendrick Green was actually playing okay for you after they picked him up. Season-ending knee injury. Jarrett Patterson, week 8, season-ending leg injury. Titus Howard, week 12, season-ending knee injury. So the last 3 of these injuries have all been knocking out guys who might still be starting if at somewhere along the offensive line if they hadn't gotten hurt. If you could magically undo one of those injuries, whether it's, maybe it's just, hey, I want Tunsil to have a healthy knee. I know he's playing, but I'd like him to be fully healthy. Or one of these guys that got knocked out for the year or for part of the year. If the football gods gave you a wish, I have my answer, but I'm curious what yours is. You can magically undo one of those injuries for this year, and you get that person healthy for the full season. Who would it be?
This was a very difficult exercise for me to do. I spent way too long trying to do this last night. It was like Jenga, for me. Like you pull the block, it falls down, and you try to reverse engineer it.
Because there's such a butterfly effect with all these injuries, with all the shuffling around.
And I know this is like a boring answer, a real answer.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to write mine down to see if maybe you and I have the same one. Okay, go ahead.
I'll preface it this way, and it's going to sound boring, but I honestly don't think there's a good answer because of the domino effect that either one of these you picked did have. But because of a contract situation and the doubt that has crept into my mind, if I could go back, I think I'd have to take away the Howard hand injury.
I feel like one of those magicians where you sit down and you pull a card out of the deck, I'm like, okay, Sean, hold that card, and then I magically also have the Queen of Spades in my hand.
Yeah. Bam!
Titus hand. Same thing, man.
Okay.
Because then he's your right tackle, and you're not worried about all this garbage going on the interior part of the offense. You start the season with your 2 bookend, very expensive tackles playing their positions, and there's no temptation to move Titus to left guard because competent George Fant is not a thing.
Yes.
He has not crept into the conversation.
Yes, 100%. And that's it. And you, at least from a Texans point of view, once upon a time ago, you thought this offensive line was solidified, and technically it is. You've got all these guys, including your rookie, signed through the 2026 season, but you're not worried about how this could factor in and how it could hurt you because of Titus's contract and the fact that he's injured, and you don't know if he's going to be good next year or not health-wise. It's a knee. You never know. Look at Laramie's knee situation.
Yeah.
That worries me because apparently the Texans knew that was a concern. That's why you go out and you sign a guy like John.
You traded for him.
You traded for him on a 5th-round pick.
Yep.
So, for those same reasons, man, I'd have to go back and do Titus, but I said ultimately there's no great answer because in the preseason you lost 3 starters that were literally taking reps in training camp. And in the regular season, you lost 3 more starters.
I think second place for me would have been Juice Scruggs because he was ready to start at center. suffers that hamstring injury against New Orleans, that would have been my number 2, would have been Juice Scruggs, because then Juice is your center, and you're not having all the shuffling at center. Presumably then Jarrett Patterson actually, instead of having to play center to start the year, plays left guard, and which is what he played at Notre Dame last year. Juice Scruggs was a center last year at Penn State. So you have 2 rookies along the offensive line, but Jarrett Patterson played decent. He wasn't great, but he was decent at center. So I think that also, I think you and I are like mine. Like, I'm picking the thing that just stabilizes things. It's not even about who the best player. Because if it was about the best player, then the right answer would be, I would make sure Laramie Tunsil has no injuries at all that he's dealing with, and that he is an elite level left tackle who's not dealing with some mysterious knee injury.
I thought about that too, but the reason I didn't pick that is because, at one point you had an absorbent amount of tackle depth, even with Charlie Heck, not once being healthy this season until, recently. But you had Jones and you had Fant, and with Howard in the mix, like, you could have done a number of different things. But it's got to be Howard. If you could retroactively go back and do that, the hand injury, assuming that he never would have hurt his knee after the fact.
No. In my magical world, you reverse that injury and you get 17 games out of this person.
Yeah.
That's my hypothetical.
I love it.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne. Chad Brown, former NFL linebacker, will help us break down the Broncos and the Texans in about 25 minutes or so. Final segment of the show. SI has named its Sports Person of the Year. If you're trying to get eyeballs, they definitely picked the right guy. We'll tell you who it is next.
CJ Stroud. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we have somebody that keeps texting us, like multiple texts. Dude, he's saying, what's up with Noah Brown? Don't we still have him? Yes, we do. You can stop texting now. You sent the text 7 times. Yes, Noah Brown is healthy. He's practicing, and he's going to be on the field this weekend, which is good. They need him.
He also thinks he's a tight end.
Well, he said, or is he not a tight end? So, yeah, you're right. There is that. He's not a tight end. Not even close.
But he is my reason, the reason for not being worried about the absence of Dalton Schultz is the fact that you are getting Noah Brown back in and is a weapon for C.J. Stroud.
You got all your receivers this week.
Got them all.
All your wide receivers.
All your receivers, everybody in your secondary that you had penciled in as start of the year for the first time, so it's huge.
Sports Person of the Year with SI is an interesting thing. That was always one of those things. You and I were talking about Sports Illustrated during the break. Like, SI used to be iconic back when people actually, read magazines and weren't just reading off the internet, Needed a good article to bring into the can with you? Sports Illustrated was chock full of them.
Yeah.
And their two most iconic things I would say SI did, swimsuit issue and sportsman or sports person of the year. Mm-hmm. So I still enjoy it when they name it. And to me, it's purely subjective. And, anytime it's somebody who riles up emotions or generates any degree of controversy, it always makes for good copy. I don't know that Deion Sanders is necessarily controversial, unless you're somebody you're old school college football guy who's just not wild about his style. Wearing the shades on the sideline, and he wears cowboy hats at press conferences, and he's very unabashed in his confidence and things like that. He carries himself different than old school college football coaches do. He was named SI's Sports Person of the Year. Yesterday, they dropped a photo of what the cover of that issue, because they still do put out a magazine every now and then, Sports Illustrated. They put out the picture of what the cover is going to look like. My gut reaction to that, which I, of course, tweeted, was this feels like something that they decided back in September when he started out 3-0, and then they kind of put it on the shelf and forgot about it, and then someone walked into the latest meeting at the SI.com facility, if they still have one, or got on a Zoom call.
Yeah.
And they go around the room, and they're like, why are you raising your hand? And Jenkins is like, are we still doing a Sports Person of the Year issue? And they're like, of course we are. Why do you ask? Well, we haven't really worked on it, and we had kind of decided back in September that Deion Sanders was going to be it, but he's gone 1-8 since we took all these photos back in September, and I think they took the photos more recently than that. But it did feel weird seeing Deion Sanders as SI Sports Person of the Year in light of the fact that they've been horrible since that 3-0 start. They're 1-8 since that 3-0 start.
I thought the exact same thing that you did. Like, they made this decision way too early. It almost felt like Pro Bowl voting does for me times in the NFL. Like, we learn about this way too early. Like, a lot can happen between, now, which the window we just talked about, it opened, this week?
Yeah, the Pro Bowl ballot came out this year. They'll decide it, after week 15 or something.
Yeah, it's like, come on,
man.
Got
3 weeks left, yeah. Okay, so I think a couple things here. One, I think they're clearly part of the choice here. Look, SI is struggling like most publications are right now to find eyeballs and clicks and things like that. If you can find any reason to find the dude that is the most click-worthy positive story of the year, Deion Sanders is a pretty good place to start. My gut reaction may have been a little disrespectful of what Deion has accomplished at Colorado just in pulling that program out of the dregs. Like, they're not the dregs anymore. They're merely a mediocre Pac-12, soon-to-be Big 12 program, so they're not awful anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They're just merely a mediocre football team with some good skill guys.
Yeah.
They've got no offensive line and no defensive line, and we'll see how things go moving forward. Seth and I talked yesterday. We saw an article yesterday that said they quoted 6 anonymous coaches and coordinators in the Pac-12 who were like, it ain't going to be great moving forward. His recruiting's not going that well, and he's not going to be able to use the portal this time around like he did the first time around with Colorado.
Yeah, and I said simply, look, he knew the 70, 80 some odd kids that he brought with him. In large part came from Jackson State, right? He knows his Colorado kids now. He didn't have those same connections,
right?
Firsthand, like he did last year.
He's doing no recruiting in Texas. Well, he's recruiting, but he's not securing any commitments in Texas, which people think is weird because he's a Dallas Cowboys icon. Yeah. His kids went to high school in the Dallas area. And Colorado's moving into the Big 12, which is sort of a Texas-centric, or at least, it's got a conference.
They're getting Zona. They're getting Utah as well.
Yeah.
The story's been more decommits than commits.
Yeah, with Deion. Now, I will say this positively. As many of you know, I had my kerfuffle with Deion's minions back early in the season when I said the TCU would beat Colorado by 40. As it turns out, in retrospect, I was right about Colorado. I was just wrong about TCU. That's how I look at that. It turns out Colorado is not a very good football team.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out TCU is also a horrible football team for the most part this year as well.
Frauds.
5-7. After reading the article, I would encourage people to read this article if you subscribe to SI. There were a ton of anecdotes behind the scenes about Deion Sanders at Colorado that kind of swung me like, okay, I'm okay with them giving this to Deion because he was definitely, other than Jim Harbaugh for the wrong reasons, Deion Sanders was definitely the most noteworthy person in college football for reasons, in terms of the attention and buzz that he generated.
Sure. I mean, you could make a strong argument, and this SI piece did make a very strong case for him being the sports person of the year, but I just wonder about the landscape of all sports. That's what's really questionable when you consider the other...
Shohei.
Yeah.
Jokic. Even Mahomes. Mahomes has probably won it before, I would imagine, at some point.
Mahomes did win it before in 2020.
Yeah. All right. Sean Bajani in for Seth Payne, Payne and Pendergast. It's Friday. You know this guy's going to check in. Big game at NRG Stadium. Huge game. NRG Stadium, noon Sunday. Broncos, Texans. Larry's in Stafford. What's up, Larry?
What's going on, Sean? And Sean, look, thanks for letting me get in, man. Deion's going to be fine, man. What he did for that program up there, Colorado hadn't been worth even mentioning since, what's that guy, McCartney, when he was over the Fellowship of Christian Athletes or Men's Keepers or something, and Bieniemy was back there, and Kanavis McGee and Alfred Williams. Deion brought that program back to life, and obviously he didn't have the season he wanted, but I thought I saw something that he's getting some big-time offensive line coach from IMG Academy or something. It's a process. You can't just walk in and just think that you're going to be able to flip the script right away. So he'll be fine. But I don't want to talk about Colorado unless we're talking about how we're going to beat them damn Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not a fan of Russell Wilson like everybody else is. I'm not a fan of Sean Payton like everybody else, not us, but other people are. But I understand that this is a big-ass game for them boys on Kirby again, man. Still good to wake up on Fridays knowing that we are playing in these type of games because like Renard said yesterday, it's basically the playoff time now. Your ass got to win all the games that you're supposed to win now moving forward. And we got 6 of them that I think we got a damn good shot at winning all of them. as long as they go out there and play. So what do? You damn right you go kick the tires on Zach Ertz's ass if Dalton Schultz's ass can't play. And I like Brevin Jordan, and this is a game that he get a chance to go out there and really see if he can play that H-back or tight end or whatever. But he's going to have to go out there and really show that he deserves to be on this team and can give us some action at that tight end spot, because we need CJ to be able to continue to have the kind of options that's going to continue to let him play at a high level. And the fact that we're just playing this game, man, that should have everybody in this city fired up after what we went through the last 3 years, and I could tell you I am. So I'm looking for some fun on Sunday, man, and everything going the way that we want it to go, because I really don't think Russ and them Broncos have really done anything, because if you look at the quarterbacks they played, they beating them old scrub-ass quarterbacks just like we should have been doing. So, son, you know how I feel about Sunday, man. Y'all know that on Fridays it's time to get this whole city fired up, and your boy ready to go, man, in our hall.
Yeah, you'll be ready, Larry. I know you'll be ready. You'll be ready for Larry. I'm not worried about you. I'm not worried about the Texans either, if you want to know the truth. I think the Texans are going to be ready to go on Sunday. I think they are. I think of all these games they've played recently against teams that are kind of at that comparable level, you know, I think Jacksonville last week, Cincinnati a couple of weeks ago, games earlier in the season, you know, in the early pre-bye week part of the season. Of all the ones that are in sort of that same strata, this is the one, like, I feel like you go man for man, unit for unit on the team, and I feel really good about this game on Sunday against Denver. I think they've got a couple playmakers on offense, but I don't think you're getting a version of Russell Wilson that's a super scary version of Russell Wilson. And the thing that they do well, which is running the football, the Texans have done a really, really good job at shutting down the run this year. Yeah,
I think 5 of their last 7 games from the Texans, talking about them defensively against the run, 5 of their last 7 games, I think they've held the opponent to less than 100 yards. Yeah. I mean, they're the 8th best run defense in the NFL, and that's been the case. They've been in and around top 10 for a while now. I feel good about it. Tell me if this makes sense. Like, I feel good about it. Like, I think this is going to be a really good matchup. But there are things that intimidate me because it is the fear of the unknown. Is this an ascending version of Russell Wilson? They're not blowing, the tops off of teams offensively. I mean, even during this 5-game win streak, they're only averaging like 23 points per game. That's a point above what they've done on the season at 22. That's middle of the pack. They're not killing it, but they're taking care of the football. Yeah. They're forcing turnovers defensively.
The forcing turnovers is the big one for me.
But what we feel really good about, usually in terms of the coverage teams aspect, from the Texans' point of view, special teams, they are getting some short fields. In fact, the shortest field to work with in the entire league over the season, but certainly over the last 5 games, and that's boded really well for Russell Wilson, that offense.
Yeah, this definitely has a Frank Ross aspect to this game. You're right. Special teams going to play a big role. Amendola going to kick again for the Texans. Yeah. On Sunday. So if this is this is like the games we've seen over the last several weeks, the kicking game is going to play a big, big part in the outcome of this game. Chad Brown, former Pro Bowl linebacker, played at University of Colorado, played for the Steelers, Seahawks, Patriots for a 15-year NFL career, covers the Broncos in Denver. Now he's going to join us in the next segment. We'll get his thoughts on the Denver side of things, and how does he look at C.J. Stroud? Former NFL linebacker, get his thoughts on the rookie season that C.J. Stroud has had. Chad Brown joins us next.
Let we go. Join the drive with It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, keeping an eye on the hotline. We expect Chad Brown, former Pro Bowl linebacker, to join us here. He's based out of Denver, covers the Broncos for 9 News in Denver, ESPN Radio as well. Former Pro Bowler, 2-time first-team All-Pro. We expect him to join us here in the next few minutes. In the meantime, let's start let's continue digging in on the Texans and the Broncos. Text message 1291. I think losing and how the Texans lost last week will refocus them this week. I actually kind of feel that way too. I feel like this is going to be a team that when they're kind of backed up against it, and they put themselves kind of backed up against it here, I do feel like they're going to come out with a pretty focused effort this week.
That's an interesting point by the texter because D'Amico's talked about it, a couple of times this season, how he's liked and appreciated the way his team is prepared coming off of a loss. I asked him a question, conversely, a few weeks ago about, hey, coming off of a win, your team hasn't really done that in accordance with what you'd like to see. And, hell, they reeled off 3 straight wins ahead of this or before the Jags loss. So I think the fact that they've been through different kinds of, emotional kind of games, a loss and, some pretty dramatic wins, I think it bodes well for this team right now, even though, yes, they are very young in certain aspects.
All right, Broncos-Texans, Sunday noon kick here on Sports Radio 610. Seth Payne and I have you for Texans Countdown, 9 a.m., just outside NRG Stadium. Sean Pendergast, Sean Bajani is in for Seth Payne, joining us right now. He's on the hotline. 15-year NFL veteran, 3-time Pro Bowler, part of the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2023 modern era nominees, and currently he breaks down the Denver Broncos and college football on 9 News in Denver and on ESPN Radio. Chad Brown joining us on the program. Chad, it's great to talk to you. How you doing?
I am fantastic. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. Okay, so we're amped up, obviously, for this matchup on Sunday. This is a huge game for both of these teams. I'm definitely curious your thoughts, especially as a former Pro Bowl linebacker, on C.J. Stroud. As you watch C.J. Stroud and you have to put yourself maybe in the shoes of Sean Payton and Vance Joseph, what would be your plan of attack to slow down C.J. Stroud on Sunday?
Well, before we get into that, I think you just got to comment on the season that C.J. Stroud has had. It's unlike any rookie quarterback that I can remember. His ability to not just kind of manage the game and dink and dunk and be explosive down the field, it's really unparalleled. And in my experience, I played against Peyton Manning his rookie year. Peyton Manning led the league in interceptions versus what C.J. Stroud is doing. 19 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. His ability to take care of the ball as a young player is off the charts. I played, my early, and we were that Blitzburg-style defense, and we would see that we were playing a rookie quarterback or a first-year quarterback, and we knew we could pin our ears back and attack them, and they would have no way of handling the amount of blitzing that we were going to do, and we could get them off their game. C.J. Stroud plays with a level of maturity that would make that a little bit more difficult. So, if I'm Vance Joseph, my former University of Colorado teammate, you got to come up with some things, I think, to try to confuse this guy, and it's going to be more than just having some pressure packages. He's seen pressure before. He has dealt with pressure before. It's going to have to be a constantly evolving thing like you would do for a veteran quarterback. Sometimes you only rush 3. Sometimes you just go rush 4. Sometimes you bring pressure with 5 or 6. Keep it varied up. Keep him guessing, because I think his ability just to handle, if you try to go with just pressure, he's going to know where his hot routes are. He's going to know how to slide his protection to deal with that.
Chad, yesterday, Texans defensive coordinator Matt Burke was talking about how the Broncos offense, really tries to confuse the opposing D-line, particularly edge rushers, linebackers. Look, you've covered the Broncos, this season. What have you seen in terms of that aspect, how that offense, is they really able to throw a defense for a loop in terms of the pressures?
Well, what they're able to do in the run game, the last couple of weeks, the balance between run and pass has been heavily towards the run. 39 runs last week versus 22 passes for Russell Wilson. So they are really trying to limit the exposure for Russell Wilson after what was a rough year last year. So now this year with Sean Payton and Russell Wilson, they want to limit what Russell Wilson does. Therefore, they're going to run the ball pretty frequently. But rather than just run, the basic stuff of outside zone and power and things like that, last week they unveiled a trap game. I think they had some planned runs for the Cleveland Browns that were just for the Cleveland Browns. They were able to take advantage of things, some spacing on the defensive line that the Cleveland Browns were doing to get themselves pressure into the backfield on pass snaps. But the Broncos were able to recognize that, and Russell Wilson was able to check into some of these trap runs. I think they did 4 or 5 of those, and they probably got at least 5 yards per trap run, and some went even longer than that. There was a very noticeable audible during the broadcast of the game where Russell Wilson said, "Pizza, pizza, pizza," and it was a quarterback keeper to the outside with a back leading up for him. So they've got some planned audibles that Russell Wilson is going to execute when he gets a certain defensive look. So I don't know what it's going to be for the Houston Texans. It's probably be something the Broncos haven't run all year, but Sean Payton is a experienced enough play caller to trust Russell Wilson to see what set the defense is in and call up the perfect audible that they've worked on all week in practice to dial that up specifically against that defensive look. So we'll find out on Sunday what that's going to be, but it's probably the last 4 games the Broncos have been able to do that kind of thing at the line of scrimmage, check into the proper run play, and be able to execute that against the right defensive look.
Chad Brown, former NFL linebacker, Pro Bowl linebacker, covers the Denver Broncos in Denver, joining us on Sports Radio 610. You mentioned Sean Payton, Chad. Ryan's a guy that the Denver Broncos certainly did, kick tires on. He was very much in the mix for that head coaching job. So I think there's some juice to this coaching matchup this weekend, maybe between Payton and DeMeco Ryans. Give us your breakdown there. Sean Payton, DeMeco Ryans, the matchup of these two head coaches, Payton an offensive guy and DeMeco a defensive guy.
Well, there's that, and there's obviously the experience that Sean Payton has. Sean Payton has, hoisted a Lombardi trophy, the head coach with the New Orleans Saints, and DeMeco Ryans is in his first year. Mm-hmm. So there's, a pretty stark contrast, but I think both have the skill set to be a good head coach. Mm-hmm. I was lucky enough to do a coaching internship out in San Francisco when DeMeco Ryans was linebacker coach before Robert Saleh left and DeMeco Ryans became defensive coordinator out there. So I got a chance to work with DeMeco and see him up close and see his communication style and see his connection with the players and his ability to bring the best out of players, guys like Fred Warner and guys like that. So that's the same thing that Sean Payton has done throughout his career on the other side of the ball. He's brought out the best in guys like maybe Jameis Winston. Clearly, the connection between Sean Payton and Drew Brees has led to a Hall of Fame career for Drew Brees. So their ability to make players better, their ability to communicate and create consensus within the locker room. And Sean Payton navigated some pretty tricky waters this year. The Broncos started 1-5. Sean Payton, in some ways, was the cause of that loss to the New York Jets because of his off-season comments about Nathaniel Hackett and what an awful job he did. That Jets team showed up ready and motivated to beat the Broncos, and they were able to do that. But Sean Payton since then has kind of stepped back from some of the more bombastic comments in press conferences and media availability and really focused on his football team. And there's a reason why they won 5 in a row, because it takes a veteran coach to steady a very rocky ship after that Jets loss, after giving up 70 points to the Miami Dolphins, and still keep that team together and have them playing now again well enough where they sport the longest winning streak in the NFL.
15-year NFL veteran Chad Brown joining us on Sports Radio 610. Chad, we've heard so much about the Broncos' physical style defensively coming into this game this week. During this 5-game win streak, they've turned the ball over a ton. I know they're one of the very best at forcing the fumble. They've been a very opportunistic defense. You kind of alluded to it earlier in the Stroud matchup against the Broncos defense. But what have you observed? Why is this Broncos defense, or what has made them so physical, so opportunistic defensively? What have you observed?
Well, after that Dolphins game, I think Vance Joseph had to, take some time and look in the mirror. Now, they were banged up in that Dolphins game. A number of key players didn't play. But since that Dolphin game, those players have returned. Guys like Justin Simmons, the all-pro safety. They got rid of some older guys who I think were a little bit quicker to complain. Randy Gregory's no longer a Denver Bronco. Frank Clark's no longer a Denver Bronco. They decided to trust their young edge group with Baron Browning and Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito, the second-round pick last year. And they've done some personnel changes back in the secondary, and they've simplified some of their defense. So you couple all those together, particularly the simplification part, that allows you to play more physical. If you're lined up and you've got on your head, you can't play full speed. You can't play super physically versus a simpler style of defense, which just allows you to go out there and fly around as a player. So Vance Joseph has done all those things, which lends itself to this physical play that the Broncos are playing with. And when you play physically, very fascinating. You get balls out from the other team. So 15 takeaways in the last 4 games for this Denver Broncos team. I don't think those kind of numbers are long-term sustainable. You can't count on that every single week, but certainly they have taken the ball away, and even when the other team has put the ball on the ground, they've been also running to the football to be able to recover some of those fumbles. So some of the giveaways, certainly get counted as takeaways, but you still got to get there and recover the ball, even if the other team drops it to no efforts of your own. This Broncos defense, the turnovers have been tremendous, but that has come from this physical style of play, which has come from a simplification by Vance Joseph.
Chad Brown joining us on the program. Chad, we'd be remiss not to ask you, as long as we have you, you're obviously a Colorado buff as well. We just got done talking about Deion Sanders in the previous segment being named SI Sports Person of the Year. I would imagine it's been a whole lot of fun covering Deion this season, and I'm curious what your thoughts are as far as the longevity, the legs that this has now with Deion. Is this something that you feel like that has a multi-season aspect to it, and even if Deion is gone, that he's reestablished this program to where somebody could come in eventually and even build off of what he's done?
Okay, so if Deion were to just somehow take off this offseason, he's raised the profile of Colorado football in ways that it hasn't been for 20-plus years. College game day, Fox Big Noon, following the Buffs around early this season like they were a groupie for the Beatles or something. So that kind of exposure, that kind of interest in the program wouldn't just go away if Deion was gone. Mm-hmm. He's gotten the university to agree to higher salaries for the head coach, higher salary pool for the assistant coaches. He got the university to essentially suspend some of their eligibility as far as transfers into the university, some of their academic requirements. So all those things would make it a much better situation for whoever the next coach may be. Now, having said that, I think we're going to have Coach Prime at least for another year or two at the minimum. I think he wants to be able to take the Bucs to a place where they are at the top of whatever conference they're going to be in. Obviously, this year was the Pac-12. Next year is going to be the Big 12. But I think he's got some pride in, leaving that situation much better off than it was. And as far as the results of this year, to win 4 games, while certainly was a disappointment after a hot start to start 3-0, they're a much better football team than they were 2 years ago when they only won 1 game. So the progress is there. The recruiting is there. Will things go as quickly as Coach Prime would like? Will all the transfers and high school kids all be 5 stars? No, they won't. Mm-hmm. And is he going to have to earn his way through this? Yeah, you can't fast forward a football process. So when you have talent like Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter on the outside and some of these great wide receivers the Buffaloes have, at the same time, you clearly need to shore up your offensive and defensive line. And those are positions that even experienced coaches recognize you can't just rebuild those entire groups. A lot of times you get guys on campus who have potential but are a work in progress. I believe the offensive line group is the group that takes the most coaching. You can't just enter into the transfer portal and get a starting tackle from somebody. Those guys are too rare. They're going to be held on to by those schools. So that's going to be the most difficult part, is shoring up the fronts on both sides of the ball, getting those to a level where you can compete for conference championships. Clearly the talent on the outside is there, but the fronts are certainly lacking right now.
Yeah, it's been really interesting and fun to watch from afar, no doubt about that. Chad Brown, former Pro Bowl, All-Pro linebacker in the NFL, 15-year career in the NFL, covers the Denver Broncos in Denver on 9 News, ESPN Radio as well, and the Broncos and the Texans. Noon Sunday here, kickoff at NRG Stadium. Chad, it's great to talk to you. We really appreciate you making time. Congrats on all your success, and enjoy the game on Sunday.
Looking forward to it for sure. Looking forward to a great football weekend, all the college championship games, and then this Broncos-Texans game. Have a good one, guys.
Should be fun. Thanks, Chad. Appreciate you very much. Thanks. Chad Brown joining us here on Sports Radio 610.
Good stuff from him.
Yeah.
You could tell he was
a really good player, man.
About the Colorado stuff.
I didn't get a chance to ask him if it really was a clip on the Rocket Ishmael punt return against Colorado in the 1990 Orange Bowl. I didn't think so either.
First game I ever covered when I came to Houston.
That Orange Bowl?
Yep.
That was my last game as a student.
January 1st, 1990 was my first day on the job.
Really?
Wow.
That was your first? I think you've told me that before.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it wasn't a clip.
I didn't think so either. And you got to have a sense for the moment.
Yeah.
Rocket was a runner.
It was Rocket.
It was Rocket. Punted to him.
I got to admit, it didn't break my heart.
Down 10-9. You're a jerk. Listen to you. You guys had Brevin Jordan on the show today, huh?
Man, Brevin Jordan, and I think, he's going to start.
It's a big opportunity for him, dude.
We are going to ask him about that. Okay. And I think knowing Brevin, I think he's going to be very adamant that, yes, it is.
Very glib.
Very glib, very candid, all that stuff.
How you feeling right now about this game?
Same as yesterday. A little apprehensive, man.
Okay.
A little apprehensive.
See,
I think.
I'm a little too confident,
I'm in your boat.
Yeah, because teams that it's one of the most unique quirks in football. Like a team that otherwise would not have a lot of turnovers starts creating a lot of turnovers in a given season, and then they do it all year. It just happens. It's just one of those weird things that happens in football. A team that doesn't create turnovers tends to not create turnovers all year. It's wild. I mean, I know it's also part of the approach, but they have the same approach every year.
Yeah.
And then some years they create them, sometimes they don't, and that's what I'm worried about.
You did a really good job laying out yesterday, I thought. I mean, we know it's an important game. They're both 6-5, and they're both out of the playoffs right now, but you were laying out all the schedule quirks the rest of the way and who's beating who head-to-head and things like that. And that is the fear with this game, is that's the importance of it, is like, these games are not only important to get to climb in the standings, but Denver, the loser of this game is still going to be hanging around, but they're going to be hanging around with a head-to-head loss to the other team.
Yeah, I think it's in essence, it's an elimination game.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Not
man.
Literally,
no,
but in essence, I think it's an elimination.
That's what I said. It's neither one of these teams is going to be mathematically eliminated, but we know, especially from a Texans point of view, if they lose, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah,
even with the head-to-heads that you have left.
No doubt.
I'm just trying to get to 10-7. They got 6 games, 2 mulligans. That's my healthiest way of processing this. All right. Payne and Pendergast, Sean Bajani, thank you for coming in today.
Good job, Sean.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
nice
it.
job. Appreciate you.
Sean's a good man.
Thank you. Oh, that's Sean. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's Sean too. Sean's a good man.
He is a good man. 9 o'clock Sunday morning, Texans Countdown. Seth will presumably be back for that, so we look forward to that on Sunday. You've been listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. This is KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Landry Locker's in the house. John Lopez in the house. Figgy Fig is here. In the Loop starts now.
Let's just get dramatic.
Let's get dramatic. Some of my best work.
Let's get extremely
dramatic.
dramatic.
And that's saying something.
Hey, Sean, I've talked about Sean Payton being a sicko. Some people might disagree.
Mm-hmm.
The dude's actually sick.
He's sick.
I mean, I watched his press conference yesterday, and I counted the coughs. You know how many times he coughed in 10 minutes and 37 seconds?
That's not something that was on my agenda yesterday, but I heard him coughing. How many?
Could I interest you in a stat?
Yes.
14 coughs.
14 coughs.
14 coughs in 10:37.
In 10 minutes.
10 minutes, 37 seconds.
So that's a lot of coughs.
Here is Hardo Sean Payton. Talking about the game ahead for the Houston Texans. Sick Sean Payton, I should say.
Yes.
So, look, normal schedule this week relative to our work days. Any questions on Houston?
Good Lord.
I just want to get rid of this cold and coach against Houston. So I really don't look clearly past the season. It's right here. All the things we're talking about, it's right here.
One game at a time, Landry.
Yeah, season's right here. There's our opportunities right in front of us.
One game at a time. Yeah, it is.
Okay, Coach.
It's a lot of coughing. I'd be concerned if I were a Broncos fan.
Russell was coughing too, by the way.
Yeah.
Russell was coughing too. So I don't know how this works.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this means anything, but it's definitely a thing. He's definitely sick, Sean Payton.
Yeah.
In more ways than
He said
one.
it.
More ways than one.
Yeah.
Let's get dramatic. The overly dramatic John Lopez columnist preview heading into a big game. And Denver, call it a must-win. Don't be one of these cornballs.
I said it's an elimination game.
It's a must-win. Okay, I'm not going to get literal with you. We want the Texans to be in as good of a situation as possible. So must-win. Okay, let's go. Must effing win.
That's like your opinion, man.
Dramatic columnist preview from John Lopez.
There are 2 paths, 2 coaches, 2 quarterbacks, 2 teams, but there is only one fate. Here is C.J. Stroud. There is Russell Wilson. Here is DeMeco Ryans. There is Sean Payton. Here are the Houston Texans. There are the Denver Broncos. And before them, glistening on the horizon with the warm flicker of a lighthouse torch, are the NFL playoffs. Paths will collide at NRG Stadium like overburdened barges in a narrow canal, trying to nose their way to the front, to the port, and to their destiny.
To the what?
To the port.
Like
Like the port.
Like what kind?
Port Aransas, like Port of Galveston. Yeah.
I'll just ask.
Yeah. All right. You tend to do that. To the port and to their destiny. Who will steam ahead and who will run aground?
Run what?
Run aground. Like when a boat or a ship hits ground and can't move anymore.
Okay. A lot of ship references here, Fig.
That's the theme of this column.
Let Lopez talk.
That's the theme of this column. We know all too well that life is but a narrative in a travesty setting. We know life is a betting, offsetting, and agenda setting. But fate is made. Fate is mustered and forged and
like
determined.
Like M-U-S-T-A-R-D?
No, mustered as in you're drawing it out of your inner self.
Okay.
Stop talking over Lopez.
Fate is mustered and forged and determined. Fate is not for the lucky, but the bold. And here, now, one fate will be made and the other likely will wallow like a dark silhouette, waiting in the turbulent wake for another day, perhaps another year. It was not twists of fate that landed the Texans and Broncos at this inlet to the postseason, but the desire to finally emerge from tousled eras. It was decisions made, trying to find the right captains and chief engineers. The roles easily could be reversed today, but ultimately one went with the tried and true. The other trusted the wheelhouse time leader. One quarterback seemingly had too far to climb back. The other had too much on his young shoulders to even consider that he could bear it all. Yet here they are, nosing their crews forward boldly. Here they are, arriving to the same place from different tracks.
Man.
Here they are, two teams, two coaches, two quarterbacks. One realistic chance to bring the ship home. Fate rewards the bold and brash. Here is C.J. Stroud, bold and brash. Here will be the answer then. Stroud's hands are on the wheel, and the Texans on their way to destiny.
It's John Lopez's overly dramatic Denver columnist
I was proud of that
preview.
one.
You were?
Well, until you started interrupting.
I hope the effort on the field's better than that.
No, that was a good
We're going to be talking about an L on Monday. If the Texans give that kind of effort,
No.
it's going to be a sad Monday.
You didn't give it a chance.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, you didn't give it a chance.
I don't know about that
That was
one,
some of
John.
my best work.
And
I'm good.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I'll probably give it from 1 to 10.
Mm-hmm. That was a 9.
4-6.
4-6?
4-6, maybe.
That's because you didn't know some of the words.
4-6. Well, how's that any different from anything else? I've given you 10s before.
Figgy?
How's that different from any other time?
I would say a solid 8.
All right.
Solid 8.
Figgy knows the words.
Generous over there.
Generous?
This guy.
I don't mind.
713-572-4610. How'd you feel about
showdown?
How'd you feel about this week's dramatic columnist rundown? 1-372-4610. Brevin Jordan going to join us at 11. This is one of the best interviews we've done this year.
He is candid, and he is entertaining.
Yeah, and he is a big part of things right now. Like if in a normal week, let's be honest, 3 weeks ago you throw us Brevin Jordan, it's like, oh, thanks for nothing, man.
Yeah.
He's going to be a big part of things on Sunday. At least he should be. It does not look like Dalton Schultz is going to play. Brevin Jordan.
Brevin kind of told us. He spilled the beans.
He basically knows. I mean, he's going to let you know. And we talked to him, and we told him, hey, we didn't think you were going to be on the squad.
Mm-hmm.
You'll hear his reaction coming up now. You'll hear his reaction coming up at 11. And I think you're going to be pretty. If he didn't have fans before, he's going to have some until maybe the end because he kind of.
I like that. See,
he kind of jumped. He kind of jumped outside. He's going to make a lot of people around here upset.
Will he?
But he's not the only one. He's got a lot of company. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe he has a point. Who knows? Maybe he ends up in the slime off. It's possible. It's very, very possible. By the way, I'm in the slime off too. By the way,
you're in the slime off.
It's only fair. I deserve it.
What'd you do?
I deserve it. Hiking my leg on the map thing. I mean, I
the
still
Houston Texans tweeted it yesterday.
I still defend the decision, but John Lopez is impressed with this like TV map where the Texans game's going to be on and stuff.
It's me. I'm not on an island.
Yeah, he's acting like a business guy.
I am not.
I just want to win. You know, I just want to win games. But Lopez, I hiked my leg on it, so I do deserve to be in the slime off. I can at least acknowledge that the people have a right to vote, so I'm in the slime off. It's fair.
And the people are speaking. 10 for Lopez, 10 for John. Don't listen to 9.
A 9.
Yeah. I thought it was a 9.
A 9.
And I'm good.
Okay. You wanted to get that one out again, huh? You wanted to get that one out again.
How many times did Lopez? This is my favorite tweet of the day. So a text of the day so far. How many times did Lopez use goggle to find the words that rhyme? Goggle. How many times did you use Google to find Google? No, this is always off the top of the dome. You know that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, but okay, yeah. I'll take your word for it. So, speaking of rankings, I got to get something off my chest. We'll talk a little bit more about this at Confessions.
Okay.
I don't know whether I need to thank Figgy or be mad at Figgy.
Uh-oh. How come?
I wanted to go to bed early yesterday. Mm-hmm. I did the stream at 10:30, locker room stream 10:30. We always do it after Thursday Night Football. So I was on YouTube. B. Scott joined me yesterday. Check that out. Locker room on
what
YouTube.
A game, man.
Subscribe. It was a good one.
Yeah.
So after that, I decided, I want to try to fall asleep before 12.
Right.
Be nice.
Right. I always
I was up till damn near 1:45.
Why?
Damn. Because of Figgy.
Because of Figgy?
What did I do?
Figgy, what'd you do?
Because of Figgy, man. Figgy puts me on some things sometimes, and I'm like, okay, Figgy's a little bit more in the internet streets than me.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just awful. Sometimes I'm just, what are you doing, Figgy? You're too old for this crap. I don't need to hear about Detroit rap and all that. The hell out of here with that. I don't even need to Google that. But then every once in a while, more times than not, in fairness, he puts me onto something, and I'm just like, I went in a rabbit hole. I went in an hour and 45-minute rabbit hole yesterday.
I hate that so much.
Because of
For
Figgy.
what?
Because of Figgy.
Yeah, but what was it?
Oh, I want to hear this now.
Yeah.
These Keith Lee food reviews.
Yeah. I saw those yesterday.
Dude, I was sitting there, and even my wife was into it. She's sitting there with the baby. She's working on her laptop, getting some of her work done. We both watch Food Network.
Yeah.
Like, dude, it is like better. It's like condensed, better versions of diners, dive-ins, and drives.
Yeah.
And it's like so well laid out. It's so authentic. Like, the review is perfect. He's not sitting there saying everything is awesome. He'll go from a 2 to like a 9 to like a 10. And I'm just sitting there watching this, and I'm just like,
yeah,
man, I can't quit watching these. He was in Houston.
Yeah, that was the whole
still
deal.
in Houston,
And some little place.
And then I saw him in Vegas, though. The newest video is in Vegas. Maybe
really?
That's
okay.
Yeah, he might have already left now.
Okay, because a lot of Houston restaurants been trying to get him to come there.
You think?
And he went to some. He went to some, and it was like, damn, man,
Yeah.
like, this guy's really giving you like a breakdown. He goes through their service. He goes through when they call and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The poor Breakfast Club lady is putting people on speaker and getting their credit card info.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Now she got a good review on the chicken, but like he'll be like in any video, he's like, yeah, and it was kind of weird because she was taking someone else's order and they were giving their credit card info and their address and all this stuff. He's like, I'm not trying to hate, but that's just what happened. He's not even like a jerk about it. He's just like, I'm not trying to hate. I just try to give you my full experience.
Yeah. Well, there was some little place that
Dude,
had
I'm telling you, if you like Food Network, just scroll through the Keith Lee thing.
Yeah.
It's like it's addicting, and it's so likable.
And see, the good thing about him is it's a lot of food critics out there that will announce they're going to this place. So these places be trying to big up their food and give them the best, but he don't tell you when he's coming.
No, he gets emails.
And he'll send somebody else in there to get the food.
He gets emails, and the other thing about it is, I guess there was like someone in Vegas, there's this pizza spot. Damn, I didn't even know about this, but that, like the wings and all that. And he got to know the guy. He was talking about how good he was, but apparently, like, they said some food critic had like reached out to him, and they were charging $2,600 for a critique.
Hell out of here.
Yeah, like they're trying to charge $2,600, and some of these fake ass blogs, like you'll see them in Houston. It's like, man, come on, this is so dead. It took you 24 hours to edit that.
Yeah,
but he just went for, and he's like real, like a matter of fact. He's like, they told me that they had $2,600. He talks like real, like kind of fast and like matter of fact. He's like, they told me that they charged $2,600 to do it. He's like, not only did I not accept any money, I also paid for all my food. He's like, but it's like real, like smooth, like non, like just. Yeah, I fell down.
There was a line around the block for some place.
It was a place called.
That's a spot.
What was it called?
I think it's Puttery.
Is it Puttery?
Yeah, Puttery. No, it's Puttery. There was like 8 people in there the day before he went.
Yeah.
But it's real good.
They got the cheese stick. Yeah, she was doing her thing. I mean, like he's just trying to see, because a lot of times it's marketing. Like the Las Vegas guy, he was like, this is marketing. He's like, yeah, it's definitely marketing. You need to figure it out because that food's too delicious. You should.
Yeah.
Good.
He got a big voice, man, because that dessert place started off at like 600 followers on TikTok.
Yeah.
Now they had like, they up there.
2,000.
Yeah.
It's cool. I fell down the rabbit hole. I'm joking about being upset with Figgy. I'm actually very upset.
I hate when that happens.
Oh God, I was just going through.
Yeah.
Man, good stuff.
Got to get him some
Salute
OG
to Keith
sauce.
Lee.
Shout out to him doing his thing. I don't think he should have gone to Breakfast Club though.
Did he?
He did.
Yeah,
he
they're
didn't have
fine.
to,
They're
man.
fine.
Yeah, he didn't have to.
There's some other spots that I was like, damn, I didn't know that existed.
Yeah.
Like there's a place called like Cool Runnings.
I've heard of that.
Man,
Why have I heard of that
supposedly
place?
that he made me want to drink that sauce.
Yeah?
Yeah,
he made me want to get a Route 44 Sonic size of that sauce. The way he was talking about that. Because he tried the chicken, and first he tries the chicken, he goes, that's dry. I'll be honest, I'll give the chicken a 6.
Okay.
And then they found like a sauce in the thing. He's like, he dipped the sauce. He's like, and then it went up to like an 8.7.
Hey, Lange, I know you was looking them up and all that. Did you see any videos of him reviewing Atlanta restaurants?
No.
Oh man, he turned Atlanta upside down, man, because he gave them his review, and it wasn't good reviews. It was like a lot of stuff where they don't take phone orders, and the wait was long, and he was giving his honest review, and he had all of these different restaurant owners coming out. Yeah, he got death threats. He had to stop the tour. Yeah, he had to stop the tour for a little bit.
Man.
So they were pissed.
He's a man of the people.
Was good.
Shout out to him.
Yeah, it's good. Houston got some good spots.
So any Friday is a good Friday. Any football Friday is a great Friday. But I would say this football Friday is perhaps is this the best weekend of pigskin of the year? I mean, I know that we can talk playoffs and we can talk, but as far as just annually, I would say this is the best weekend of pigskin. I mean, we're starting off.
Let's
right
start
here.
with tonight.
We're starting at
tonight.
Washington versus Oregon.
Yeah,
one of the best games of the year in college football.
Yeah,
it is a get into the to the playoff game. We're gonna see that, and then we're gonna see all these championship games tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we got the Texans versus Broncos. This is one of the best weeks. And the other thing is, we had a good Thursday night game. And by the way, you owe someone an apology.
Who?
You.
Why?
You owe someone an apology.
I will if I owe it to him.
Now I don't. Well, I could see you turning this around and saying that this makes it even worse. So I'm already sensing.
Hey, look,
that
if I owe someone an apology, I'm not above offering that apology.
Yeah, I've heard you apologize. I'm sorry if I offended you.
No, I never do that. I hate that so much. God, that's happened to me a bunch, and I'm like, well, you're not apologizing.
I'm sorry if I hurt your dude. Come on, brother.
I'm sorry that didn't work out for you.
The worst is like when someone's begging for an apology. It's like, what was this going to make you not mad?
If you demand an apology, what are you doing?
Yeah, because you're not. It's not authentic.
Yeah,
it's not authentic.
Because they'll say, "Okay, I'm
you're
sorry."
You're basically trying to like stand over.
I demand an apology.
They want to
and then what?
Yeah, then what?
You owe me an apology. I have never cheated in my life.
So, Al Michaels was on it yesterday.
Oh, you want to hear my confession?
Al Michaels was he. Now, on the flip side, you can say this shows that he's capable. But Al Michaels was in his bag yesterday. That was like, I don't want to say it's like, do you believe in miracles, Al Michaels? But that was at least a 90s Antonio Freeman catch type of Al Michaels. He was in his bag.
Let me do my apology right now. We'll do it again at 12:20.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think we've reached the point where people are critical of Al Michaels just because other people have been critical of him. There was nothing wrong with his effort last night.
He was good.
There was nothing wrong with
his
effort.
He was on it. He
night.
Seemed excited. He had the kick, all that.
That said, he's still not good because you have to be judged by the entirety of your work. So, no, I've been saying that was one of my first things I put on the confessions this morning. I think people are just criticizing because I saw some last night. The people still criticizing him?
He was straight yesterday.
And I'm like, what's going on? He was fine.
He was good.
He even talked about the referees. What did Cleatman or what Cleat, whatever his name
was good.
is.
He did his thing.
Yeah.
He did his thing.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Brevin Jordan at 11. You're going to love what you hear from him. It was a really, really good good interview because Russell Wilson and Sean Payton had some things to say about your Houston Texans. We'll let you know what those things were next. First, though, I got a lot of good things to say about Texans turf. Yesterday, I was in my
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented short on a meat market.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Sean Payton, he's coming to town. There was once a little nightmare that he could potentially end up here. He's going to be here, just not the head coach of the Texans. He's going to be coaching the Denver Broncos, also 6-5. Let's hear what old Sean had to say about the Houston Texans as an opponent.
Well, they play hard as can be, and that's how he was as a player. I remember, when he was in Houston, and so you see that on film. You see the 11 guys to the ball. It's very evident on tape. It's a similar scheme that they ran in San Francisco. Each week's different. You're able to look at the structure of the defense and say, all right, this is what it is. Now it just presents different challenges, how the ends play, how the inside tackles play. But they play hard. They're getting pressure on the quarterback, and they've been good against the run. When you watch them, it's a tough group to run the ball against. And conversely, with their offense and even their kicking game, this is a young team, and that's a dangerous opponent.
I mean, it's a dangerous opponent. What are you, the Saints? Is this Jimmy Clausen going with the Panthers? What do you mean? Of course it's a dangerous opponent. They're favored to beat you.
They are favored to beat you.
I mean, that's typically what you say when you're under. Does he think he's in New Orleans in the heyday? Is Drew Brees?
I think somebody just
throwing the ball to Michael Thomas or something.
I think somebody just pulled his string.
That's a tough opponent.
Yeah, he's just saying all the cliches.
We can't overlook the Houston Texans.
They're really good on offense, defense, and special teams. Oh wow, that's pretty good.
We can't overlook them. This is a dangerous opponent.
Exactly what he was doing.
Get the hell out of here with that.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson, interesting cat. That Russell Wilson. So yesterday, the media availability basically turned into Russell Wilson talking about wanting to play into his 40s and all that, and he talked about I wake up and I immediately move around, and you got to stretch and all this type of stuff, and there's all kinds of fluff that you typically get with Russell Wilson. However, he also had interesting things to say, depending on who you ask, about the two most prominent men in the building down there on Kirby, DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud. Let's first hear what Russell Wilson had to say about your head coach, DeMeco Ryans, who he has a long history with. Here's Russ talking about DeMeco.
Coach DeMeco Ryans, he was a great player, obviously a great coach. I had to go against him several times over the years, and just he coaches his guys with a great discipline, great tenacity on the defensive side of the ball. They fly, a great thing. He was doing that at the 49ers. He's done it here with the Texans, and it's been impressive just to watch what they've done, the turnaround they've had, and everything else. I think that he's an enthusiastic coach. He's a detailed coach.
Man, this is getting rough.
I'm telling you, brother.
This is getting rough.
I'm telling you.
No, I mean, but that's not just exclusive to Russell Wilson. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks
I don't know about that. It is kind of exclusive to Russell Wilson.
No.
All right, we'll get to it in a second.
Yeah.
Let's hear him talking about C.J. Stroud. Here's Russell Wilson talking about C.J. Stroud. Tell me if it comes out this hokey with all the other quarterbacks, you generalizing mofo, you.
CJ's been impressive, man. He's been having one of the best rookie years, ever. And I think that, I've been able to watch, what he's done, his greatness so far. He's got a great gene in him. It's called the clutch gene. He's got some it factor to him. You see that. You saw that in college too. So I think it translates from college to especially the league that he played in the Big Ten and everything else. So.
Oh, shout out to the Big Ten there.
You played there 1 year, Russell.
I know. What's
you were ACC until 1 year. You played 1 year at Wisconsin, sir. Come on, man. You're not a Big Ten guy.
He's a Big Ten guy.
All right, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess Jalen Hurts is a Big 12 guy. So there you go. Or SEC, depending on how you look at it.
So while it is cool to hear good things about DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud, this isn't that unique.
Okay, well,
it's really not.
All right, well then I want you to tell me.
Doug Peterson was complimentary.
Let's play a game. How long is this thing I put together? Figgy. How long is this? How long is this Russell Wilson?
It's like a minute 50.
All right, a minute 50 seconds. I compressed Russell Wilson talking about the task ahead, and I compressed the hokiness of Russell Wilson. I want you to tell me how many times Figgy's going to have to hit that cliche bell right now.
In a minute and 50?
713-572-4610. Play along loopholes on YouTube, Twitch, and on the text line. 713-572-4610. Get your predictions in. 13 in minute 50.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is compressed.
Because Figgy's pretty generous with that. He's pretty generous with that cliche bell.
Okay, so you're saying how many?
13.
13 in a minute 50.
Yeah.
From Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Figgy, you have a guess?
I'm going to go with 10.
I'm going to go right in the middle. I'm going to go 11.
Okay.
13, 10, 11. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I think first of all, just grateful just to be here. Grateful for another day, another day to breathe and just do what I love to do and be with great teammates. Obviously, my family, everything else. I remember coming in this league, I don't know, 12 years ago, and my goal was to play to over 40 plus. So I feel great. I feel great. I feel young. I feel fast. I feel confident. And all the above. So, but when you're around a great group of young stars around here, it always keeps you young.
You've said you want to play 20 years, which will get you to 43. You just said to 40. What makes you think that you have what it takes to be one of those rare guys that can play that long, perhaps?
I still got a little speed. I still got quickness. I still, when you have a plan, I set out to it a long time ago. It's a lifestyle. It's a 365-day mentality. There are no off days. There are no. You don't have optionality on trying to be great every day. I think that's just got to be your mentality. So every day I get up and make sure I move around, keep my body moving, working out, and everything else. And I got an obsession and a passion for the game. Learning the game, being out there, winning, all the above. So that's the part that makes it.
We're at 7.
Yeah, I think rather than thinking of it as a challenge, I think you look at it as an opportunity.
Oh, God.
I think the thing about where we want to go and all the things that you want to be able to do and accomplish, you got to go on the road, for big moments sometimes. And I think the best thing about it is you just look at it as a collection of moments. It's not any bigger game than any other. All the games are important. All the games are significant. And I think that you're just a collection of 75 moments within a game that you want to have great moments. And I think the best part that we can do is really focus on us. Communication is really important. Eye contact's really important. All of that. And then at the end of the day, you got to make plays. Players make plays, and that's what we're going to do. And we're going to be ready to rock and roll and play great football.
That's 15, so you win. You said 13. That's 15, and it could have been even more.
It could have been.
This guy is hilarious.
Look, Russell
Gotta
Wilson.
Get up and stretch.
Russell Wilson's a different kind of guy.
Man.
But
it's funny.
Being cliche, there's a cliche bell for a reason.
Yeah, but not like that.
Because it's not just Russell Wilson that does it.
Man, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick.
What about Bobby Slowick?
So Bobby Slowick, there were some displeasures over Bobby Slowick. I'm looking at myself right now.
Mm-hmm.
He spoke on those, and he was also very candid.
Yeah.
I think we have a better understanding of what's wrong with this offense after Bobby Slowick. So part of me wants to thank Bobby Slowick for being authentic. The other part of me wants to put him in the slime off because he might have told the biggest lie that I've heard in a long, long time. And you'll hear it next.
The Drive with
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, Bobby Slowick. I got to put him in the slime off, man. And I'll tell you why in a second.
Heard yet.
I'll tell you why in a second. These types of lies. Now remember, the slime off is loose and it can be serious. There's no levels to the slime. It can be goofiness, it can be serious sliminess. It's 0 to 100. Tell you why Bobby's in a second. First, though, let's hear C.J. Stroud talking about Bobby Slowick. C.J. Stroud has had a lot of success. He is the AFC Offensive Player of the Month. Here's C.J. Stroud talking about what Bobby Slowick has had to do with that.
He's helped me tremendously. He's one of the people that I appreciate because he's very honest with me. He holds me accountable game in and game out, no matter how good or bad people say. He's always has a coaching point or two to hit. And he's really honest, which I appreciate. And he's really smart. He knows when to call certain plays, when not to. And my job is always make him right. And I feel like we have a good chemistry on what we've built these last couple of weeks. And we're just going to keep growing from there. But he's been a tremendous help.
And he has. And listen, I've been thinking about this the last couple of days with C.J. Stroud. Like, we've been talking about how he saves all butts, right? And how he's been doing all these things. Bobby Slowick, and you'll hear it here in a minute.
He's had a big part of it.
He's had a big part of it, man.
And I think when he talks, it gives you an idea of, did they make a mistake? Are they proud what they did, et cetera? I think it's one of the best days, one of the best resources for Texans fans and Loopholes. Shout out to the Loopholes if you listen. You all. I'm Brevin Jordan, by the way, 11 o'clock. Don't want to miss this interview. It's
one more thing before we listen to Bobby Slowick. I want kind of a heads up for listeners. Put yourself back 1, 2, 3 years ago and imagine those coaches doing what this coach is doing. That's what struck me. Like, just the candor, the answering questions, etc. It's like we're in a different world now, man. I mean, it's like a totally different world when you're dealing with these guys. That's the comforting part for me.
Yes, and it's next level, and it's very transparent. Now, there's been talk about this offense. You know, C.J. Stroud looked like he was making phenomenal plays the other day. Was it necessary? And Brandon Scott, the great Brandon Scott, SportsRadio610.com, also doing his thing on the slant on HoustonTexans.com. Check out those interviews each week. Brandon Scott asked him about, the balance of run game, not using the run game, and then the being on schedule and off schedule for C.J. Stroud. This is some excellent information from Bobby Slowick talking about balancing that. Here is Bobby Slowick.
No, I think that's 1,000%. I mean, I think I voiced many times, how important the run game is. Like, when you can stay on schedule in the run game, how much that opens up play pass and stuff that it's going to be, you're going to have more guys in protection. It's going to be sounder in protection. You can push the ball down the field a little more. In a lot of those situations, like when those go hand in hand, that's really, to me, that's the hardest to defend. Anytime you can keep the defense off balance and they're not sure what you're going to play, that's always going to be the hardest for them. But there's a lot that goes into that. Like there were times our protection wasn't as good as we want it to be, and then there were other times the protection was pretty clean and it showed up like it was an issue, but there were other issues on the play that made it look that way. We were on a good streak there running the ball for, I'd say, about 3 weeks, and we took a little bit of a step back last week. We weren't moving and displacing people like we wanted. We weren't necessarily hitting the holes like we wanted. Very much have reattached to ourselves this week to try to make sure, we play Texan football again.
So we weren't blocking very well, and we weren't hitting the holes. I mean,
he knows. He knows what the issue is.
I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a Singletary thing. I don't know if that's maybe Dameon Pierce is back, and you're having. I don't know, but
I do.
I mean, he just said he just said we weren't blocking well. We weren't hitting the holes. It wasn't just about abandoning. What about those short yardage passing decisions by Bobby Slowick? A lot of people upset by the 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. Maybe you can connect it to what he just said about hitting the holes and blocking. But here's Bobby Slowick talking about the short yardage passing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, kind of earlier when I was answering the run question, like if I had the same situation, I'd call the same plays, and I have no fear of putting the ball in our quarterback's hands right now, and I think he's earned that trust from me. He's earned that trust from the rest of the offense. Now, similar to what I've already said also, we didn't go execute. We just didn't execute the plays. The balls weren't going where we really had them schemed to go, and it wasn't CJ. It was just the offense. We got to be cleaner. We got to be on our assignments. We got to be doing so that we can go and we can play football and we can function.
I mean, that to me sounds like, hey, we weren't taking shots down the field. That wasn't the number one option. That wasn't the goal.
Yeah.
That's what I hear there when I hear that. And I think the last time we heard this healthy balance of accountability between CJ, Bobby Slowick, et cetera, we saw results. Immediately after Carolina, CJ said, we want to take shots. Slowick said, yeah, we'd love to take shots, but we got to take advantage of them when we're actually there. We got to block a little bit better. The most discouraging thing for me is he's acknowledging that they aren't blocking well, they're not hitting the holes well. So it can be an execution thing. That could be discouraging or encouraging depending on how you look at it. But he gave us a little bit of a grasp of it. I love me some Bobby Slowick, man. I really do.
Well, I think
kinda.
I don't know.
We'll get to it in a sec.
I don't know if discouraging is the right word, but I do think that he's realized all along what he needs to do rushing the ball, and maybe he just gave Dameon Pierce another shot. Like he's coming off an injury, he hadn't been productive. Devin Singletary had his good days, came back last week and said, you know what, we're gonna give you some touches here now, and it didn't work out. So hopefully 6 weeks left in the season, you realize, all right, that didn't work out. Devin Singletary's our guy. Blocking needs to improve as well.
Then there's this, man.
Mm-hmm.
Couple things Bobby Slowick said that I think should put him in the slime off. These are just total lies.
Okay.
From Bobby Slowick. I don't like to call guys liars, but man, this is a lie. Here's Bobby Slowick talking about the 4th and 12 in which D'Amico Ryans decided to go. And Brandon asked him this one, like on the like what's the dynamic between an OC and head coach when this type of stuff is going on?
I guess what I would say, a lot of people can't always fully grasp, is we're all, like the whole Texan team is at practice, watching practice, including our third down period, including our field goal period. So like we're well aware of how far our kicker kicks it. We're well aware of how good we are on third down and what our concepts are. And like in that particular situation, I'm as confident as you would expect an offensive guy to be. If we decide we want to, try to push it on 4th and 11, yeah, I got a play call for that. Is it going to work? It's like every other 4th and 11, probably a pretty low percentage. But we also have full confidence in our kicker.
Come on. We have full confidence in our kicker?
Well, I mean, they did.
Oh, come on.
Maybe not at 58 yards, 57.
Come on, Bobby. That's lie number one. This is lie number two, and this one bothers me. And this one, I'm actually protecting Bobby here because I think he has a lot to do with C.J. Stroud's development, success, awards, accolades, praise, all that type of stuff. C.J. himself has said that. Yeah. It's as plain as day. Here's Bobby Slowick talking about how much credit he deserves. And this is where he's getting in the slime off. Again, it's not like slimy, but this is where he's getting in the slime off. This is where he's getting in the slime off. Bobby Slowick asked how much credit he deserves for C.J. Stroud's AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Like, I had very little to do with it. I just think he's a fan who's made of the right stuff, goes about his business the right way. As a rookie, I would say came in like a professional, and obviously he has the talent to be able to do special things. So much of what I just think is amazing about CJ has very little to do with how he throws a football. And I know he's special in that regard, but he's special in a lot of other regards also, and I think that just continues to show as we go through the year. It's a credit to him and all the stuff he's overcome. Just the combination of all of it together, I think, we can all go out and we can see. I'm as much a part of watching it as you guys are.
Come on, bro. Hit the slime off. I'm as much of a... Come on, Bobby.
Come sit up here
Let's not take it too far. Hit the damn
You
slime.
should come to the suite.
Oh, no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime.
I'm as much a part of it as you guys are. Come on.
You think like...
Give me a break, Bobby.
Let's say
This is not slimy, but this is slimy.
No, it's funny slimy.
Funny slimy.
Let's say the Chargers job comes open, and they interview Bobby Slowick, and they say, so what'd you have to do with C.J. Stroud? I had very little to do with it. You think he's going to say that in a job interview? I had very little to do with it, to be honest. He was on his own. I didn't do anything. If he's interviewing for the Chargers head coaching job, no. Not at all.
Oh my God.
He's being humble. That's fine.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's in the slime off. He's going against me. He's going against John McClain. Bobby Slowick's in the slime off.
Yeah.
Hey, Cody Stutes, you had as much to do with this as hey, we're all part of this one. Big part of it, Bobby. You don't have to toot your own horn too much, but come on, brother.
I mean, he actually,
and it is a slow slime off week. I'll be honest with you. It's been a great week. There hasn't been much slime.
We've been good.
Yeah.
But on Slowick and CJ Stroud, look, we all know the dynamic when they were drafting, when they had the number 2 overall pick and they had options. Okay? You can't tell me that Bobby Slowick, I wasn't in the room, but you can't tell me that the offensive coordinator, the guy who's going to mold this guy into an NFL, help mold this guy into an NFL quarterback, didn't have anything to do with getting him here. Like, it had to be Bobby Slowick's opinion as much as anybody else's that they drafted C.J. Stroud. So that alone, the fact that he saw Stroud, he saw something in him, thought he would be the best pick, that alone is a huge credit to him.
He deserves all the credit in the world. This is obviously kind of a looser slime off, but who knows? Big part of what Bobby Slowick, big part of what C.J. Stroud are going to do this Sunday. It's going to be perhaps Brevin Jordan being a part of the offense. Now, we haven't been used to this. It's been up and down for Brevin Jordan the last few years. We didn't think he was going to make the team. We told him as much, and you'll get his reaction. A really good interview with a guy who's going to be a key piece of a very big game for the Texans. Brevin Jordan joins In the Loop in another ITL exclusive interview next.
It's Texas. exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Really good interview with Brevin Jordan straight off the practice field yesterday. Big game for him. Sometimes, radio guys, we tend to be a little bit dramatic. I call this the biggest game of Brevin Jordan's career. I believe it is. I think it's very. Is overly dramatic? Not like I can't say dramatic.
No, I was just talking about my overly dramatic reading.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know if you were like doing that hardo correction.
I'm
Lopez
never a
thing,
hardo.
Semantic type.
No,
thing.
dramatic is accurate. I was just adding on the overly dramatic.
Just checking. Brevin Jordan. This is the biggest game of his career, and a lot of times there's eye rolls. From studio to locker room. I threw that his way. We talked about a lot of things. Dalton Schultz looks like is not going to play unless there's like some miracle today. And if there is, we'll let you know right here on Sports Radio 610. But here's our conversation with Texans tight end Brevin Jordan. Been kind of up and down for him. And I think if you weren't a Brevin Jordan fan before, I think you're going to be after this interview. Dalton Schultz, we saw him on the injury report. We saw you make a big play the other day. And a radio guy like me is calling this the biggest game of Brevin Jordan's career. Am I being dramatic?
Damn straight. Nah, you're damn straight right, man. It's a huge opportunity for me. I'm excited for it.
It's been an interesting season for you, but you're not shying away. This is the biggest game of your career.
No, man, this is a huge game. This is no question the biggest game of my career, man. This is the first time in my 3 years, man. I'm like I like really get to be out there and be active, and so I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I'm just gonna go out there and just do what I do in the run game and in the pass game.
Yeah, Brevin, we were talking about this off air. You mentioned 3 years, and you've had bodies. There've been a lot of warm bodies, either in front of you or you're fighting to get on the field with. And right now, that opportunity is going to be only yours. Just to tie into what Landry said, like you haven't even had this many opportunities to take snaps in the past. Is that what you're talking about?
Just in general, man. Yeah, when you go back and think about my rookie year, I was inactive, the first 8 games. And then I played like the first 9. I scored 3 touchdowns in those 9 games. But my second year, you guys saw how it was. It was disappointing for us as a whole team last year, I ended up being a healthy scratch after the Philadelphia game, and Akins ended up really being a great player for us last year. So this is the first time in my, career where I really, get to go out there and just play ball freely.
Talking to Texans tight end Brevin Jordan here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So I'll be honest, we followed every snap of your career. We've watched it. And I've heard you kind of touch on this, but we wondered if you were going to be on the team once the final cuts were made because it was a big camp for you and then you ended up getting hurt. Was there ever a point where you figured, man, this is an uphill battle here, especially once during what we did already acknowledge as a big camp?
Yeah, man, definitely. It was one of those things that definitely crossed my mind, and it was a good thing for me that I was here around OTAs, so they got to see me a little bit. Then once we going into camp, I got hurt like the 5th day or whatever like that, the 4th day or something. So they saw a glimpse of me, man, and I think they seen the potential of what I can do. So, it definitely crossed my mind, man. I'm just glad. It was one of those things where I just kind of let Christ handle it, and I didn't want to, put too much emphasis on things that I can't control.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and I want to get into Christ and as well as your My Cause cleats in a sec, but we were talking about this, and my aha moment, and we were at camp every day, was, we're wondering if Brevin Jordan's going to make the team. We're wondering if Brevin Jordan's going to make the team, and all the while, we're saying, why isn't C.J. Stroud having press conferences? Why isn't he having press conferences? And he finally has his press conference, and you're one of the first names he mentions. And when I heard that, I was like, damn, how were you and C.J. able to connect so early? And he's continued to say really good things about you.
That's my dog, man. He's a West Coast cat. So you know what I'm saying? It's my dog, man. Me and CJ got a very good bond. When he got drafted, the day he got drafted, I'm not even kidding y'all, maybe like 20 minutes after he got drafted, he DM'd me on Instagram and it was like, can't wait to work with you, bro. Like off the rip. Like 20 minutes after he got drafted, maybe. So that was a huge impression on me, man. I knew he was serious when he did that. I knew he was going to make some changes here in Houston, and the dude is unbelievable. His character's unbelievable, and his performance is even better.
Being asked a lot lately about the quote rookie wall, and you've been around enough, to know what's real, what's not. I contend that it's there for everyone. It's just a matter of pushing through. Have you talked to him about that as close as you are?
I haven't talked to him about that, but I mean, I know some guys that I dealt with the rookie wall. See, I didn't get to deal with the rookie wall because I was fighting. I was just clawing and scratching every day to even get on the field. I was inactive my first 8 games. So for me, I didn't really hit a rookie wall. But I know, man, it's a long year for rookies. They got to go through, college camps. They got to go through the combine and interviews. So I mean, it's a long season for rookies. But I don't think it's going to impact them. I don't think that's his character is too big for that. He's going to be all right.
Well, he seems to like your character too. During his media availability Wednesday, I'm going to be a nosy ass media type, and you can tell me to shut up if you'd like. I understand we ask too many questions sometimes, but he said that on Saturday, you basically said something that, quote, if you didn't think highly of Brevin Jordan before, you dang sure did after that.
Brevin had a really touching and good word on Saturday, and if you didn't have respect for that guy, which I know everybody does, but you definitely do now.
Can you give us a little glimpse of what you said, maybe just a summary or something?
Oh man, it was just a story about last year. It was a tough year for me, and it was a chapel service where everybody got to bring their own verse. And everybody, guys that got to share their verse and why impact, why they pertain to their lives. Everybody got to share a little verse, and I just shared mine, and I was the first one up actually. And I think, just based off last year, man, it was a tough year for everybody. Everybody's excited about this year, but man, we had to go through the trials last year to get to where we are today. So it was just telling my story about last year. It was pretty dope.
That ties in with what I wanted to talk to you about. Reading about you over the years and certainly before today, you've called yourself a fighter multiple times. I mean, and your whole family has fought, and you've had a lot of adversity, and more so than a lot of people. Is that what has kept you going? Because this has been, you've been honest today with us. I mean, this has been something that breaks a lot of folks or makes them wonder about playing.
100%. Nah, man, what keeps me going for sure is my foundation, my family. Back in Las Vegas, my brothers, my 2 brothers, my mom. I mean, there's no other option. There's what is there to do? Sit around and soak? Nah, man. My goal is to play as long as I can. With my body, we'll play as long as I can in the NFL and enjoy every day, man. I'm in a 1% job, bro. This is the best thing that can ever happen to me. Guys are on practice squad, a 53-man roster, whatever it is, man. This is the best thing, that we get to do. We're professionals.
What is your My Cause, My Cleats? I understand that might tie back to what you just spoke of.
Yeah, My Cause, My Cleats is the supporting breast cancer. My mom was a stage 3 breast cancer survivor in 2004. And she ended up surviving in 2007. So it's really just a tribute to my mom.
And she was told that she may not make it, and relatively young, correct?
Yep. She wasn't actually told. She had no symptoms. One day she was just messing around in the mirror, and she said the spirit of God told her to just mess around, and she felt a huge lump. And she ended up going to the hospital, and it was cancer. So she really didn't know. She didn't have any symptoms.
I got to ask you about some of the background here, because you've been something of an undersized tight end when you were coming up. And I read this, and I just want to know if it's true, because we just had Thanksgiving. Do you still eat turkey? Because I understand you ate turkey all day, every day. Is that correct?
Yeah. So my sophomore year, my freshman year going into my sophomore year, I got moved up to varsity, and I went to if you guys know, I went to a huge football program, high school football program. Bishop Gorman, we were the #1 team in the country, and we had a professional, diet nutritionist, strength coach. We had everything. So our nutritionist at the time just really recommended I eat a lot of turkey and beans and rice. That's all I ate, and that's all I ate all the time, man. In a crock pot, I would just put some beans in there, a little bit of turkey, and some rice, man. And I put on 50 pounds that one summer.
How long did you do this?
Just that summer. I can't stand beans now. I just can't do beans because of that.
How about turkey?
See, turkey's all right. I can give a turkey, but I can't. It's still, man, turkey and beans scarred me.
We had Dalton Schultz on, and that was where we first discovered that he tried to purchase number 9 from you. How much was it, man? we keep hearing how much was it?
He offered me a hefty money. A hefty amount.
Six figures.
Well, you might be up to something. Yeah, he offered
six
me
figures, Brevin. What's so special about 9 to where you turn down that much of a price?
Well, one 9 is my number. I've worn it since high school. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I wore it in college, and I got to the league. In my first year in the league, they changed the rules, so I get to wear 9. So I was like, man, that's a huge deal. Like 9 is my number. It's just me as a competitor, man. Like I can't give up my number. Like you know what I mean? Like
that's $100K. Like, that's at least $100K though.
Dawn is my dog, though. Me and Dawn have the same age. Dawn is my dog, man. But
do you play video games with him?
Nah, he's too good, bro. He be cheating.
Yeah,
cheating. He's got a whole setup, man. His whole house.
Man. He takes it real serious.
His setup is dope. But nah, man, I just Dawn's my dog. We're the same age. You know what I'm saying? We be in the building every day. But I just couldn't. It's my pride, man. I have too much ego to give him my number.
Talking to Brevin Jordan, Texans tight end here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. I'll be honest with you. I said at the time, and we've already acknowledged what it was like. I was like, well, you might get it for free. What are you offering him money for? Did you ever think, hey, well, I'm worried about making the squad. Maybe I can just get $100,000 anyways. That's what I was thinking.
Nah, man, that never crossed my mind, bro. Believe it or not, it never crossed my mind. My mind was just focused on just getting better every day and just taking it day by day.
So do you have
I just couldn't give him my number.
Do you have a 9 tattoo?
No, I don't.
Okay. I was just
because that would have been more difficult.
I was wondering about that. That makes it more.
Yeah, that would have been.
No, I can't. But I mean, who you guys know probably? If we probably would have drafted, a different guy in this organization. The other number 9.
Oh, you would have probably gotten more money, and you probably would have had to come off it.
I probably would have. Yeah, we would have. Yeah, it would have been a little different situation right there.
Hey, do you still want to be an actor? I know you've always dabbled.
I've thought about it, man, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It got a lot of weird stuff in Hollywood. Hollywood's a weird place. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
You're from Vegas, too, though. You're from Vegas, though. It can get a little weird there.
Trying to make Vegas. Yeah, it can get. Best believe, man. That's why I don't really go home. I haven't been home in a minute, man. I don't really go back home.
Hey, you know where the Super Bowl is?
Yup. But honestly, no, man. I right now I'm big in real estate. I have 4 houses. 3 are fully paid off, and the plan is just to buy 2 houses a year, man. My mom's a real estate agent. She owns a real estate company in Vegas. So just keep buying houses. Yeah, I really want to buy a 4-plex or a duplex out here in Houston. They got some great prices.
Do you watch those shows, the real estate shows? Because I watch them. I get made fun of because I watch some tacky reality TV.
My mom does, though. My mom and my grandfather does. They love them.
They're on like Selling Sunset and all that type of stuff.
Yo. My mom and my grandfather do. Both of them.
What do you watch? What does Brevin Jordan watch?
Man, honestly, right now I'm not really.
Don't sit here and don't give us the Hardo Jalen Petrie. I just watch tape all day.
Nah. Right now I'm actually watching the Squid Game challenges.
Oh yeah, that's hot right now. Hey, gotta ask
that right now. It's pretty cool.
Gotta ask you about the proverbial In-N-Out burger question, man. We've had guys. Go ahead.
That's not even a debate, bro. Whataburger's like McDonald's. In-N-Out is like In-N-Out is really, they're really not the same. Like if you want like a late night, like a drunk burger, like Whataburger is gonna go crazy. But like In-N-Out is more just the quality is a lot better. It's just a lot better.
Just lost some
really
listeners.
Not even in the same tier.
Man, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, you, Toto, Robert Woods, y'all, there's a lot of
y'all are loyal.
Y'all are loyal to this.
There's the quality of Whataburger and In-N-Out just aren't the same. Whataburger's like McDonald's, like it's like a fast food joint. They're gonna have it ready for you in 2 minutes. In-N-Out, you got a big line, like they really taking their time. You see them chopping up the onions, the lettuce, the tomatoes in the bag. You see them really throwing on the cheese on the burgers. Like it's just the quality is just not even.
This is a low-level foodie right here because you're right in my range. The guy across from me, he's like a $200 plate guy, but you seem like a. Do you eat Chinese food?
I'm Korean, man, so I eat Chinese food, but, man, I'm telling you, you can't go wrong with some good Korean barbecue and, like, some kimchi chicken, some home-cooked Korean food.
Do you eat Mexican food at all?
Yeah, I'll go crazy for some tacos.
Okay, so what do you getting? You just getting tacos? You're not getting enchiladas or anything like that?
No, I'll get some enchiladas. But I'm really big on, like birria tacos, you know what I'm saying, like something of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up in that cafeteria? We always hear about the cafeteria up there. Is it as good as it is?
Yeah, they got some really good food here, man. They switch it up every day.
CJ said the water's good.
He
said the water was good.
Bro, no, we do. We have the Spring Mountain water we have in our building, bro, it's phenomenal.
Hey, you mentioned Korean food and Korean barbecue. Are you a big dim sum guy? Because that is one of my go-tos. And how about that Jen's barbecue, Korean barbecue?
I don't really like Jen, but I don't really like. You said Jen, right? Jen barbecue.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, man, I'm not going there. The spot y'all need to go to out here in Houston, Texas, is Korea Garden. Go try it out, man.
Yeah.
That place is phenomenal. Yep, that place is phenomenal.
Korea Garden, Brevin, we appreciate you, man. I might have to just after this. I might have to wager on Brevin Jordan scoring a touchdown. By the way, I called you scoring a touchdown this week. This season, I called it in the game before the game. I said Brevin Jordan's going to score a touchdown.
I love it, man. Appreciate you. Just take advantage of every opportunity that I get, man.
I'm about to get some bread. All right, Brevin, we appreciate you. Thanks very much. It's been good talking to you. Best of luck on Sunday, big game. We look forward to watching you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all.
Hey, guys. Brevin Jordan here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. What a swell fella. He acknowledged he didn't know if he was going to make the team. Talked about the Dalton Schultz thing, the cause, all that. It's hard not to like that guy. It's hard not to root for that guy. He right now, if you want to just sprinkle a little bread on it, he's 8-1 to score a touchdown. 8-1 to score a touchdown. Now, this is where it gets even more exciting, though. He's 40-1 to score the first touchdown.
Oh man, that's a roll.
Yeah, but that's $5.
That's a roll of the dice.
$5, you win $200.
Yeah,
that's not. I don't even know if that's a roll of the dice. That's a roll of like 4 dice.
Yeah, exactly. And they all have to come up sixes.
Does got pretty upset about the Whataburger take, but he's the third guy. Henry To'oTo'o. These are West Coast guys. Henry To'oTo'o, Robert Woods, Brevin Jordan. Brevin Jordan took it a little further though. The Whataburger In and Out. The Whataburger In and Out beef.
He says, "Man, that's McDonald's." Yikes! You know what? You got to respect it. And I've said this from the very start. Like these California guys, you can tell that they're pretty comfortable.
He's
in
LV.
Yeah. Well, he's a West
Coast
guy.
thing.
He's a West Coast guy. But still, these West Coast guys, they say it with their chest, man. And you kind of got to respect that.
I respect the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Shout out to him.
Yeah, I look at it like this. People in Texas would do the same thing if they was in Cali.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah.
They would do the same thing.
Represent, no doubt.
And by the way, this is a career game. I'm not trying to be dramatic here.
No, this is.
This is a career game for Brevin Jordan.
No, because I look at it as this: like the coaches have believed in you. You've been inconsistent
longer than most coaches would.
You've been admittedly inconsistent. You've been admittedly not available consistently, and they've believed in you. CJ has believed in you. You heard him say that CJ less than an hour after he got drafted, he DM'd him and all that. So this is an opportunity to reward those who believe in you.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people can relate to that. Like if someone believes in you and then time goes by, you want to as much as anything reward the person who believed in you. And Brevin Jordan's got a hell of an opportunity.
You just want to get your chance, you know. And as we mentioned in the interview, there were a lot of guys ahead of him getting their chance. I mean, Akins, for God's sakes, was ahead of him. And now there's no one ahead of him. This is his chance. This is a career game for Brevin Jordan.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. Shout out to Brevin Jordan for another exclusive In the Loop interview. Coming up, the internet's going to go nuts the next few days, and I think it might be the most toxic, insane 3-day period the internet will see this year. We'll get into it next.
CJ Stroud is the AFC. Livestream every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet.
All right, Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Internet, this is going to be the nuttiest 3-day period when it comes to sports of the internet. Period, point blank, end of story. Starting with the Pac-12 championship tonight, going into championship Saturday, and then on Sunday they unveil the 4 teams in the college football playoff. I'm sure every fan base will be satisfied with their decision.
Yeah, it's just the way that it goes.
It's going to be nuts. Yeah. Absolutely nuts. There's a lot of questions. Should Florida State be in the discussion? Who should Texas get the nod over? Who should Oregon get the nod over? Before we play a little bit of NBA Jam, here is Kirk Herbstreit getting people fired up, talking about perhaps the nuttiest weekend as the internet goes nuts of the sports season.
The guy who calls these games, I don't want to do the right thing. If you talk to Bill Hancock, and we had lots of meetings about this, they're not supposed to do the right thing. They're supposed to, their job is to put the best 4 teams in the playoff. Now, again, it's subjective. Who you think and I think are the best 4 are different, and that's fine. But that's what that group is supposed to do. Not what do we think about ratings. That's bullshit. Put the fucking best 4 teams in the game.
Oh my! He's on fire!
I just love him cussing.
All right, and it's gonna be fun. Who are the best four? What are the best four deserving? I got a four-piece of hot takes I'm gonna throw at you about this college football weekend.
Hit me.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone's gonna love these.
I'm gonna love it.
All right, here you
Maybe
go.
not.
Number one.
Mm-hmm.
FSU shouldn't even be in the discussion.
Oh my! I disagree. They should be in the discussion.
They should not be considered, no matter what. FSU, you lost one of the best players in college football. Good job gutting it out against Florida. Louisville, just eliminate this nonsense. Now
that I'm with.
Please. Number two. This one hurts. This one hurts. Might make a few people around here upset. Trust me. I feel your pain. I remember that 1996 Big 12 championship game, Texas versus Nebraska. If Texas had played Oklahoma, they would control their own destiny. At this point, they don't. I know they beat Alabama, but if Alabama beats Georgia, I think Texas should take a backseat to Alabama. Now, does that mean that they still get in? Maybe. It might give them the nod over Georgia. It could very well, because then you can do the head-to-head. They went to Alabama, gave Nick Saban one of his 3 losses or whatever, ever at home, whatever the hell that is. So maybe it helps them get the nod over Georgia. But as we sit right now, if Alabama beats Georgia, I put them above Texas, and that hurts me more than it hurts any of you angry folks out there.
Oh my! He's on fire! It doesn't make sense from a very sort of amateurish, no offense to anybody who thinks this, point of view. But it has to do with, like, where you are at the season, too.
Yeah, and Kirk Bowl said Texas has gotten better from this point to then. I disagree wholeheartedly.
And I'll say this again.
Wholeheartedly disagree.
If we're going to judge the Florida State team for not having their quarterback, you have to equally judge the Alabama Crimson Tide for developing their quarterback into a beast.
Next, Oregon, Texas. If Oregon wins the Pac-12 championship tonight, there's going to be a lot of debate about Oregon, Texas. The resume of Texas looks better. Oregon lost to Washington. They would avenge that loss. I actually think Oregon should have won that game. Dan Lanning went stupid. I think Oregon deserves the nod over Texas as well, and that hurts me real bad, because you're going to talk about the common opponent, Texas Tech, whatever. That was week 2. I don't care about that. That's where the common opponent is just kind of an eye roll for me. But I think Oregon would deserve the nod over Texas.
I think whomever wins, and that includes obviously Oregon, goes. Oregon should go too. Yes, I agree.
Now, Texas over Florida State, we can have that discussion, all that. But I just, if Texas were playing Oklahoma, they'd control their own destiny. But that's just where I'm at. Final one. With that said, I like Washington today, man. I think people were sleeping big time on Washington. I think Oregon's really good. Washington is getting 10 points, and that's a little bit crazy to me. Maybe Oregon comes out there and, they prove me wrong, but 10 points seems like a lot to me, a hell of a lot for Washington to be getting, especially with that offense, especially what they're capable of doing, and especially with their familiarity with Oregon.
And especially because it's a championship game. I mean, that does matter. They've seen each other. They know each other.
23-point dog.
Well, that's not a championship game. That's kind of an exhibition. but yes, Washington has seen them before, too. They know what they're getting into.
It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun.
I got the internet going nuts.
Dallas Cowboys. Man, what a game last night. That was a fun game to watch. I'm glad I didn't bet it. I thought the Cowboys would run them. They ended up not.
They ended up winning 41-35.
A little spoiler alert for a confession that I'm going to have in about 50 minutes, and that is the Cowboys are plus 800 to win the Super Bowl right now. That's a gambler's bet. That's a value bet.
That's burning money.
No, it's not.
That is burning money.
You look at who they've got the Eagles coming in. They almost beat the Eagles. They should have beat the Eagles already. I thought they should have won that game.
We're going almost?
I thought they should have won that game.
Wow.
And they've got the Eagles coming in, and with a 10 days to prepare. There's no one scary in the AFC compared to the Eagles, Niners, and Cowboys.
I don't think the Cowboys have a chance. Matter of fact, that was the first team with a winning record they beat.
I understand that. I saw it. Yeah.
They're good. Dak deserves MVP consideration.
CD Lamb, dude.
Man, he's annoying. He
is on a tear.
He's mouthing off between each play. Get your ass back to the huddle, man.
Yeah.
Save that for San Francisco or Philly.
And I hate the Cowboys. It pains me to say this. Just as a value.
Okay. I think it's bad value.
$800?
That's bad value, man.
Man.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Oklahoma State University is having Texas Hate Week. This is in the Oklahoman. Perhaps this went a little bit too far. I'll let you tell me, although I don't know if you really have much to stand on because you kind of encourage this type of behavior. But the carcass of a longhorn cow was found on the lawn of an OSU fraternity on Friday. Social media posts on Friday showed the carcass lying in the farmhouse fraternity's front yard. The animal's stomach had been cut open, and the words FH were written on its side, according to photos taken of at the OSU student paper.
I didn't even want to bring this one up.
Yeah, because you were dancing saying saw varsity's horns off. They must have watched the Mike Elko press conference.
What the hell's your problem?
I'm saying Texas A&M is swaying back and forth saying saw varsity's horns off. I think Oklahoma State just listened to what A&M was saying. What?
It's a fight song.
I'm just saying. Maybe they listened to the song. Maybe they listened to y'all say saw the horns off, and they said, "Hey, that looked cool." Mike Elko's encouraging it.
They left his horns on. You're a sick human being. First of all,
I'm not the one saying cut Cal's horns off.
It's a song. It's called the War Hymn. It's a fight song. It's 100 years old. But beside you being a sick human being, what? The reason I didn't want to bring this up is because it makes me sick. Like, this fraternity should get shut down. They should go full.
Do we have any Farmhouse listeners? Shout out to the Loopholes if you listen, you are one. Farmhouse, 713-572-4610. Were you in Farmhouse?
However,
because I don't want to generalize a fraternity. I just know that Farmhouse was like on the outside.
No idea.
Out there. They were like,
I had no idea.
I mean, you would be.
I'm talking jail time, like for jail time for whomever. And I mean, this is awful. This is awful. That's why I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah, I don't know what is the Farmhouse scene like? I don't know. I don't know what the Farmhouse scene is like in Stillwater. I've been out there a few times back in my day, but I'm not sure what Farmhouse is. All I know is this.
I saw the video. I just kept scrolling. I was like, dude, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
At first, I thought they got a cow drunk.
Yeah.
But they actually.
You would back in my day. You would be better off. You would have a better chance at getting a iPhone on opening day than you would seeing a chick at a farmhouse party.
It's that bad?
Yeah. Now I don't know if that's countrywide. So all you farmhouse folks, don't come at me.
You know what has the internet going nuts today? And I thought of you because I think you're one of these people.
What do you mean one of these people?
I'm not passing judgment. My middle son is one of these people, big time.
Your favorite?
It's Candle Day. Bed, Bath, and Body Works, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's the best.
They're having $10 candles, $5 candles.
Awesome,
there are people walking out with 2 grocery bags full of candles.
Legit, bro.
Today's Candle Day.
Brother, it is serious, too. They got some good candles, too.
I know. Are you going to go by there?
I might on the way out.
Bath and Body Works is what it's called.
Yeah, I might on the way out. I don't know.
Probably none left, to be honest.
Dude.
I might hit up that.
You got to get them warm, man.
My middle son, he puts like 6 or 8 candles in his on.
Man,
he's a big candle guy.
You get the right candle.
Yeah. I'm not passing judgment.
I almost went this morning, to be honest.
Is
my
that
wife
right?
woke
You
me
saw
up. Yeah, no, my wife is big into candles.
Apparently, there was someone that was lighting a candle here the other day. Boss lady wasn't too happy, talking about fire hazards and stuff.
Someone lighting something else in the bathroom earlier because I smelled it. It wasn't a candle.
By the way, happy birthday to Tyler Milner.
No.
Happy birthday to Tyler Milner.
Oh, man.
No, what? That was like a transition.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of.
Yeah. No, not speaking of. What
okay.
the hell's wrong with you?
We weren't lighting candles in the bathroom, but something was lit.
Happy birthday, Tyler Milner.
It's not Ben's birthday, is it?
Our guy. It is not. Coming up, the hits are too lit. D'Amico Ryans on almost going to Denver and the Denver quarterback, plus Dalton Schultz. Looks like he's officially going to be out. We'll tell you who it looks like is going to be in. The hits are lit next. First, though, I want to tell you about Orchard's Win-Win program.
Public Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. D'Amico almost went to Denver. What's he got to say about that now?
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Now, by almost went, they were the only other team that he interviewed with. They tried really hard to get him. He wanted to be in Houston. Let's first hear what D'Amico Ryans has to say about Russell Wilson. He's pretty familiar with him. Here's D'Amico talking about Russ.
Yeah, for Russell, I think it starts with the run game, right? Him having a run game, and that's helped him out a lot. Russell still does a really good job there. Throws one of the best deep balls in the league. So we have to be prepared there when they do take their shots. But it's also, if it's not there, he's being smart with the football, right? He's getting the ball to his check down, getting it to his second or third read, and allowing them to continue drives, right? I think he's playing really smart football right now. Then on third down, as Russell has done his entire career, how he's hurt many teams, it's just him and his screen on third down, right? To create first downs, to sustain drives, he still has it, and he's still a problem when it comes to scrambling around the pocket.
He's not wrong. I know you've been a little bit coming around a little bit on Russell Wilson.
What?
This week? I thought you have been.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, you just don't like him.
Listening to?
Yeah. You don't like him.
He's a game manager.
Well, see, no, you were coming around more.
He's a game
on the fact
manager.
You gave them credit.
He's a game manager.
You gave him credit and them credit.
He's game manager.
He's having a good year.
He's not Brad Johnson. He's Rad Johnson.
You were quoting the stats
he's
just like
he's
I
Rad
was.
Johnson. He's a little bit more sizzled. He's Rad. He's Rad Johnson, not Brad.
You were talking
Rad
this week about fifth in quarterback rating and top this and this and that. Those numbers don't lie.
No, he's a good game manager.
That's more than a game
Yards
manager.
per attempt. What is he? 30th, 26, something like that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll have to look.
Yeah, dump it down.
I think he's having a good
Don't turn
year.
the rock over.
Yeah.
Game manager.
But he's right about he has
They're
great.
saying I come around on Russell
I
Wilson.
thought you came around a little bit. I thought you've come around a little bit.
What's wrong with you?
No, nothing's wrong.
Got no
with
love for Russell Wilson.
He's watch him light him up, man. You're gonna have to go like, oh well. I don't think he'll light him up, but he's having a good year, and I think Russell Wilson is benefiting from short fields. I think if we're being honest, because their defense has been turning the ball over so much.
I just can't believe how much you love this guy.
I don't love him. I'm giving credit because I'm fair.
Well, I'm fair too. Yeah, he's a game manager. He's a good game manager. He does a good job managing the game. Here's D'Amico Ryans. He talked to the Denver Broncos. Cody Stutz asked him what that process was like. Here's what D'Amico had to say.
What do you remember about the process when you talked to the Broncos? Obviously, he ended up here in Houston. Sean talked to the Texans. He ended up in Denver. What do you remember about that process and ultimately what you ended up doing?
Yeah, the Broncos with the Penner family, awesome organization. I think they're in really good hands. I really appreciate them for their opportunity, right, to sit down and talk with them about the head coaching opportunity. And ended up here, but just it all worked out, right? I'm just thankful and blessed to just be in a position to have those conversations with the Broncos, and for them thinking enough of me to bring me in, right, to have those conversations. Really appreciate Mr. Greg Penner and all the people in the organization there for the Broncos. It's not many times you get the opportunity, so thankful for that, and just happy to be here with the Texans.
I mean, it's the right answer, and there was interest. I mean, it's the only other place that he thought about it. If you go back, we were talking about that as well. Like, will that trump? Will his connection to the Texans trump? What Denver offered in terms of more of a ready roster.
Dalton Schultz will not play Sunday. You heard it here first. He's out. He's out. He hadn't been practicing. Tank Dell is back. Noah Brown's there doing a little light stretching. He's trying to get ready to go. George Fant's out there. Jimmy Ward, a relatively healthy team, although Dalton Schultz has been a big part of C.J. Stroud's game. He's going to be out, which means Brevin Jordan, he's going to have an opportunity. Brevin Jordan, third-year tight end, been up and down, many downs. He joined the show. Biggest game of his career, right?
100%. He says it.
Dalton Schultz, we saw him on the injury report. We saw you make a big play the other day. And a radio guy like me is calling this the biggest game of Brevin Jordan's career. Am I being dramatic?
Damn straight. Nah, you're damn straight right, man. It's a huge opportunity for me. It's a huge opportunity for me. I'm excited for it.
It's been an interesting season for you, but you're not shying away. This is the biggest game of your career.
No, man, this is a huge game. This is no question the biggest game of my career, man. This is the first time in my 3 years, man. I'm like, I really, get to be out there and be active, and so I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I'm just going to go out there and just, do what I do in the run game and in the pass game.
It is an opportunity that he may not get again. He may not get this again. He's been around for 3 years. He's missed games. He's been up and down, in danger of losing a roster spot, and now there's an opportunity right in front of him. And we thought something was up at the end of the game last week when he got the majority of the snaps at tight end. So this is it, and absolutely crucial to how the Texans move the ball offensively this week.
Badass Thursday night football last night. Cowboys end up winning 41-35. This was close, man. The drop at the end of the game. Seahawks up 5. Perfect throw from Geno Smith to about the 30. Hell, with Tyler Lockett's speed, he might have even taken it into the end zone. They definitely would have been in field goal range. Instead, he drops the rock. They go for it on 4th down near midfield. They give it back to the Cowboys. Cowboys score. They don't look back. 41-35. Seattle, by the way, why do you let Micah Parsons go free? That is weird.
Untouched.
At the end of the game. Untouched, going in free. Seahawks lose. Hell of a game. Al Michaels was even excited about it. Pete Carroll has never lost a game. Before last night, he had never lost a game when Seattle had scored 35 points. First time for everything because they took that L. First win for the Cowboys over a team with a winning record. And don't look now. We talk about the MVP campaign for C.J. Stroud.
Is he a game manager?
Dak Prescott is not. Like, Dak Prescott was dealing yesterday. He's in the MVP discussion. And
sure.
Quite frankly, next week they got Philadelphia, I believe, who's got San Francisco this week. He goes toe-to-toe with Jalen Hurts. He might start getting some real momentum. I mean, they couldn't run the rock. The defense gave up 35 points. Dak was out there dealing. Got to give him his credit. It was a hell of a ball game, too.
Got to give the Cowboys credit, because this started out really nice for them. Then it got trouble down at the half. And, boy, the end of the first half, that sequence of all the penalties, and they had to score 3 times to get 1 touchdown. The other ones were getting called back. That was kind of bizarre. But you got to give it to the Cowboys just because they are – I think they're a legit NFC threat. I really do.
College football champion. Let's just lay out this itinerary.
I know what I'm going to be doing tonight.
7 o'clock tonight on ABC. Oregon versus Washington. Washington, the line's gone up to 10. Was 9.5. It's gone up to 10. Washington's getting 10 points. I know Oregon's good. I think Oregon's really good. I think Oregon could very easily be undefeated. They could very easily win the whole damn thing. But 10 points for Washington, that's going to be interesting. Winner of this one is in. Make no mistake about it. You don't need to. You can go ahead and chalk that. Winner of this one is in. Texas versus Oklahoma State, 11 a.m. on Saturday morning. Not necessarily in if you win, Texas. Matter of fact, might need a little bit of help, or you might need the committee to change the way they feel about Florida State. Then at 3 p.m., you got Georgia versus Alabama on CBS, the SEC championship game. Undefeated Georgia against an Alabama team. Could have lost last week. 4th and goal, 31-yard line. Touchdown against Auburn. They broke all their hearts, if they had any left after this rough season. Winner of this one, I would think is in.
And maybe the loser if it's Georgia.
Perhaps. That would be part of the discussion. 7 p.m., Iowa versus Michigan. Michigan's a 24-point favorite. I'm taking the over in Iowa points just because I want to have some fun. It is 6.5. Over, under 6.5. I'm going to take the over. Why not? Let's get it.
That's a great bet.
Let's see.
That's a fun bet for a Saturday night.
Let's see, brother. I don't need to worry about all these points. Just get in the end zone. Just give me 3 field goals. 3 field goals, 2 field goals, safety. Like just give me something. Fluke play, whatever. Block, punt, touchdown. Give me something. Let's air it out a little bit. Then we have FSU versus Louisville, and this one's going to be interesting because Louisville is a 2-point dog. They're facing a Florida State team that doesn't have their starting quarterback. Many people, including yours truly, believe Florida State should not be even anywhere near the college football playoff. I think Kirk Herbstreit's leaning that way as well. I don't care that you're unbeaten. Like that's not how this works. We know that. I hope Louisville wins so we can avoid that silliness.
I do too, but you know what I'm worried about in this game? We're going to start saying, someone somewhere on a broadcast is going to start saying two words that I despise. Style points. Like if Florida State starts, is ahead at the half.
Well, they're not going to get style points.
No, I mean, you never know.
Florida State ain't getting style points.
But it's going to be mentioned.
It'll be mentioned.
And that drives me nuts, man. Style points, get out of here.
Like, style points are just kind of weird. Like,
yes.
It's one thing when, I remember when Ohio State won the national championship. I mean, they just beat the crap out of a good Wisconsin team. I forgot what it was, but that's style points. But this, like, nitpick, like, I got to see. Come on. It's
going to happen, and it drives me nuts.
And you pick and choose what you do care about. It's going to be wild.
Yeah.
Sunday morning before the Texans game is going to be invaded by college fans, a lot of Texas fans. If you're facing Oklahoma this week, you'd be in good shape. Although I think Oklahoma would beat Texas. I'm being honest. You know how that hurts me to say. I like picking Texas. I think Oklahoma right now, the tempo they're playing at, the fact that Brooks. I think Oklahoma would beat Texas. Now, maybe not because they do got a dope on the sidelines, although I don't know if Texas has a dope on the sidelines or not. He's a good offensive coordinator, but I'm not sure. So I don't know. It might be just a dope off. Snow White's only got 5. Never mind. Go ahead.
And I'm sure fans will take it well no matter how it plays out.
Oh, it's going to be just classy. Best of luck to you.
Yes, we tried our best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it's going to go.
I just want everybody to have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a rule of thumb. I think this is a good rule to follow on social media. I don't want to tell you how to do your social media. Do whatever you want. Like if you want to, however you want to social media. This is just my personal philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a logo of a college team on your profile, I'm not going to even try to talk
or
sense
even
into
in
you.
your profile.
I had it with a Longhorn fan the other day. It was like, make it make sense. I'm like, brother, you don't want it to make sense.
Don't even waste your time.
So what are you doing?
You don't want it to make sense.
Don't waste your time.
At Bevo9999. Yeah. I got you.
Okay, I think I know where you're going with this.
I got you. Coming up, a grudge match, yet a love fest. One of the games, Elite loves up on C.J. Stroud and vice versa. And 48 hours away from Texans versus Broncos right down the streets, Frank Ross gives you that hardo third phase breakdown in the sticks. Lunchtime next.
The AFC always live on the free Odyssey app. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Matchup of the potentially elite. We're exactly 48 hours away from Texans versus Broncos. How about that?
How about that?
Right here on Sports Radio 610. Apparently, DirecTV's having issues, so I don't know if they're not going to have CBS. Sometimes they get that resolved quickly.
Sometimes
so
it takes
could
forever.
Happen. If not, sometimes you got to go to the sports bar.
Yeah.
I mean, do they work on the weekends?
Sometimes it just be like that. Well, depends who you ask, Figgy. Depends who you ask. CJ Stroud. He's a football fan, man. That's one of the things that I enjoy about CJ Stroud. He just likes to watch football. He likes all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a lot of respect for an elite player on the opposing sidelines. Patrick Surtain. Remember his dad from the Miami Dolphins? Surtain, however you want to pronounce it. I've heard it pronounced both ways, back and forth. It's been like a ping pong thing. But here was CJ Stroud about one of the elite players in the NFL. And then we'll hear what he had to say about CJ. But first, here's CJ on an elite, perhaps the best player that's going to be on the field on Sunday.
Surtain, of course, is, I think, if he's not the best corner, he's definitely top 3. But he's my favorite corner now. Got a lot of respect for that guy. So we got our hands full, man. They're a great team, and we got to bring our A game, man, and go get a dub at home.
All right, there you go. He's his favorite corner, huh? Well, let's hear what
I can see why.
See what Patrick had to say about C.J. Stroud. And he was one of the few Denver Bronco players, by the way, that didn't sound sick at the podium. Sean Payton clearly sick. He's got a cold. He coughed, I think, 14 times or something in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But here is Surtain talking about C.J. Stroud.
The main thing about him is he's been so poised. He's been operating the offense well. You can see through times where the team's down, he's been able to operate and come through for their team. So he seems very poised and confident about back there. He definitely got a quick release, and that helps the timing with him and the receivers. And it's it makes it hard for us to really get a track on the ball because of his quick release. So we've been studying that and honing in on that. That's a great trait to have as a quarterback when you're able to possess that poise, because no matter what a defense sends at you, you just stay calm and collected. And that's what he does best. He's able to stay patient in the pocket and deliver it to his outside weapons. We're up to the challenge as a defense, knowing that they're a pass-first team. They're looking to operate, through the pass first. Everybody's locked in and ready to go. Kudos goes to him.
All right, there you go. So there's a lot of love there. My question, who do you put your best corner on, Tank? Is that it?
See, but they move them all around.
Surtain's better on the outside, but he said in his media availability doesn't mind going on the inside. But like if I asked you, who do you need to Tank?
I want to say Tank, but Noah Brown's going to play. Well, it seems as if he's going to play.
It's Tank, right?
I would say Tank just because of the route running, and you need your best cornerback on that. Because Tank's route running is so
Nico.
Good. No, I think they got some good safeties now too. So we'll see how they play it. First of all, I mean that's the game. The game is are they going to create turnovers, and that starts with the secondary.
And CJ doesn't turn the ball over enough, so it's kind of like it's kind of your best versus their best.
That's what's going to determine the game, 100%. Like you can talk about front seven and all that stuff. It starts with the secondary and how these wide receivers and CJ Stroud respond.
We're going to hear Frank Ross's usual breakdown, if you will. We'll go inside the sticks, for lack of a better term, pause, with Frank Ross in 8 minutes. But Lopez, you said this earlier today. I got to sit crisscross applesauce, the style formerly known as iStyle, and and I got to. I got to hear this because I don't know. Like, what are you saying
about D'Amico?
Yeah, you're saying that we're giving him the wrong kind of credit.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm about to explain it to you.
Yeah. What the hell is that?
Because D'Amico gets all the credit. Gets a lot of the credit for what this team is doing. But are we like leadership, culture, the way it trickles down from him? Yes, he deserves credit for that. But have you listened to these? Like, speaking of rabbit holes, I didn't go until 1:45 in the morning like you did, watching. Is it Keith Lee?
Yeah,
Keith Lee. But I did go down a rabbit hole listening to the coordinators, Matt Burke.
How many people have actually gone down a rabbit hole?
You can't. They're little.
Yeah, so why do we say that?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, get rid of that one, too. Another one of your dated phases.
What are the big holes? It's not my phrase.
I mean, a rabbit hole? Come on. About like a detour. Wrong. I don't know. Like, let's get rid of that.
Wormhole is even smaller.
Yeah, get rid of that. I don't know how that's still around.
So I wanted to hear what the
hell we doing.
I wanted to hear what the coordinators were saying because they're very candid.
Ready to go to Blockbuster.
Matt Burke and Bobby Slowick and Frank Ross, and this thought occurred to me: are we giving D'Amico the wrong credit in this regard? Like his ability to swallow his ego and hire dudes that he's never worked with before outside of Bobby Slowick. That's huge for this team. So I started looking at, okay, so Matt Burke, knew him, I guess, through Robert Saleh, but never worked with him.
Yeah.
And Matt Burke is here. Frank Ross inherited him. And Frank Ross is a kick-ass coordinator. Gerard Johnson, had kind of had like a couple of degrees of separation, but he had heard good things about Gerard, and we all know the job that Gerard's doing with CJ Stroud. So he said, hey, man, let's do a Zoom. Ended up hiring him because he was so impressed. Ben McDaniels is another one. Never really worked. Look, hey, you can roll your eyes all you want.
No, okay.
How are these receivers playing?
No, I got you. Okay.
Dino Vasso.
Who?
Dino Vasso.
Who that?
Secondary coach.
Okay.
Dino Vasso. Never worked with him before. So what I'm saying is, like, you can give D'Amico.
Dino Vasso.
Dude, he's the secondary.
Going in the sticks now.
That's not sticks. That's the second.
Going in the sticks.
That's not the sticks.
Dino Vasso.
That's the secondary coach.
Give him his credit.
Yes. Well, what I'm saying is,
it's Texans All Access.
Joining us now, Dino Vasso.
They're going to do a bio on Dino. You're missing the big point here.
Go figure.
Working a jugs machine.
The big point is D'Amico Ryans has done a lot with the culture and all that stuff that we talk about.
I give the credit to Dino.
To Dino Vasso?
Dino Vasso. He deserves the credit.
Let's get him on the phone. But you got to give D'Amico credit for the staff that he put together without even having worked with a lot of these key guys. Like C.J. Stroud and Gerard Johnson have been connected at the hip. Bobby Slowick, that's one that he worked with. Matt Burke heard about him, brought him in. He's doing a really good job. His press conference yesterday was pretty. Don't sleep on his press conference yesterday. Matt Burke, he said a lot of really interesting things.
Yeah, I did. And no offense, I like Matt. He's a friend of the show. Yeah, I didn't really listen to him.
And then Frank Ross and all these other guys. Like it's like he deserves credit because a lot of guys, they want their comfort zone, especially with their first job ever as a head coach. They go with people they know.
I don't think D'Amico wants his comfort zone.
Yeah, that's my point.
I feel like D'Amico thinks getting comfortable is dangerous.
Yes. Which is great. He deserves credit.
Which is great. I think I agree with you. That's a good trait to have, that when comfort is not comfortable, that is where you usually see some of the most successful people in coaching, etc.
Exactly. That's my whole point. Like, it's hard for these, especially, like, I don't know what I would do. If I were named.
Just come up with something.
What?
Has someone said that before?
What?
When comfort is not comfortable. Did I just actually
say it again?
When comfort is not comfortable, that's when you'll find success. Swear to God, I've never seen that said.
Good. Google it. But I'm glad you think the same way, because it's hard for these coaches.
Here it is, Better Humans. Comfort is the worst enemy of growth.
That's along the same lines. By the way, I haven't done this in decades.
Let me guess.
No, you just reminded me.
Wash your fishing shirt.
Come on, man. I do that all the time.
Gone to a fast food place.
I do that all the time. Well, mostly for breakfast.
Gone to a chain restaurant.
No.
Drank a wine that costs less than $50 a bottle.
I haven't done that in a while. I read a poem.
Okay.
I read a Rudyard Kipling poem.
Who?
Yeah, Rudyard Kipling.
Okay.
He's legendary.
Okay.
He's a famous. I don't know what got over me, but I read.
Why?
I don't know.
You proactively decided, I'm going to read this guy's poem.
Yes.
This was not like you heard something. You just decided, I want to read this guy's poem. That's weird.
Yes. I think I was jotting down some notes, and something tricked in my mind, or that gave me an image of this poem Rudyard Kipling wrote back in the day. For all we have in our. You've heard of it. You've read it, right? Probably did a book report on it.
By the way, we're getting killed on the text line. We're getting jumped on like a damn trampoline.
For what?
I'm getting called ignorant. Is this ignorance? I mean, it says Alice in Wonderland is where Down the Rabbit Hole comes from.
Oh, it sure is.
I couldn't get through that movie. That's one of the worst Disney movies of all time. So if Alice in Wonderland is ignorant, I'm sorry. You probably love Fantasia too.
He was eating mushrooms.
I mean, come on.
When he wrote it.
I mean, if you would have said Hakuna Matata.
Yeah. No, he was high as a kite.
If you said you wanted to be part of that world.
Yeah.
Is that a top 5 movie, man?
Hell no.
No.
I never.
Alice in Wonderland.
I never
was
wanted
awful,
to see that movie,
man. It was terrible.
Another poet, by the way, Lewis Carroll.
Man, Alice in Wonderland stunk, man. Is there, if the worst Disney movies got Fantasia? God.
I hate Fantasia.
Fantasia, Alice in Wonderland.
What's number 3?
Wait, so what was Down the Rabbit Hole? Like, I'd never seen this movie.
I don't know. I guess
You never seen Alice? I've seen it.
I couldn't get through it.
No, didn't Alice go down the rabbit hole? That's how she got in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, darn! I should have known that.
Yeah.
I couldn't get through.
No,
that.
Lewis Carroll was high when he wrote that.
So, what's Disney movie though?
Alice in Wonderland, Fantasia. I don't know.
Like you can't be too new. I'm talking like Disney classics.
Yeah.
Man, Lady and the Tramp was pretty whack.
Oh, I love Lady and the Tramp. Love Lady and the Tramp.
Oh my God! It's got that one iconic scene with the spaghetti. But come on,
no, it's great.
You love Lady and the Tramp.
Love Lady.
All right, maybe I need to give it another chance.
Yeah, it's really.
Maybe I need to give it another chance.
I'm with you on the other two, but I love Lady and the Tramp.
All right, I'll give it another shot. I'll give Lady and the Tramp another shot.
Mm-hmm. You know who I'm not a big fan of, which is blasphemous? Mickey Mouse.
You don't like Mickey Mouse?
He's not the best character. Of all the Disney characters?
No, it's someone from Lion King. It's probably you could probably pick anyone from Lion King.
Yeah.
Aladdin. Come on.
But even the classic characters.
It's got to be the genie from Aladdin.
What, worst?
The best.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say.
Or Apu.
Mm-hmm. Or who? Apu?
Apu.
Oh, Robin Hood.
Someone does bring something up. You are biased, brother.
Why?
Because you only like Lady and the Tramp because you have a dog bias. That's from the 281 on
No,
the
that's
text
not
line.
true. I didn't even have a dog when I started watching it.
Someone says Fantasia on shrooms is the bomb. Everything on shrooms is the bomb to you, probably.
Yeah.
You probably say going to the grocery store on the shrooms is the bomb. Anytime anyone says, oh, it's awesome on shrooms, they're probably just everything's awesome on shrooms.
Yes. I would say the third one is Robin Hood.
So the author of Alice in Wonderland was also a mathematician.
Yeah, Lewis
There are
Carroll.
hidden math.
He was
blah, blah, blah.
He was.
Someone says Fox and the Hound. It was kind of sad to me, I remember. I don't know. I was young, but I was kind of sad for some reason. I don't remember why.
Yeah, Fox and the Hound.
Was it sad?
I don't remember it being sad. Maybe
I don't know.
it was.
For some reason, I was just sad. Or they were trying to make you think you were sad.
The Aristocats, somebody said. I didn't get through that one either.
Yeah, Mr. Incredible is a little too late for me. That's not like a classic. So I don't know about that. We kind of went in the sticks.
You know what else stunk?
Sports Radio 610.
Peter Pan.
Come on, brother. You have lost your effing mind.
Peter Pan wasn't that good.
That is awful.
Peter Pan wasn't that good.
That is
Tell me your favorite
absolute
scene.
horrible.
Tell me your favorite scene.
What do you mean?
From Peter Pan.
My favorite scene?
Yeah. What's the classic scene?
When he learns to fly.
He always flew.
No, he had to figure it out, didn't he?
Well, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, he had to figure it out.
He's fighting.
Hook, do you think Hook sucked with Robin Williams?
Yeah, that was worse. Yeah. Peter Pan was bad. Hook was worse. Dude, Hook is widely regarded as one of the worst movies in history.
No, it is not.
It is. Yes, it is.
That is a lie. That is a damn lie.
No.
When Rufio dies, that built character, man. You were sitting there, you had to deal with death. Rufio was the coolest guy. Rufy! Oh! Going up like skateboard. He was like the god. And then his last words to Robin Williams were like, I want to be like you. For you to act like that wasn't a good movie, you're a slime ball. It's an opinion, so it's not a slime ball.
Well,
Dumbo kind of sucked.
I like Dumbo.
Dumbo kind of sucked.
Yeah.
Dumbo was overrated. Dumbo might be there. Jungle Book was good, man. Bare Necessities.
Steven Spielberg, Hook was his worst movie.
But it's Steven Spielberg.
No, it was his movie.
Yeah, but come on. Hook is Steven Spielberg's worst movies. Look at what you're choosing from.
100 worst.
His worst is better than most people's best.
You like Rotten Tomatoes? Or you
I don't like Rotten Tomatoes.
Rotten Tomatoes rated the 100 worst movies of all time. Hook is on the list.
Come on.
Hook sucked.
That is absolute disgrace.
Sucked.
That's disgrace. Let's hear from Frank Ross.
Yeah.
This is what I like about Frank Ross. He goes up there and he basically just summarizes special teams as if everybody knows who the gunner is for the team.
It's awesome.
That Dave Needledong is a hell of a gunner. He had 6 tackles last week on special teams, blah, blah, blah. All right, do you have any questions?
He starts talking about the other coordinator.
Goes right in.
Yeah.
Like that Arizona game was like, all right, how about this? We got our guy. And I was like, I have no idea
who
who
is that guy.
Here's the Frank Ross weekly breakdown here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Guys ready to go? If you watch Denver, there's going to be a couple of players that stand out specifically. One, Traymon Smith. 2, Turner Yale. Those guys are very disruptive in coverage. Have provided essentially every team they've played a lot of trouble. So, and then as far as a new staff in Denver, we did play them last year. It's completely different. What Ben Kotwika is very experienced, and the organization that their unit has played with is outstanding. They're on P's and Q's with everything, and then we got to be ready for every type of gadget. And with the ability of Riley Dixon, he's always done that since being in Washington, since being in Atlanta. Okay. And then Mike Westhoff with his creativity, outdates me, to be honest. But just trying to dig into the history there, they provide a lot of challenges. So we have to play better in the kicking game, and I'm excited to do that at home one more time here for this 3-game stretch and get it going on Sunday. Go ahead.
He talked about Riley Dixon, the punter. Like, that was just common knowledge. Like, if you would have went around, hey, Riley Dixon, what do you think of the punter for the Broncos, Riley Dixon?
Me?
I don't know. That's what Frank Ross did. Punting, Riley Dixon.
Yeah.
Talked about him like it was just
Everybody knows that. I like when he starts talking about the other coordinator.
I love Frank Ross.
Special teams coordinator.
Need that third phase. By the way, Matt Amendola, he's going to be your guy tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Slowick said they have faith in their kicker. All right, man.
Dude,
whatever you say, sir. Coming up,
Frank Ross talked about the angle launch.
Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from Big City Wings in Richmond on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. This afternoon from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for Sunday's battle with the Broncos. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. Presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
With Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, will be on the path to affordable health care coverage that's backed by thousands of positive reviews from people across the state.
I have a busy life. I appreciate the flexibility and the affordable monthly payment.
Don't get lost in the sea of options. Call 1-800-435-1900 or visit needcoveragetx.com. Last year, 4 out of 5 people were eligible for payments as low as $10 a month or less after tax credits.
They cover so much no matter where I go, even discounts on my prescriptions.
I get wellness benefits that make my gym membership and gear more affordable, even my shoes.
Don't wait. Open enrollment ends soon. Call 1-800-435-1900 or visit needcoveragetx.com. Follow the path to affordable with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Through it all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company. Health Insurance Marketplaces 2023 Open Enrollment Report.
Hey, Houston, this is Seth Payne. Have you ever found yourself in an Uber or a Lyft and then suddenly...
opinions, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
I think we've reached the point where people are critical of Al Michaels just because people have been critical of Al Michaels.
He was good yesterday.
He had a couple of blah moments, but he was good.
He was good.
He was
did a good job.
Had a couple of good lines too. And you open your favorite social media platform, Twitter, and it's like, oh, Al Michaels. It's like, no, he did fine. But the sad news is, and I think you brought this up earlier, so it's still in there occasionally if he wants. So it's still there. At least maybe not like, in the 90s or whatever, but it's still there. It's just like he only dials it up when he's interested.
Watch this. I got to confess, I'm kind of worried about you.
Me?
Yeah.
Don't worry about me, man. I'm good. Why?
I'm watching college football this weekend, as most people will be.
Mm-hmm.
Not the same way that we've watched it in recent years with the Texans, because you're more focused now on the Texans and what they're going to do this weekend, as opposed to watch scouting guys and maybe this guy can be your quarterback type of situation. But you have a Heisman vote.
I do have a Heisman vote. It's a tough year.
I'm not quite sure who the hell you should vote for. And quite frankly, I got to confess, I'm worried about your vote. I feel like you're going to go in the wrong direction and screw this up.
Well, people tell me that every year. Just text the text board, man.
I don't know where you're going to go here.
I have a hunch.
Oh, yeah?
I have a hunch. The vote ends Sunday. I mean, yeah, you start voting Sunday. You have to wait until after all the games are played.
Okay.
I'm leaning a certain way.
Okay, where?
You're not supposed to say, but I generally...
Okay.
No, but I generally...
All right, don't. Just keep it to yourself. It's cool. Listeners, y'all don't need to know. It's good. Next. Next. Let's go. Let's move on.
You didn't let me finish. Again. But you're not supposed to say, but I think I can tell you who I'm leaning toward as number one. Who I'm leaning toward.
Okay.
Jaden Daniels. LSU.
All right. My concern was valid.
Whoa.
My concern was valid. Let's move on.
What's wrong with voting for Jaden Daniels?
Let's move on.
No. What's your concern?
My God, this is...
Penix would be right there too.
Yeah, I think Penix should win it, or I think I would actually consider Marvin Harrison this year. But good.
Yeah.
They're nowhere without him. So I would consider that. But yeah, hey, it's all good. You can throw your vote away. Watch this. These are my confessions.
Did you say throw my vote away? Is that what you said?
No. You misheard.
I misheard you?
You misheard.
Okay. I could have sworn I heard you say throw my vote away. And I didn't say I am voting for him.
Jaden Daniels.
I'm saying, have you watched him play?
He's a good player, man. He's a good player.
He's a great player.
Yeah, he's nice.
I don't know where LSU would be without him. I mean, he's turned them around.
I don't know where they're at right now.
Taking them to another level.
Where are they at with him?
Had a good year.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with their year.
Okay.
Oh, so you have to be undefeated to win the Heisman? Oh, that's a good strategy.
No,
for
I'm not saying that.
I'm voting.
I'm not saying that.
Look at him criticizing me. Well, they didn't win 11 games. Can't give him a Heisman. It's called the best player in college
I get it.
Football.
I mean, you've been doing this a while. I got you.
1985. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I got you.
My first Heisman vote was in 1985. Bo Jackson.
I got you. Man, those 6 touchdowns against Georgia State. I'm not. Damn. Oh, 5 against Grambling.
Yeah.
Damn, Jaden.
Yeah.
How the hell did you pull that off?
Yeah.
Florida State not too good. Lost by 21 points. Okay, it's all good.
Yeah.
You're straight. You got Grambling the next week. You recovered.
Yeah.
You get to pad those stats against Grambling.
Keep going. Do all the games, all the stats.
Oh, 219 against Alabama. Okay, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's all right.
Yeah.
Lost by 2 touchdowns, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Army. Wow. How'd you do that? We're going to Army-Navy next week. Maybe get 3 touchdowns on Army like old Jaden did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Didn't win 11 games.
I got you.
He's got it. What, the team didn't win?
I'm with you,
Team's
man.
not in the playoffs.
I'm about it, man. I'm about it.
Yeah. He's not a winner. 40 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
29 if you take away the 11 against Grambling and Georgia State. But yeah, okay.
40 touchdowns.
Yeah, I know. 6 against Georgia State, 5 against Grambling. Okay. 1 against Florida State.
4 interceptions.
1 against Florida State. Okay.
Oh, you're skipping some, I see. I see. What a coincidence.
3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. The 2 top 10 matchups he had. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's a good vote, John. I'm just messing with you. I'm just kidding around.
Is that 3 against Auburn? Yeah. 3 against Missouri? Yeah. 4 against Ole Miss? Yeah. 4 against Arkansas? Yeah.
You know, Florida was good to him. 234 yards rushing against Florida, who lost to Florida State without their backup. But you know.
Yeah.
That's a good vote. I'm being serious. I'm just kidding around.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I can tell.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I kind of want to place a bet on the team in the NFL.
Okay.
The Dallas Cowboys.
What kind of bet? To win the division? To make
win
the playoffs?
the Super Bowl.
Oh God. Okay.
Let me talk it out here.
Talk it out. Talk it out. Talk it out. Talk it out.
I don't think they.
Westside, talk it out.
I don't think they're very far on the field or otherwise in terms of just their ability to win a Super Bowl as the Eagles. I thought they should have won the first time, the first meeting. They got a 10-day rest before they meet them again. They'll be a very good seed. Whatever. If they don't win the division, it'll be 5 seed, or I guess, or 4, whatever it is. They've got CeeDee Lamb playing out of his mind. Micah Parsons is Micah Parsons. Dak is an MVP. They are MVP candidate.
Yeah.
And then I think of it just as a value bet, as a gambler. They're still plus 800.
That was their first win against a team with a winning record.
I know.
They could have very easily lost that game.
I know. They just seem a little different, and I think it's more of a value pick. Plus 800 for a team like that.
Okay.
That is thick in it.
Okay.
Is not a bad value. That's a chalk it up to the game bet if you lose. Because the Eagles, like I said, they might have their number.
Eagles are dogs against the Niners this weekend in Philly.
Well, there you go.
What's that?
There you go. That's my
Something
point.
Crazy going on.
The Niners are awesome, no doubt about it. How much do you believe in Brock Purdy versus Dak is another question. And then there's nobody in the AFC can beat the NFC this year. NFC's going to win the Super Bowl, whoever comes out of here. So,
sure?
I mean, is Patrick Mahomes going to pull it out? Possibly. But nobody else in the AFC really looks.
I mean, don't sound like it's like a long shot. Is Patrick Mahomes going to pull it out?
He's not having a good year.
Anything can happen.
No. He's not having a good year. They're not having a great year. They've got flaws. I mean, just ask anybody who covers the team.
It sound like he was like,
he's all right.
Some chump.
Like he's Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes, maybe.
Yeah.
The Niners are 3-point favorites in Philly. Is that not weird?
Yes.
That's super weird.
Yes.
Almost like you got to take the Niners because they know something. I mean, that's crazy, right? Eagles are 10-1. Niners are 3-point favorites, so the Eagles are getting 3 points in Philly
at home. Yeah.
Jeez.
I think the Cowboys are there, and I hate the Cowboys, but I want to win money. Who doesn't like winning money?
These are my confessions.
So I gotta confess, it seems like Willie Fritz is going to be the coach at U of H. That seems to be the direction that they're heading. Mm-hmm. I love Willie Fritz. Covered him in his FCS days. They're in the championship, North Dakota State.
Yeah.
It feels like they played every damn year. Went to Tulane. He's done his thing. I think this is a good hire for U of H. I think this is a good hire for U of H. Now, is it like a home run, 100%? Like, is it as good of a hire as I thought? I think Traylor would have been. I don't know, but I think this is a solid football, not trying to appear as someone taking school like Dana Holgorsen thing. I think this is a really good football hire. I like Willie.
I think it's a very good
if
hire.
It win-win and if it becomes official.
Yeah. Have you seen the Kingsbury stuff too? I'm like, what's going on with that?
I don't know. I just can't really stop.
Yeah.
The Cliff Kingsbury stuff.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is wild, but I think I have more confidence than you do in Texas making the playoff.
Okay.
I really do. I think there are three.
Florida State's got to lose.
Yes.
I think Florida State loses, they're in.
There are three teams that are definitely going to be in my view. The winner of Pac-12 tonight.
Yeah.
The winner of Georgia-Alabama.
Yeah.
And maybe the loser. That's where a problem could come up. Yeah.
And Michigan.
So you're fighting for one spot.
Yeah.
Well, look who's fighting for that spot.
Well, Florida State.
It's either Georgia with one loss at the end of the year, which I would probably give Georgia the edge, given that, Florida State or Texas. I think they have a good shot to get that number 4 spot.
They got a chance.
Yeah.
You know what drives me nuts though when they're talking about these college things?
Mm-hmm.
I think you really got to take the whole thing and assess it. But when someone says, "Well, they beat a top 10 team and they beat," come on, man. Penn State's number 10 right now because they're in the crappiest conference in the world. They lost to Ohio State and they lost to Michigan and they won the rest of their games. Riddle me that. Just wait till they get USC in their conference and Oregon. It's not going to be the same thing. But don't give me this, State's going to beat a top 12 Louisville team. Yeah. How would they do in the SEC or Big 12?
Yeah.
It drives me nuts, but I can't wait for it nonetheless. Maybe
what's
I'm just
the odds on the Texas-Oklahoma State game?
Texas is now a 14.5-point favorite.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's pretty high. It's kind of a Jekyll and Hyde situation with Oklahoma State. Their running back is so cold, though, but he's hurt.
Yeah.
He's still playing, but you can tell that he is very, very banged up. And I will say this about Texas. Of all things that we can nitpick, I would not want to be not 100% against their defensive front.
Yeah, their defensive front's pretty good.
That's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Russell Wilson. He's got some things to say, or does he? And Sean Payton. He's got a lot to say. We'll hear from them both next.
But I'm going to see y'all in the morning.
It's Texans.
getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Sean Payton's sick. I don't know if it matters. I mean, I think he's definitely going to coach sick. I don't know how much it matters, but he definitely is. He's kind of talking like he's still with the Saints. He's making it clear that the Texans are a dangerous opponent. Were they going to sleep on the Texans?
Yeah,
Is that where we're at? Like, is it going to be trap game or something? They got bigger and better things? I'm not sure. That's what he sounded like to me. This was Sean Payton talking about the Texans as an opponent.
Well, they play hard as can be, and that's how he was as a player. I remember, when he was in Houston, and so you see that on film. You see the 11 guys to the ball. It's very evident on tape. It's a similar scheme that they ran in San Francisco. Each week's different. You're able to look at the structure of the defense and say, all right, this is what it is. Now it just presents different challenges, how the ends play, how the inside tackles play. But they play hard. They're getting pressure on the quarterback, and they've been good against the run. When you watch them, it's a tough group to run the ball against. And conversely, with their offense and even their kicking game, this is a young team, that believes. And that's a dangerous opponent.
All right. Team that believes this is a dangerous opponent.
He is just in that
dangerous
mode.
Opponent.
Well, he is just programmed,
focused
for decades. Like, no matter the opponent, we're facing a dangerous team. Maybe it's a young team, maybe it's a veteran team, but we're facing a dangerous team. Well, that quarterback can really handle it. He can really do this or that. I'm not downplaying what he said in terms of disagreeing with the concept of what the Texans are doing. It's the same thing every week with some of these guys. He's just old school. He's just an old school, pull the string and say the same things.
Pull the string and say the same things.
Yeah.
They've won 5 straight.
They've
won 5 straight ball games.
Sean Bajani was asking me earlier, do I still feel like I did yesterday? Yes. A little apprehensive about this one, man.
You are? I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I was about the Cardinals game. I'm really not about this one. I feel pretty good.
Well, I'm glad. I've just been apprehensive since Wednesday. What they do defensively, we've talked a lot about. They've won 5 straight. Say what you will about Russell Wilson. He's better.
We'll hear from him in a second.
He's better. He's a better quarterback.
He's better than the guys they got moving forward. But yeah, sure. Whatever you say. No, I agree. Sure, man. He's great. There you go. No, you got it. You got it, man.
That's not dismissive at all, by the way.
No, you got it.
That's very confident.
You got it.
And certainly in agreement with me.
He's doing his thing.
Yeah, yeah.
He's great.
So, yeah, apprehensive. And the other thing and we did mention this yesterday, I can't get over the struggles that they had and protecting C.J. Stroud and getting open. It might be just a fluke.
Well, Bobby said they were having trouble blocking, hitting holes, all that.
Yeah. And maybe Laramie's got a little bit more serious of a knee thing than we thought.
Okay.
Maybe.
Good.
Yeah.
Who knows? Speaking of which, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. We're from Russell Wilson in a sec. I want to get to the bottom of something. And it's kind of like a gray area to something that I think has been the source of a lot of our frustration during what has been a really great season for the Texans. But I do think I'm kind of trying to appreciate the stuff that frustrates us the most. And I'm talking about the Texans' offensive line.
Yeah.
Because this is what's weird about it. And I don't know if this is just going to frustrate me more or make me at least appreciate the good. Look at the good instead of the bad. The Texans' front office deserves a lot of skepticism for how much they've invested in this offensive line. I think it's healthy skepticism. Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil, those are going to be 2 of the highest paid tackles in the league.
Right.
And for whatever reason, Titus Howard is not significantly better enough than George Fant, or they don't believe that, to where they can put him there and find someone who can be serviceable at guard instead of Titus Howard. Although we've seen Kendrick Green, we've seen
now Scruggs.
Juice Scruggs,
Yeah.
like we've seen other people perform at that position. Shaq Mason, was he worth the? Maybe he gets a little bit. He's been all right.
Yeah.
He's been okay.
Yeah.
He's been okay. But my point is that they've invested a lot in the offensive line, and based on that investment in the offensive line, you expect them to be a really good offensive line, right?
Yes.
This is what's confusing to me, and this is what it's either a looking on the bright side or it's a frustration thing. We can also factor in they invested a first-round pick in Kenyon Green, and we'll see how he comes back. But when he was in there, he did not look like a guy that warranted a first-round pick. We can all agree on that.
Yes.
So those heavy investments, there's a lot of questions about them. You have that. Then you have their ability to find George Fant off the streets. He's been freaking good at right tackle.
Yeah.
They took Kenyon Green from the freaking Steelers. He was playing fullback.
Kendrick
Green.
Yeah.
Did I say Kenyon?
Yeah.
Kendrick Green from the Steelers. He was good. Michael Dieter didn't play an offensive snap last year. He's been an okay center for you.
Yeah.
He's holding it down.
Yeah.
So they have the ability to find all these guys out of nowhere, plug them in perfectly, and make do with an offensive line. They won a game against Jacksonville with 4 starters out.
Yeah.
So what am I supposed to make of that?
What you're supposed to make of that is either their contracts and their evaluation of the big money guys outside of Laremy Tunsil. But even that you can argue, 2-time highest paid and he still can't run block, but overvaluing and overpaying the proven guys, air quotes, but good evaluation and maybe good evaluation of linemen that can fit the system. I think the system.
But why can't you evaluate the guys that you look at for a long time and
that are in the building
and say, okay, maybe we're better off just bringing George Fant in off the street instead of making Titus Howard 1 off 5, and maybe Titus comes in and he looks like a great tackle next year.
To be fair, I don't think they could have possibly thought George Fant would be like plug and play.
I feel that,
yeah.
and I know they couldn't have, but the thing for me is, if Titus were so good, like if let me put it this way. Do you think, like, with their desire to play the 5 best offensive linemen, and what we saw Titus Howard look like at guard, which wasn't awesome, and we saw other guys that they could plug in and play, like Kendrick Green, whatever. Do you think that if Titus Howard were truly a top 5 right tackle in the NFL, that he would have ever gone to guard?
He never would have moved.
That's what I'm saying.
He never, ever would have moved. They would have, if especially when you have a track record of figuring out off the street guys.
Yeah.
And putting them in at guard and it working, or in this case, tackle for Fant.
Yeah.
Why would you move your tackle?
And that's what's confusing, because I think they deserve a lot of credit. But on the other hand, and this might be long term, like in the short term, they just deserve credit.
Yeah.
In the short term, I'm just giving them credit. But, I mean, when you start looking ahead, and it's easy to look ahead because you get so excited about the future. Like, right, the reason we're looking ahead, we're not looking ahead to a draft.
Because there is a future.
Yeah, because there is a future, and you're starting to wonder, and the cap stuff is starting to matter. So that's my thing. They deserve credit. But on the other hand, it's like, damn, y'all are so good at this. Why are you doing that? It's like someone like if someone's like a gourmet cook, and let's say they're good enough to where they could be on Food Network. They could win guys' grocery games or something like that, like a cooking show.
Yeah.
Why the hell are you going to an expensive restaurant every night?
No.
You can make this same meal for $15. Oh, by the way, you have a budget. You have a budget. Like, you have a weekly budget. That's how the salary cap works. This isn't baseball where you just give everyone contracts. You're capable of being a gourmet chef, and you're going and eating at this expensive-ass restaurant. That's what it seems like it is with the Texans O-line. Now, in a perfect world, Titus Howard's awesome. He comes back at tackle. All these interior guys that you have right now and all the depth that you've built because of what you're awesome at, Shaq Mason, another year in the deal. We're talking about an elite offensive line eventually. I just think that with all this invested, regardless of the injuries and stuff and the low level, when you had those 3 guys active and playing, regardless of where you decided to put them, for the offensive line to be as inconsistent as it was, can't get too frustrated when you're in the playoff mix.
But it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
Not your best analogy, by the way. It was close. To me, it's like.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to help you.
One up Johnson.
No. I'm trying to help you because I don't think that was the best.
I got to hear this.
You're good at analogies.
Nah, I'm not. But I don't try to make.
That was not your best work.
Make my life with analogies.
Right.
You're arguing against a straw man
Seth is
that I
the
never
analogy
even
guy.
said.
Seth is the analogy guy, and it would have had like something to do with
Here's where your analogy hits a little better. It's like being an elite chef.
Okay.
And they got you flipping burgers.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I don't
You're
think
an
so.
elite chef.
But that's
they pay you like an elite chef.
But that's a role thing.
That's what they pay you like an elite
I feel
chef.
like mine was better.
No, it wasn't.
Like mine was better.
But they got you flipping burgers. So all of that to say this, I agree with you, and I can't imagine that any team that
shout out to all the burger flippers out there, by the way. I know John likes to offend the 9-to-5ers, but hey, shout out to you.
Wasn't offense.
Shout out to you.
Wasn't offense. I'm going to Bodega Burger probably
Love
tonight.
Love you, loopholes.
Bodega Burger, baby.
Be dirty looking burger flipper. I see you.
No, I won't. Keep an eye out for me. Don't spit in my food.
Latest analogy. Maybe he's more like Seth than I thought.
No,
I'm
just helping you. I'm helping you. I'm doing this for you.
Oh, by the way, texters have updated us yet again.
The big point is you're paying him. Did I say second or third yesterday? I looked it up. Highest paid player on the team.
Yeah.
And you're telling him to go play guard.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
And he's not good at guard.
And
he's not good at guard.
And you can find and not only that, he's not good at guard. And you can find
and
guys,
the guy off the street is worth paying at tackle. It's confusing.
Exactly.
It's confusing. It's not the end all be all. It's just confusing, and hopefully it shapes up. But they do deserve a lot of credit for what they've done. I'll do this. This is gonna surprise y'all. Because I promised I wasn't gonna do. Nah, I'm not gonna do that.
Do it. Too late. You can't bring it up and then not say it. Figgy.
Come on, man.
You can't bring it up and then not say it.
I promised y'all I wasn't gonna do that.
You
I'm
got
not gonna
to.
do that. I'm not gonna.
You have to now.
Stop being a sick.
I can't all you listeners, Landry doesn't care about you.
I can't.
He's gonna keep a secret from all our listeners.
Yeah, I can't do that.
But we're honest and transparent.
I don't want to do it, man.
Are we honest and transparent?
Because y'all are gonna make fun of me and say that I'm a effing sellout.
Are we honest and transparent on this show?
I don't want to do it.
Okay, then don't do it. Sorry, listeners. I'd do it.
I don't want to do it.
Okay.
Coming up.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, I'll do it. I got to give some credit to the offensive line coach.
Oh, baby. Here we go.
There we go.
Chris Strasser.
I said I was out. Yeah. I said I was out of the offensive line coach business. I was tired of doing this every year and talking about the offensive line coach. I got to give some credit to the offensive line coach, man. He's done a hell of a job. So I actually feel better. I actually feel good.
You got it off your chest.
I've been holding it for like 2 weeks. I'm like, man, how long can I hold off on this?
Yeah.
And the job he's done, it's
By the
made
way,
it possible. Got to give him his props.
By the way, another guy that never worked with D'Amico before.
Shout out to him.
D'Amico's swallowing his pride and getting out of his comfort zone has been huge for this team.
Coming up, Russell Wilson's comfort zone is a little bit awkward. We'll hear from him. We'll hear what the Broncos players had to say about C.J. Stroud. Also, Brevin Jordan, you'll hear from him in the 1 o'clock hour. One of the best interviews that we've done all year for a guy that's going to have a big role. Let's go around the league, though. Week 13 has begun, and it began in style. Around the league next.
CJ. always live on the free Odyssey app. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, here's Russell Wilson. Man, he is on one. This is Russell Wilson. A lot of fluff here. There's about a minute 30.
It is Russell Wilson.
It's 15 cliches in about a minute 30. Goodness gracious, man.
Yeah, I think first of all, just grateful just to be here. Grateful for another day, another day to breathe and just do what I love to do and be with great teammates. Obviously, my family, everything else. I remember coming in this league, I'm on 12 years ago, and my goal was to play to over 40 plus. So I feel great. I feel great. I feel young. I feel fast. I feel confident. All the above. So, but when you're around a great group of young stars around here, it always keeps you young.
You've said you want to play 20 years, but you get to 43. You just said to 40. What makes you think that you have what it takes to be one of those rare guys that can play that long, perhaps?
I still got a little speed, I still got quickness, I still, when you have a plan, you set out a long time ago. It's a lifestyle. It's a 365-day mentality. There are no off days. There are no, you don't have optionality on trying to be great every day. I think that's just got to be your mentality. So every day I get up and make sure I move around, keep my body moving, working out and everything else. And I got an obsession and a passion for the game, learning the game, playing the game, being out there, winning, all the above. So that's the part that makes it.
That's right.
Yeah, I think rather than thinking of it as a challenge, I think you look at it as an opportunity. I think the thing about, where we want to go and all the things that you want to be able to do and accomplish, you got to go on the road, for big moments sometimes. And I think the best thing about it is you just look at it as a collection of moments. It's not any bigger game than any other. All the games are important. All the games are significant. And I think that you're just a collection of 75 moments within a game that you want to have great moments.
75
and I think the best part that we can do is really focus on us. Communication is really important. Eye contact's really important. All of that. And then at the end of the day, you got to make plays. Players make plays, and that's what we're going to do. And we're going to be ready to rock and roll and play great football.
Rock and roll, huh? There you go.
Let's ride, man. How's your eye contact been lately? Pretty good?
Is eye contact I
guess.
That's what Jack Easterby says, eye contact. Let's look in the eyes.
Let's not judge everything on what Easterby says.
I don't know about the eye contact thing, though.
I think you should, but sometimes when you force it, it gets unnerving.
It's like you're staring at me.
And somebody's just
you ain't even talking and you're making eye contact with me, man. You look like a dang bug-eyed weirdo. Sit there. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They're always nodders, too. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
See, now you're just doing Jack Easterby.
But if you're looking for eye contact instead of actual context of what someone said, you're already, in my opinion, fighting an uphill battle in order to assess someone's brilliance or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So Russell Wilson's telling me that Cortland Sutton can't be looking away and getting the play?
No, you shouldn't look away. That's insulting.
How is eye contact a key to a ball game? I've heard it for a job interview. This dude literally just said.
Yeah, for a
Russell
job
Wilson,
interview.
Yeah, Russell Wilson literally just said that in a football game, eye contact is important.
That's what I was thinking about.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
We're not even talking about eye contact in the context, which I think some people. It's like
job interviews, 100%.
There are some guys, and I think this has kind of gone away, but 15, 20 years ago, there were some guys some hardos that put more value in the hard, firm handshake than the actual interview.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess there were some, but you do have to.
Nice firm handshake.
That's always been a big
nice
thing.
Firm handshake.
Get a good firm.
I want to shake your hand. I want to shake his hand.
Good firm handshake.
I want to shake his hand.
It's a handshake deal.
Eye contact in a football game. All right, Russ.
Yeah.
So Jabril Peppers held a press conference today, and for 4 minutes he basically for 4 minutes he poured his heart out, and he apologized for his comments on Sunday after his New England Patriots. Some of you might not even know he's on the Patriots, but after his New England Patriots lance, he was caught on NFL film saying to his buddy Saquon Barkley, "You're lucky we're ass." What does he have to apologize for?
I didn't find anything wrong with
What does he have to apologize for? They suck. He didn't say individuals suck. They have 2 wins, right?
Yeah.
So they suck. Like, he just saying, you're lucky we're asked to his buddy after the game. He was mic'd up. This dude should not have to apologize.
Look, I agree he shouldn't have to apologize, but apologizing might be the smart move.
Sure,
when
but
you're
come
dealing
on.
with fans
but come
and
on.
people saying.
But I'm seeing, like, in the comments, Alex Barth, out there at 98.5 Sports Hub, the Patriots fans are like, thank you, give him a contract extension.
Yes, exactly. I get why he did, but he shouldn't have had to. I didn't have anything. I thought it was funny. You're lucky
It's his buddy. They lost. You're lucky we're ass. I mean, come on.
Nothing wrong with that.
He said we. He didn't say they.
Yeah, I didn't say them.
Come on. C.J. Stroud getting love from the enemies. We just heard Russell Wilson talking about, I don't know what the hell he was talking about, eye contact on Sunday. Here's C.J. Stroud getting some love from Russell Wilson as well.
CJ's been impressive, man. He's been having one of the best rookie years, ever. And I think that, I've been able to watch, what he's done, his greatness so far. He's got a great gene in him. It's called the clutch gene. He's got some it factor to him. You see that. You saw that in college too, So I think it translates from college to especially the league that he played in the Big Ten and everything else. So
I'm writing this down. It's called what now? The clutch?
The clutch gene.
Clutch gene?
I never heard of that.
He said it's called the clutch.
Bro, you were in the Big Ten for a year.
Literally
too.
just wrote it
He was
down.
at Wisconsin for a year.
Yeah. He's all about the Big Ten, man.
Patrick Surtain.
Or Surtain.
Surtain. Tomato. Best cornerback in the league, arguably. I think we can agree on that. He was asked about C.J. Stroud. Here's what he had to say.
The main thing about him is he's been so poised. He's been operating the offense well. You can see through times where the team's down, he's been able to operate and come through for their team. So he seems very poised and confident about back there. He definitely got a quick release, and that helps the timing with him and the receivers. And it's it makes it hard for us to really get a track on the ball because of his quick release. So we've been studying that and honing in on that. That's a great trait to have as a quarterback when you're able to possess that poise, because no matter what a defense sends at you, you just stay calm and collected, and that's what he does best. He's able to stay patient in the pocket and deliver it to his outside weapons. We're up to the challenge as a defense, knowing that they're a pass-first team. They're looking to operate, through the pass first. Everybody's locked in and ready to go. Kudos goes to him.
Seems like poise is the word for the Broncos, because this is Justin Simmons, their really, really damn good safety. He's throwing that P word out there as well.
The number one thing that comes to mind is poise. When you watch him on film, he's been in a lot of tough situations. Game-winning drives, and he's put up big numbers. But I think it's the poise for me as a young guy to be able to go in and execute when he needs to. The number one thing that comes to mind, there's multiple cases of this, but they pulls in. He throws almost like a pick six, and the next drive he comes out there and it's not even affecting him. That could be challenging for a young quarterback or any player in general. To give up a play like that and then to come back and finish out the game. So he's got a lot of talent, and it's going to be a great challenge for us defensively going down to Houston and trying to get a big AFC win.
Yeah, there you go. So we'll see what happens. Next man up, right?
Yeah. For who?
Texans.
Yeah, no, we will.
Poise is the word there. You can tell that's what Vance Joseph is saying. Poise.
And you can also
see it.
Yeah, you can see it, and you can also tell that they understand what we've been talking about for the largest part of the year. This is a pass-first team. This is C.J. Stroud. It was never more evident than last week. I do think that Bobby Slowick's eyes have been opened again, and maybe
he saw the light?
He saw the light, and I think they're going to run the ball with Devin Singletary, at least try to, a lot more.
We'll hear from Brevin Jordan at the end of the show. One of the best interviews of the year, a guy who is going to be the starting tight end for the Texans with Dalton Schultz out. Here's a little snippet before you hear the full thing on what his bond with C.J. Stroud is about. Brevin was one of the first words that names that he mentioned when he finally met with the media types. He said that Brevin Jordan had a very motivational display last Saturday. We asked Brevin what he said. He'll let you know. But here's a little snippet. Here's Brevin Jordan talking about his bond with CJ. My aha moment, and we were at camp every day, was, we're wondering if Brevin Jordan's going to make the team. We're wondering who's going to make the team. And all the while, we're saying, why isn't C.J. Stroud having press conferences? Why isn't he having press conferences? And he finally has his press conference, and you're one of the first names he mentions. And when I heard that, I was like, damn, how were you and C.J. able to connect so early? And he's continued to say really good things about you.
That's my dog, man. He's a West Coast cat. So you know what I'm saying? This is my dog, man. CJ, me and CJ got a very good bond. When he got drafted, the day he got drafted, I'm not even kidding y'all, maybe like 20 minutes after he got drafted, he DM'd me on Instagram and was like, can't wait to work with you, bro. Like, off the rip. Like, 20 minutes after he got drafted, maybe. So that was a huge impression on me, man. I knew he was serious when he did that. I knew he was going to make some changes here in Houston. And the dude is unbelievable. His character's unbelievable, and his performance is even better.
You're going to love what you hear from Brevin Jordan, and there's no...
Will I love what I see, though?
That I was going to say.
That's what I want to know. Will I love what I see?
There's no question, though, that this is kind of a make-or-break moment for Brevin Jordan. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic here. I think it's absolutely that. A lot of years here, 3 years here, a lot of chances, a lot of sitting, a lot of wondering if he's even going to make the squad, and here it is. They're giving it to you on a platter. You're the guy. Kind of a make or break moment. What are you rolling your eyes out for? Am I wrong?
I was just trying to imagine you as like the beginning of a rap video or something, trying to motivate. What are you, the intro to Lose Yourself?
Well, why?
If you had one opportunity.
It is one opportunity.
One moment.
Hit those bars.
Would you capture it or would you just let it go? Do that again. Let me imagine this is like a rap song. Go ahead. No, I'm serious. I just want to see it. Figgy, give me like some 3-6 Mafia, like some Nuck If You Buck or something. And let's get
you want something like that or
no,
Lose
Yourself?
Yourself?
Give me 8 Mile.
No, just like real intense.
8 Mile.
Give me
the 8 Mile. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
There's no question this is a make or break moment for Brevin Jordan. He's sat a lot. He's missed a lot. He's had opportunities and not taken advantage. He's wondered if he's even going to make this squad, and now they're giving it to him on a silver platter. This is his chance to make or break his career, but certainly this season to be a part of it. I thought that was hot. I thought that was pretty hot.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's more your style.
What?
I'm going to go more like old school 3-6 Mafia. That was like too like appropriate.
Well, of course you're going to criticize it because you're going to try to do something
it was just
better.
it was just appropriate. It was just too appropriate and deep.
Oh, I'm sorry for being appropriate and deep.
Yeah.
Man, what was I thinking?
Yeah, I want to go more like just intense, like beginning of a rap song. Like,
Okay.
But let me get Brevin
Let's
Jordan
hear it.
hype. Let me do a little something,
hear it.
little something different for you. Yeah, shout out to all those weak-ass tight ends that have held me back. Jordan Fakin Akins, Tegan Quitteriano, always quitting. That weak-ass Pharaoh clown, Brown. It's my time right now, baby. It's been 2+ years. CJ believes in me. F all you who didn't believe in me. Let's get it on Sunday against those Denver Broncos.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? Let me hit the alarm.
You don't believe in hitting the alarm?
No, I do. I only do one alarm. I don't believe in the snooze button.
Yeah, you don't believe in the snooze button.
Yeah,
that's weird. Which is strange.
That's wasted time.
Nah, it's great.
Because you stay half awake.
No, but you're like, hey, I can get me 10 more.
Snooze is for losers.
Get me 10 more of those.
No, you don't though. You're just kind of like
10 more minutes.
Yeah.
No, but it's a lay down, like clear mind. Like it's like
when you wake up, you wake up. Put your feet on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Get this party started. Let's get this party started, man.
Did you have Raisin Bran this morning?
What did I have today? No, I had the wheat squares. What are they called?
Okay.
The little, what are they called?
I don't know.
I forgot.
They're wheat squares? What are they?
Why am I not remembering?
I don't know.
See, we put all our
frosted mini wheats?
But not frosted. We had mini wheats.
So you had mini wheats. Okay.
I had mini wheats. Because we put all our cereals in bins, so I don't really look at the bottom.
Look at y'all. Dude, I heard a good joke the other day.
Mm-hmm.
What did the moron have for breakfast?
What did the moron have for breakfast?
Mini wheats. Got him.
Yep.
Got him.
Yep.
Heard that on Home Improvement yesterday. Been binge watching.
Did you see Peter Griffin's going to be in Fortnite?
Did not know that.
What's going on?
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I bet there's some hardo Fortniters that aren't too pleased with them putting cartoon characters in there. Or is that already a thing? I don't know. We'll ask Dalton Schultz about that.
Yeah.
Actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go up to him in the locker room.
Ask him if he's
be like, I know he's hurt. I don't want to talk to him about what do you think about Peter Griffin being in Fortnite? He's got an opinion on it.
You guaranteed
he's probably got a 10-minute opinion on it.
Damn right he does. Absolutely.
Cowboys yesterday, they topped the Seahawks 41-35, their first win over a winning team this season. Also, Pete Carroll's first time ever in Seattle, at least, scoring 35 points and losing. Dak Prescott, 29 of 41, 299 yards, 3 touchdowns. This was a intense game. Everybody was talking trash to each other. Like Jamal Adams wanted to fight everyone.
Yeah.
Their corners wanted to fight the Cowboys' offensive players. It was a wild one.
When is Pete Carroll going to start looking his age?
How old do you think he looks?
Not 72.
What do you think his secret is?
I don't know. But he gets around. He looks good.
He gets around.
He's running up and down that sideline like crazy.
I don't know I didn't know what you were talking about. You said your idea of gets around is a little bit different than me. I have no idea. So he gets around. I was like, damn, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Pete.
He's pulling like crazy.
I see you. Star Games here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Before we get to this slime off, Texans versus Broncos.
Are you ready for it?
I'm ready for it.
First ever 5-star game.
Okay.
Texans Broncos is a 5-star.
Did the map come into play here?
Well, I mean, the map might come into play, but just look at this game. It's an elimination game in essence. You got a team with 5 wins in a row. You got a team with the NFL offensive player, not rookie, of the month. 5 stars. First in a long time. I can't even remember the last time a Texans game was a 5-star game.
Last week, John.
Well, did I? I mean,
yeah, I think it's been 7 days. I think it's been exactly 7 days.
I thought I gave it 4 stars.
I think it was 5.
I thought I gave it 4.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Is that your final answer?
No. I thought I gave it 4.
Titans versus Colts.
3-star. Yeah, whatever.
Man.
Whatever's going on.
Jags versus Bengals Monday Night Football. By the way, Browning on the injury report now, too.
Yeah, and I know the Jags are interesting, but that's a 3-star game.
Patriots at Chargers. Or Chargers at Patriots.
1 star.
Lions at Saints.
I'm going to give this a 3 stars, man.
I think it's 4.
It could be.
The Lions are getting they're flirting with danger.
Yeah.
Jets versus the Falcons.
Not a whole lot to see here.
Tim Boyle.
2 stars.
We gotta peep it a little bit, see what the Jets
are up to. Boyle is looking like.
Yeah. Going to see him next week. 9 days from now. Texans versus Jets. We'll be there.
Yeah.
Steelers versus Cardinals.
I think the Cardinals are a little more interesting, so I'm going to give them a 3-star game.
I feel like they might have a shot here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little more interesting.
Washington versus Miami.
I didn't quite know what to do with this. I landed on 3 stars. I'm not totally convinced on the Dolphins right now. And Washington, who knows?
Bucks versus Panthers.
2 stars. Luckily, generously, 2 stars.
Rams versus Browns.
4-star game, man. I think this is going to be a good game. I think the Rams are playing pretty good football. Obviously, we know about the Browns.
You're pumped for Joe Flacco?
Joe Flacco.
Did you see how he went to his press conference today? He had a toothpick in his mouth.
All right,
like
Dusty.
Scott Hall.
All right, Dusty. Yeah.
He had a toothpick.
Somebody, I thought you were talking about one of his receivers, and I can't remember who said it's a thing of beauty to watch him throw.
Okay. I mean, he can fling it.
I'm giving a 4-star game.
All right. Eagles versus 49ers. 49ers a 3-point favorite in Philly.
5 stars all day.
Packers versus Chiefs.
4-star game. Packers are interesting. Chiefs are the Chiefs.
I think the Packers might be able to make a statement here. I'm not sleeping on them.
Yeah.
I'm not sleeping on them.
They're making a little bit of noise here.
I'm not sleeping on you.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Cowboys Seahawks got this whole thing.
That was a 5-star if you were wondering.
Started. Yeah.
Even before
the
lived
game. Up to it, man. Yeah. Lived up to it. Coming up, the slime off. I got in this somehow. Bobby Slowick got in it, and 3 Texans players got in it. You might be feeling intense about these 3 Texans players. Plus John McClain. Go figure. Slime off next.
Let we go. Join the drop. show every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
It is time for the slime.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
This week's Slime Off features lost passion and desire. Hating on maps. Self-deprecation in the form of perhaps the biggest lie told this season for the Texans, and fast food haters that you still cheer for on Sundays for now. It is the weekly Slime Off. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We do it at 1:20 every Friday. John Lopez, you are safe. Figgy, you are safe. Me?
Not so much?
Not so much. I am in this because...
Hey,
tell the people what you were so proud of the other day.
Now you're going to get nominated again.
Just tell the people what you were so proud of, and I'll explain.
I brought up the point. I don't know if I was proud of it, but I brought up the point how the Texans, who have been flexed back to the noon window with 80% of the country watching them, how the map indicates.
Except DirecTV, right?
Well, depending on what happens in the next 24 hours or 48 hours. Maybe not on DirecTV, but that's not their fault. But 80% of the country scheduled to watch this game. And I said it matters because for a number of reasons, but clearly, like, this team is getting viewed and relevant, and people are taking notice. I think it could help with awards and such, if that matters to you.
Doesn't.
That's something. It doesn't matter to everyone. But if you want W's, maybe not in the short term, but in the long term, this team's relevance makes it more attractive. And you just lifted your leg and
no, I'm not worried about the buzz anymore. Yeah. I'm in the vibe.
You're in the vibe.
I'm in the vibe. I'm in there.
Okay.
You can have all the other letters in the alphabet soup. I'm just fishing for W's with my spoon.
Okay, Hardo. Sound like Russell Wilson.
When I eat my alphabet soup, I scoop around for dubs. You scoop around for the X, the Y, the Z, all that crap.
Okay,
you can have that.
All right. Let's ride.
So that's nominee number one. I just don't care about your maps.
I get it.
I don't care.
Look at this, Hardo.
Yep. How you doing? John McClain. Now... Do you remember? You don't think he deserves to be in this?
No, I'm laughing because he's always relevantly in the Slime Off.
Okay, so last week, or last year, whatever Robert Hall, when the hell was it?
It was last year.
3-4 years last year. I think it was long ago.
I thought last year he got in.
No, it was when McClain fell. It was when he was really fat.
Let me see.
It had to be like 2019.
Yeah, when he had to get shoulder surgery.
2018, 2019.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It all runs together. It's
It does. Trust me.
You must have been thinking about the retirement last year.
Yeah. I think you were thinking about the other ceremony.
The same place.
You're thinking about the other ceremony.
Yeah.
But John McClain, like, if you would have told him that Lawrence Taylor was better than Robert Brazile leading up to Robert Brazile trying to get in the Hall of Fame, he would have fought you.
Oh, he used that.
Like, he gave it everything he had for Robert Brazile with the Oilers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he have Lawrence Taylor call or
no,
like,
yeah. He interviewed Lawrence Taylor about how Robert Brazile influenced him and everything else.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Andre Johnson, like, his hurdles right now are Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne, who are really good players.
Yeah.
But I think Andre's better, and I don't feel like it's hard to make that kind of a case.
No, Andre's better.
But because Andre, I don't know, like, I'm just going to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a leading question.
Mm-hmm.
If Andre would have been an Oiler, would John McClain have ever said what we're about to hear him say?
But it's not a leading question.
No, it's not. I'm asking you. I'm asking for your opinion.
He loves Andre, though. I got to give him the benefit of the doubt
Does he?
on here. Well,
How much?
That's why he's in this in this slime off. If Andre Johnson does not get into the Hall of Fame this time, it's a crime. It's criminal.
I get fake. It's not.
The sales pitch is that.
It's not criminal.
That's not how you sell it. You're going to be in charge of the sales pitch.
I am.
And that's awful. He's not even riding and dying with
not
it, Biggie.
I hope they ain't listening to the show.
Criminals breaking the law.
Dump all that. Dump all that.
Don't
Hit the
dump it,
button. Nah, dump all that. This guy's supposed to be getting Andre in the Hall of Fame, and he's accepting defeat already. Now, just to be clear, for those of you who may not know, shout out to the Loopholes if you listen, you are one. Whether you're with us 24/7 or you're just joining us, we appreciate you. Whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, whatever. This is not like one of those things where someone texts us and says, "Y'all can't say that because you're going to cost it." He's literally in the room, PowerPoint presenting Andre Johnson, just like he did Robert Brazil with the Hall of Fame committee. So this isn't me saying, "Hey, John McClain, say this for us on the radio."
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that. This is the guy that is going to be trying to get Andre Johnson in the Hall of Fame like he got Robert Brazil. So, it wouldn't be a travesty.
Super Bowl week, every year they meet. It's about 50-something, low 50s. Number of people who vote for this, which is a travesty, but don't get me started on that. And one person presents each candidate. John McClain is going to present Andre Johnson.
Is he?
Yeah, you put him in, you don't put him in. It'll be
Tory
good.
snacks.
Yeah.
But the whole thing is, then there's going to be more guys eligible.
Yes. Absolutely.
Like every year, if Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne, if that's going to create a defeatist attitude, there's a chance that there's going to be guys in that same caliber every year.
Yeah, and we don't know yet. I can't name them off the top of my head, but there's always great ones coming in.
So there we go. McClain.
No.
Nominated. Me. Nominated. Slime off. There can be really slimy stuff, and there can be loosely slimy stuff. This is Bobby Slowick. Don't lie. He was asked what he had to do with C.J. Stroud, what his role has been. And C.J. Stroud has already said how pivotal he's been. Here's Bobby Slowick talking about his role in the C.J. Stroud season and AFC Player of the Month, Offensive Player of the Month, and all that.
I had very little to do with it. I just think he's a phenomenal kid who's made of the right stuff, goes about his business the right way. As a rookie, I would say came in like a professional, and obviously he has the talent to be able to do special things. So much of what I just think is amazing about CJ has very little to do with how he throws a football. And I know he's special in that regard, but he's special in a lot of other regards also. And I think that just continues to show as we go through the year. It's a credit to him and all the stuff he's overcome. Just the combination of all of it together, I think, we can all go out and we can see. I'm as much a part of watching it as you guys are.
Come on. You're as much of a part of it as we are? Come on. All right, come on. Self-deprecation gone wrong. Come on, Bobby.
He's just trying to be humble, but...
Sad thing is, some people in that room might have taken that to heart.
No, they would.
See, that was important as Bobby.
Oh, I wonder who might have done that.
Yeah, me and Bobby.
Yeah.
Next contestants. Brevin Jordan piled on. This is a three-piece combo of your Houston Texans. Henry To'oTo'o, Robert Woods, and Brevin Jordan. Hating on what a favor of In-N-Out. Who are we starting with? We starting with Woods or are we starting with
To'oTo'o?
All right, here's Henry To'oTo'o.
So I guess you're In-N-Out too, since you got this California food bias.
I'm an In-N-Out guy.
Okay, so In-N-Out over Whataburger, right?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, no hesitation.
I like
see?
your confidence.
No
That's when he comes
hesitation.
into Houston saying, "Yeah, man, In-N-Out, baby."
Not even hesitating there.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's his taste.
Yeah.
Robert Woods, how about you?
I would say which is very critical out here in Houston is the In-N-Out. I found the In-N-Out out here.
Okay.
And it's been clutch.
Okay.
All right.
And they're just saying their
Now,
taste.
Brevin took it a little further.
That's where I was going with
We'll
this.
hear that in a sec.
Yeah.
But those are the final contestants, and there's a lot of people on the text line that want these guys cut.
Mm-hmm.
They want Caserio to cut all three of these guys.
Yeah, that's a bit harsh.
I think so, too, but,
You do.
Whataburger's got a passionate following. Tyler Milner, who's
Mm-hmm.
been known to buy every Astros jersey there is, he has like a $40 Whataburger hat.
Really?
Yeah. He never wears it.
Does he got the pajamas?
He doesn't really wear it. I don't think he has the pajamas.
No pajamas.
He's got the hat, and it's
Yeah.
like, man, that looks expensive, bro.
Yeah.
40, okay.
I love Whataburger.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
How many times do you think you've eaten Whataburger in your life? Yeah, for real.
For real.
If you had to guess, like how many
couldn't
times?
count. Like when I was a kid?
400, 500?
Yeah. Easy.
I'm
Keep in mind, I grew up in San Antonio. That's where it started. I think it started in Victoria or somewhere. But yeah,
Hardo.
right down in there.
I mean, everybody had a Whataburger, though, dude.
In 1970s?
Yeah, people had Whataburgers. Come on.
How many?
Before,
yeah, y'all don't know about those.
All right, y'all are
used to
showing
make
your
the
ignorance
fries
here.
a lot different.
Hold on.
Started in Corpus Christi, didn't it?
Either Corpus Christi or Victoria.
Yeah, it was Corpus Christi. Don't try to Whataburger history me, sir.
Whataburger history? I got your Whataburger history.
Oh, okay. I'm just... How many times?
I was eating Whataburger in the 70s.
I wasn't born.
They weren't even here in the 70s, is my point. And you're trying to Whataburger history me?
What are you doing right now?
I'm explaining your mistake, your unfair accusation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many times do you think you've eaten it?
At least 400 or 500 times.
Yeah, I would say I'm at 500. I'm probably more than you.
Maybe. But that's
but
when
you're
I was
the historian.
No. When I was a kid, I ate it all the time.
All right. What's your Whataburger order?
I just go with the regular double.
You just get just a burger small?
Sure. No, I go with the double.
Lopez's order is...
The double Whopper.
Here's Lopez's order at the Whataburger. This is how whack you are when it comes to Whataburger. Yeah, let me get a Whataburger Jr. plain. Ketchup? No, thank you. I'm going to go with the apple slices, please. All right. Please drive up.
Yeah, I go with double Whopper.
Double Whopper?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
It's a number 2. A Whopper's Burger King.
But their Whataburger's the big one.
Yeah, double meat, double cheese.
Yeah.
Slime off here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Figgy, you ordering Whataburger? What do you got?
Yeah, I usually get the
bacon cheese, I bet.
Yep.
I bet.
I don't put
5 or
bacon
6.
on mine.
Nah, he's going with that 5 or 6.
I don't put
number
bacon on
5.
mine.
Yeah, he's going with that number 5.
Yeah.
With the bacon and cheese. Yeah, not a bad choice by you. So, who's going to win the slime off? You think I should win it from my Whataburger display right there, don't you?
No.
And according to the text line, it is Corpus Christi.
It is Corpus Christi?
I didn't need the text line for that.
Yeah.
You don't need to check my work, son.
I'm going to say... I'm going to say McLean.
You got McLean?
I'm going to say McLean.
Okay, McLean.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm leaning somewhere really strong. I'll let Figgy go for it. Figgy, who you voting for?
I'm kind of leaning Slowick, man. I feel like...
Whoa. Go ahead.
I feel like, man, come on, man.
You had as much to do with it as...
I ain't have a problem with his statement until he said at the very end that you guys had much to do with it as I do.
Yeah,
like, come on, man.
Yeah,
you can't say that.
You're awesome. Like, nobody in their right
so
mind believes that.
So you sitting there not doing anything.
Nobody in their right mind believes that.
He ain't got to lie that far.
Like, you're awesome, Bobby. But, come on.
Nobody believes that.
I had as much to do with it as Cody Stutes.
He could have said, CJ, make my job a lot easier or something like that.
He said everything right, but I had as much to do with it as y'all.
Yeah, no, that's where it crossed the line for me. I'm going to vote him.
If your job is to go in there and sell Andre,
we need this.
You should be able to buy into that. The Texans have never had a Hall of Famer, and for him to 20 years after Robert Brazile played, 25 years, just completely be willing to punch a window for Robert Brazile and then not get Dre in there and talk about Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne. I got to get McClain.
I agree.
But the good news is it's not time yet. We got to get him gassed up before to where he's riding and dying with it. But yeah, McClain wins the slime off this week.
Yeah.
Coming up, Brevin Jordan joins the show. Dalton Schultz not going to play on Sunday. Brevin Jordan, big game for him. This is going to be a candid, very, very entertaining interview that you don't want to miss next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. Friday, maybe your payday, maybe that.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Brevin Jordan, big game for him. If you don't believe me, let's hear from the man himself. You're about to like what you hear from the Texans starting tight end on Sunday. Dalton Schultz, we saw him on the injury report. We saw you make a big play the other day. And a radio guy like me is calling this the biggest game of Brevin Jordan's career. Am I being dramatic?
Damn straight. Nah, you're damn straight right, man. It's a huge opportunity for me. It's a huge opportunity for me. I'm excited for it.
It's been an interesting season for you, but you're not shying away. This is the biggest game of your carear.
No, man, this is no question the biggest game of my career, man. This is the first time in my 3 years, man. I'm like, I like really, get to be out there and be active, and so I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I'm just gonna go out there and just, do what I do in the run game and in the pass game.
Yeah, Brevin, we were talking about this off air. You mentioned 3 years, and you've had bodies. There've been a lot of warm bodies, either in front of you or you're fighting to get on the field with. And right now, that opportunity is going to be only yours. Just to tie into what Landry said, like you haven't even had this many opportunities to take snaps in the past. Is that what you're talking about?
Just in general, man. Yeah, when you go back and think about my rookie year, I was inactive, the first 8 games, and then I played like the first 9. I scored 3 touchdowns in those 9 games. But my second year, you guys saw how it was. It was disappointing for us as a whole team last year. I ended up being a healthy scratch after the Philadelphia game. And Akins ended up really being a great player for us last year. So this is the first time in my career where I really get to go out there and just play ball freely.
Talking to Texans tight end Brevin Jordan here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So I'll be honest, we followed every snap of your career. We've watched it. And I've heard you kind of touch on this, but we wondered if you were going to be on the team once the final cuts were made because it was a big camp for you and then you ended up getting hurt. Was there ever a point where you figured, man, this is an uphill battle here, especially once you get hurt during what we did already acknowledged as a big camp?
Yeah, man, definitely. It was one of those things that definitely crossed my mind. It was a good thing for me that I was here around OTAs. So they got to see me a little bit. Then once we going into camp, I got hurt like the 5th day or whatever like that, the 4th day or something. So they saw a glimpse of me, man, and I think they seen the potential that I of what I can do. So it definitely crossed my mind, man. I'm just glad. It was one of those things where I just kind of let Christ handle it, and I didn't want to, put too much emphasis on things that I can't control.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and I want to get into Christ and as well as your My Cause cleats in a sec, but we were talking about this, and my aha moment, and we were at camp every day, was, we're wondering if Brevin Jordan's going to make the team, we're wondering if Brevin Jordan's going to make the team, and all the while, we're saying, why isn't C.J. Stroud having press conferences? Why isn't he having press conferences? And he finally has his press conference, and you're one of the first names he mentions. And when I heard that, I was like, damn, how were you and C.J. able to connect so early? And he's continued to say really good things about you.
That's my dog, man. He's a West Coast cat. So you know what I'm saying? It's my dog, man. CJ got a very good bond. When he got drafted, the day he got drafted, I'm not even kidding y'all, maybe like 20 minutes after he got drafted, he DM'd me on Instagram and was like, can't wait to work with you, bro. Like, off the rip. Like, 20 minutes after he got drafted, maybe. So that was a huge impression on me, man. I knew he was serious when he did that. I knew he was going to make some changes here in Houston, and the dude is unbelievable. His character's unbelievable, and his performance is even better.
He's being asked a lot lately about the, quote, rookie wall. And you've been around enough, to know what's real, what's I contend that it's there for everyone. It's just a matter of pushing through. Have you talked to him about that as close as you are?
I haven't talked to him about that, but I know some guys that I dealt with the rookie wall. See, I didn't get to deal with the rookie wall because I was fighting. I was just clawing and scratching every day to even get on the field. I was inactive my first 8 games. So for me, I didn't really hit a rookie wall. But I know, man, it's a long year for rookies. They got to go through, college camps. They got to go through the combine and interviews. So it's a long season for rookies. But I don't think it's going to impact them. I that's his character is too big for that. He's gonna be all right.
Well, he seems to like your character too. During his media availability Wednesday, I'm going to be a nosy ass media type, and you can tell me to shut up if you'd like. I understand we ask too many questions sometimes, but he said that on Saturday, you basically said something that, quote, if you didn't think highly of Brevin Jordan before, you dang sure did after that.
Brevin had a really touching and good word on Saturday, and if you didn't have respect for that guy, which I know everybody does, but you definitely do now.
Can you give us a little glimpse of what you said, maybe just a summary or something?
Oh man, it was just a story about, last year it was a tough year for me, and it was a chapel service where everybody got to bring their own verse. And everybody, guys that got to share their verse and why it impacts them and just everything, why they pertain to their lives. Everybody got to share a little verse, and I just shared mine, and I was the first one up, actually. And I think, everybody's excited about this year, but, man, we had to go through the trials last year to get to where we are today. So it was just telling my story about last year. It was pretty dope.
That ties in with what I wanted to talk to you about. Reading about you over the years and certainly before today, you've called yourself a fighter multiple times. I mean, and your whole family has fought, and you've had a lot of adversity, and more so than a lot of people. Is that what has kept you going? Because this has been, you've been honest today with us. I mean, this has been something that breaks a lot of folks or makes them wonder about playing.
100%. Nah, man, what keeps me going for sure is my foundation, my family. Back in Las Vegas, my brothers, my two brothers, my mom. I mean, there's no other option. There's what is there to do? Sit around and soak? Man, my goal is to play as long as I can. With my body, we'll play as long as I can in the NFL and enjoy every day, man. I'm in a 1% job, bro. This is the best thing that can ever happen to me. Guys are on practice squad, a 53-man roster, whatever it is, man. This is the best thing, that we get to do. We're professionals.
What is your My Cause, My Cleats? I understand that might tie back to what you just spoke of.
Yeah, My Cause, My Cleats is the supporting breast cancer. My mom was a stage 3 breast cancer survivor in 2004. And she ended up surviving in 2007. So it's really just a tribute to my mom.
And she was told that she may not make it. You were relatively young, correct?
Yep. She wasn't actually told. She had no symptoms. She one day, messed around in the mirror, and she said the spirit of God told her to just mess around, and she felt a huge lump. And she ended up going to the hospital, and it was cancer. So she really didn't know. She didn't have any symptoms.
I got to ask you about some of the background here because you've been something of an undersized tight end when you were coming up. And I read this, and I just want to know if it's true because we just had Thanksgiving. Do you still eat turkey? Because I understand you ate turkey all day, every day. Is that correct?
Yeah. So my sophomore year, my freshman year going into my sophomore year, I got moved up to varsity, and I went to if you guys know, I went to a huge football program, high school football program, Bishop Gorman. We were the number 1 team in the country, and we had a professional, diet nutritionist, strength coach. We had everything. So our nutritionist at the time just really recommended I eat a lot of turkey and beans and rice. That's all I ate, and that's all I ate all the time, man. In a crock pot, I would just put some beans in there, a little bit of turkey, and some rice, man. And I put on 50 pounds that one summer.
How long did you do this?
Just that summer. I can't stand beans now. I just can't do beans because of that.
How about turkey?
See, turkey's all right. I can give a turkey, but I can't. It's still, man. Turkey and beans scarred me.
We had Dalton Schultz on, and that was where we first discovered that he tried to purchase number 9 from you.
Yeah.
How much was it, man? we keep hearing how much was it?
He offered me a hefty money. A hefty amount.
6 figures.
You might be up to something. Yeah, he offered
6 figures, Brevin. What's so special about 9 to where you turned down that much of a price?
Well, 9 is my number. I've worn it since high school. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I wore it in college, and I got to the league. In my first year in the league, they changed the rules, so I get to wear 9. So I was like, man, that's a huge deal. 9 is my number. It's just me as a competitor, man. I can't give up my number. You know what I mean?
Man, that's $100K. That's at least $100K, though.
Dalton is my dog, though. Me and Dalton have the same age. Dalton is my dog, man. But
do you play video games with him?
Nah, he's too good, bro. He be cheating.
Yeah,
he be
cheating. He's got a whole setup, man. His whole house.
Man. He takes it real
serious. His setup is dope. But nah, man, I just Don's my dog. We're the same age. You know what I'm saying? We be in the building every day. But I just couldn't. It's my pride, man. I have too much ego to give him my number.
Talking to Brevin Jordan, Texans tight end here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. I'll be honest with you. I said at the time, and we've already acknowledged what it was like. I was like, well, you might get it for free. What are you offering him money for? Did you ever think, hey, well, I'm worried about making the squad. Maybe I can just get $100,000 anyways. That's what I was thinking.
No, man, that never crossed my mind, bro. Believe it or not, it never crossed my mind. My mind was just focused on just getting better every day and just taking it day by day.
So do you have
I just couldn't give him my number.
Do you have a 9 tattoo?
No, I don't.
Okay. I was just
because that would have been more difficult.
I was wondering about that. That makes it more difficult.
Yeah, that would have been a lot more.
No, I can't. But I mean, who you guys know probably? If we probably would have drafted, a different guy in the other number 9.
Oh, you would have probably gotten more money, and you probably would have had to come off it.
I probably would have. Yeah, we would have. Yeah, it would have been a little different situation right there.
Hey,
all right, there you go. It's Brevin Jordan. You can hear the full interview on the Odyssey. I have good stuff from him. Big game from him. 8-1 to score a touchdown. Might sprinkle 20 on it. 20 for 160.
20 will get you good.
Yeah, why not? 8-1. 40-1 to score the first.
That'll get you real good.
$5, 200.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe sprinkle something on it. Don't know.
Big game.
Let's go out to Big City Wings, the Richmond one of my favorite locations. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. Hello, fellas.
Hey, what's good, fellas? Yeah, man, we're out here in Richmond. This is the first time I've been to this location, but they're all fantastic. And, yeah, man, get on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock on this Football Friday. It's going to be a good time, always a good spot out here as I'm telling you, boy, they got all kinds of wings.
They got the big glasses. I've talked about the
I see my man over here. He got that big joker. Damn, and he didn't drink that thing down.
Yeah, those are good.
Damn, man, where you going?
They don't mess
around. I hope you ain't driving nowhere.
He got a hollow leg.
You remember how full that was?
Hey, look here.
Man. Go ahead with it, man.
You order a beer that big, your ass better drink it. You can't sit over there and sip on it and let that thing get hot.
Man, it must have been a hell of a week, huh?
Thank you.
What's her name?
What's her name?
Yeah, man. Janice. Yeah, but she did your
What's
ass
going
dirty.
on, boys?
Well, I wanted to ask you guys this. I know you got a lot to cover on the show, but I'm a little apprehensive about this game, man. I mean, I don't know. Landry is confident. I'm not as confident. I'm not going to bet against it. I'm a little apprehensive.
Yeah, look, I don't blame you. I mean, I had a hit yesterday, and they were asking me about the Broncos, and I just kind of started off the cuff some of the stuff I've watched and kind of how I feel about the team, and I got through it. I was like, damn, that was pretty strong. Yeah. I didn't realize that I felt that good about, or that good. I didn't realize that I thought so highly of Denver. Obviously, I like Sean Payton, but when you start looking at what they've done recently, man, in terms of being able to run the football with a quarterback that's playing efficiently, that can hurt you and keep drives alive with his legs, with a great play caller. The defense is turning the football over. They're playing for their playoff life, just like the Texans are. They got a lot to play for. So yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, J-Lo. I'm more in your neck of the woods on this one, man.
Speaking of keeping drives alive, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is alive or live, however you want to say it.
That was good, Lock Dog.
Thank God we are alive.
Speaking of keeping drives alive.
There you go.
I'll be damned.
How about
that? The Drive is live.
That boy's good.
Yeah, that boy is, guys. It's one of my favorite lines from Coming to America. Yeah. No, but the Drive is live, baby, on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. Come hang out with us right here at Big City Wings in Richmond. All right, come on out as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Hey, if you're off work, get off work. Come on out. We already got a nice little crowd out here. They got big-ass glasses. A beer, man. You might as well just grab a pitcher, man, and take it down. My goodness. But no, man, get on out here. And people in the building, are we hooking people up? Yeah, we got prizes that you can win here. Gift cards, $50 gift card. I'm going to say around 3 o'clock we'll unload the first one, a $50 gift card to Academy Sports. $50. You don't got to sign your address, your social security number. All you got to do is write your name down on this sheet of paper, Put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win at 3 o'clock. So don't everybody run at once. I never understand it. I really thoroughly don't understand it. It's just literally.
What would you do? What would you do if you were sitting there with Courtney and the kids and somebody announced that? What would you do?
I would have sent every one of them up here one by one.
Hey, Nicholas, can you write your name?
Yeah.
All right, get up there and put it on that.
My man right here, like, it must be a trick. Like, I mean, we're not trying to tell you to give your life or nothing. Just write your name down.
$50 would go a long way at Academy Sports and Outdoors during these holidays. That's for damn sure.
Academy Sports, $50. Also a $50 gift card to La Michoacana also as well. So all you have to do, like my man is right next to you. I'm telling you, literally, just write your name, slide it in the raffle box. Anybody in the building. My man Ruben, you can just keep sitting there and doing that too. You can sign your name and have a chance to win. Your whole table. I don't know what the hell it is y'all doing. I'm telling you, Clint walked it out to people last week. I'm not doing that.
Wow,
I'm not doing it. No, you can't do multiple. Now, you're not putting your name in here 8 times. We did have a guy throw his name in there about 8 or 9 times.
We did have an old boy
he didn't win
at one of them. I bet it was more like 20 times. I mean, we had a lot of people, and they put it in that box. And I mean, he put his name in there so many times I was mad about it. Yeah. I mean, I ain't got nothing.
I laughed every time.
And he didn't. You pulled 5 names out there, and not one of them were his. That was good stuff, man. Karma, baby.
Not one.
Karma.
But your chances. We see people coming up. Your chance to win prizes and hang out with us here on the drive.
You know what I like about Big City Wings, man? Just dawned on me.
What happened?
It's a cross between. From a size and a feel and a vibe perspective, it's a cross between like your neighborhood sports bar where you kind of know everybody and the big joints that they're just too big to even pay for, right? It's the vibe is really good. A lot of people in the place already out here in Richmond, man, but there's 13 locations. So wherever in the hell you're at, if you're hearing this.
13 of them.
13 locations. They got a few more on the way. Big City Wings is doing big things. So wherever you're at, man, stop by Big City Wings. Tell them that we sent you. Tell them that you heard us. I don't know if they're going to do anything for you, but it may get you a little discount or something.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to promise that. But
I said I don't know. I don't know. Sam may. Hey, man, them Longhorns are in the Big 12 championship, man. Sam may be feeling a little friendly, man.
Sam said we ain't got that maroon money though. I mean, we ain't just hooking you up.
Deep pockets, son.
There you go. I see T Mill in the building, enjoying himself. By the way, if you missed it,
is he working today?
That's right. He's working today, and if you missed People's Court yesterday, T Mill will be at the game. So the Milner curse has been lifted.
You get tickets?
We'll see how that works.
I haven't heard from Miss McNair yet.
You hadn't heard from Hannah yet?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
Putting the pressure on her. Yeah, that's it.
I'll get Janice to get him on the ball, man.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, friend.
You got a Janice card, huh?
Does this count as us being on your show?
No, Hannah.
Nah. And you ain't got them tickets yet either. No, guys. Have a good time. Come on out here. Clint, you said something earlier in the crosstalk.
Was it brilliant? Was it brilliant?
I don't know if it was brilliant, but I think it can lead to maybe a conversation.
Odds are it was not brilliant.
713. I think it's a conversation starter. 713-572-4610. You can jump in. Those watching on Twitch and YouTube, you can also participate as well. But you said, hey, man, the Broncos are fighting for their playoff lives just like the Texans. It feels like last week we really could feel and understand the gravity of the importance of the game against the Jags.
Yep.
Right? Like this is for first place. Right? It had the MVP implications with CJ if they jumped into first place with it. All of that. I think we understand that this game is important, but I don't know if we've really talked this week about the importance or really sat down and looked at this like we did last week with the Jags game. Because both these teams are 6-5, right? And the loser of this game then goes to 6-6 and then that's an issue with how jumbled this thing is. As we just saw last week, the Texans walked in as the 6th seed in the AFC, and then they lost, and now they're completely out of the playoffs in terms of the seeding after the game last week against the Jags. Do you sense that this game is pushing towards gotta have it, gotta win, and that the Texans are fighting for their playoff lives in this game coming up on Sunday?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, every game moving forward. You just mentioned hell, we don't go any further than what you just mentioned, Ron. I mean, you were you were in the playoffs a week ago.
Comfortable.
And you 6 inches. 6 inches, ball hits the crossbar,
yeah.
and you're at home watching them. You're at home. So, yeah, I mean, look, somebody – I mean, here's the reality of it is it's going to take 10. Ron, it's going to take 10.
Yeah.
It's going to take 10. That means you got to get 4 of the next 6. And so, I think every single game, especially the ones that you're up against other teams that are in that 6-5 range with you, those games are going to be tenfold more important. Now, you got Tennessee a couple times who, I think when this is all said and done, Tennessee's just going to kind of ease up out of the way. But those are going to be games that you got to get in order to get to 10. But the ones versus teams, which is really all of them except the Tennessee Titans, versus teams that are either above you or in that 6-5 range with you in that group, hell, they're huge, man. And you just, again, you fell with the 3 or 4 spots by losing one ball game, 6 inches.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're big, man.
I mean, you look at it, the Colts are 6-5 ahead of you.
Yep.
They get the tiebreaker because of the head-to-head.
It's the only reason they're ahead of you, yeah.
But they're 6-5. The Broncos are directly underneath you at 6-5 as well. And then you've got Buffalo, who's on a bye, who's at 6-6. You'd be even with them if you lost. Or whoever loses this game will be even as they sit there. Yep. The Bengals with 5 wins. But, you dropped to 6-6, Clint. Even with that schedule, at this point, you just – the one thing about the Texans, I think the Texans clearly are capable of winning every single game on their schedule. But – it also wouldn't be a shock if they lost to any of the other teams on their schedule.
No, look, I mean, again, this is a very fluid situation with the Texans when you talk about how good they are. Last week, you lose a ball game that would have taken you up a notch, and the conversations around your organization up a notch. It's football; it happens, no big deal. But that's the reality of the situation. Now you're in the conversation with the other middle of the pack teams. How are you going to separate? Are you going to separate, right, and by winning games and from the other 500 football teams, or are you going to be one of the teams that falls by the wayside as the season goes along and the cream rises to the top? Are you going to be one that falls? That's these next 6 ball games are obviously all of that caliber.
Yeah, extremely important. It feels like it almost feels like after the Jags game, it was just kind of a letdown. And you're playing the Broncos, but this, your playoff chances probably dropped pretty significantly with a loss here, and makes this much more difficult. And then obviously with the win, hell, there's a chance you could be in the same exact spot you were in last week. You could move up to the 6th spot.
Right, like the reality of the schedule that's left for the Texans is there's no more opportunities there's no more singular opportunities, individual games, to put yourself in the top of the AFC conversation. That's come and gone. That was last week. The rest of the way, it's all about playing like teams, with the exception of a couple. And look, New York is dangerous. Tennessee's going to be. That's always a coin flip. So, I mean, they're all like teams, and the opportunity that's there is win 4 or 5 of them, and then you, as over a 6-game stretch, you're able to separate yourself from the rest of the pack. The going out there and beating Cincinnati or going out there and beating Jacksonville, unfortunately, Baltimore fell early in the season, so that's a non-factor. But like the game, like you don't have the Chiefs. You know what I mean? You don't have the Eagles. You don't have the Cowboys. You don't have a one game in these last 6 that, boy, you go out there and win that game, folks are going to change your conversation around your franchise. Right now, it's go win 4 or 5 of your last, folks will change the conversation.
Yeah.
But it's going to take multiple.
It's going to take multiple. All right, yeah. So big, huge game. And the Texans, yes, if Denver is fighting for their playoff lives, the Texans are in the same spot too.
Yep. Absolutely.
There you go. All right. We talked about it yesterday, and I think there should be a level of confidence for Texans fans going into this game. I know what John Lopez said there, talking about he's kind of nervous about this game, and there was a lot of confidence, I think, listening to In the Loop on the way here from Landry. We talked about the thing that can kind of concern you. For you, what gives you confidence in this game as they face Denver? Because you look at it, I think most, at least the last month, I would have easily said watching the Texans and not watching the Broncos as much, that they were the better team. What is it about this game that gives you confidence that the Texans will go ahead and take care of business?
I think it's, if I had to narrow it down to one thing, the polos on the sideline. I've just got supreme confidence that D'Amico Ryans is going to right this ship, and all the stuff that we saw, all the bad football that we saw in all three phases of the game last week, I don't believe that happens again. And I do believe that the necessary adjustments, like I believe that D'Amico Ryans schematically is not going to allow them to run the football consistently and be a two-headed monster. He's going to put this thing in the hands of the short quarterback. He's going to put this thing in the hands of him and keep him in the pocket. And I think Bobby Slowick is going to again right the ship. I think what gives me the confidence is a complete 180 from last year, obviously previous years. But I think the polos on the sideline, your head coach, your defensive play caller, your offensive play caller, I think those guys right there will correct last week and schematically give us a hell of a shot this week.
Yeah, I think there is some things to be confident about in this game, and I hear you. I'm with you on that. I know it's Sean Payton over there on the other side, which I think they probably feel pretty good about it too.
Yeah.
But I do think you should feel good about what we've seen throughout the year from Bobby Slowick, what we've seen from D'Amico over there, to be able to take advantage of that. It's not like they got a bunch of killers over there. They got some talent, but there's not like,
well, they're a work in progress.
Yes.
They're still a team that the quarterback's only been with the play caller for 10 ball games, and a good chunk of that was ugly, right? I mean, they still got their warts. There's no question about it. But I mean, they're still a team that a month ago their defensive coordinator was on the hot seat, right?
Yes.
Their head coach was calling him out. So I mean, they're not completely out of the woods, but they are. You and I have talked enough football, Ron, where the thing that scares me the most, obviously, you've got the Pat Mahomes of the world that clearly the ball in his hands, the Lamar Jacksons of the world, the ball in their hands scares me just like it does everybody else. But when we're talking about like schematic advantages and like it's the overall, when a team for everything, and when a team is balanced, when they can run it against you, when they can throw it against you, and when they're playing good defense and they're playing an impressive balanced offense, like all of that in one, that is a powerful movement. Like that's a team that scares the hell out of me. Outside of just the Micah Parsons who we watched, wreck shop last night, outside the individuals that are just like freakishly talented, they scare the hell out of you. Boy, when you get a squad that is so complimentary,
yeah,
it's scary, and I think Denver is on the way to becoming one of those teams.
They certainly have been
recently,
last several weeks. Listen, for me, the reason why I feel really confident in this game, 713-572-4610, what's the reason you feel real confident in this game? I'm saying on the text line, CJ, which is fair. What he has done throughout the bulk of this season, I could see that. For me, Clint, I just don't believe in what I believe is the number one reason why the Denver Broncos are the hottest team in the AFC, and they've won 5 in a row. To me, Russ has played well, 20 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, but I don't think that's been the number one reason. They beat some teams. They beat Buffalo on the road. They beat Kansas City at home. They beat Cleveland, who are all in the playoff hunt, in Kansas City and Cleveland are in front of them. To me, man, I just don't believe that the turnover thing is a sustainable, real thing to depend on. 10 turnovers in the last 4 games. Yeah. Every team has turned it over at least 3 times. And they're not just like Oh, man, every time you mention Michael Parsons, this isn't a deal where, like, hey, Surtain is just picking guys off or they're getting –
Yeah.
Last week they had 2 of the turnovers they got last week from the Browns was 4th and 1. The Browns tried to get their tight end to go and take the snap and do the and do a quarterback sneak,
Sure.
and he couldn't handle the snap, and he dropped it, and they fumbled. And the other one, they just fumbled it on a reverse that the Broncos really had nothing to do with it. And they have had weird. I'm not saying they're not forcing any of them, but they've had weird turnovers. Like against Buffalo, Cook was just running down the field and just dropped it out of nowhere. It's weird. So I don't think that is sustainable. And plus the Texans, CJ in particular, they've done a really good job. Now they've turned it over a little bit more lately, but they've done a really good job for most of the year of not beating themselves and turning the ball over. And I think that's the number. I honestly believe, but if they don't turn the ball over, like their chances of winning this game for the Broncos is really, really difficult to me going on the road if they don't get turnovers like they've been getting in these games. And I just don't think that's real and sustainable.
Yeah, no, I agree. But there's also something to be said about, like, boy, when things just time and time again, week in, week out, when random things like that just happen in their favor, there's something about, and I don't want to say destiny because obviously they're a 500 football team.
Feel like a real Tebow is.
Yeah, I mean, there's just something there. They're living right, man, and good things are happening to them. So, but I agree. Look, I mean, the Texans are, any way you slice it, I think if we could forecast this thing, go, okay, look, the turnover battle is going to be even. Let's say there's going to be no turnovers either way, right?
And I think it shifts to the Texans
in a major way. In a major way.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that's not how the game's played, right? So we'll see how it all ends up. But I feel confident that the Texans can win this ball game. But it is it's such a different challenge than I think that they faced to this point. It's a little different challenge with the way in which the way they're built, the streak that they're on, as balanced as they are, whether you're talking offense, defense, or you're talking about running it and throwing it. They're a scary team in the NFL right now, man.
No, they are. We'll see. I mean, when you talk about not scoring, I mean, they turned the Vikings over three or four times, and they scored 21 points.
Yep.
That is
their offense is a work in progress. There's no question about that. But again, they're taking steps every week, and you're catching them when they've taken 5 in a row.
Yeah. All right. One thing we know is there's going to be another new offensive line for the Texans coming up on Sunday with the injury to Titus Howard. For you, text in, and we'll talk about this and talk this through because I think me and Clint probably disagree on this. I think is the best starting offensive line available for the Texans. What do you think is the best line, the line you would want to see, the 5 guys on Sunday? What is the best offensive line for the Texans? We'll discuss that more as we continue right here on The Drive on this Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday.
It's Texans Game Week. Can C.J. Stroud and company bounce back against the Broncos on Sunday? Texans Countdown gets going at 9. Kickoff.
Big City Wings, make your way on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. A lot going on this Football Friday. Big college football weekend. We'll do our Saturday slate here in the next hour because there's a lot to get to and a big one tonight as well. And obviously, these games are all important. A team that is right there with the Texans in the AFC playoff hunt as the Denver Broncos come to town, and they will face your Houston Texans at NRG. And if you're out here and about, and if you've just gotten here, you can have a chance to win a $50 gift card coming up in just over 30 minutes. Your chance to win a $50 gift card. All you got to do is come up, sign your name, and put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to be our winner. Also, later on, a $50 gift card to La Michoacana as well. So come hang out with us as the drive is live on this Football Friday. All right, I'm curious from the people because this is going to be I can't keep up count, Clint, how many different offensive line combinations the Texans have had to start in games or have in games. I mean, they've just had so many, especially with that center guard tackle situation. I mean, you've got Josh Jones who started at tackle and at guard. You just had craziness all over the place. They're going to have another one. They're going to have another one with Titus Howard moving out. And it feels like it probably will be the same as last week. I'm curious, what do you think would be the best offensive line? I see somebody just came in on the text line. Josh Jones, Juice Scruggs, Michael Dieter, Shaq Mason, and George Fant would be the best. Oh. Now, maybe this person forgot about Laramie Tunsil. I'm assuming maybe forgot about Laramie Tunsil, who was going to play in Sunday's game. I guess that person forgot about that. What do you think is the best offensive line they should run out there in this game on Sunday?
Look, I think it's Laramie Tunsil, it's Juice Scruggs at left guard, Michael Dieter at center, Shaq Mason at right guard, and George Fant at right tackle. I mean that's that's the best offensive line that they can roll out there, in my opinion. And I think you keep it simple. Juice has been practicing there for 2 weeks. You leave him there. Michael Dieter's done a good job at center. Obviously, you leave him there, assuming that Laramie Tunsil's healthy. You're clearly not going to pay the guy the most money in the league for an offensive lineman, and then move him at all. So that's your left guard, your left tackle, and then your right side has been set, and they've been money all year long. So I'd leave them alone.
Yeah, I think what you just stated will be the line. I think that's probably because that's what they ended with in the game in the last three quarters of the game against the Jags last week, where Scruggs played at left guard in for Titus, and they left everybody where they were. My deal is I would switch Juice and Michael Dieter because I think Dieter's been fine, but my thought is if Juice Scruggs is the best center, and I think they have thought he was the best center the whole way, and I honestly think Michael Dieter is probably similar at left guard than he is at center. I think he's probably a similar guy. We've seen him play left guard, howbeit it was in the preseason. We've seen it. But to me, if Juice Scruggs is your future center, who you drafted to be your center, who you were going to, I believe, give the keys before he got the hamstring injury, he was the guy when Quisenberry went down. And I think even if Quisenberry stayed healthy, I think there was a really strong chance that Juice was going to be the guy at center. If he's the better center, and you think he's the better center, and Lord knows if you moved up to 2, he better be the better center over the guy that, quite frankly, what you've shown is you don't trust Michael Dieter. You're putting tackles in to play. Like you had to play Michael Dieter when, the fourth center. My thought is, to me, is like just because he's been okay and it's worked, to just leave him. If Scruggs is the better center, I would have him at center and have him because, center is everything I've ever known. Center was probably behind left tackle as the second most important position on the offensive line. That would be the switch I would make there is I would put Scruggs, who I think is the better center, at center and have Dieter kick out to left guard.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I don't have a problem with it. I would go the other route.
Because you sick just because it's been working well and it's
well. I also think it's more than just who's the better center. I think a center is a guy that is going to help or get a lot of help the majority of the time, and guard is it's harder to always help the guard. And I think Dieter is going to require, regardless of where he's at, Dieter is going to require more help than Juice Scruggs. And so I think you put Juice Scruggs at guard, and your center plays both-handed. He plays both directions. He can help where he needs to help. You help him from whichever guard is uncovered. Schematically, to me that's a little bit easier when he's at center. Now, they're playing a 3-4 defense this week, so there's a nose tackle, so he's always going to have somebody on him. But you should be able, your uncovered guard or your guard to the shade should be able to help him a good chunk of the times. It's easier to hide. When you're talking about just talent.
You think it's easier to hide at center?
Yes. I think it's easier to hide and help a center than it is a guard for me. I mean, look, if we're talking about, to your point, if Juice Scruggs is at a point where the communication is just significantly better with Juice at center than it is with Michael Dieter, then you got to make the move. I mean, it's none of what I just said is valuable enough to not have your best center. Like in other words, like if it were Kelsey. I mean, if he's your best center, clearly, I mean, that's your leader, that's your communicator. He's one of your best offensive linemen. He's executing all the different blocking schemes. That's a different animal. Right now, I think there's going to be a duck on this offensive line with all the injuries. I mean, I say a duck. That's disrespectful.
There's a weak. There's going
to be a weak link somewhere with all the interior offensive linemen that have been hurt, and I think that guy is probably going to be Michael Dieter. And so I would leave him at center. I would give him help when need be. This is versus a 3-4 this week. You'd help him a significant amount of the time and keep this thing rolling.
Yeah, I think when we look at the offensive line, you just talked about weak link. I think the biggest thing for this game is the person who was arguably the weak link last Sunday against Jacksonville cannot be the weak link this Sunday. And I know the person texted in and said Josh Jones. I don't even think you're serious.
I thought you were talking about Tavier.
Well, we ain't talking about barbecue brisket now. No, we ain't talking about that. We talking about the guy who was lined up across the guy who won AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Like, Laramie Tunsil has to come to play. And to the point you've made earlier this week, if he is hurt and he is injured to the point that, Josh is a good player. Josh Allen's a good player, but he's not. But this isn't this isn't Khalil Mack. This isn't Max Crosby. This isn't Garrett, who they're going to face in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Like he cannot have another moment where a player for the Broncos, exploits him. The Cooper kid, number 0, who comes off the edge. He's got to shore up what he did last week.
Yeah, I don't give a damn who the opponent is. If Laramie Tunsil's giving up 6-8 pressures, whatever it was, he ain't earning that money, and you're not going to win many games like that.
Yeah, that's more important than the center and the guard thing that they've got to shore up coming up on Sunday.
Agreed.
All right, you brought up somebody, Tyler, for no reason. I just don't even know why you had to bring him up. You knew he was coming.
Barbecue chicken?
Yeah, barbecue chicken here. He was looking like barbecue brisket over there, and you don't even put barbecue sauce on brisket, but he sure looked like he needed it. But a couple of things.
Do you not? When you eat it?
Not if it's good.
Not really. At least
I'm not a big barbecue sauce guy, so I don't put it on much of anything.
At least here in Texas.
Yeah, if your brisket's good enough, you don't need that sauce.
Burnt ends is a little different thing. Now, burnt ends, maybe put a little barbecue sauce on burnt ends. But he was either one of them. He was burnt ends or whatever. He was either one of them. A couple of things we got to see different from D'Amico and the players defensively. We'll talk about that coming up next.
C.J. Stroud is the AFC Offensive Player of the to Taka's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Richmond, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, baby. It is a Football Friday, and we are live on the road as usual here at Big City Wings at the Richmond location. So get yourself out here, bring yourself on out here, and coming up, if you are in the building, as soon as this segment ends, our first winner, our first drawing here today, as we have two $50 gift cards. The first one, Academy Sports. And all you got to do, if you have not done so, fill this out, write your name there, put it in our raffle box, and you can have a chance to be that winner coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. So that's coming up, our first giveaway here, your chance to win for the first time coming up here as we are live here at Big City Wings, baby. Good time out here, big glasses of beers. You could
big mugs, ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah, Tyler, you could really get in here and get after it now.
I'm talking about beers here, Tyler. I'm talking about beers here. Big mugs.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. I go 0 to 100 pretty quick.
Yeah, I know. And you know what? I've learned, Clint.
Yeah, but the other big mugs probably make you go 0 to 100 a little quicker.
And a little 6 to midnight. Yeah.
There's not a lot of things that don't make Tyler go 0 to 100.
Or they make me go 6 to midnight. Yep.
That boy's living fast.
He is, man. If he saw a nice Doberman around here, he's 0 to 100.
Ain't no doubt.
That's right. What's up, Pumper?
There it is. I've learned, hey, man, Clint, Tyler's not a big beer drinker. There's a couple of – I feel like Tyler's got to be in the mood for the beer drinking. I can't remember the last time I've actually been out when Tyler has banged out a beer. Tyler is tried and true.
Yeah, I for whatever reason, every time I see Tyler, it is a – double
whiskey.
It is, yes, on the rocks.
Sometimes on the rocks. He's
preferably a big rock.
The whiskey and diet now.
Oh yeah, he'll do that if he's pacing himself. But the last couple times he wasn't pacing himself.
Oh, he just went on out.
He was on a mission.
I like to taste that whiskey. You know, I like to taste that dirty water on just a single ice cube.
That's why I bought you that good stuff, T.
I know, dude. That stuff is good, by the way.
I'm not.
Yeah. Ron, one of these days, gonna bring my money.
Oh, yeah, I do owe you something. Well, I tell you, I never remember that.
You always forget it?
I do, man. I never forget it, man. We're coming up on bowl season, aren't we?
Yeah, it's been about a year. That's unbelievable.
That's one of the worst things I've ever done in my life. I'll just admit that right now. That's just awful. Even worse than that time I accidentally peed on that kid's head.
Peed on a kid's head.
What?
Easy, Kelly.
I didn't know he was out there, man. It was like in college. We had like a suite. We had like suite, and the bathrooms were taken. So when the bathrooms were taken,
off the morning,
we go off the balcony. Yeah, guy. Yeah, no, not there. We go off the balcony, and the guy who was out there kind of picking up trash in the morning.
No.
Yeah, I nailed him.
I'd kick you out. I'd kick you out.
Oh, we almost did.
We'd have to fight.
We almost did.
I would. I'd kick you out.
Me and Lance were on opposite ends of the balcony. Go ahead, teeing off, and we hit. Kid Chris, poor guy, man. He had a hat on, man. He walked through me, and then he walked through and just missed Lance. I didn't even see him, man. I felt bad. It was
Lord,
dark, man.
Oh my, I don't care who you are. You pee on my head, you're going to have to throw a couple hands.
That's fine, man. I felt bad. I'll just tell you, Chris was not the throw some hands type.
Well, that's good.
I did. I felt bad, man. I did. I didn't have very much money, but I gave him something. I bought
him money?
I did. I bought him a gift for. I can't remember. We did something, but.
Go get you some nice shampoo there.
I'm just saying this had been a routine, man. If you look down there you look down at that grass. I feel bad, man.
You should be sending Chris a Christmas present to this day.
Well, he's not Bobby Bonilla. I'm not the Mets.
No, you pee on a man's head while he's trying to do his job.
I feel bad, man. I do. It is not. No, we got called in by the RA. Everything. We had to sit down, and because we had already gotten in some trouble. We had thrown a keg party. It was a dry campus. We had ushered a keg up to our room, and we had already been in hot water for that. That was probably a month prior to that. I almost got in some real trouble.
They called Teresa?
No, they didn't.
That's the only reason you didn't get in trouble.
Yeah, she would have kicked my ass if I did that. All right, listen, there's a couple of things, Clint, in this game defensively. And I think the number one thing, man, and we've talked about them from last week, the number one thing, Clint, and I've watched the way that Denver has lined things up. They usually have Cortland Sutton on the outside. They've been having Mims on the outside a lot more. And specifically against the Browns last week, they lined up Jerry Jeudy in the slot predominantly. Now, he didn't have a big game in this week. He has a groin issue, although they say that he'll play on Sunday. But that matchup, Jerry Jeudy, who even at Alabama still was a really good route runner, a guy that can separate quickly. DeMeco cannot let the Jerry Jeudy Tavier Thomas matchup happen, especially not consistently. Last week he allowed the Christian Kirk and Tavier Thomas matchup to happen repeatedly, and they got killed either by catches or penalties repeatedly. And then it was Calvin Ridley. It was that to me, number one, DeMeco cannot allow Tavier Thomas to be in positions for them to get beat and lose the game.
Yeah, Ridley got him too, didn't he? I mean, here's the thing. The names you just threw out there, you don't have to put Jerry Jeudy in the slot to specifically go after him. You put Mims, not Denzel Mims. What's Mims' first name? Marvin Mims. You put Marvin Mims in the slot. He's going to be a problem for Tavier Thomas. Obviously, Cortland Sutton is going to be a size problem and a route problem. So, I mean, it just – I am number one. I am intrigued. I'm fascinated to see what DeMeco Ryans does at that particular position.
He's just got too many options.
I've got a feeling he's going to roll Tavier Thomas out there,
man,
and he's going to try to predominantly be zone and try to protect him. We'll see how it works, but it's going to be frustrating if it doesn't.
There's just too many options, Clint, in this game for the Texans. Back, we watched Jimmy Ward step up and play that role before. Des King is now in his second week. We've obviously seen him, and we've talked about it. We felt like before he was cut, he was the best slot corner on this team, and I don't think we feel any different there. You have two clear options that would go in front of him in this game before you start to have him be potentially taken advantage of in those matchups. That, as you said, man, that is one to watch because they cannot allow that to happen. As you said, and we've talked about it, Denver offensively, now they can go and struggle. They have lulls. They can struggle. I mean, Russell is having a bounce-back year, but he's throwing for 199 yards a game passing. When you could compare that to CJ, who is near 300, obviously.
Well,
but you just can't give him easy stuff.
Yeah, that's the deal. To me, that's the stuff that they struggle with. Is he's throwing the deep ball really, really well, and they're going to run it, and he's going to extend drives, kind of deal with his legs. But it's is he going to literally sit in the pocket and just pick you apart? Is he going to be the guy that comes out? Now, he probably will after watching Trevor Lawrence last week, but is he going to be the guy that comes out and just sees zone, takes a check down, sees man, okay, we're going to come get you? He might be. I'd like to think that DeMeco can keep him off balance more than that, but I just don't think that he is a quarterback, and they're at a point offensively where he's going to sit in part. Is he going to hit a couple of deep balls? Yeah, he's going to take plenty. Is he going to extend those drives with his legs? Are they going to run the football? Well, sure, they're going to do all that. I just don't think he's a guy that's going to sit there and drive after drive pick you apart defensively.
No, but I also think you know Sean as well as anybody. If he sees something easy, and he sees something where he can keep getting, like if they could keep, then you just make life easy.
Without a doubt.
Said it. Trevor, it was easy. He knew where he was going on most of those third downs.
Without a doubt, they will have multiple plays with multiple receivers to attack number 4 if he's on the field, without a doubt. Now, whether they accomplish it or not, we'll see, but that'll definitely be in that game plan.
Yeah. All right. That's a big key to this game. Coming up here as we hit a little big 3 at 3. We'll give you the latest on the injury things. Nothing is in concrete yet. We'll be waiting for the official injury report, but it looks like the reports there is going to be another starter that is in line to miss this game. Reports are out that this player will miss this game, and it's a starter who has not missed a game yet this season. We'll tell you about that, and there is some good news as well when you look at the injury report. So big 3 at 3 coming up. We'll get you caught up with the Texans, and a huge game last night as Dak Prescott, he added to his terrific season. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live.
Glory hole. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Big City Wings in Richmond on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. This afternoon. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1. First, before we get to that, we are live on this Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday live here at Big City Wings here in Richmond. Congratulations to Ruben, our first winner, who won him a $50 gift card to Academy Sports. If you are on the way or in the building, Clint, as you know, you can come in here and win another $50 gift card to La Misha Wakana, but you can also enter to win. All you got to do is scan and download on the Odyssey app, and you can win that ultimate tailgate package, baby.
Yeah, you scan that QR code, and it takes you to the website, and all you got to do is register to win that Academy tailgate package, man, which is $1,000 to Academy Sports and Outdoors, $500 to La Misha Wakana.
A game,
a suite on New Year's Eve, I believe it is, for 4 at NRG at the Texans game. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a deal, no doubt.
Yeah, scan there or go to SportsRadio610.com for more information there. So if you're in the building, if you're on the way, you can go ahead and sign up and put your name in the raffle box for your chance to win $50 to La Misha Wakana later on. All right, Clint, I want to get here. We will get the full injury report coming up here in just when it comes out and it's official from the Texans. But right now, what we're hearing, reports are, Clint, that Dalton Schultz, who has played in all 11 games, Dalton Schultz will not be available and is expected to miss the game against the Broncos. Now, once again, that is not set in stone as of yet, but it seems like from reports that's what we're hearing, Clint, and we'll find out for sure coming up here in just a bit. But Dalton Schultz out of the game with a hamstring injury, the first game he will miss this year. If you missed it, In the Loop was talking to, it looks like the guy that's probably going to step in for him, Brevin Jordan, earlier, but Dalton Schultz, it looks like he will not play in this game with a hamstring issue.
Yeah, we'll see how big of a deal this is come game time. I mean, I know the tight end, typically the chemistry that he has with the quarterback, the fact that he is that safety valve for the quarterback versus pressures. Clearly, C.J. Stroud is very tied into Dalton Schultz, given how they played this year, and so. Look, I think it's a loss, right? I mean, there's no doubt a veteran tight end. It's been with you, been healthy all season. It's a loss. Now, Brevin Jordan, former 4th or 5th round pick,
5th out
of Miami, came in as a developmental player. Needed obviously the NFL to grow him a little bit, and here we sit, year 3 for Brevin Jordan. He's healthy. He's getting his opportunity. We'll see what that looks like for him. I'm anxious to see just the kid from an athlete perspective. The one thing that we've always known about Brevin Jordan is athletically he's on that freak scale. I mean, he does some things athletically at the tight end position with his size that just a lot of tight ends can't do. And so we'll see how that plays out on the field for Brevin Jordan and for the Texans offense.
That's the thing here for me, Clint, is Like you said, I think it is a loss. We've seen Dalton Schultz really impact this game. He had the big touchdown catch, which could have been the go-ahead game winner against the Falcons. Big game there. He's had some other big games. He had a big game against the Bucs in that comeback as well.
Yep.
But my thing is, Clinton, and I have pretty good confidence that Bobby Slowick will do this. My thing is, you got to understand the player, and I just hope that we consistently see Brevin Jordan put in positions where he has a chance to succeed, right? And him not doing things that probably isn't his strength, and then take advantage of what his potential strengths are. So to me, like the athleticism and the things that he can do down the field, you hope to see glimpses of them taking advantage of that, and then not just saying, hey, man, we want you to hold up, and set the and kind of set the edge and seal off the edge in the run game. Or, hey, man, we want you to be able to sit over there and block an end by yourself in pass protection or anything like that. I just hope that he is put in the best positions right now for him to have success.
Well, he's going to have to do some of that. He's going to have to do some of it playing that position in the league. Now, he obviously limited, and to your point, you want to play to the guy's strengths. And I'm on the record, man. I want him to open this thing up and open it up, and if open it up,
might force him to do it some more.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it definitely lends you to believe that it's possible, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not saying run pass ratio. I'm talking just open this thing up and run your offense, whatever that may look like. And I think it'll play in the favor of Brevin Jordan. We'll see what Bobby Slowick ends up doing.
Other good news with this defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins, who missed yesterday's practice as well the last 2 days. He returned to practice after missing the last 2 days with that elbow injury, so it looks like he is set to go. And then I heard myself from Tank Dell said he's good to go with the calf. He practiced second straight day, was limited yesterday, practiced second straight day, so he's expected to play in this game coming up on Sunday. So that is the latest there. We'll get the official injury report with that to see what things look like, but it does look like Dalton Schultz is going to miss this game.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, last night, and it's up on the TV screens right now, Clint. The Cowboys survive at home, and they defeat the Seahawks, who they were playing desperate. We talk about Denver and we talk about the Texans. The Seahawks were playing desperate yesterday. They break their first streak at 36-0. Pete Carroll was when scoring 35 points or more as the head coach of the Hawks. They lose 41-35 in Dallas, and this feels like this was the Dak Prescott game. He stepped up big time. We talked about and wondered if he's a real MVP candidate. He's been doing it against a lot of sorry teams. His defense didn't play the dominant fashion that they normally do, and they were called for their offense to step up. And Dak Prescott had a huge game yesterday for the Cowboys.
Yeah, he had a big game, man. I mean, he's definitely helped himself in that MVP conversation. Some people believe they're going to have to win the division for him to win that award. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but because I don't believe they're going to win the division. But it was a big game for him, no doubt about it. Step in the right direction. They got some monster games coming up over the next month. We'll see who the Cowboys really are before the playoffs ever even get here. But it was a big night for Dak Prescott. Look, I was critical of Mike McCarthy, and it has been of late. It's been really good, and it's convincing, man. Offensively, what they're doing, as you mentioned, Dak Prescott's playing out of his mind. But when you watch him, man, there's like that offensive line, and I didn't.
You were skeptical on Mike taking over.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, I was. The play calling, absolutely, I was. No question about it. And it's turned out so far. It's turned out so far to be a really good thing. And we'll see how it looks against better defenses, better teams overall. But right now they're rocking and rolling, man. Now the question mark is obviously defensively you can't give up 35 to a team, a touchdown in 7 quarters or something like that.
Yeah.
So
they were dominated by the Niners last week.
I think there's still some big time question marks with the Cowboys, but last night was definitely a step in the right direction. I'm watching late in that fourth quarter with that offensive line just I mean, they've got to – you talk about being physical and being violent and I don't know where they rank in terms of running the football statistically, but I'm just talking about the way in which they're getting after that defensive line late in that ball game to seal it. It was impressive, man.
Listen, I think this was huge for Dallas in particular because I don't know that how confident I felt like, hey, man, defense is going to have a really off night against a good team. Against a good team, good defensive players with Seattle. And, yeah, man, they're going to give up drives. They're going to give up 35 points. They're going to you have the lead. You're up 20. You're up 17-7, and they're going to give up the lead before half. And they're going to then give up the lead as soon as it comes out. Now you're down 8 in the second half. And then CeeDee Lamb drops a pass on 4th down and 2 that stops a drive. To know that Dak would be able to take the ball. And it was Dak making plays. That play where he was dead to right, sacked, and then got out of it to get a first down.
Yeah.
I don't know that the Cowboys had that kind of confidence that their defense against good teams could just have a complete off night.
Yeah.
And then their offense could come in with Dak and take care of it.
Well, that's the thing with the Cowboys. You look at last night, as good as they played off, they gave Seattle 2 opportunities late in that ball game, and a better offense, a better team is going to go down and score. They gave them the ball when they were up. What was it, 3 or 4? 3.
They were up 3, and then
they go down and kick a field goal and don't work the clock the way they probably should have worked the clock, and gave them the football back up 6. And for whatever reason, DK Metcalf didn't touch the ball. He didn't even look his direction once in the last 2 drives. And then for some reason, and I've seen different people try to explain it today, Seattle thinks it's a good idea. Seattle thinks it's a good idea to leave Parsons unblocked on the final play of the game. It's like people are trying to justify, well, here's schematically what they were trying to do. No, it should have never got to that point. Who in the hell in their right mind thinks, here's what we're going to do with the game on the line on 4th down. We're going to run a play where Micah Parsons is unblocked. Let's do that. It sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
I mean, who in the hell thought that was a good idea? So, better teams are going to approach the end of that ball game a little different. So there is a little pause for cause.
Real quick, where do you see
cause for cause?
Where do you see Dak in the MVP race right now? How many guys you got in front of him? To me, Jalen Hurts is the leader. To me, his team's 10-1, and he's had huge games of late.
I agree with you there. Huge moments of late. Yeah, I mean,
you're right.
I'll take Jalen Hurts as 1, but Dak is right there.
Is he right there behind him?
I mean, Brock Purdy is in the conversation. He's right there behind him.
MVP for C.J. Stroud.
Look, I think you got Christian McCaffrey's got to be in the non-quarterbacks.
Maybe Hill, Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill's in the conversation for the non-quarterbacks, but. Look, I think it's Jalen Hurts to lose, but Dak Prescott with the games that he's got ahead of him in the next month could very easily move ahead.
Head-to-head with Jalen next week.
Yep.
So that's a
with 10 days to prepare.
Yep, that'll be a big game, a fun game coming up with the Eagles and the Cowboys. Cowboys get a W, 41-35 at home. They move to 9-3.
Big 3 at 3, number 3.
All right, we'll do the Saturday slate a little bit later, but Clint, there is a big game Monday. I think this is to me the second playoff game we've got to witness. I feel like Michigan and Ohio State was basically a playoff game. Good. I think the loser of that one is going to be out. I think Ohio State's not going to be able to get into the playoff, and Michigan with Iowa put themselves almost in the playoff. I think this is another playoff game. Number 3, Washington is playing Oregon in Vegas for the Pac-12 championship game tonight. And Clint, Oregon is a 9.5-point favorite in this game. Washington already beat Oregon earlier this year. They are a 9.5-point favorite in this game. This will be a huge game. Michael Penix had the best of Bo Nix in the first matchup. Dan Lanning was real Brandon Staley-like, just going for everything.
Yeah.
How you see this game coming up tonight?
I like Washington in the points. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But I like Oregon. I think Oregon's a better overall football team. I think they win it. As you said, Dan Lanning really put them behind the 8 ball last game.
Yeah, multiple times.
I think the better overall football team is Oregon.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. I think Oregon.
You get 10 points involved, I feel really good about it.
That is aggressive. I mean, I don't know about bulletin board material or motivation. Damn,
somebody's got to be hurt, right?
I don't think so. No. Michael Penix Jr. definitely sure as hell ain't.
Right. Nobody's going to swing at that much,
receiver, number one, he ain't. I'm surprised by that line.
I like
the over-under is 65, by the
way. Betting-wise, I can't mess with them points, but I do like Oregon in the game.
Yeah, any chance you think the loser of this game could still get, like if I say Washington, not Oregon.
If Oregon wins,
if Washington loses, you think there's any chance Washington can get in the playoff?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No way 2 Pac-12 teams get in.
Yeah.
There's no chance that 2 Pac-12 teams get in, because then you're talking about getting in over Texas. I don't think that happens.
Statistically, throughout the year, it's been thought of as, at least numbers-wise, the strongest conference.
Yeah, no, they've had a hell of a going. They've thrown a hell of a going away party.
Yes,
that's for sure.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, no, I don't see 2 Pac-12s getting in, and I think the better representative is Oregon. Although, look, I wouldn't be disappointed with Washington. I mean, they play an entertaining brand of football. That's for damn sure. Yeah, you talk about clashing style. Washington, whether it's Washington, Georgia, or Washington, Michigan. I mean, you talk about clashing styles, man. That would be entertaining as hell for all of us fans.
It was that game earlier this year may have been the most entertaining game of the season. Like when you talk about Oregon, Washington matchup, big teams. Or I tell you, I've said it all year. I think there's a chance that Oregon may be the best team in college football. I think there's just when you watch them defensively, that's the part about Oregon is when you see some of these teams, like Washington has struggled giving up points as well. Oregon has moments, but of late, Oregon has defensively been able to hold teams down as well. So I'm
gonna ride with Georgia in that one spot. The suspect team to me is Michigan. I can't
tell if they don't throw the ball because they don't want to, or they don't throw the ball because they're not good at it.
And I don't remember his numbers last year, but J.J. McCarthy against Ohio State last year was when I watched him. I was like, this dude here is special. This dude's got. He's got it. He's got that it factor. And then you choose to not throw, which they won, so you can't. You can't really blame them. But I don't know. I just can't buy into what they do offensively. They play bully ball throughout that conference, and where's that going to get them?
Yeah, they can bully a lot of teams.
Yep. Yeah.
We'll see if they can.
They can bully their way. Them and Ohio State can bully their way to that matchup.
But they did that with TCU.
Yeah.
Right, like a team like that. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But a big one tonight in the Pac-12. I think another playoff game. The winner is in. I think the loser, especially if it's Oregon, they're done. But the loser, even if it's Washington, is going to have some real problems trying to get in the playoff. All right, coming up, it is it's time for a little Mad Dog 2020 player picks, baby. Mad Dog. Clint would have been buying Mad Dog last week with his selection.
Would I never done a damn thing.
But obviously the Texans have to win in order to get the Mad Dog. So we'll see where this thing goes. So Mad Dog player picks coming up next, and we'll continue rolling here on this Football Friday here live from the beautiful Big City Wings here in Richmond. Come on out and join us, as it is a good time being had out here. All right, before we continue and get to that little Mad Dog player.
It's Attacker's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Richmond, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live here. Big City Wings here in Richmond. Make your way on out here on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. You don't have to quietly raise the roof. You can make some noise. There you go. There you go. Come on out. Have some good food, some beer. They've got all kinds of wings. I'm waiting for Clint at some point to get these tahini dry rub wings. That seems to be right down his alley.
That's my go-to typically. Before I came to Big City Wings, I never heard of it. I'd never even thought about it. I mean, I know what tahini is. I mean, I've been eating tahini since they'd sell it on them damn suckers back in Baytown, boy, back in the day.
Well, you've already had a little bit of it today.
Yeah, I did. I had me a ranch water. I had me a Big City Wings ranch water, which is ranch waters are my go-to, and that's
that puppy.
Little tahini around the rim. Yep, fully dressed. It sure. Right. They do it really cool here. They do it they leave it in the Topo Chico bottle.
They do, yeah.
And they do all the mixing in the bottle. So it's a cool little presentation and a phenomenal drink. And so, yeah, I had me one. Sure did.
Why not? Yeah. And if you're in the building, hey, La Misha Wakana, your chance to win a $50 gift card. If you just walked in, all you got to do is sign right here, write your name, put it in the box, and you'll have a chance to win a $50 gift card to La Misha Wakana coming up a little bit later on. By the way, if you all aren't sure of it, the Milner curse has been lifted. Tyler, I believe, is going to be at the game on Sunday.
Damn right I am. It's officially official now. Not only that the curse, this stupid-ass Milner curse that maybe never even existed, but it is lifted, and I will be in the house at NRG Stadium on Sunday.
Good for you.
My man. Good. I mean,
no,
you should
my
be.
man, for you, man. You came through here. You made a big play.
Hey, man, look, there's some good people left in this world, Tyler. There are some good people left in this world.
Yeah,
don't let anybody tell you any different, man.
Kind of. Yeah, there are some good people left. This will be really bad, man. I mean, if this curse is still alive.
It isn't.
And the way that you got into the building.
Yeah, I don't know.
What? I think this is even more evidence that the curse is broken because the tickets I just got, thank you to Clint Stoerner, the tickets I just got forwarded came from 1, 2, Cal and Hannah McNair. Thank you so much.
Huge,
y'all
is great.
Y'all are freaking amazing.
Well, here's the deal.
Scary, though, if you lose and the Milner curse is alive and well, and Cal and Hannah is what got you into the building.
Well, here's the deal, Tyler. I'll be completely transparent. Kind of the way this thing went down, I'm not real sure if Cal and Hannah are fans of Tyler.
Oh, they love me.
And wanted you in the building, or if they just wanted to rub it in Ron Hughley's face that this curse was hateful to do to you.
I can see that.
I don't know. I mean, not that it matters. Hell, you got the tickets and you rocking and rolling. But
especially from Anna, I can see that.
I mean, I don't know if this was oh yeah, Ron, watch this. Sit back, hold my beer, and watch this moment.
Hold on,
yeah. Not only is he going to be in the house, he's going to be a guest of the owners. I don't know if it was. I don't know if they really like you because they listen, or if it was a "Hey Ron, you can kiss my ass" move by the owners. I don't know.
Never had anything but pleasant conversations with the owners of the Texans.
I'm just telling you, if the worst happens, we will be holding another people's court on Monday.
The worst ain't gonna happen.
Hey, to see what are you going to do?
And I am going to bring those two in as witnesses.
Hey, Tyler's going to be. Hey, bro, Tyler's going to be sitting in them seats, and Texas going to be down and touchdown. Cal's going to tap him on the shoulder.
I'm going to need you to roll on out.
I'm going to need you to get your ass up out of here. Go hang out in the Teal parking lot for a minute,
I've got
Chief.
security to get you through here quickly. We'll get your head.
In all seriousness, thank you to Cal and Hannah. That's beautiful. I'm excited,
man. Really, it's great for you. But in all seriousness, People's Court, you two are going to be called to the stand.
I'm going to piss them off.
I'm just saying, man. I'm not pissing them off. Just saying, we talked about a curse. And you got them. All right. All right. Let's do our Mad Dog 2020 player picks. We do Mad Dog Mondays. That's what we're hoping to have. We're hoping to be sipping on a little Mad Dog action on Monday after the Texans get a huge win in Denver. And officially, hopefully, the Milner curse is lifted and we're drinking Mad Dog. But if you don't know what the player picks is, we drink Mad Dog if the Texans win. We each pick a player. And whoever's player performs the least, that person has to buy the Mad Dog for Mad Dog Monday if the Texans win. For example, last week, Clint picked Dalton Schultz, who caught one ball for 4 yards.
Pulled a hamstring, man.
And Clint would have been buying the Mad Dog if Matt Amendola could have knocked down those
You
kicks.
just rest assured that there'd have been 3 bottles of Mad Dog on Monday morning. There wouldn't have been one bottle, and there wouldn't have been no damn no-show. That's for sure.
And be having half those bottles lined up that we have.
That's all right. Hey, that's all right.
Not to mention the other 3 in the refrigerator.
It's nice decor for the studio. That studio was stiff, man.
Now when Tyler goes to not buy him, you have to take a chance on drinking those.
Hey, last time I lost, I did buy him, and your ass wasn't even here to partake.
I know it. I know you did, but we still remember that first one. All right, let's do this. Since Clint would have been dead last, he'll go last. Tyler, you had Nico Collins, and I would say he had the best game, even over. Stop. Even.
Sounds good. Say it again.
he had the best game. I don't even remember who the hell I picked.
You had
I had Robert Woods.
Yes,
Robert Woods
yes.
just had that big play. Just had enough over you. I tried to take a chance there. All right, we'll let you go first, Tyler. I'll go second, and Clint be dead last. Tyler, who is your Mad Dog pick? And please play for real.
Yeah, I'm not gonna roll with John Mechie.
John Mechie, please.
This week, I'm gonna have faith that Bobby Slowik, D'Amico, and company are gonna get this run game looking like we had seen the 3 previous weeks before this last loss. I'm going to try my best to have faith in that. I'm going with running back Devin Singletary. Get him the touches he needs. Let's get the ground game going. It'll be Singletary for me.
It's a very safe pick because you know he's going to get his touches.
Is he?
Is he? He had 11.
Well, no.
It was 6-5 last time.
No, you're correct. I meant he's going to at least get 5 or 6 touches.
Well, yeah, this is different from Mechie. He's going to get.
Dalton Schultz had 1 catch. Yeah, Mechie didn't have 5 or 6 plays, much less touches.
Well, what are you going to do this week, Clint? Go with Tank?
No, I'm with. Well, I mean, y'all shamed me out of Tank. Y'all shamed me out of Tank.
I want you to do what you want to do.
So yeah, I might, Tyler.
You picked him every week but one.
No, I had Devin Singletary, and I picked Schultz.
Yeah, he picked Schultz.
I'll let y'all shame me out.
So you're going Devin Singletary. All right. Tank's got the calf thing. I'll stay away from Tank. I want to have some fun, man. I want to take a little chance too. I want to use up some. I'm going to go Brevin Jordan. I'm going to go Brevin Jordan in this game. We know.
Tell me why, Tyler.
We're hearing Dalton Schultz going to be out of the game.
Dalton Schultz just had 1 catch last week.
Yeah, well,
now all of a sudden
Brevin had more yards last week than he did.
Yeah.
I think they get him involved a bit. I love the Brevin Jordan pick, so I'm gonna go with Brevin Jordan. He is my Mad Dog player pick. Who you got, CJ?
No. I don't. CJ's off limits.
Somebody said pick Laramie Tunsil to bounce back.
No. I can't do that either. I'm Devin. I'm going with Tank Dell.
There you go, man.
Whoa.
Why not? Get a win. It's about winning this thing. Clint's 3-1.
Winning this thing.
Clint's 3-1. I'm 3-1. Tyler's 2-2.
Jaw is on the floor.
He's going.
Well, wait a minute. Clint's 3-0. Clint had about nothing. Clint ain't had to go Mad Dog shopping yet.
It's our records, whether they have won or lost.
You're right. You have not won. You have not had to buy it.
The only thing that counts is wins, boys. I mean, because we've done it more than 4 weeks. The only thing that counts is wins. I'm undefeated.
All right. That's
you pick Tank every week.
So, Tyler.
I'll give you all a chance. You can pick him. I'll trade you right now.
Tyler went now, Clint's talking about trades. Tyler went Devin Singletary. I'm going Brevin Jordan. I'm obviously stepping out on a limb here. And then Clint is going with Tank Dell. Tank Dell, 700 yards receiving this year. Tank Dell.
He's coming to get Nico. He's going to lead the team in receiving.
He's 100 yards away from Nico, so we'll see what happens there. But those are our Mad Dog player picks. Coming up, we'll do our Saturday slate, and as soon as we figure it out,
big games, man.
Yeah, it is some big games. This is Championship Saturday. As soon as we figure it out, we'll get you the injury report for the Texans and the Broncos. All of that coming up next right here on The Drive.
It's Texans Game Week. On Sports Radio 610, live from Big City Wings in Richmond, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here at Big City Wings and in Richmond. Come on out, hang out with us. Your chance to win prizes. We've already had our guy Ruben win a $50 gift card. Then Ruben just bounced after he won his money. He just won his money.
Yeah, Ruben stayed long enough to make a little money and then bounced.
Yeah, he was here earlier in the show.
He had to go to work, man.
Yeah, go to work. Yeah, he was here early before we started here. But if you're in the building, $50 gift card to La Michoacana, your chance to win that. If all you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box like this young man is doing right here, your chance to win $50. All right, he's young to me. I don't know why you would say that. He's a young. I got a little great 51. I would have thought. Well, I tell you, but that black don't crack, don't it? I would have thought 43 easy. I just want to take this time. Clint, before we get to the Saturday slate, because there's big games. I want to take this time right now. I love this gentleman. I really do. Really growing a bond here, and thought we just kind of pass through this. We may not be able to see him tomorrow, but it's our trusty producer, the number 2 producer, in all of Afternoon Drive, not in L.A. or New York. It's his birthday tomorrow. Tyler Milner.
Oh, really?
Oh, you think December 2nd got past me, Tyler
I didn't
Milner?
know you were a December baby,
December 2nd get past me, Tyler Milner?
Yeah, it is. Man, it's tomorrow.
Baby. Yeah, I got Facebook.
I'll be damned.
Baby, congratulations. Yeah, that's our guy. Happy birthday. So send happy birthday to Tyler Milner. Go ahead, T-Mill, real deal. Happy birthday, Tyler. Will be turning 30, 34?
Give him another 100 Twitter followers or something, y'all.
34, what are you, 33?
Cool. 33.
33 years old. Boy, he's getting up there now.
You're a Pippin.
Okay, you're in your
Tyler,
Pippin year.
you're going to blink and you're going to be in the mid-40s, boy.
Tyler, what
better enjoy them. Not the hell, I don't need to tell you that. You're definitely enjoying it to the fullest.
What we doing tonight, Tyler?
Tonight probably take it pretty easy at the house, but plenty on the docket tomorrow.
You got in trouble?
You got to be kidding me.
No.
Listen, if your birthday falls on a Friday and you're
on Saturday.
If Saturday, any kind of the weekend, I mean, it's a full weekend thing.
Well, I went out and did a little bit last night, but I'm going to take it easy tonight and give the liver a little bit of a break. And then tomorrow's going to be a full day, full day of debauchery. And then, of course, Sunday I'll be apparently at the Texans game with the McNairs. So tonight will be an easy night. Yeah.
That's a hell of a birthday present, man. I can't believe it. I mean, what's the plan on Saturday? You said debauchery. You know me. I like details, man.
Yeah, I guess debauchery might be strong, but I got a group of buddies, the crew, and they're taking me to dinner over at El Tiempo.
I've not met one of your buddies.
It's starting at El Tiempo.
Yeah, look, you ain't got one friend that I've met. You ain't got one friend that I met that when you bring El Tiempo into the mix, debauchery doesn't happen.
Is your brother involved in this?
No, little brother is not involved in this one. But
what about Blaine? What about Blaine?
Well, the funny thing is, Blaine, his girl, we share a birthday, so we're actually all meeting at about 2:00 tomorrow. We're going to do some bar hopping.
2:00?
Yeah,
we're going to do some bar hopping around.
That's the definition of debauchery.
Around the
at
city.
2:00?
Yeah, we're going to do some bar hopping around the city from 2:00 to about 5. Then we got El Tiempo dinner. Should be a good time.
Yeah, dang, Tyler, after that Kansas game, I thought about maybe buying you a drink, but I guess I'll save on that.
You can still take me out, bro.
Save a couple dollars.
Oh, man, yeah. Tomorrow, all right, man.
Yeah, you'll be.
I'm gonna crash that party.
You'll be nasally at church on Sunday.
Oh, y'all are welcome to come.
I'm coming uninvited.
No, I'm inviting you right now. Y'all come on through.
Tyler would. I think Tyler, if I showed up,
I would be pretty happy. That would be a pretty good gift if you showed up 2:00
that's the
tomorrow.
Thing. Tyler gets a few of them. He gets a little emotional.
Yeah, he's an emotional guy. You can tell that. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if Tyler would be emotional if I showed up or not. But my wife damn sure would be.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stay my ass on the bay out there on the east side, brother.
Clint's out of this. He's out of here about 6:04.
Yeah. Look, I got about 3-4 days where being out of the house and drinking, no, that ain't gonna happen.
Ask her 9-month pregnant wife about bar hopping on Saturday afternoon. See how she reacts.
That might be. I mean, you talk about low life. Could you imagine like getting a DUI or something, racing your wife to the hospital so she can have your kid? I mean, I just can't do it. I got to stay on the up and up, man.
Get out of your system.
Yeah, tomorrow's an all Uber day for me, boys.
One day to get it out of your system.
That'd be good. I'd never live that one down. How'd y'all get to the hospital to have baby number 2? Oh, we Ubered.
I wasn't there.
Grabbed a lift, no big deal.
Uber, he's a nice guy, man. Had a Tesla.
He got us there quick.
Nice guy, man. Got us there quick, no traffic.
No,
had a peppermint and water in the back for us.
We're going to do this every time.
5-star rating, sir.
Good rating. Yeah, good rating. No, but for real, happy birthday to our guy, Tyler Milner.
Thank you.
33 tomorrow, December 2nd, baby. Big,
I didn't know you were I'm a December baby, man. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers and Britney Spears right there with me.
Are their birthdays today, huh?
Yeah, a fellow goat and a fellow psycho right there.
Who do you got more in common with?
No, they're both goats. I mean, Britney Spears is clear.
Who does Tyler Miller with? Aaron Rodgers or Britney Spears?
713-572-4610.
That's a good question.
You can participate on that.
Really good at my job like Aaron Rodgers is, and I'm also pretty crazy like Britney Spears.
That is a tough one right there,
I mean, you probably eat a mushroom or two like Aaron Rodgers
I've
does.
seen Tyler handle knives like Britney.
You have? I don't remember.
They were butter knives. They were knives. Yeah, 713-572-4610. You've known Tyler a little bit. Who do you think he has more in common with? Aaron Rodgers? And I would, any part of the Aaron Rodgers career. Aaron Rodgers was a little different at the start, and now this Aaron Rodgers, who's seen the darkness, who's come out of the darkness, that Aaron Rodgers, or Britney. Who has also had a bit of a life as well.
When I came out of the darkness.
A lot different from Hit Me Baby One More Time. I believe Tyler has had a run-in with Victor Wembanyama as well as
that's fair.
As Brittany did. All right, let's do it. Hit me with the music, Tyler. Let's get a little Saturday slate. We talked about Washington, Oregon tonight earlier. I think we both like Oregon in this game. They're a 9.5-point favorite. It is crazy, Clint, the lines in these games. 18th ranked Oklahoma State in Dallas, in Jerry World, Texas, who still has a shot, even though they're ranked 7th, and no team below 6 has ever made it to the top 4 since they've made it 4. They are a 14.5-point favorite in Dallas against Oklahoma State. Texas chances in that game.
I like Texas. I love their chances to win. I like Texas big here. Oklahoma State's been up and down all year long. If you've watched them play, their running back is really, really good. But in terms of being complimentary on offense, it's hit or miss, man, in a major, major way. And that's shocking considering, Gundy is known for throwing that thing all around the park. And not that he doesn't know how to run the football. Clearly he's been able to do that over the years as well. But, one thing I would just hang my hat on is him having a quarterback that can spin it all over the park. And I am unimpressed with them, with everything other than that running back. And I don't think that's going to be enough to keep up with Texas.
Ollie Gordon
he's special now.
Something else.
He's got a chance to be. I think he's up for the Doak Walker Award.
Yeah.
Him, the kid at Missouri, and I can't remember who the third kid is. But there's I think the kid at Missouri should get it. But anyway, I like Texas big in this game too because they've got, Texas is a lot like, we've seen Alabama do in the past. You don't just have to win. They're in a position where they've got to go out there and convincingly
That's what I was going to say.
There's style points matter here.
What it reminds me of is, and help me, was it Baylor and TCU that
yes.
got screwed? They've got to do what Ohio State did to Wisconsin several years. When Zeke was there, they ended up running the table and winning the championship.
Zeke went for 200 yards against Wisconsin.
They went off. They beat them by 30, 40 points.
That's one of the craziest performances in stats I remember, Ron, was he went for 200 against Wisconsin team, and he went for 200 in both college football playoff games. And they
Alabama
won the title.
and Oregon. Yeah.
Yes. It was 600-plus rushing yards in 3 ball games, in the 3 biggest ball games,
but they got
all championship games. It was wild.
They got a chance because I think they could still jump Florida State, even if Florida State wins. By the way it sounds, they could jump Florida State even if Florida State wins if they win convincingly. If they win this thing 42-10, I think that still puts them, but they've got to be what Tyler believes Texas people are anyway. They got to be a-holes. They got to be a-holes in this game and run it up.
I mean, here's their own Texas's only shot, right? Obviously, you got to win huge, and you got to do it with style points, and you got to keep your foot on the throttle all the way till the last second off the clock. So take care of your part of it. Secondly, they need Florida State to either lose or win, and win in fashion of their quarterback just being, I mean, anything beyond a heart rate, he can't accomplish, right? I mean, he's just got to be flat out bad, and I think Florida State's out. I think Ohio State is a non-factor because they're not playing in a championship game and they have one loss, right? And then obviously Washington and Oregon, somebody has to win that ball game. And so I think Texas has a good shot because I believe Florida State's quarterback, what I saw, I have no reason to believe that he's going to impress anybody in the college football playoffs. Hell, you just told me that the kid's he's questionable.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they may be down to a true freshman, I believe, that's a 4-star that we saw for one snap, I think, last week. But I think Florida State, I don't think they make the improvement to play well enough to impress enough to win the game, much less if they do to impress the college football playoffs. So I think Texas can jump them. I think Oregon ends up beating Washington. I think either way that game goes, that Texas can jump them. And I believe they've jumped Ohio State just by taking the field and winning versus Oklahoma State. I think Texas has got a real shot to get in.
Especially their head-to-head win over Alabama if that happens. By the way, number 1 Georgia against Alabama in Atlanta in the SEC championship game. Georgia's favored by 5 in this game. These two teams have been playing really well. Alabama has played like a different team. Outside of their game against Auburn last week, they've been pretty dominant here of late, and their quarterback has really jumped on. You give Alabama a shot in this game, Saban?
I don't. I don't. I think Georgia's going to be too much. Georgia, very much like Alabama, although they stayed at the top for the 1 or 2 for the entire season. They have got a young quarterback that is also was kind of cutting his teeth early, and all of a sudden he's coming on and he's playing. I mean, there's some highlight throws out there for him, man, that are absolute big time. Now, on the flip side of it, Jalen Milroe has some absolute highlight reel runs, and so I think it'll be an absolute blast watching it. But I think Georgia's too much, and ultimately Georgia's a more complete team.
Yeah, so those are the big games coming up. Listen, Iowa's a 22-point underdog to Michigan. I think drilled as Jim Harbaugh makes his return. The post game will be fun when they have to give him that trophy. That'll be entertaining. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, we got NFL Hall of Famer, baby, every Friday. 4 o'clock, NFL Hall of Famer John McClain. We'll check in with him about what he watched last night with them Cowboys. We'll check in with him about what we got coming up this weekend. We just got through talking about them college football playoffs, as well as always, the Houston Texans. We'll do that right here on Sports Radio 610 next.
Ron Hughley. He is the epitome of cool.
C.J. Stroud is the AFC Offensive Player of the Month. How's he finding so much success so quickly?
Taking steps and strides every week has definitely been a goal of mine, and I feel like I've done a decent job of that. And just controlled aggression has been the 2 words I use. Is just being aggressive when it's there, but being smart and controlling that whenever it's not.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. The Broncos started 1-5 and are now red hot, winning 5 in a row to be 6-5 on the season. I'm still skeptical, though, on how successful the Sean Payton-Russell Wilson marriage can be, even with their recent success. Denver has the head coach and QB experience advantage this weekend against the up-and-coming Texans. If Denver wins Sunday, then I'll buy into what they're doing, but until that happens, I'll have an eyebrow raised towards their recent surge. I'm Zach Gelb.
Your brain is an amazing thing, but as you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or even trouble with recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, Prevagen has been shown to improve memory. A Pharmacy Times national survey of pharmacists rated Prevagen the #1 pharmacist-recommended memory support brand for the 5th year in a row. You can find it in the vitamin aisle in stores everywhere without a prescription. Help your memory. Try Prevagen today. Prevagen. Healthier brain, better life. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-335-1274 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Your free
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Yes, sir. We was trying to get Ron out to watch a little PBR yesterday, get him some boots on and go watch a little bull riding. Now my man over here trying to get him on a horse, man. Ron said, I'm just trying to learn how to ride a bike.
Had a bad incident with a mechanical horse.
A mechanical horse?
Had a bad incident, man.
Mechanical horse?
Listen, we can talk about that some other time, man.
Do you mean mechanical bull?
No, a damn horse, man. I was young.
What? I've never seen
like one of them little, what goes in circles? And okay, I got you.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. I'm picturing a mechanical, something that's a horse. That's
talking
like
about
a
carousel
bull.
horse?
Stitches.
Yes, I think he's talking about a carousel.
Stitches ended up at Menorah Hospital.
Yeah. That's well.
Teresa just mad at me and looking at me.
Yeah, you probably ought to stick to that, getting on that bicycle and see
to that ground.
See what we can make happen. But hey, everybody out, all the Richmond folks, out Richmond way, man. Y'all come hang out with us. We're at Big City Wings. We'll be here till 6. If you're not over on this side, there are 13 Big City Wings around the city. We've been to several of them, and got a really cool vibe. Great place to watch live sports. Great place to hang, eat, drink, kick it with your friends and your family. But we got a big game tonight, and so I'm sure the place will be packed. But check out Big City Wings nearest you as soon as you possibly can. But every Friday at 4 o'clock, as usual, we are joined by NFL Hall of Famer John McClain. John, how you doing, brother?
There he is.
I'm doing great, guys. When I think of a mechanical horse that Ron rode and got hurt on, I'm thinking that horse that's outside grocery stores that you put a quarter in and the little kids get up on it and get to ride a little bit. Is that what it was?
You're smoking hot, John.
Damn, I forgot about those.
Real hot, John.
I mean, isn't that a carousel? Isn't that like a grocery?
No, that's not a carousel.
No,
it was a
carousel.
single. I got it.
It's a bucket.
Yes.
I slid my ass off the top. I'm certain I had a concussion.
Send him over to Gillies.
Yes, John. Yes, John. I mean, I got a couple of things here that have come to light recently with my boy Ron, and I had a goal of, I'm just going to get him in some nice cowboy boots, and he's going to admit that he likes them, and that'd be good for him. And now it's bull riding. I got to get him on a mechanical bull, and maybe get him back on that bicycle ride. We got a lot of goals set for Ron here.
Yeah, let's stop setting them.
If you get Ron into some boots, once he gets his feet in there, he's going to think that's the second best feeling he's ever had getting in something.
Nasty ass John.
I love when Nasty John comes out, man. All right, John. Hey, man. Big game this weekend with the Texans. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, man, with the Broncos. I mean, these games we've kind of just broad brushed the thought of like, hey, this is an important game. They're 6-5, yada yada yada. But ultimately, I mean, it's fair to say that with the Texans right now, every game moving forward is almost, with the exception of the Tennessee Titans maybe at this point, but most of these games moving forward are kind of double whammy games, whereas if you lose, you're not only losing a game and your record's taking a hit, but you're losing ground on a team that ultimately is competing for that same wild card that you're competing for. This isn't just a big game. This is for all the marbles, the next 6 games, right?
No, it's amazing when we're talking Texans and playoffs. Who would have thunk it? But that's the fact. They got a chance to go to the playoffs. They proved they can beat just about anybody. They played bad in so many areas against the Jaguars, and yet they still came within a 58-yard field goal, a few more inches of forcing overtime. And that's why, and that's a credit. They didn't run. They couldn't protect Stroud. They couldn't stop the downfield passing game by Trevor Lawrence. They went brain dead and had to burn 2 timeouts they sure could have used on the last series. They just played bad in so many areas, and yet Stroud played another great game. And in this game, The Broncos have been a huge surprise. Both these coaches are candidates for Coach of the Year. They've won 5 in a row. They've forced a lot of turnovers, but they haven't done a great job throwing, even though Russell Wilson has 20 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and he has 17 touchdowns and no interceptions in the red zone. He's not flinging it all over the place, running around like he used to. And the Texans are playing to run great. The Broncos are averaging 127 yards in their 5-game winning streak. So I thought last week, they played great against the run. They will again. It's going to come down to Stroud and Wilson, who can protect their guy the best. And the Texans are favored, and they should win this game and go show everybody in the New York, New Jersey metropolitan area what they're all about in the next one.
Yeah, it's interesting because I look at this and I want to know from you, John, because I've been thinking this weeks ago. If you told me this 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the Denver Broncos team, I think it's kind of hard to get the 70 points they gave up to the Miami Dolphins out of your head and just the way they've looked. But are you sure? Because 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I would have thought, yes, easily. I think the Texans have the better team. Certain that the Texans have the better team in this game?
Well, I'm not certain about anything, Ron. All I know is they're favored. And the Texans have played 7 games in a row decided in the last 30 seconds, the last one with 29 seconds left when Amendola was a few inches short. But the Broncos are playing well. Sean Payton has proven he's a great coach. In their winning streak, they've given up 8 touchdowns. They gave up 10 in one game to Miami. And how they rebounded from that terrible start and humiliation of getting pounded like that is testimonial to the to the play of Peyton. Coaching of Peyton and the play of all the players, the way they were able to recover. Russell Wilson's 4-0 against the Texans. He beat them last year. It was an ugly game in Denver. They've got to end that streak. They need to win this game desperately. It's the Texans, the first team out of the playoffs behind Indianapolis. They still get to play them. What's scary about the Broncos, they just beat the hell out of Cleveland. And they did it by running the ball great against NFL's best run defense. And so if they could do it against the Browns, they can do it against the Texans. But the one thing two things I'm confident about the Texans, C.J. Stroud throwing the ball and stopping the run.
Damn, John, I didn't know where you were going with that cousin stuff. I didn't know whose cousins you was talking about there, man.
I was talking about your cousin.
Well, you better be careful. There's a bunch of them. They get rowdy about this time on a Friday at about 5, 6 o'clock now.
Can you get KJ transfer to Baylor? They could use him desperately.
Yeah, I mean, you got about $1 million. You've been is NIL gonna make it happen?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Isn't that funny? Matt Rule said it's cost $1 to $1.5 to $2 million to get a good quarterback. And I've been looking at all the players in the transfer portal, hoping to strike it rich. I don't blame them because that's the way of the football world. And I bet there's a lot of players today wish they could go back to college and have an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, man. Look, John, that whole transfer portal thing is. I wonder how much of it is pulling the strings of their own school. Like, hey, all right, my yearly contract is up in terms of this NIL money. If I jump in this transfer portal, I get other people involved. Obviously, the negotiation starts, and now my school, who I really love and I want to go back and play for, they've got to pony up. It's the smart thing to do financially for these kids. In KJ Jefferson's, there's several of them. There's 10 or 15 of them. But the smart thing to do for them financially is to jump in that portal and make your school pay up. And because some of these guys, the majority of these guys, ain't going to touch the field in the NFL. They'll make more money in the next year in college than they'll make anywhere over an NFL career. So it's smart for them to do that, man.
Have you ever thought about if you were back at Arkansas, what you could have done when it comes to NIL or threatening to leave the Hogs in the portal?
Yeah, John. That junior and senior year, I'd have been paid now. I'd have made Jerry start paying me before my rookie year in Dallas. I tell you that much. I'd have been cashing Jerry's checks a lot earlier than 2000. That's for damn.
No matter the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Hey, man, I ain't saying I'd have gone anywhere, but I'd have damn sure got in that portal and made them pay, man. That's they got Walmart up there, Tyson, J.B. Hunt. They got some big boys up there that can stroke old Stoerner check for damn sure. So, yeah, man, it's wild. John, speaking of let's circle back to those Texans real quick on this weekend's game. The injury report did come out. No Dalton Schultz. It looks like no Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, he's out.
Hamstring issue. He's not playing. Just how do you think that impacts this team? And then what do you think of Brevin Jordan replacing him?
They had one catch against Jacksonville, and Stroud threw for 304 yards and 2 touchdowns. The one thing they've been able to do is overcome the loss of wide receivers. Noah Brown, I'm guessing, is not going to play. They had a chance if Brown could play to have Brown, Collins, Dell, and Woods together for the first time since the first game of the season. This is a great opportunity for Brevin Jordan. Schultz got hurt in the fourth quarter of the last game. They're going to miss him because he has 5 touchdowns, dangerous down the field. But, boy, this is a great opportunity for Jordan to step up. He's got a really good relationship with C.J. Stroud, and Stroud wants to throw him the ball.
John McClain, who joins us each and every Friday on this Football Friday. John, how concerned are you moving forward with the left side of the offensive line?
Well, I'm concerned with the offensive line across the board. They did a terrible job of run blocking and pass protecting in the Jacksonville game. I believe D'Amico Ryans would never admit this. When he went for the 58-yard field goal rather than 4th and 12, the way they've been getting all over C.J. Stroud, I think he was worried about the protection, so he went for the field goal. And I thought we were beyond this. Now, the best thing is Jaguars were 4th in the league in run defense. The Broncos are last. So they should be able to run the ball better because they couldn't run it much worse. You like to think, okay, those problems running were behind them with those 2 games with Devin Singletary, but now they need to go out, take some pressure off Stroud, although the fact is it doesn't matter what kind of pressure he's under. No running game, no problem. No lineman, no problem. Receivers out, no problem. The kid is so good, and he has shown he can navigate just about any situation ever since Bobby Slowick opened up the offense after the Carolina loss.
John, I want to pull from your experience, man. The one thing that kind of dawned on me, I was listening to In the Loop yesterday on the way over to do our show, and it just dawned on me. I think it was right after Josh Allen, actually, maybe it was Wednesday after Josh Allen got announced as the AFC Defensive Player of the Year, Player of the Week. With as bad as Laramie Tunsil played last week, am I crazy to think that like it just got to get swept under the rug? I don't remember hearing Bobby or anybody really get like explain or answer for how bad the highest paid offensive lineman in the game played last week. They're not
going to say anything about that. Now, in fairness to him, he's been playing with a bad knee all year. But, man, the Jaguars had some great pass rushes, and Josh Allen just beat him. He needs to bounce back because he's the best pass protector on the team. He's graded high every game. He had a bad game against a guy who's really emerging and as a tremendous defensive lineman. Jaguars are trying to tout him as a prospect for Defensive Player of the Year. That's not going to happen. But he just had a bad game. And Titus struggled. Now Titus is out. It's going to be interesting to watch Juice Scruggs to see if he can step up from what he had Sunday when he had to come off the bench and play for the first time since last season. But if Tunsil has another game like that against the Broncos, who don't have a great pass rusher, their best sacker is a backup, Nick Benito, then I think it'd be time to worry.
Well, John, I'm not worried. To me, like Tavier Thomas got cooked, and boy, I mean, it was we used his name talking about him. Hey, man, D'Amico, what happened with Tavier Thomas? What are you going to do? He had to answer 4 or 5 questions about him getting cooked in that game. I mean, as bad as that was, I mean, I don't know if the numbers are right, but you tell me. I mean, Josh Allen had 12 pressures, and 8 of them came against the highest paid left tackle in the game. I heard D'Amico Ryans were talking about, hey, look, if all else fails, I got Titus. I got Laramie Tunsil. I can throw out there and slow him down. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm not asking you to necessarily to rake the guy over the coals. I'm just curious if any other team, if you had the highest paid guy out there struggle like that, we would have damn sure expected some kind of explanation. We'd at least talked about it. I mean, I just feel like Laramie just kind of gets swept under the rug, and we just keep on keeping on.
We've been writing about it. I've been writing about it, tweeting about it, talking about it on every show this week about Tunsil's bad game against Josh Allen. I think the difference is they scored 3 touchdowns and had a chance on a field goal at the end, where on defense they gave up so many deep pass plays. And I think that was more, they still scored and were in position to win despite Tunsil, where I think Tavier Thomas just got abused and from the start. That's going to be interesting to see if Russell Wilson, he's not going to come out throwing like Trevor Lawrence did, but when he does, if he tries to attack Thomas with the slot receiver.
That's NFL Hall of Famer John McClain. John, we always appreciate you joining us, man. Tell the people where they can find you and what you're writing about, where it's at.
SportsRadio610.com. I've got my 5 things to watch in the game. I've got a column this week about what would have happened if D'Amico had gone to Denver and Sean Payton had come here. And, guys, I appreciate it as always. Oh, don't miss the Utopia Football Podcast, which also is on SportsRadio610.com, which is free. Thank you, guys.
There you go. That is John
Classic.
Who joins us every single week, every single Friday.
Answer this for me real quick. Who had the worst game last week, Tavier or Tunsil?
Well, to me, I blame – I look at Tunsil. I'm always someone that looks at
all things considered, who had a worse game?
For me, it's Tunsil. I'm not surprised that Tavier Thomas
I'm not either.
Gets cooked in his burnt brisket. I'm not surprised.
You and Sean Bajani are really hard on the kid, though. I mean,
it's barbecue brisket, baby. That's what it was,
went.
Man.
What did he go, Tyler? He went cooked, grilled.
Yeah, it was like
smoked,
grilled, boiled, cooked, burnt. Something.
He did all kind of stuff.
That was
now you done gave him the brisket. Now look, he's been set up. He's been set up to fail.
Well,
now.
I'm not surprised by that. Like, in fact, not at one point was I surprised. I look at the guy who is the one of the best tackles in the game, and exactly why he's one of the best tackles in the game is because of his pass protection. Yeah. And he allowed the guy across from him to be the most dominant player in the game, that he became the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. So, yeah, I look at him before I look at a guy in Tavier Thomas that, I don't know how many rosters he would be on in terms of playing that role.
Yeah, it's just interesting to me, man. I would think that there would be it goes back to our point of earlier talking about the inability to run the football, right? At some point, D'Amico and Bobby Slowick, I mean, they risk looking silly when you get 13, 14 weeks in and they're still talking about displacement and being more physical and all that kind of jive. It'll fly with most folks because they don't watch the film, but if you watch the film, it's like it's so far from what, like, it literally looks like they're purposely not doing what D'Amico's saying. You know what I mean? And then when it comes down to Laramie doing, it's just like, I don't know. To me, that would be, boy, it's hard to keep giving the same excuses and get the same reasons.
All right, coming up, we'll give you the full injury report. The full injury report is out. Yes, Dalton Schultz is out for this game, but there are a list of players that are listed as questionable in this game. We'll give you the rest of that coming up next right here on The Drive.
He's going to think that's the second best feeling he's ever had getting in something.
Nasty ass John.
Nasty John comes out, man.
The AFC Offensive Player of the Month is C.J. Stroud. What a way to cap off an amazing November for the Texans rookie. storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's a Texas Fight Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Richmond, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on this Takis Fiber Internet Football Friday. Live here as we're in Richmond. We're in Richmond at Big City Wings. Come on out. I know, it's 4:30. People getting off. It's Friday. Come on out here. Hang out with us. We'll be here till 6. And you can be here longer. Got some good college football tonight. Oregon, Washington. You can watch that here. There are TVs all over the place. There are good drinks, good food as well. You can watch big game for me tonight, Kansas, UConn. Basketball is a big game, so you can come out here and have a good time, have some drinks, and enjoy yourself out here at Big City Wings in Richmond. And still, if you're in the building, if you just walked in, you got a chance to win a $50 gift card to La Michoacana. That will happen in about 30 minutes. All you got to do is sign your name right here, put it in the raffle box, and you got a chance to get a W and get $50 to La Michoacana and get yourself ready. Maybe add to doing some prime rib or whatever you're going to do coming up for Christmas. So come on in if you're on your way and enjoy yourself as the drive is live, having a good time. Let's get to the official injury report. It is your Friday injury report brought to you by Mo Karam Law. Man, your big ass feet sitting right here, right underneath me, man. I apologize.
What are you two doing over there, man?
I just
what the hell's going on here,
I put my foot down, and Matt got his big-ass feet right here in front of me, man. I'm sorry. And he act like I stepped on his foot in a club like he got on J's or something. Man, calm down. Those are all right, man. You ain't taking care of them. Anyway, shut up, Larry.
Y'all over here footsie, and what the hell's going on here?
I got on some nice icy white chucks. Calm down. Once again, it is your Friday injury report brought to you by Mo Karam Law. Here it is. Dalton Schultz it was reported. It is official. He is out for this game. Clint, here are your questionables. Noah Brown, who has practiced this week, he is listed as questionable with the knee. He has missed the previous 2 games. Tank Dell, they have listed as questionable with the calf.
Don't worry about it.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Tank did say he's good to go. Hopefully nothing happens between now and Sunday that aggravates that and makes that worse. Sheldon Rankins, who did not practice on Wednesday and Thursday but did return today, he is also listed as questionable with that elbow, so that is one to watch. And then Jake Hansen, who has missed several games here with that hamstring and head issue, he is questionable. C.J. Stroud has a thigh. He's practicing full all week. He has no designation. And, Clint, I think a real big one here, Jimmy Ward, no designation at all. He should be scheduled to come back and return for the first game. I think he's missed the last 3. Jimmy Ward is out, has been out, and now is going to return. So Dalton Schultz, the only one out, and then a couple of questionables.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Dalton Schultz situation is unfortunate because you're clearly going to miss a veteran guy's been healthy, that's got great chemistry with the quarterback. You know, that's going to hurt to some degree. The question is how bad does it hurt, right? Brevin Jordan, what can Brevin Jordan do to replace Dalton Schultz? What can Brevin Jordan do to leave his imprint on this football game? We know he's super athletic, and in this offense, the tight end has been featured multiple times. You get one of those games where Brevin Jordan gets 6, 7, 8 touches. It's going to be fun as a Texans fan to see what this kid can do with athletic as he is. Plays with a ton of twitch. He's explosive. It's going to be fun to see what he actually brings to the table. Hopefully it's positive, and hopefully it's something we can get excited about. But Dalton Schultz being out is going to be a problem to some degree. To what degree that is, it depends on what Brevin Jordan can do. Tank Dell, not worried one bit about Tank, as I mentioned before. I don't know if I told you that, but not worried one bit. Jimmy Ward being back for this football team is huge, man. I mean, that is whether you're talking about veteran leadership, veteran knowledge in terms of knowing this defense, and you're talking about communication, you're talking about the ability now to use Jalen Petrie wherever you see fit, which I'm not saying he's played out of position. I have no idea exactly what D'Amico Ryans wants to do with him. But now you have all your pieces. Jalen Petrie is a guy now that you think would benefit to some degree from Jimmy Ward being back. So you mentioned it earlier, Jimmy Ward being able to play the nickel position in a pinch if need be. That's big. So Jimmy Ward being back for this defense is the biggest thing that I can take. My biggest takeaway from this injury report. Dalton Schultz is a close second, but Jimmy Ward coming back is huge, man.
Yeah, to me, the other part, the Jimmy Ward, obviously, that's the biggest thing there. I think even bigger than Dalton Schultz being out. But I think for me, one thing I am definitely watching from this injury report is the Sheldon Rankins situation. All right, I don't think it's out of the woods that he came and went through, which is more or less not a non-physical day. He missed the 2 physical days with that elbow, and then we said it yesterday when he didn't practice the last 2 days. That was a bigger deal. That was a much bigger deal to me than it was not having Dalton Schultz, because I think John McClain, who was on with us here in the last segment, just alluded to it. The Broncos, they've run the football, and they are committed to running the football, and they just ran the football against the number 1 run defense and arguably the best defense in football, the Cleveland Browns, to the tune of 170 yards in that game using multiple people, and they did a lot of it right in the middle. Yeah. They did a lot of it right up front. And Sheldon Rankins, if you remember, you said it yesterday, probably had the best game of an interior lineman, not probably, had the best game of an interior lineman against the Bengals. And that is the area where the Texans sometimes can be vulnerable in the run game, is there in the middle. So that's one that I'm really watching to see if he's able to go.
Well, the point too, Ron, I mean, I hadn't studied Denver game in, game out, but it seems like every time that I recall watching Denver play, whether it's a little bit of film study or watching it throughout the season, they are downhill, brother.
Yep.
They
got 2 really physical backs.
They are down.
And Williams.
Yes, they are as down. They're Dameon Pierce downhill. You know, I mean, that's their run style. That's what they want. And so, to your point, Rankins, him being there in the middle would be big as well, just because of the opponent. I mean, it's big any way you slice it, regardless of the opponent. But the style of run game that Denver's going to try to deploy on Sunday is definitely one of those, again, Dameon Pierce downhill style run attack. So you're right. Rankins would be big.
Yeah, that's one to watch. All right, you brought up Jimmy Ward. I think that sparks a conversation, because I think there are a couple of things that D'Amico Ryans has to get serious about. And it's not just D'Amico, but his team as well, the players on that defense. 2 things on that defense that they have to improve upon from Sunday's game against the Jags if they want to win against the Broncos. That's coming up next right here live on the
loss.
It's Attackers Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Richmond, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We're live here. A little Football Friday in Richmond. Come on out. Come on out and join us here at Big City Wings on this Football Friday. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. If you're in the building or you're on your way, let you know here in about less than 20 minutes, as soon as this segment ends, our final winner, our final chance for you to win a $50 gift card to La Michoacana. All you got to do is sign up right here. Just put your name there and then put it in our raffle box, and you got a chance to win. That's coming up here as soon as this segment ends in about 15 minutes or so. From the text line, people always, really caring about us, including you, Clint. Someone texted in and just said, hey, Clint, make sure you have that phone charged. Baytown police have better things to do.
Appreciate you looking out for me. I got the I'm in the caddy today, baby. I'm all good.
Good, but you do have that
all
charge.
Good. All I got to do is whip that thing into old gas station, baby.
Yeah, I was about to say, you got gas?
Oh yeah, I'm in the caddy today, baby.
Full disclosure,
your boy's getting home today now.
Full disclosure. Good thing he was in the Cadillac yesterday.
Yeah, phone died.
Phone died as soon as the show ended. And he had to do a hit.
Well,
he had to get that sucker charged up in 4 minutes.
I had a little hit to do in Denver, and at 6:05, and at about 5:59, that phone went dead. So I said, I got to charge this thing up. And one of the old boys that's a listener, he's sitting there. He said, "Well, hell with that hit you got. What car are you in?" Yeah. I said, "Oh no! I got the old gas guzzler today now."
I kind of eye it a few times, like, "Hey man, what's that charge looking like?"
I appreciate everybody looking out for me, man. I tell you what, I shouldn't be this damn lucky, man. Whether it's my work fam or my fam at the house, man. Everybody always looking out for me, man.
Your fam at the house.
I don't know if they're making fun or looking out, but I appreciate it.
Your fam at the house. Once you're missing a little bit, they'll all come out.
Hey, they sent the cavalry, boy. I ain't kidding you. I felt like an idiot. I was embarrassed as hell, but they all showed up for me now.
Yeah. All right. So come on out, hang out. Clint is fully charged, and we'll be able to get home because he does have gas as well.
Mm-hmm. So we're all good, baby. It's a Friday.
That's right. Come on out on this.
Pizza gives me uncomfortable gas.
Attackers Fiber Internet
Pizza
Football
does.
Friday.
Am I the only one that pizza gives uncomfortable gas to? When I eat pizza, I have uncomfortable gas.
Yeah, I think you are. I don't 3724610. People on Twitch and YouTube as well. Do you get uncomfortable gas?
I don't know of any
different,
food.
Tyler. That's different than just regular gas.
Yeah.
Uncomfortable gas is like, for me, like last Thursday, I was uncomfortable. Had a little uncomfortable gas there late, probably around that Seahawks 49ers game after that second piece of pecan pie. That was with ice cream. That got uncomfortable. But that's not the feel I get when I eat pepperoni pizza.
No. Look, I'm a pretty gassy boy. So I mean, that natural gas, just natural gas. Having that is just. That's part of living. You live that way.
Yeah, but you're saying this is a different thing.
Pizza's where you annoy yourself, you disgust yourself, and it's a little bit painful.
Yeah, I don't have this. Maybe there's others.
That's when usually it's after a night of pizza when I got to look at my wife and be like, man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're right. That's disgusting. You're right. I got to grow up.
And it's not even deep dish, huh? It's just regular.
Any pizza, bro. Really? It's the bread, cheese. It's the combination. Maybe a little lactose intolerant in there. I don't know.
Might be. Might want to check that out. All right. A couple of things, Clint. I do think we really need to see in this game, especially defensively, as I think. Listen. I think D'Amico Ryans and the defense total probably like to have that game back last week. Probably like to have maybe a few decisions back last week and didn't play to the level they've played most of the year. Although 24 points, they were able to somehow hold there and had some plays. The Des King play at the end of the half was big. But I think there are a couple of things. And one thing for me, Clint, is this week they have to get pressure and they've got to finish in a way that they didn't last week. I think Trevor Lawrence was really comfortable throughout. I don't think it's a coincidence that Trevor Lawrence probably had his best passing game of the season against the Texans last week, combined with the fact that he was never sacked. Right? He was not sacked one time last week, and it was upright and was comfortable to make plays. And I think that has to change this week with Russell. I think Russell will throw a few. Russell will fumble potentially, although he hasn't lost a fumble this year. But he'll throw picks, and traditionally he will fumble trying to hold the ball. I think you got to get pressure this week. I think that's an issue. And finish like D'Amico has said too. I think that's one big thing this week is the pressure has to improve from last.
Well, there's some unique challenges here for Russ. I mean, it's like being a smaller, shorter quarterback.
Yep.
And trying to execute from the pocket is a little bit of a challenge. That's why they talk about moving him so much. And now I don't think it's as much of a challenge as a lot of people lead you to believe that if you're 6'4", all of a sudden you can see over 6'7" offensive linemen. I don't buy into all that. But I do believe that Russ struggles. Just being surgical from the pocket, like just drive after drive after drive, picking you apart from the pocket. And so I do think there's a little bit more of a challenge there for him to hold the football longer than most. And so that should present some opportunities, Ron, where Trevor Lawrence wasn't holding the football. Trevor Lawrence was getting that thing out as quick as he possibly could. I think, a lot like Joe Burrow would have done, a lot like Baker Mayfield tried to do, Russ is going to hold the ball. Russ is going to bail out of the –
He sure is. He's going to try to extend plays.
Yeah, he's going to bail out of the pocket when you don't necessarily push him out. If he can't see, he's going to bail. And so you're going to have some opportunities to pressure him in a way that you just didn't have the opportunity with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing last week, especially in particular for me with Jonathan Grenard, when their starting left tackle was their best guy. Cam goes out the game early. And, there wasn't a major impact made there, especially when you see what Josh Allen did on the other side with Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
So I think that's got to be something that picks up. And then, Clint, to me, the other thing is, and I'm looking right at D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke. There are no excuses. You spoke up earlier about Jimmy Ward being back, and Jimmy Ward gives you an option to be able to play in the slot. They did it in a game against the New Orleans Saints where he was going up against Chris Olave, where he played in the slot as a corner. You have Des King back for the second game, and now you've had a full week for him to be able to play. They cannot allow what happened to them with Tavier Thomas last week repeatedly with the Jags in the middle of the field. They cannot allow that to happen. They can't have him lose the game, potentially put him in a lose game.
Look,
that's got to change.
I think offensively they got bailed out. They being Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans got bailed out with the Titus Howard injury. Of what were you going to do? Were you going to play Juice Scruggs and then were you going to move Titus to tackle, and then what are you going to do with George Fant? Like, that was going to be a tough situation to navigate from a coach's perspective. The injury cleared that up for everybody, right? The same is not true on the defensive side of the football. There's no way around the Tavier Thomas deal. And look, I hate to just keep harping on the kid, but ultimately he, from jump, I've told folks this kid's not a cover defender. I mean, he's either safety or a linebacker. He's not a cover defender, and he got exposed last week in a major way to where I think it puts D'Amico on the spot of okay, as you said, now you've got options. What are you going to do at that nickel defender situation, specifically when you want to bring pressure? How are you going to handle that? And I'll be honest with you, Ron, if I had to bet on it right now, I bet we see more of the same.
You do. See, that's the other part
and it scares the hell out of me.
You said he got exposed, but then I think they allowed him to continue to get exposed.
Well,
that was
you look at it.
Because you said this about Bobby Slowick weeks back. You said, all right, you made some mistakes. Now you see with this offensive line.
Yeah.
Now it's on Bobby if he continues to put them in situations. And then he did. He adjusted. They have to adjust, Clint.
I agree.
There's no way they're going to do that, man. That Jerry Jeudy matchup with him in the middle of the field, or Sutton, or whoever Sean wants to put to find him, that will give them problems, and he could. They just can't allow that to happen.
But, Ron, I agree with you, man. I agree with you. I mean, across the board, I agree with you. For whatever reason, the fact that D'Amico cut Des King from the jump and literally has survived, and this defense has thrived. With the exception of last week, this defense has thrived. But the fact that he has done so well before last week with Tavier Thomas being his nickel defender, I just don't believe that they're going to make a move. I hope they do. I think they need to, because better football teams it's going to bite them. But I'll be shocked if he bails on Tavier Thomas after how committed he's been for 12 weeks. I would be shocked.
Really? You don't think last week would be something that makes somebody feel like at least change it up? At least play zone.
No, I don't think – look, I think we're going to see Des King at nickel sometime. I don't think we're going to see 4 quarters of Tavier Thomas at nickel. I think you're going to get some Des King at nickel. I would have thought that you could potentially get some Shaq Griffin at nickel, but that ain't working. He's with the Carolina Panthers. So, but that in itself, again, to my original point of thinking like clearly they don't believe it's as big a deal as we do, because after they watch the same film that I watched, they cut Shaq Griffin. Like it don't add up.
That had to be more. That had to be more than
I
just
agree.
ball.
I agree, but we're big. Everybody over there, D'Amico.
But we'll know if Sunday he's rolling out there.
Ron, we're again with Nick, D'Amico, Ryans, and everybody involved. It's what have they repeatedly said when they make decisions? We're going to make decisions based on what's best for the team. You can't tell me Shaq Griffin not being a Texan is best for the team. You can't tell me that continuing to move forward with Tavier Thomas at that nickel defender with Des King in the building is best for the team. It's one of those decisions that D'Amico is – I mean, he's got to make a tough one, man.
And I see this coming across, Nate, when people like D'Amico. I think D'Amico knows what he's doing. I think he is. But I'm not saying you sit there and watch that. All right, last week I think even you at some point you yelled uncle on Tavier Thomas, just getting beat repeatedly. And I just bank Clint on the thought that what I believe, that D'Amico is one of the best defensive minds in the game. And that would just be ridiculous if he continued to run in there, and if he allows a Jerry Jeudy matchup in the middle of the field, and he allows it to be that easy for Sean Payton and Russell Wilson, I will be very, very surprised if he does that to his team. I will be it just can't happen. They just cannot allow that to occur. Because you watch every time that they needed a play, third downs, it was consistently Christian Kirk in the middle of the field, where it resulted in a catch or a penalty. It was like Trevor looked, on the goal line, bam, I'll get that matchup. Just don't think they can do that. Coming up a little fire, and we will go through the major happenings in this game on Sunday and discuss this, because I think we do need to discuss this right now. And you can answer this yourself as well. You believe the Texans are the better team? Do you believe the Texans are the better football team? And around the league, there is news of teams of decisions that could really affect the Texans moving forward, quarterback decisions moving forward. We'll discuss all of that coming up next as we continue live on this football.
I already have like 3.
$0 fraud liability guarantee. It pays to Discover. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty the Dilf, baby. T-Mill, Psycho T, the birthday boy. At least his birthday's tomorrow. The birthday boy. We've got the latest, and the latest is we are here live here on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday, live here in Richmond at Big City Wings. And it is a good time. You're getting off work at 5 o'clock? Shoot out here. Come on out here. Have some drinks. You want to watch this? There's a huge game tonight, Washington, Oregon. TVs everywhere to watch it. Grab some drinks.
Probably the most entertaining of the game. Like if you're from the outside look before any games are played, probably the most entertaining game.
That Alabama, Georgia, those are probably the two.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you really get off? Like, Georgia's obviously a monster. But I think Iowa's going to get absolutely destroyed. Agreed.
And I think Florida State and Louisville, that's not really getting me going at all either. I guess there's a little intrigue to see what Florida State looks like against Louisville. I don't know if Louisville's that good, to be honest with you.
I mean,
and then Oklahoma State, Texas.
That'll be entertaining, but I just don't not on the same level as Oregon, Washington.
This is a playoff level game.
Yes, absolutely.
These are
monster games.
Two big teams. So yeah, you can come and watch that game here if you want to, coming up here at Big City Wings here in Richmond. By the way, hell, let's go ahead and let's get there then. This is a big weekend, college sports, college football this weekend. Tonight, it kicks off there. I want to get your thoughts on what you think it's going to look like. When the weekend washes, do you think this is going to be more of a chalk weekend, or do you think there's going to be a bomb set up on this thing, and this is going to be a Sunday before the Texans game start, and it's going to be like everything is hit the fan, and it's going to be crazy?
Well, I think mess is going to hit the fan.
You do?
I think there's going to be some. I think there's going to be some very disappointing people, whether Florida State gets in or not.
That's where the mess is.
That's going to be polarizing. Like, there's going to be a lot of folks that they're undefeated ACC champs. They should get in, but looks like they're going to could potentially be down to their third quarterback. The Rodemaker kid that played last week, which was their backup.
He's a game-time decision.
Game-time decision with a concussion issue, which I don't know how that works because he went back into the game last week. But nonetheless, here we are. I mean, so that Florida State situation could get really hairy. Now, if Louisville wins, then it won't matter. But if Florida State wins, then whether they get in or not, I think is a real debate. I mean, I think when you've got
even if they win, no matter what.
Heisman Trophy candidate quarterbacks, when they go out prior to the college football playoff, it has to be part of the conversation. If it were a position player, hell, I'll be honest with you, if it was even a head coach, for some reason, I could get over that. A Heisman Trophy candidate, dual threat quarterback, I don't. That's got to weigh into the conversation, man. It's got to matter, bro.
What would they have to do? Like, how would they have to look tomorrow for you to say, all right, they deserve to be in this Final Four?
You got to watch the game, and the conversation by the commentators can't revolve around, do they trust this kid to throw the football? Boy, they got to really run it here. I don't know what they're going to do because they're down a touchdown and there's 5 minutes left and they can't throw it and they don't trust. When the conversation, you can listen to the game and why. I mean, that if they're having to protect their quarterback they had to do it last week against Florida versus a 500 football team. They're going to have to do sub 500, I think. They're going to have to, if they have to do it this week versus Louisville, to the point of where it's obvious and everybody's talking about it. I just don't see how you look at them as a top 4 football. Now, they may deserve it. Don't get me wrong. They may deserve, based on the entire season, to be there. But if you're looking to get the 4 best teams in the college football playoffs, you can't tell me that a football team with a backup quarterback playing, that the offensive coordinator cannot run his offense with that guy taking snaps, that cannot be one of the best 4 teams in America.
Yeah, I think the 2 games to me to watch is this Texas-Oklahoma State game. I'm talking about for potential chaos happening. This Texas-Oklahoma State game and the Alabama-Georgia game. Because I think Texas and Georgia will win, but I've watched games that they have played this year where I could see Alabama and Oklahoma State winning. I've watched Georgia play games where a team like Alabama with their talent and what they're doing can hang in and beat them. I've watched them against South Carolina, Missouri play kind of a tight game. I've watched it. They came out sluggish, and I don't think they would do that on Saturday. They came out sluggish against Georgia Tech in that game. They were trailing in that game against Haynes King, Tyler, for a little bit longer you thought they should have been. And then Texas, even with Quinn playing, they have played games where, all right, you can envision Ollie Gordon just controlling the game big time for Oklahoma State, and they just have no answer for him. We've watched them play against K-State and that game get weird. We watched them get tight against TCU late. So I think Texas and Georgia
against U of H.
Yeah, yes. Now at least like Quinn didn't play in those
Quinn
games.
went down,
but I just those games are the ones where the chaos could occur. Right there, those two. I don't think Iowa has a chance in hell. I don't know about Florida State, Louisville. It feels like that game.
I'm watching that game for one reason. What's that quarterback look like? That's going to determine whether they're in or not. I mean, the interesting thing to me, especially around in this part of the country, is Texas is believed to have no path to the playoff, and I couldn't disagree more.
I don't know how that is.
I think Florida State is, with their quarterback situation I just discussed. I think they're just by playing this week, assuming they win, they're going to jump Ohio State, who is 6 above them. And then when you look at Oregon and Washington having to play each other, I think the loser of that ball game, Texas has got a real chance to jump, especially if it's Oregon and Washington had beaten them twice. So I think it's likely Texas gets in if they handle their business. I think it's likely they get in. You got that brand, the Big 12 Conference. Yeah, I think Texas has got a real chance here.
No, I definitely do. If they look really impressive and Florida State struggles a lot like they did last week, I think I could see the case. I don't know that I'd agree with it. I could see the case that would be made that they jumped them. So it'll be interesting. I think it will be Georgia, Michigan, Oregon, and I think it will be Texas.
That's my 4. Same 4 I got.
I think if Florida State wins, they should get in, but I think it will be Texas. I think they will jump them. So that'll be a fun weekend starting tonight, and you can watch that here at Big City Wings, Washington, Oregon, in the Pac-12 Championship.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. Sunday is a football Friday. We talked about Saturday, the big weekend. Sunday's a big weekend as well, and here is where we are, and I'll get to this point, and I'll get to my point here after I just give out the injury report. As of now, Dalton Schultz is the only one who is listed as out in this game for the Texans. Noah Brown, Tank Dell, Sheldon Rankins, and Jake Hansen are all questionable. Aaron Wilson did have this report out, Clint, that he feels like Tank Dell is good to go on Sunday, but Noah Brown and Sheldon Rankins are true questionables in this at this point right now on a Friday. So those two are able to go. But with all of that news, and by the way, the Broncos are fairly healthy right now. Jerry Jeudy, he was a full participant the last 2 days. Marvin Mims as well with a hamstring. Those are guys that look to wonder if they would be able to go. They're going to be able to go. Are you positive? Like, are you confident, Clint, and the people out there listening as well, 713-572-4610, you can jump in on that, and YouTube and Twitch as well. Are you confident that the Texans have the better football team Sunday?
No.
Really?
Absolutely not. I'm not confident in them having the best, middle of the pack team. I'm not confident in it. I think they do. I think if they go out and correct the mistakes they made last week, I think they will prove to be one of the better teams. But after last week's mess that they put out there on a big stage, it's hard to be confident in this team and their ability to win down the stretch. I think they will, but my confidence level is not through the roof. My confidence level was a lot higher last week.
After they beat the Bengals, there's no way I would have. You know what I mean? In that,
but it's less about whether they won or lost like last week, and it's more about how they played. I mean, for me, it's like you had all three phases of the game. I mean, just fall apart at times. And now, they still had a chance at the end. They were still 6 inches away from tying and going to overtime. Okay, I get all that. But that's not a brand of football that you live and die with. You're going to lose more games than you win playing that way. It's the mess that we saw, because it was really bad. The score and the fact that they missed a field goal as time expired or at the very end there.
Do you think they were fortunate to be that close?
I mean, look, man.
End of the half, the interception.
That game should have been a 3-touchdown game given the way the Texans played. And again, I understand that the fact that it wasn't, I'm stoked about the Texans being able to stay in a game like that. But as we move forward and we talk about them playing the Denver Broncos, I mean, look, we can't run the football. We can't pass protect. We can't. I mean, we gave up 1 million explosives last week on the defensive side of the football. I mean, like there's not a whole lot, because I mean, the game changes significantly when you play better football teams. Look.
I don't feel as confident in that as I did 2 weeks ago, that they clearly are the better teams than the Broncos. The Broncos have played better, and since the
Broncos are dangerous right now.
The Arizona game was shaky. I think they were fortunate probably at times to get out of that one with a W. And then this game also, some errors that were made there. I'll say this: if they don't turn the football over, which they've been pretty good at doing, if they don't turn the football over, I feel a lot better about the playing field of these two teams, right? Like if it's all even at home at NRG, I do feel better of it, but it's not not the way that I felt a couple of weeks ago, with the way the Broncos have played the last couple of weeks, the way the Texans have played.
Yeah, look, I'm confident that they'll exceed expectations from a win total on the season. I'm not confident with this football team right now as they stack up against the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, the Broncos.
I mean, if I were confident, I'd bet a good chunk of money on it. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna sit there and watch and hope like hell our squad wins.
Yeah. So
I mean, like this, as I've said before, man. When you get they're not a one-trick pony. They're running the football really well. They got a great play caller, great play designer. The defense is turning the football over. They're balanced. They got a quarterback that can extend plays and extend drives. They got a quarterback that's not turning the football over.
He is 17 touchdowns, no picks in the red zone.
See there? That's what I'm talking about. Like this.
Russell is.
Like you can stop the run and they can still get you. You can rush the passer and they can still get you. They got big play receivers. I mean, he throws the deep ball as well as anybody in the game right now. And everybody we got that plays a coverage position got cooked last week. By guys that are very comparable to the receivers that you got coming in this week, with the exception of Cortland Sutton, who's bigger than anybody that Jacksonville could throw out there.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, based on what we saw last week, I don't know how you can be real confident in what the Texans are throwing out there. As a whole, the season, hell yeah, I'm there. But this matchup, I think Denver's dangerous, man.
Yeah. From the text line, I'm so confident Sunday that I started Mad Dog Monday with some Mad Dog peaches and cream on Friday. So you
have we had peaches and cream yet?
I saw it. I didn't get it.
I'm going to go with I'm going to look up the old school, the original 4 flavors.
The original.
And that's 4. What if I ever lose, which I'm undefeated, I doubt I'm going to lose.
Peaches Hughley.
My man over here shaking his head like I'm past my Mad Dog days. And get that taste,
take you
man.
back.
Get that taste and bring it back.
I challenge everybody out there that when they were younger, bang them Mad Dogs on a good Friday, Saturday night. I challenge you. Not challenge you. I just encourage you. Wherever you think they sell Mad Dog, make you a stop and just get you one pull. I ain't asking you to get drunk and give yourself a headache. Get you one pull, and you can the taste, that cheap alcohol takes you right back. It took me right back to Park Street on that old tired-ass couch my folks had with some Dre banging in the background. We were doing stuff we shouldn't be doing. I think my brother was outside smoking a joint. I mean, it was great. It took me like that.
You take that bottle down, you're gonna get a headache.
Oh, I'm not. Don't blame that on me.
You
I don't
take that bottle
do that.
down, you're gonna get a headache.
Just get you one drink. Get you one drink, and tell me that don't immediately take you back to some really good times in your teenage years. Boy, I tell you, it took me right back to Park Street.
Peaches and cream.
Right back to Dad smoked so many cigarettes in that house, the damn ceiling was yellow.
I'd like to see the people who's sitting around the Mad Dog decision makers on. Hey, let's keep coming out with these different flavors. What you think? I got peaches and cream. Let's do a little street. When they had that before, they give out some of these. Let's do a little golden pineapple. Well, I like the taste of that one.
Hey, I need somebody out there that's Mad Dog knowledgeable to text us in the original flavor, 713-572-4610. I thought strawberry kiwi was one of the originals, but that seems.
I thought it was.
Is it? I think it was. That seems like somebody was thinking well ahead, going strawberry and kiwi back in them days, man.
Somebody.
I feel like somebody was really forward thinking,
a visionary.
Man. Oh, they were, man.
Visionary out there.
Yes.
All right, coming up on this Football Friday as we continue. By the way, congratulations to Kincaid, who was our final winner. He won a $50 gift card to La Micha Wakana. So congratulations to him. He stayed strong, boy. He stayed strong. All right, I want to hear this.
The best winner was old boy over at the batting spot.
Oh, yeah.
Home run dugout. My man said, I'm going to have fajitas on me this weekend, fam.
He knew what he was going to do with that thing. All right, I want you to think about this. Text in 713-572-4610, or if you're on YouTube or Twitch, we'll be looking at that way as well. The number one reason, because I know a lot of people are confident in this game, the number one thing that gives you confidence for the Texans as they face the Broncos coming up on Sunday. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The AFC Offensive Player of the Month is C.J. Stroud. What a way to cap off an amazing... Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Attacker's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Richmond, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Got a lot of people on the text line who banged out a few Mad Dog 2020s in their time. We're getting all kinds of roses. Orange Jubilee, banana red, blue raspberry, red grape. That's close.
Those are the 4 originals, ain't they?
Was blue raspberry one of them?
Yes, blue raspberry was one of them.
Grape was the very first taste of any kind of alcohol I ever had, the Grape MD.
It was, say them again, Ron? I wrote them down somewhere.
Orange Jubilee, red, banana red. That's the one. That's the red one I remember. Blue raspberry and red grape.
That's it. That's the 4 originals right there. But nonetheless, whatever tickles your fancy, just stop and get you a Mad Dog. And again, don't drink it all. Just get you one pull, and you can thank me later. Unless you had just a hellacious teenage run where you don't want to remember any of it, then I apologize. But if not, man, whoo.
I really want to see a comeback. I want everybody, all of the Drive family, on Mondays to go bang out Mad Dogs with us. I do. That's my dream. I want to see photos. I want to see it all. I want to see it and really, like, people got to go and stock Mad Dogs. Man, these Mad Dogs are really going off on these Mondays.
Bring Mad Dog 2020 back? I don't know, man. It's got that bite that I just don't know that I can do it, Ron.
Yeah, I know. I mean, but you ain't doing it all night. I mean, like, for real. But you drink a bottle of it today, and you're going to get a headache the next day.
It will not be a good night.
Yeah, very quickly after it reminds me of Park Street, it reminds me of a headache.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, you drink it all. I mean, I drank more than half a bottle one of them times. I woke up a little.
You woke a little off? Something was a little off. Didn't have a headache.
A little sweat there. All right. As we're live on this Football Friday here, Big City Wings in Richmond. Come on out. Still time to hang out. It's turning into a bit of a party out here, so make your way on out here. As I said, on the other side, Clint, we talked about there are some concerns. You brought up some great concerns in that last segment, but I know you still believe that the Texans can most definitely win this game, and I do as well. There are concerns, but there are ways, and big ways, where you could see this team gets the win and you have confidence. And I threw it out to the people here on the other side. You can do that again, 713-572-4610, also on YouTube and Twitch. What is it about this game for the Texans going against the Broncos that gives you confidence? What's the number one thing that gives you confidence? I just saw someone text in one word, the quarterback.
That's 2 words.
Yeah, it says quarterback.
You added that? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I like C.J. Stroud, but I'm not at a point with C.J. Stroud where I'm just like, hey, man, you know, I'm confident you got a chance to win every single game. Like, I mean, I'm high on him, but I'm not there. Where I'm at is collectively the polos on the sideline.
That's your reasoning.
Yeah, look, we've seen Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans, the coordinators, the play callers. We've seen them adjust and not allow the same problems to bite them multiple times. And I just firmly believe that they'll correct the majority of what we see in this football team, including C.J. Stroud, is more than capable of beating the Denver Broncos, assuming this team goes out there and corrects a few things from last week, just cuts their mistakes in half. They'll have a chance to win this ball game. So I think the biggest thing for me, and I above C.J.
You're saying both sides of the ball.
Yes. Even above C.J. and the quarterback playing the brand of football that he's playing, the most powerful thing right now for the Texans with me is the polos on the sideline, because ultimately they're the ones that are calling the shots for C.J. to go out there and do his thing and be magical. And more times than not, C.J. doesn't have to put the team on his back because Bobby Slowick and company they're dialing up the right things and putting him in a spot to play the game on time, on platform, on schedule. And I believe they'll get back to that. offensively. Yeah. Defensively, I believe, whether I agree or disagree with the whole nickel defender and Tavier Thomas, I'm just going to be honest with you. I mean, what are we, 11 games in? Week 13, they found a way to make it work and play really good defense with him. So while I disagree with that and I think it's a problem, it's not getting them beat. Yeah. And so I think the polos on the sideline, D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Sloak, are the two things that make me confident.
Yeah. Tyler, what makes you confident in this game? Because I know you are optimistically, or what is the term you use? You're optimistically cautious. That's
yes,
right.
Cautiously optimistic.
But I feel like you're going to the game. You've got some confidence. You need this.
Yeah.
Good point.
What is it about this game that gives you confidence for the Texans?
Man, I was listening the other night to Texans All Access, and they had, I believe it was the voice of the Broncos on. So basically, they're Mark Vandermeer, and he was saying something that really stuck with me. He was saying, man, in Denver, it feels like a lot like the Tebow years right now for fans, because the Denver Broncos, for the most part this season, they're playing like 3 of 4 quarters of football like complete ass a lot of the time. And then in the fourth quarter, they have some kind of big play or just one big drive that Russell Wilson puts together, and they've been able to get a few of these victories. And that alone, I feel like, gives me a whole lot of confidence, just knowing that this Broncos team hasn't really put together an all-4-quarter great performance yet. Because I feel like even on the worst days for D'Amico's Texans, since he's been here, you don't go necessarily full quarters without seeing something productive, especially from the Houston Texans offense. So I think as long as the Texans are prepared, and I'm sure D'Amico has them ready, and they come in ready to go with a good game plan and ready to attack Denver, I think that they're just going to outperform them over the course of the game, and we'll be good to go by the time the buzzer sounds.
Yeah, you brought up that Tebow year. There is some odd stuff that occurs that helps the Broncos win games. And I mean, to be honest, I sat in the stadium when Tim Tebow completed 2 passes and won a game. Set in Arrowhead Stadium. He completed 2 passes, and they won the football game. That was just an odd game. So, but they do have some things, and I think I'm in a.
Let's rest assured that ain't. That, I mean, look,
that's a tough watch, boy.
Yeah, I mean, but there may be some similarities in the sense of. They've been a little bit hamstrung this year from the jump, but I mean,
but it's nothing like that. It's really not like that at the quarterback position.
He was just saying like the fans feeling.
But to the point though, in the Tebow years, there would be just that Tebow year, not years. That Tebow year, it would be like, damn, how'd that happen? Like, well, they were really fortunate that happened. Right. And I think for me to kind of go along to what Tyler said, I'm most confident. Because I think the number one thing that has gotten the Broncos to this place where they've gotten and kind of straightened up their season from they started 1-5 and now they've won 5 straight to get to 6-5 is in the last 4 games or so, man, they have turned teams over in a major way. And Clint, Tyler, I don't think that's real. I don't think that's sustainable. Let me not say real. I don't think that's sustainable, and I think it's been the number one catalyst to how they've won games. And the Texans have really done a pretty good job of taking care of the football for most of the year. And man, they've got teams the last 4 games turned the ball over at least 3 times. All teams at least 3 times in these games, and some of them. They're things that the Broncos don't even do anything except for recover it, or something like that. So I feel that the Texans will be able to take care of the football and won't give them that. 15 turnovers in the last 4 games. Like that is, I mean, you better win. You better win that many games. You better win all those games if you are dominating the turnover battle from that standpoint. So I do feel confident that the Texans will not turn the ball over, and that right there, that's a bit fugazi to me there, to be honest with you.
I like that. I like the word there.
I don't believe in that, man. That much. I mean, the Texans roll in here. If they turn the ball over 2-3 times in this game, I'm gonna be like, what the hell's going on, Denver? Like what? Like, I mean, they turned the ball over. The Browns did a reverse with no Bronco around them. Did a reverse and just fumbled the ball, and an offensive lineman and a defensive lineman recovered it. I mean, good God. So I think they'll be able to handle that thing. All right, coming up, it is the birthday boy. At least tomorrow's his birthday, Tyler Milner. He leads one of our favorite segments of the week, the best of the week. That's coming up next right here on The Drive.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
It's Texans Game Week. And CJ Stroud and Company.
Scotts, LG, and DeWalt. So take on your projects with confidence. Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retail partner of the NFL.
Price match applies to same item, current price of qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
It's Attackers Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Big City Wings in Richmond, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's been a great time at this beautiful, beautiful Big City Wings here in Richmond. It's been a great Attackers Fiber Internet Football Friday. As always, we enjoy everybody who came out, our winners, the listeners. We enjoy it. We enjoy talking to folks and meeting really, really good people, as we always do when we're out and about. And we appreciate it. You can still make your way on out here, man. You look somewhere to eat and get some good wings, get some good drinks, and watch the game. Washington, Oregon, big one tonight. You can come right on in here. That out here at Big City Wings. By the way, fellas, got the call dog trainer coming in on Monday.
Nice.
Oh, hell. What do you do? Eat one of your Jordans?
No, listen, you know me. Now, listen, I want to try to make a deal on it, but
you're going to try to get a deal?
I will tap out when it is past my abilities. And I never had a puppy. I've never dealt with a puppy. And somebody got to get this nibbling and biting thing under control, and we're going to have to figure this thing out.
Well,
we got them coming to the house.
Did they tell you? Did you tell them the problem?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I would imagine if these folks have the ability to stop, particularly a lab puppy, from chewing and biting, they're making a lot of money.
Probably are. They just try to get that training down, man. Because I can't do it, man. I got cuts and scrapes all over my hands.
Well, clearly you gave him one of your damn shoes to chew up.
Man, listen, it's not my level of expertise. I'm sure you'll probably I know you would just hang in there. You just keep pushing.
Mom's the old dog whisperer.
Oh, your mom is?
Yeah.
I bet
she when we were having that conversation yesterday, she said that dog's gonna chew up every damn shoe in sight at Ron's house.
That's all right. I'm gonna get people in there. Okay.
I hate to tell you.
And Bear's good. You ever done the trainer, Tyler? You ever gone with the trainer? Or you?
Are you still on the dog?
The dog trainer.
Oh, okay.
Not right.
I didn't know what he's talking about, man.
No, I've never gone with like a professional trainer with our pups. I just waited it out and trained them to potty and maybe to shake and sit, and that's about it.
That's the problem. He's got all of that. The training, the potty. He is not. Yeah. He is not pissed in the house that I know of since day one.
Once he starts losing those puppy teeth, he'll stop nibbling.
Well, he'll stop that. He's teething just like a baby.
Yeah, bro. I know it is. I just hope. My fear is that he don't keep building that up once them baby teeth go.
Have that pit.
Does he still have puppy breath?
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best.
That's awesome.
It's not the best.
Hey, we've got a dog. It's my wife's dog. I married the dog. It's been to some very expensive training. And anyway, with the baby in the house and mama pregnant, the dog doesn't get let out as many times as it should.
Yeah.
It really is a great dog. Never uses the restroom in the house. Well, Liv comes up, and the way our house is set up, like our couch, if you're sitting on our couch watching TV, the island and the kitchen and everything's behind us, right behind you. So I got Liv in my lap, and I've got her, she's standing up in my lap, and I'm talking to her, and she looks over my shoulder, and she says, turd. She knows how to say turd now. She knows what turd is. She says, turd. And I said, what are you talking about? I looked over kind of by the back door, and she says, turd, and she's pointing. And it's all the way, like our bar runs like the length of like the windows run the length of our bar. It's all the way at the end of that little area where the bar ends, way down there.
Y'all better be glad she told y'all. Could you imagine that surprise?
Oh, she tud.
My wife James was so Harden.
Mad. Right? If she walks up and says turd when Harden's playing, Courtney Tyler will be.
Courtney said, Courtney just texted, tell Linda to come over and whisper away.
Oh, send that dog to Linda for a week.
I'd be afraid of that dog for Linda.
No, she's good with people's dogs. She's great. She watches everybody's dog in the family when they leave town. She watches it, and We got her on a couple of Ring door cameras of
I was going to say, she seems like she pushes the envelope on firm.
Well, don't all you got to do is get around my mom and be like, man, we just can't even our dog. We can't even take him on a walk. He just drags us all over the place. Woo! And then go drop the dog off over there, and she'll have that dog walking right next to her and staying a step behind her, whatever you want to do. She's a dog whisperer, man. She goes in hard.
To the city?
I would not have guessed that about Linda. I wouldn't have guessed dog whisperer.
Well, it's more of the challenge aspect.
Yeah, I think. I was going to say.
She ain't ever studied, and she ain't ever been doing any
She's
training.
got her own tactics.
Yeah, it's a hell of a deal. She's training the hell out of them dogs, and she ain't ever had no training herself.
All right, we do this every single week. The best of the week.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive is live. It's live. It's still alive. Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley today.
Here in the world of the Houston Texans, sitting at 6-5. A disappointing loss, 24-21 yesterday. Here's D'Amico Ryans, who's asked specifically about Tavier Thomas, the nickel defender.
They made a couple plays. Tavier, he was sticky in coverage. They made a couple plays on him, but he was fighting, right, to make plays there. He was challenging guys. That's what we asked for.
For me, as it pertains to the nickel defender, I think there's a problem there, and they need to address it.
I went after Tavier Thomas all game yesterday, and I've got no problem doing the same thing today. Doing it professionally, though, I mean, to switch Tavier Thomas over the top of Calvin Ridley before he'd smoked him, cooked him, deep-fried his ass on that touchdown pass.
Hey, Tyler, you think Ron Hughley's ever smoked, cooked, and deep-fried somebody?
Nah, man, I don't think anybody's done that but Tavier here lately.
I am obsessed with smoking meat.
Oh, yes, baby. The Drive is live. Your boy's back in H-Town. Feeling good, Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, fellas. I've been giving my takes in the shower the last couple of days. I've done several segments in the shower. Got out of the shower the other day, and Courtney said to me, "Who are you in there talking to?"
Staying sharp, man.
I did. I had nowhere to go with these takes. Mike Elko, your guy, Tyler.
I'm back in Aggie land.
Texas fans, does the Mike Elko one think like, oh, this is the guy that's going to take them off? They're going to take off here. You said that out loud. They really changed that up. All right, coming up.
Shut up.
I'm just saying. I don't mean it. I'm just saying when he said you're a top program and you went to Duke's coach, not Coach K. Damn. Clint, it's a damn shame that Tavier Thomas kept ending up in single coverage or in coverage whatsoever. There is no way in the world on any part of the field, especially on goal line, in the red zone, inside the 5, inside the whatever, that he is ever matched up. I don't need to see it again.
Here it is right here.
No, stop showing it to me. He beat him at 5 yards in 2 seconds. But Tyler, you say anything remotely negative about dogs, that's going to send Tyler into a tailspin.
By the way, I don't like Herb Street taking his dog on his primetime games, by the way.
Well, I love it, and I think Kirk and his pup love it too, so sit it out.
That one time when Clint said, yeah, there's certain dogs over a certain amount of pounds that belong outside, you could see the pain.
One of his worst takes ever.
In Tyler's eyes. Like there are certain things that get to you.
You want to go to Tyler's house and sit on the couch with 3 dogs while he lays in the groin area of one of them?
Will you get to what you're saying, Ron?
All right, we got some breaking news. What's the breaking news,
What the hell
Tyler?
happened?
Razorbacks perked them ears up. Bobby Petrino is returning to Arkansas football.
Oh, boy.
He ain't wearing a neck brace.
Yes!
Is he driving a motorcycle?
He isn't driving a motorcycle, but Bobby Petrino is leaving College Station, returning to Arkansas as the offensive coordinator for the Razorbacks.
I can't say that I'm not going to ride a motorcycle again because I might do that. And I had 2 helmets out, and this one makes me look like a cone head.
Y'all big 69 guys?
Huge, absolutely. Either one. Yep, fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Competition to me.
Like a bunch of human puzzle pieces.
Yep. Who's gonna quit first? Who's gonna tap out?
Do you prefer to be inverted or like
But anyway,
horizontal?
Shout out to Shaq Mason. They were left clearly disappointed. I saw the look in some of their eyes. They were.
I like Isis. I kind of like that. I've never heard that.
That was a classic one right there. Look in their eyes. Made that one more plural than it needed to be, huh? I think there's some Z's at the end of that.
Hey, too many S's. To hell with it. Just put a Z in that piece.
Baby. Some eyes is. Maybe I am drunk. I'm kidding.
I need a beer, man.
I'm not.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well done. That is why he is the second best producer in all of Afternoon Drive in L.A., not in L.A. and not in New York City. That is Tyler Milner.
Who's he behind? He's number 2. Some old boy in Carolina.
There's a gentleman in Chicago. He's trailing.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. He'll get there one day.
What's his name?
He'll get there. He'll get there.
I'll study up on him.
His name is Shane. His name is Shane.
I'll watch the tape.
Watch the tape. Go listen to the tape. Shane's out there kicking ass and spitting bubble gum out, I think. Something like that. Something like that. Old Tanny. He's trailing old Tanny out there in Chicago. You'll get there. All right.
Ron, I'm out next week, man.
Yeah, I know it, man. Baby's coming.
I asked the wife. I said, how much would it cost to get you to hold off for one more week? That pain you're in, just that pain you're in. It's been a rough week for the wife, man. So I just went and asked her. I said, how much would it cost to hold tight for one more week?
One more week.
Let me get one more week in here at the job. She said she'll entertain it at $10,000.
Or take your ass on home.
I thought it'd be a lot higher than that.
You thought it'd be higher?
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it'd been 25 at least.
At least, huh? You better take your ass home, man. By the way, I'm out here too, and I want all the listeners to take this in. Tyler, you as well. All right, I'm stating this right now. All right, I'm gonna really change things up. About to later in the summer. I'm about to compete in this transformation shredding competition. Where I gotta get sexy. I'm gonna be in oiled up. I don't think I'm gonna be in a Speedo, but I will be in shorts, oiled up. So I gotta get right. I got 222 days starting Monday to get right. So I'm saying this to you all: when you see us out on Thursdays at Buffalo Wild Wings and then Fridays, like the beautiful people here, 7 of you walked up and tried to buy me a drink today. All right, gotta cut it out, baby. Teamwork. All right, buy me a couple.
No.
Yep, buy me a couple of waters. All right, and I need you, Tyler and Clint, to hold me accountable. All right.
I may do it with you.
I know. Tyler, Clint's been waiting to hold me accountable in ways like this, and I know you have. I know you have. You'll be a hell of a coach.
I'm excited for you. I don't know that I'm
knock
ready.
It out of my hand.
I'm not sure that I'm ready to see the oiled up Ron. I don't know if I'm ready for that yet, but I'm excited for you, man.
I'm not sure how much help I can. I'm not out at the broadcast with y'all. You don't go out and get drinks with me anymore.
Tyler, can you imagine if this guy if this guy gets down to
shout out to Red, baby,
about $180, chiseled up,
shout out
got
to Red,
oil,
baby.
got oil all over him up on the stage? Could you imagine? We're gonna have a hard time fitting him in that studio door.
Look like Wesley Snipes.
Red told me today, get it in.
Get it in this weekend, baby.
Get it in. Get it in. July 12th, baby. Get it in. He said, because it's over.
So it starts Monday.
I walked out the door. He said, no, for real. Like,
just a quick reminder. Not
get it in, man. Like, for real. And then it's it. But no, man, knock it out my hand, baby. It'll be good times, baby. Good times, baby. No beer.
So it starts Monday. July 12th is the comp.
That is the comp.
Oh, this is big, man.
Oh yeah, it'll get sexy. Shout out to Soda, baby. You done started a monster here. I know. My months on Soda is gonna help me with this.
The show,
help
man.
me with my discipline starting there. I know I can do it.
Yes.
And I need y'all help. I went to the bathroom one time. There was 2 beers at the table.
I won't let it happen. I'll do it with you. I'll do it with you.
You'll have to drink them.
I'll do it with you.
By the way,
the drive is alcohol free.
The people in here
speak for yourself.
The people in here texting things in about the dog as if I've not tried them. You got to give him a toy that's chewable. Hey,